Chapter 41. White Whale Zone. Sea Area. The boat was cut in half horizontally from the middle, splashing huge water on the sea surface. The crisis faded, and the fishermen floated on the water and looked around. Then they looked at each other. What happened? Someone said. Oh, right. Where is the alien creature? They began to look for the alien creature that caused this accident. The head and body of the alien creature were separated, and the body floated up from the bottom. Here. It's a sea monster. The sea monster has appeared many times in the White Whale Zone. It is one of the few alien creatures that have been made public. Their danger level is B level. If a single one appears, it will not have much impact on the team with sea level transcendence. But it is very deadly to the fishing boats that are mainly composed of ordinary people and have insufficient equipment. Most of the time they appear in the middle of the sea, and rarely come to the shallow sea area. Zhu Yuan is the captain of this fishing boat. They are a novice team. Because of this, they are going to test the waters in the shallow sea area this time. Who would have thought that they would encounter alien creatures? What bad luck. A crew member cursed. That's not the case. In a sense, we are lucky. Zhu Yuan looked at the mess and said, Did a transcendent rescue us? He nodded. The possibility of encountering alien creatures in the sea is much higher than the probability of a passing transcendent rescuing them after encountering alien creatures. So in a sense, their luck was pretty good. Judging from the situation, it should be a very powerful transcendent. He looked at the shore and didn't find anyone who could match his name. So he could only say thank you silently in his heart. The crisis disappeared, and Zhu Yuan and his companions began to salvage the body of the sea monster. The body of the B-level alien creature can be exchanged for a lot of points, which is just right for repairing the ship. Seeing them start to salvage the body of the alien creature, Fang Zhou retracted his hand, raised the window, and then hugged his arms and shuddered. The temperature outside is too terrible. Aren't they cold in the water? From the hailstorm to now, the outdoor temperature displayed in the car has risen by a few degrees and has stabilized at about 10 degrees. She wore a long-sleeved inner layer and a coat. In fact, it shouldn't be so cold in such a short time. But for her, the sudden change in temperature has disrupted her body's balance, and this feeling has become stronger. Lu Filan raised the temperature in the car by a few degrees and glanced at her nonchalantly. Are you done meddling in other people's business? Then I'll continue driving. Am I meddling in other people's business? I'm obviously doing good things for such a simple task that doesn't require showing up. Fang Zhou is not so stingy with the power he has obtained so far. Of course, another reason is that he wanted to take down the alien creature. But he didn't expect that the power control went wrong, and he killed it directly. Which is a pity. The number of her current illustrations is very small, and there are only a few that can be used. Before leaving, she only recovered a small part of the D-level creatures in Tunghua District that could express her ideas clearly. If she keeps waiting for the alien creatures to come to her, the number she can use will not change much. So far, she has not faced an S-level transcendent head-on. The span from A-level to S-level among transcendents is very large, and their strength is not at the same level at all. If Fang Xuanjiang is used as a reference unit, Fang Zhou feels that she has only a 30% chance of winning against an S-level transcendent at present. And there are 2 S-level orderers in the 004 shelter. As for the central interior, there are more than enough. When Fang Zhou was thinking about this, the vehicle started again, passed the dock, and drove into the White Whale District. And part of the White Whale District appeared in front of her. After reading too much of the content in the chat section of the 4th dimension, she imagined that the White Whale District had a bit of the feeling of ruins and devastation after the battlefield. After arriving, she found that it was much more prosperous than the Tunghua District, and it looked very peaceful on the surface. No wonder so many people said they wanted to leave here. But in the end, so many people stayed. Should we eat something first? Or find a place to stay first? Lu Filan asked. Let's get some food. After not eating for a long time, Fang Zhou felt hungry. After hearing her decision, Lu Filan crossed the road with ease. You also know the White Whale area? Yes. I lived there for a while. The same answer as before. Before coming to Shelter 004, Fang Zhou thought that Lu Filan lived in those small shelters outside before entering Shelter 001. Now it seems that he is more likely to grow in Shelter 004. You don't look like you've only lived here for a while. Why did you leave here and go to number 001? How corny. Have you decided to have a long talk with me? Lu Filan smiled and said, "May I remind you that you have more secrets than me, and exchanging information with me will only make you more disadvantaged. If I minded this, I wouldn't let you know so much. They are not companions at the moment, let alone friends." The two of them tacitly agree not to inquire about each other's information, and there is no posture of asking questions. If Fang Zhou were to define it, they would be the kind of business partners who signed a confidentiality agreement. Now Lu Filan also followed her to the White Whale Zone. Fang Zhou wanted to bring the two closer, from partners to more trustworthy companions. "I did grow up in Shelter 004. It has changed a lot in the years since I left. I am not as familiar with it as you think." Lu Filan knocked on the steering wheel. "As for the reason for leaving, there are many reasons, which I can't explain for a while. But I can tell you that I didn't plan to go to Shelter 001. Fang Zhou had a bad feeling. The next second Lu Filan continued, "It was the commander who saw my ability and forced me to work for someone." "Fang Zhou, you think I didn't ask this question?" "Although I was not so willing when I went. I later felt that it was quite good. The commander paid generously, and my work was very leisurely, which was very consistent with my ideal working state." Speaking of this, Lu Filan paused. "Of course, this leisure is only limited to before you started to hurt yourself constantly." "Oh, I missed the previous working state." His tone became gloomy. "You should not know the feeling of nothingness after constantly overdrawing beyond the power. Right? Okay. I know. Watch your way." Fang Zhou put his hand on his forehead, interrupting his next words, not wanting to continue the topic she brought up. 5 minutes later, Lu Filan parked the car in front of a self-service convenience store on the street. Fang Zhou did not follow her down. Lu Filan swiped her bracelet to buy some food and returned to the car. She handed the food to her and continued to drive to another place. Finding a place to live is similar to that in Tunghua District. If you want to live better, the fastest way is to find an agency. Thinking that he should understand the situation here, Fang Zhou followed her down this time. Lu Filan gave her his coat. "Put it on first. I don't want to use my ability for such a small matter." Fang Zhou took it and put it on. It didn't fit her very well. For her, a number 2 mimic, it was like stealing adult clothes. But it was better than nothing. Many people in the White Whale District have recently chosen to evacuate, and many places have been vacated. When Fang Zhou and Lu Filan entered, the eyes of the agency staff lit up. "Are you two going to look at houses or rent houses? Please come in. Please come in." An employee quickly came to them. As they came in, a guest came out. This person was at least 1.9 meters tall, and the black bangs on his forehead were dyed with a few strands of gold, which was quite eye-catching. He walked by and felt very oppressive. Fang Zhou looked up and looked away. She didn't have any requirements for the residence. Thinking of the information she saw in the 4th dimension at that time, she only told Lu Filan, "Don't look for one near Liuli Street." After hearing what she said, the agent agreed immediately. Yes, Liuli Street is not good. It's too chaotic, and the security control is very poor. Do you have any requirements? Just ask. We can meet them. Lu Filan was very picky. According to his requirements, it must be clean, comfortable, highly secure, and must be available for check-in on the same day. The agent then launched several suitable plans, and the price was naturally not cheap. Fang Zhou found out that he had extremely high requirements for housing, and the price was secondary. What made Fang Zhou feel incredible was, they actually wanted to upload the Iris contract certification to the database. As the Tunghua district with higher security, there is no such requirement. At most, you can modify your Iris to open the door at your residence. The White Whale district with the most wanted criminals actually requires Iris information. Seeing their hesitation, the agent explained, "The situation in the White Whale district is a bit special recently, and the rules have also been partially changed. The location you chose does require identity verification. It is the same no matter which agency you choose. If you mind, I suggest you change to another place. However, those who just meet the requirements basically need information authentication. At present, only locations like Liuli Street do not require Iris upload. It depends on your own choice." "Do we both need to upload for authentication?" Fang Zhou asked. "Yes. Her mimicry is not afraid of Iris recognition, as long as it is not a genetic test. It has nothing to do with it." Fang Zhou thought for a while and said to Lu Filan, "Are you okay?" Lu Filan spread her hands. If you are okay, then I am also okay. The central government did not find him based on Lu Filan's existence, which means that they did not get his information. Either Caesar and the others did not report it, or Lu Filan had his own way of hiding and did not enter his information. After all, he could even conceal his ability level. Okay, please wait a moment. We need to contact the owner of this place. Hearing him say this, his colleague who was sorting out the documents next to him came over to take a look. Shang Shizes. He just left and said that if anyone wants to rent it, they don't need to contact him. Just sign the contract with the company directly, skipping the step of waiting for the owner to come over for discussion. Fong Zhou and Lu Filan quickly signed the contract information and came to the payment stage. Fong Zhou, pay for each? I thought I came with you for food and accommodation. You look like a gigolo I'm keeping. Lu Filan raised her eyebrows, gathered her clothes, and said vigilantly, I sell my art but not my body. Fong Zhou resigned himself to paying the money. If he didn't buy auxiliary equipment, the 2 million he got from Feishing would be enough for her to spend for a while. Seeing her roll up her sleeves, revealing the sensor chip on her wrist, a red bracelet fell out, which was very obvious on her fair wrist. Lu Filan asked casually, when did you buy this bracelet equipment? I haven't seen this before. That was the bracelet Feishing gave her. Fong Zhou also made a point payment, and only remembered that he was still wearing it when he saw it. She suddenly felt a headache. There were too many things to do yesterday, and she actually forgot to let Lu Filan reorganize it to check the structure. After returning to the car, she took off the bracelet and handed it to Lu Filan. See if there is a positioning setting inside. Lu Filan took it and used her ability to explore it. Half a minute later, she gave it back to her. Where did you get this? The structure inside is very delicate and complicated. It is difficult to have such technology outside the park. Does it have a locator? No. Fong Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. Although with her current camouflage identity, Feishing would not be able to recognize her even if she came to the White Whale District. But if there was a locator inside, this bracelet would definitely not work. Did you cheat it from someone else? In a sense, Lu Filan was right. Fong Zhou smiled at him. What nonsense. Do I look like that kind of person? After solving these problems, the two drove to the new residence. Just as the agent said, the new residence is located in the center of the White Whale District, and the gates are equipped with iris recognition for entry and exit, so non-related personnel cannot enter at all. The floor is brand new, and the interior is very clean. Lu Filan is very satisfied. This time, there was no shortage of space. Fong Zhou and Lu Filan's rooms were adjacent, so they could know anything immediately. After getting familiar with the surrounding environment, Fong Zhou returned to the room. The room here was larger than that in Tunghua District and fully furnished. She used the wire python to explore, as usual, to make sure there was no external network and camera device. After solving the food and accommodation for a short time, Fong Zhou finally had time to plan for the next action. Although he came to the White Whale District, Fong Zhou currently had no relevant clues about Fong Xuanjiang. Like her, he must have disguised and hidden himself to a certain extent. This is equivalent to two people who don't know each other's appearance and name, but have to find each other in such a large area. The difficulty can be said to be extremely difficult. Therefore, Fong Zhou first sorted out the relevant information he had obtained in the forum and chat section. Killed a lot of orderers. The Order Bureau sent 2 S-level orderers to stay in the White Whale District. There is also a more undetermined S-level transcendence have settled in the White Whale District. This is not sure whether it is related to Fong Xuanjiang. His ability should not be used in public. Otherwise it will be immediately noticed by the central government. These are all information about Fong Xuanjiang. What can be confirmed at present is that the Order Bureau is also chasing Fong Xuanjiang. As the commander of the 001 shelter, his bracelet must have been authenticated by real name and gene. After leaving the 001 shelter, he can only abandon the bracelet, which means that he also needs to earn points. According to her understanding of Fong Xuanjiang, that guy would definitely not use any normal means to earn points, most likely involving underground bounties. Because of the special nature of her ability, Fong Zhou had never thought of acting with others before. But now it was different. She needed to find a way to quickly understand the distribution of forces in the White Whale District. It was impossible to collect this information by relying solely on the chat section of the 4th dimension. After thinking about it, she boarded the 4th dimension, and the news of Crimson Star was still flashing as soon as she entered. This time Fong Zhou did not ignore it. and she opened the chat box. Family. A super large alien creature appeared outside. Ha ha ha, those guys were fooled around. I want to watch for a while. Family. I have escaped safely. No problem. Please reply. Family. How are you doing over there? Family. World. Family. Where did you go? Family. Hey. Did you see that? Family. Don't ignore me. Family. Liar. I don't want to be friends with you anymore. He said dozens of messages like this. And he really doesn't feel tired. After taking a quick look, Fong Zhou didn't reply to him, and went to the bounty section, filtering the task location to the white whale area. This bounty section covers a wide range, and she had seen before that recruitment information for temporary teams would also be posted here. After flipping through a few pages, I saw a similar recruitment information as expected. Publisher, Mountain Cat. Reward content. Borrowed version. The temporary hunting team is short of a member and needs to enter the deep sea area. Reward requirements. It is best to be a transcendent. But it is also okay if you are not a transcendent. Non-transcendents need to be familiar with various auxiliary equipment, proficient in using guns, have high physical fitness, and need to be tested. Reward points. The spoils are distributed according to ability. The ID of Mountain Cat looks a little familiar. Fong Zhou didn't remember it for a while. Just thought that the other party was directly named after an animal. So he felt familiar. This distribution based on ability is a bit mysterious. She was going to look at other ones. But unfortunately, after flipping through a few pages, there is only this one recruitment information. And there is no other choice. After hesitating for a moment, Fong Zhou entered the private chat box of the poster through this bounty interface. Blast the earth with one punch. Hello. Do you still need to recruit temporary teammates? After a while, several messages came in a row. Links, boss. It's you? Links, needed. Very much. Links, you are also in the white whale area? This is really fate. Chapter 42. The other party's attitude was very enthusiastic, and Fong Zhou vaguely recalled why she felt that this ID was familiar. To confirm, she exited and looked at the chat records of the bounty list. She received a lot of bounties in Tunghua District a few days ago. It was impossible for her to remember all the IDs of the publishers of the bounties she received. After scrolling down a few pages, she saw the private chat records of the same ID. It was the bounty task of clearing the D-level alien creatures in the house. The first bounty she received after entering the fourth dimension was from the publisher, Shan Mao. The bounty was solved easily, although she learned through the chat section later that the difficulty of the task did not match the bounty points. It was a very easy thing for her. In addition, the reward the other party gave her was twice as high as the points on the bounty. So Fong Zhou had a good impression of this publisher. Of the bounty missions she received in Tunghua District, only the large transaction with Feixing was a face-to-face meeting between the two parties. The others were basically solved through communication behind the screen. The other party did not know her appearance, which did not affect their secondary cooperation. Posting a bounty in the fourth dimension and accepting it means that they have tacitly agreed to the information confidentiality system of the fourth dimension. The two parties to the transaction cannot leak the user's information content. Otherwise, someone in the fourth dimension will clear it. These are what she learned through the chat section, which shows that the power and authority controlled by the management team behind this channel are difficult to estimate. During this time, she returned to the bounty interface and took a look. There was still no other recruitment information, and the message from the Mountain Cat continued to come. Mountain Cat, the address is at the club center at number 105 Red Bankport. You can come from 7 a.m. to 12 p.m. tomorrow. Mountain Cat, boss. Are you still there? Fong Zhou thought about it and replied. Blow up the earth with one punch, got it. After confirming this recruitment bounty, Fong Zhou prepared to go out and buy some daily necessities, clothes and other things. The temperature in the white whale area seems to be maintained at around 10 degrees recently, and it will drop below zero in the morning and night. Such a cold climate is really tormenting, especially for Fong Zhou. It was fine to stay indoors with the constant temperature turned on, but it was painful to go out. She needed some time to adapt to such climate change. That's why it was even more urgent to buy clothes. Fong Zhou thought there should be equipment here to help her maintain her body temperature. But she was in a new place, and she needed a new way to find an underground equipment store like Uncle He. Thinking that Lu Filan might know, she simply knocked on the door next door. What's the matter? Lu Filan opened the door and leaned against the wall to look at her. Do you know if there is a place to buy equipment here? Lu Filan shook her head. The situation in the White Whale District is very changeable. Especially the business of selling auxiliary equipment can't last long. I have been away for 2 years, and there must be a lot of changes. Fong Zhou was very disappointed. Lu Filan, hey, what's that expression on your face? Fong Zhou, the omnipotent Lu Filan is no longer omnipotently disappointed. It seems that I can only go and get some ordinary warm clothes. On the other side, seeing the message sent over there, Shang Shiza cheered and subconsciously slapped his companion on the back. Puff. The companion who was drinking water next to him staggered forward after being slapped by him. And the water in the cup spilled all over him. Shang Shiza. Are you going to die? Don't you know how painful it is to slap someone? Calm down. Calm down. I have good news. What good news? Is it that your house has been rented out? Our activity funds have increased greatly, and we will soon have endless equipment. The person who spoke was a tall woman playing billiards next to her. She had neat short hair and wore a black vest. The muscles on her arms were looming as she held the cue. And she had a hidden sense of power. Be serious. Ming-chan. Our temporary teammate, who will go out to sea in 2 days, found it. Ming-chan, where did you find it? Is it reliable? A bounty from the 4th dimension. Ming-chan put away the cue. She raised her head and thought for a moment. Then said, is it the bounty you asked us to help you think of something to attract people? And then you just wrote it casually? Yes. That's it. Why do you always get people to take up this kind of weird bounty? The companion who was slapped by him cleaned up the mess and said speechlessly. Shang Shiza's recruitment information, to sum up, is looking for a part-time worker. Pay later. This recruitment information looks very unreliable. After all, what distribution according to ability? It's bullshit at first glance. And it's a bit of a pie in the sky. So no one cares at all. To be honest, Shang Shiza didn't hope to recruit a suitable temporary teammate from the 4th dimension. If they can't recruit, it's not impossible for their current team to go to sea. Of course, it would be better if they can add another teammate to increase the success rate of going to sea. Just like Shang Shiza didn't hope that anyone could solve the D-level alien in his house. He just posted it casually. I didn't expect that the same person would accept this task. However, only people like Fong Zhou, who are not seeking the bounty, would accept this task. It is inevitable to some extent. So, what's the point of being happy about this? What's the point of having someone who drags you down later? That's why I'm so happy. Shang Shiza snapped his fingers. This person must be a B-level or above transcendent. Ming-chan glanced at him. You are going to be hunted down. Don't let us get involved. Hey, I didn't go out of my way to spy on other people's information. Shang Shiza quickly explained. This is the person who helped me solve the D-level alien parasitic house in Tunghua District. I didn't expect to be able to trade with him again. Fortunately, after the transaction, he gave the other party double the points in the spirit of currying favor with the other party. Although it may not be a big deal for that person, it did not leave a bad impression. Shang Shiza returned to the White Whale District with a few companions this time. The situation in the White Whale District was too chaotic a while ago, so they temporarily went to the Tunghua District. Recently, they heard that there were 2 S-level orderers stationed in the White Whale District. The order was much better, so they came back. Shang Shiza was lucky. After the White Whale District experienced the tsunami 5 years ago, he bought a lot of buildings affected by the tsunami. All of them were in prime locations. After the subsequent reconstruction, he returned a lot of points. The star-up fund of their team basically came from his pocket. He used the same trick when he went to Tunghua District. Unfortunately, the central area of Tunghua District had been fixed, so he could only start from some old buildings that had not been renovated. As a result, the first building he built in Tunghua District was parasitized by D-level aliens. Is it the one who cleared all the D-level parasitic aliens without damaging your house? Yes. What kind of shit luck do you have? According to the conventional solution, the one who could deal with his house should be B-level or above. If a transcendent of B or above is added to the team, the success rate of going to the deep sea area will be much higher. Don't be too happy. Even if it is a transcendent, it depends on whether it is suitable for the ocean. And you don't know who will come. Ming-chan, so when will he come? Shang Shiza, I've made an appointment for tomorrow morning. Remember to get up early and come. Ming-chan, what time? I said 7 to 12 is fine. The companion he photographed exclaimed, so early? I won't come. Shang Shiza waved at him. Go away. Then don't come. Ming-chan and I are enough. The next morning, Fong Zhou waited until the temperature outside rose to about 10 degrees before he dared to go out. This Hong'an port is very close to her current residence. Fong Zhou followed the driving navigation in the car and arrived in more than 10 minutes. She parked the car nearby, wrapped herself in a scarf and a thick coat, and got out of the car to look for the club. After walking a few steps, she saw a store with a red plaque on the street that read Red Coast Club Center. This should be the place she was looking for. The door of this club was closed. Fong Zhou walked to the door sensor area and knocked. After a while, someone came to open the door. The woman who opened the door for her was very tall, estimated to be more than 1.75 meters tall. Wearing a black short-sleeved shirt, Fong Zhou was wearing a scarf and a thick brown coat on the outside. He put on the coat hood to block the wind, like a walking zongzi. The two people facing each other seemed to be separated by 2 seasons. Seeing Fong Zhou like this, she was obviously stunned. Fong Zhou smiled at her. Hello. I have an appointment this morning. After she finished speaking, a male voice came from the side. Ming-chan. Ming-chan. Is my distinguished guest here? Then, a man came over. He was a head taller than the woman, and his hair had a few eye-catching golden highlights. Fong Zhou immediately recognized that he was the man she met at the agency yesterday. 3,267? He said. This was the reward number. Fong Zhou nodded at him. It's me. The other party obviously didn't recognize her. After all, they only met once. If it weren't for his obvious appearance, Fong Zhou wouldn't have recognized him. After receiving the reply, the two of them made way for Fong Zhou to enter. After entering, Fong Zhou found that the facilities in the hall were very similar to the game halls in the old world, with some entertainment facilities from earlier times, and even a billiard table and a shooting area. They were quite leisurely, and could collect all these entertainment facilities. In addition to the 2 people who opened the door for her, there were 2 other men in the room, one of whom looked a little older, and the other wore a pair of black-framed glasses, sitting in front of a fighting game machine and making a clacking sound with the joystick. The room was in constant temperature mode, and Fong Zhou took off her scarf and hat in the sight of the 4 people. And then she smiled and explained in their strange eyes, Sorry, I am more afraid of the cold. How can this be more afraid of the cold? It's at least 10 degrees outside, so it's not necessary to wrap up like this. Most of the transcendents have good physical fitness and strong adaptability to the environment. Fong Zhou can't deal with them now. Shang Shi's companion winked at him, as if to say, Are you sure this is the powerful transcendent you are talking about? It's okay. Everyone has different physical fitness. Shang Shiza didn't care. I'm the one who posted the bounty. You can call me Shang Shiza. Since it's a recruitment-related bounty, they may become temporary companions, and calling each other names is a normal process. But Fong Zhou didn't expect the other party to say it so directly. She thought he would at least take a code name or something. However, this also shows that he doesn't have a criminal record, so he doesn't care about these. And the name Shang Shiza. Fong Zhou was in a delicate mood. She was familiar with this name. She had heard it at the agency yesterday. Wasn't he her current landlord? Unlike Shang Shi's directness and euphemism, the other people did not directly report their names. Fong Zhou could feel their distrust to some extent. This distrust was more like a scrutiny, examining whether she was qualified to be their temporary companion. At the same time, it was not just them who were scrutinizing Fong Zhou, but Fong Zhou was also scrutinizing them. From the appearance alone, Shang Shiza was the most eye-catching one. He was tall and had a sense of oppression just standing in front of him. But Fong Zhou focused his eyes on the woman in front of him. She looked like the strongest among them. Seeing Fong Zhou looking at her, she asked very bluntly, Are you a transcendent or an ordinary person? Chapter 43. Shang Shiza was the only one present who believed that Fong Zhou was a powerful transcendent. He was silly and stupid, and with his height and hair color, he looked like a large animal without a brain. While they were observing each other, he poured a cup of hot water for Fong Zhou and handed it to her. Drink some hot water to warm yourself up. Fong Zhou took the cup from Shang Shiza, and her cold fingertips touched the warm wall of the cup. She replied to Ming-chan, I am a transcendent. What type of transcendent power? What level? Ming-chan said, as if she felt that her tone was a bit stiff. She paused and softened a little. You know, some powers have no room for use in the ocean. The danger level of the deep sea area is there. We don't need a teammate who is useless. From Fang Zhou's performance when she entered the door, they had automatically ruled out the advantage of Fang Zhou's high physical fitness. Since her body was not good, even if she was given auxiliary equipment, she could not exert her strength to the maximum. So she had to have a certain degree of transcendental strength. Unlike the casual information on the recruitment, they were quite strict in the actual interview. And even Shang Shiza did not come out to make peace at this time. This situation made Fang Zhou feel relieved. Just looking at the content of the recruitment of the bounty, she was a little worried that this team would be too unreliable. If it was a loose and casual team, there was no need for her to participate. Natural. Wind. Fang Zhou paused, then restrained himself and said a level, B level. B level is in the middle level among the transcendents. It is rare but not uncommon. It is the lowest level predicted by Shang Shiza based on the first transaction. As usual, he might feel a little disappointed. He thought it would be A level. But, the wind is good? Shang Shiza's eyes lit up. And even the young man with black-framed glasses, who had been playing games next to him, looked over. The wind is indeed good. The ocean area after the fall of the sun is unfathomable. There are not only dangers in the water, but also dangers above the water. The world today is not like before. Under extreme changes, instruments and navigators may not be able to observe changes in wind, air flow and air pressure. If you are unlucky, it is easy to lose your direction if you encounter this situation several times. Wind cannot fight underwater. But in this environment, its real role is not only in fighting. It can be said to be a very useful ability for their team, or any hunting team that is prepared. Would you like to spar with me? Ming Chan continued. This thing is not something that Fang Zhou can just say it has. The other party's proposal to test strength is also within Fang Zhou's expectations. At the same time, this is a two-way thing. While the other party understands her, she can more or less know the other party's strength. Fang Zhou nodded and put the cold water cup aside. Come with me. It's not very convenient here. Fang Zhou followed Ming Chan, and Shang Shiza and the other two members also followed. The space of this club is much larger than she thought. After passing through the hall full of entertainment facilities outside, there is an independent space of about 100 square meters inside. There are many facilities for physical training and some scattered training weapons. It seems that this should be their permanent base. Do you need weapons? Mei Chan looked around and took a thin iron rod next to her. Do you have an empty gun for practice? Fang Zhou asked. She only knows how to use a gun, and it must be a hand-gun with low recoil. Other weapons must be controlled with the power of the line python. Otherwise they will be warm and fuzzy in her hands and have no threat. Yes. Shang Shiza rolled over and threw a gun to her. That's it. It's over when your bullet hits me or my iron rod touches you. No problem. Then I'll start the countdown. Ming Chan shook the stick and pulled away from her, and then started counting down, 3, 2, 1. As her voice fell, she came towards Fang Zhou at an extremely terrifying speed. The air flow in the small space was limited. In order to meet the setting of her B-level transcendent power, Fang Zhou directly cut off most of the power control sense to conduct this test. She first used the wind speed to slow down Ming Chan's pace. This trick did not have much effect on her, but only made her movements a little slower. As Fang Zhou observed, her body's explosive power was very strong, even a little too strong. She didn't wear any auxiliary equipment, and her physical fitness was so strong that it didn't seem like an ordinary person could train it. Fang Zhou had a vague guess in his mind. Seeing that this trick was useless and Ming Chan was about to get close to her, Fang Zhou pulled back the distance between him and her, concentrated his strength, and controlled the wind to drag Ming Chan's feet. It was like a pair of invisible shackles that locked Ming Chan's movements and made her movements pause. Indistinctly, Fang Zhou could feel that the strength of her legs was about to force the wind to break. Seeing this opportunity, Fang Zhou raised his hand and shot at her. Pop! The red paint bullet fell on the open ground, and Ming Chan dodged. Her legs could not move, so she bent backwards. The previous battles had made Fang Zhou habitually aim the gun at the enemy's vital point, which allowed Ming Chan to avoid the bullet aimed at her heart. The next second, Ming Chan stood up and raised the iron rod in her hand, swung it, and left an afterimage, disrupting the fixed flow of the wind, and took advantage of the moment of stagnation to break free from the wind's confinement. No wonder she chose the iron rod as a weapon, Fang Zhou thought. Her mind turned quickly, and when she knew her transcendent power, She thought about what she had in her hand to deal with it. Having such a teammate would make her feel safe in times of crisis. After breaking free from the shackles, Ming Chan quickly approached Fang Zhou. When he was about to get close to her, Fang Zhou controlled the wind to lift his body into the air, and dodged her extended weapon with a backward flip, and slowed down in the air to aim the gun. This move was beyond Ming Chan's expectations. Pa! The red paint bomb exploded on Ming Chan's shoulder. At the same time, there was a very light hoo sound. Ming Chan half turned around the moment she realized that she was flying into the air, holding the bottom of the iron rod, and gently dropped her head on Fang Zhou's arm at the longest distance. Draw. The scene was quiet for a second, and Shang Shiza immediately clapped his hands on the side, his eyes shining. Awesome! It's so exciting! Ming Chan took back the iron rod. She was full of energy, and her eyes changed. You react very quickly. You too. Fa Zhou said the same thing. Like her, she knew that Ming Chan must have used only a small part of her strength in this test. Looking at Ming Chan's explosive arms, Fang Zhou's eyes almost straightened, and she was even more amazed and envious in her heart. She really envied her. She dreamed of having such physical fitness. Are you a transcendent of the strengthening system? Fang Zhou asked. Without wearing auxiliary equipment, her speed and sense of strength were obviously not ordinary people. So she was most likely a transcendent of the strengthening system. Yes. Ming Chan nodded generously. My name is Ming Chan. The young man next to him pushed his clumsy black-framed glasses. Yi Xiuzhu. The older man nodded at her. He Yongyuan. Fang Zhou also reported his pseudonym, Tuesday. Her naming skills were equally bad. Following Zhou Zhou, she extracted another 2 characters from the second mimic. Where are we going out to sea? Are there only 4 of us? There are 2 others who didn't come today. The time for going out to sea may be a bit tight. Shang Shiza coughed lightly and glanced at her to observe her reaction. We are going to set off tomorrow. In fact, we didn't expect to recruit new teammates. Fang Zhou, it's okay. Do I need to bring anything? No. No. We have all the equipment, including some auxiliary equipment. If you need it, you can ask us directly. They even provided these. Fang Zhou immediately had a good impression of them and made a very impolite request. Okay. Then I would like to ask if you have enough equipment to maintain body temperature? Ah? I didn't expect her to need this kind of equipment. Several people's expressions were a little stagnant. No. Yi Xiuzhu said coldly. We are a hunting team. How could we have such useless equipment? Shang Shiza interrupted him immediately. We can have it. Do you need anything else? Just follow your usual equipment. What time will you gather tomorrow? How many days is the estimated voyage? The temporary team had just been formed, and Fang Zhou was not convenient to ask them directly about the source of equipment. If possible, she wanted to buy some herself, and it would not be too late to ask after the hunting was over. Shang Shiza gave a time, 9 a.m. Within 3 days, if nothing unexpected happens. Okay. I got it. Fang Zhou paused and continued to ask, were you all in Tunghua district before? Seeing that they were a little confused about why she asked this question, Fang Zhou explained, if so, do you know enough about the ocean? No. No. Shang Shiza waved his hand. I was also a resident of Baiji before, and I went to Tunghua district a while ago. Ming Chan and others have always been in Baiji district. It's not the first time we have gone to the deep sea area. We are not a newborn team. Fang Zhou got a satisfactory answer. She wanted to join the hunting team not only for the alien creatures. Since they were all resident in Baiji district, they must be familiar with the situation here. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. See you tomorrow morning? See you tomorrow morning? Fang Zhou came and left in a hurry. After she left, the few people looked at each other and realized the most important question. Ming Chan. Didn't she ask about the specific distribution of the reward? Shang Shiza nodded after realizing it. In theory, all hunters who participated in the alien hunting team cared most about the final distribution system. After all, they went for this, and no one wanted to do charity. Fang Zhou was different. She asked for unimportant equipment such as maintaining body temperature, but she didn't ask about the most important distribution. Did she really believe what you wrote? Distribution based on ability. Yi Xiuzhu? How could anyone believe in such an abstract reward system? If it is really distributed based on ability, how do we determine the scope of this ability? If the hunting team is not harmonious, it will definitely fall apart because of this. Shang Shiza is very cheerful. We'll talk about this later. We may not get anything yet. The other three. Chapter 44. The next day, Fang Zhou looked for Lu Filan before leaving. This time, he would be out for 3 days. If he entered the deep sea area, the communicator would not be able to contact him. That guy didn't seem to be worried about her safety. But he still had to say something after disappearing for so long. Anyway, take good care of the house, Comrade Shilu. Fang Zhou raised his hand and patted his shoulder. But Lu Filan raised her hand and swept him down. Don't treat me as a watchdog. I didn't say that. Bye. See you in 3 days. Then she drove to the center of the club with her suitcase, parked the car nearby, and then controlled the line python from the blind spot to emerge from the palm of her hand and take the suitcase out of the trunk. There was enough food for her to eat for 4 days. Those were the food she exchanged in the park yesterday. The situation in the White Whale district was not as good as that in the Tunghua district. The resources near the sea made them choose to make their own food. She was worried that it would be the same after going out to sea. If she accidentally ate food contaminated with radiation on the way, it would be extremely fatal to her without Lu Filan to reorganize it in the first time. Arriving at the Red Coast Club Center, it was exactly the agreed time of 9 o'clock. Fang Zhou saw a car parked at the door, and Shang Shiza and Ming Chan were already waiting beside it. Outside, Shang Shiza also put on a windbreaker jacket, and Ming Chan wore a thin long-sleeved shirt. Fang Zhou, who wrapped himself up like a dumpling again, was envious just by looking at it. Seeing her, Shang Shiza raised his hand and waved at her vigorously. Zu'er, this way. Fang Zhou approached. Are there only 3 of us? Where are the other 4 people? Ming Chan, they are on the boat. The 2 of us will take you over. After that, her eyes fell on Fang Zhou's nearly 30-inch large suitcase, and asked, Did you bring so many things? The daily necessities that should be available on the boat are all there, including the equipment we will use, etc. In fact, bringing 2 sets of clothes for changing is enough. Fang Zhou smiled. I am more used to using my own things. At this point, Ming Chan nodded without asking any more questions. Shang Shiza took her suitcase very consciously and put it in the trunk of the vehicle. 5 minutes later, Shang Shiza drove to the dock and parked on one side, bringing Fang Zhou to a huge boat. It was a fishing boat with a blue and white hull. Fang Zhou estimated that its hull was more than 50 meters long. The superstructure of the hull was set up in the middle area. The bow was the cockpit, and the stern left a very large space. This was comparable to a small ferry. There were not many of them. Only 7 people in total. A large fishing boat was really amazing for their number. Do we need such a large fishing boat? Fang Zhou followed them up and couldn't help asking. Ming Chan explained, We are going to the deep sea area. The alien creatures in the deep sea area are almost all above level B, and some are very large. If we want to bring them back, we need enough space. Moreover, the protection and attack power of a too small boat are not high enough. This is not a fishing boat. It's a warship. But Fang Zhou, whose purpose is to subdue the alien creatures, has never thought about how to bring back their corpses. Apart from anything else, the economic strength of this temporary team that can maintain such a large ship is completely beyond Fang Zhou's imagination. Going up to the deck, Shang Shiza went to the cockpit at the head. Ming Chan, take Zhou Air to the living area first. Their living area is on the superstructure in the middle area. Fang Zhou dragged the luggage and followed Ming Chan. When she was thinking about how to use the line python to pick up the luggage without making a sound, Ming Chan had already taken the suitcase from her hand and helped to carry it up. Because of her performance in the first meeting, they had already assumed that she was a weakling who could not lift with her hands, but could carry with her shoulders. That's good. So she doesn't have to make excuses for herself. There is a rest area at the outermost part of the living area. Like the center of the club, there are many entertainment facilities to relieve the loneliness and boredom of going out to sea. Further in is the living area, which has a total of 10 rooms. Fang Zhou's room is at the end. She looked around the internal structure. The space inside is not large, with a private bathroom, which is more than enough for one person to live in for a short period of time, because it is located above. The external environment can be well observed from the window next to it. Let's go. Let's gather in the rest area first, Ming Chan said. Fang Zhou responded, put down the luggage, and went to the rest area with Ming Chan. When the 2 of them arrived, everyone else had gathered here. In addition to Shang Shiza and Yi Xiuzhu, and Yi Yongyuan whom she had met yesterday, there were two unfamiliar faces, a man and a woman. The woman wore glasses and had a ponytail, looking very gentle. The other man had a shaved head, and was only slightly shorter than Shang Shiza. All are here. Ming Chan leaned to the side, letting their eyes fall on Fang Zhou. She is our new team member. In the next period of time, we will form a team to go to the dangerous deep sea area. Before that, we need to understand the abilities and positions of our teammates clearly. She took the lead in introducing herself, Ming Chan, a transcendent, with the ability of physical enhancement, A level. With her opening, others also spoke one after another. Yi Xiuzhu, ordinary person. Navigator, Yi Yongyuan, ordinary person. Driver, Yi Qingjia, ordinary person. Doctor, the woman she had never seen smiled and said to her, if you feel unwell, you can come to me. Su Wan, a transcendent, with the ability of detection. Class B, Shang Shiza, ordinary person. Shang Shiza scratched his head. He seemed a little embarrassed. I should be considered an investment boss who provides various equipment. Su Wan said, you have positioned yourself very accurately. After they all finished speaking, Fang Zhou said, Zhou Air, a transcendent, with the ability of wind control. Class B. The other four knew about it yesterday, so they didn't react much. Su Wan and Yi Qingjia seemed very surprised. After all, they also knew what this transcendent power meant at sea. After learning the general information of this team, Fang Zhou estimated in his mind that, in addition to her disguised B level, there was a total of 1 A level transcendent and 1 B level. Su Wan's ability was more like an auxiliary type, which was considered a relatively luxurious lineup, especially Ming Chan who reached A level. On land, A level transcendents could deal with S level alien creatures. If it was in the sea, this ability might be discounted by half. It would be no problem to encounter a small number of A-level aliens, but it would be difficult to deal with S-level marine alien creatures. But, according to Fang Zhou's observation, there should be a lot of weapons in this ship that can deal with marine alien creatures. Counting those, excluding her, they have a chance of winning against some weaker S-class. After getting to know each other, they prepared to set sail. The driver Yi Yongyuan and the navigator Yi Xiuzhu went to the cockpit, and the others were also ready to separate. Hey, wait a minute. Shang Shiza stopped Fang Zhou who was about to leave. I'll give you some equipment, including the one you needed yesterday. Okay. Fang Zhou nodded. 5 minutes later, Shang Shiza came back and handed her a small bag. That's about it. There are communication equipment for communication on the ship. If you don't understand anything, you can ask Ming Chan. Her room should be next to you. Thank you. Fang Zhou took it and could feel that the package was quite heavy. She thanked him politely and went back to her room. The ship had already set sail, and the scenery outside the window began to move slowly. This kind of ship could not feel any bumps when sailing. At least Fang Zhou was not uncomfortable at the moment. She opened the package Shang Shiza gave her. There were 4 things in total. One was the communication equipment Shang Shiza mentioned. It could be directly plugged into the ear, and was very light. There were 2 hand equipments, which looked a bit like boxing gloves when worn. Fang Zhou looked at them, and felt that they were equipment for underwater operations. The weight basically came from them. There was also a very thin vest. Fang Zhou opened it, and could feel that it automatically adjusted the temperature when it was close to the skin. And this temperature would spread through the location where it was located. This should be the constant temperature equipment she mentioned to Shang Shiza yesterday. She had long been unable to bear the state of wrapping herself up so that she could not move easily. After checking that there was no problem, she immediately took off her clothes and changed into this equipment. The next step was a long voyage. In the first half of the day after departure, they were still in the shallow sea area. They did not encounter alien creatures and extreme weather, and it was relatively peaceful. In the evening, Fang Zhou could vaguely feel the change in wind direction. She told others about this through the communication equipment. Sure enough, lightning and thunder began to flash outside, and heavy rain began to fall outside. The originally stable ship began to shake at this time, as if it could feel the rolling of the waves when this large ship was launched. Fang Zhou looked through the window, and could see waves of black waves outside constantly rushing towards the ship. So dizzy. After the shaking lasted for a few minutes, she began to feel dizzy, and the dizziness made Fang Zhou hold onto the wash basin and retching. Half an hour later, the rainstorm showed no sign of stopping, and her dizziness became more and more severe. At this time, she had already made her sweat all over, and all parts of her body began to ache. It was obvious that it was a problem with her body. No matter how seasick ordinary people are, they will not reach this level. Fang Zhou would rather fight with the transcendent or alien creatures than feel this kind of continuous pain. She couldn't bear it any longer and manipulated the wind direction around the ship, trying to calm the rolling waves. After a while, the ship became much more stable with the ability to control the wind. Unfortunately, it was not very useful. Once the dizziness started, it was difficult to stop. The current stability did not relieve Fang Zhou's dizziness. At this moment, Ming Chan came over and knocked on her door. After opening the door, she saw that her face was pale and her forehead was covered with cold sweat. Combined with Shang Shiza's mention that she was in Tunghua district before, she saw the reason at a glance. After a moment of silence, she asked, "Are you seasick? Are you okay?" Fang Zhou responded weakly. "Ming Chan, we have entered the deep sea area. Although it is a little stable now, the next changes will be more serious. If you can't stand the dizziness, you can ask Yi Qingjia for some medicine. She should be in the rest area now." They didn't know that the stability at this moment was the result of Fang Zhou. The situation in the deep sea area was originally difficult to figure out, so they just regarded it as a normal change. "Thank you." Fang Zhou rubbed his eyebrows. When he heard that there was a potion that could relieve it, he immediately floated to the rest area to find Yi Qingjia. Unlike her gentle appearance, Yi Qingjia was playing a boxing game in the rest area at this moment, sweating all over. After hearing the reason why Fang Zhou came to find her, her expression was very surprised. "Have you never been out to sea before?" "Yes. This is my first time in the white whale area." "That's bad." Yi Qingjia took off the game boxing gloves they could sense in his hand. "You follow me first." Fang Zhou followed Yi Qingjia to the medical room. Yi Qingjia's words "it's bad" were in her mind, and she had a bad feeling in her heart. Yi Qingjia washed her hands, rummaged through the side and took out 3 potions, and handed one to Fang Zhou. "Just drink it directly." Fang Zhou took it and drank it. As the potion slid into her throat, her mind quickly became clear, and she could no longer feel the pain that made her dizzy. "I only have 2 relievers left, which can only keep you going for a day at most. Our voyage may not end so soon." Except for Fang Zhou, the other members of their team are fixed. They basically live in the white whale area all the time. They go out to sea many times and will not get seasick. So Yi Qingjia did not prepare many relievers. The bad premonition came true. Fang Zhou took the remaining 2 relievers and began to pray for a smoother voyage. After entering the deep sea area, there was no harvest in the first half of the day. It has been a day since the departure. Shang Shiza has a good mentality. It is impossible to harvest every time. If there is no harvest in another day, we will go back. As the saying goes, what you fear will come true. The storm never stopped. Although Fang Zhou can temporarily stabilize the ship, if she has to keep the wind direction around her, she will overdraw the power of the alien creatures she uses. If she exceeds this limit, she may not even be able to maintain the mimicry of the vine insect. She can only give up this outrageous idea. Fortunately, the potion temporarily relieved her of the pain. Fang Zhou tried to fall asleep and was able to fall into a lighter sleep. Beep! After an unknown amount of time, a piercing alarm sounded in the cabin. Fang Zhou was instantly awakened from her light sleep. She heard Suo Wan's voice coming from the communication device. "Don't sleep. Get up quickly. There is a danger warning within 500 meters of the ship." At the same time, there was an urgent knock on the door. After opening the door, it was Ming Chan. The 2 doors in front were also opened. They were Shang Shiza and Yi Qingjia. "Let's go," Ming Chan said. "You should have received the notice from Suo Wan. Let's meet in the cockpit first and take a look at the situation outside." Fang Zhou asked, "Is it an alien creature?" Ming Chan shook her head. "Not necessarily. Suo Wan's danger detection is not limited to alien creatures. There may be other reasons." Several people left the living area and walked to the deck. The rainstorm had stopped, and the sea was very calm. Fang Zhou felt that the wind flow speed was stable, which did not seem dangerous. Suo Wan and Yi Xiuzhu also came out of the cockpit. "What's the situation?" Shang Shiza asked. "In short, the radar sounded, and there must be something below, which could be a whirlpool on the seabed or an alien creature." Suo Wan shook his body, hugged his arms and rubbed them up and down. I feel something is wrong this time. It's very dangerous. More dangerous than what we have encountered before. My suggestion is to leave first. Ishioja pushed his black-framed glasses. I have just launched the underwater detector. Brother Yongyuan is going to speed up and take us away from here. It won't be too late to come back after the detector sends back images and confirms that it is something we can deal with. Ming-chan nodded and agreed with Ishioju's approach. Fong Zhou took their conversation into his ears and did not participate in the discussion. Instead, he walked a few steps to the side, pretending to observe the situation on the water surface, and stopped at the edge of the deck. He put his hand on the fence and quietly separated the line python and sank into the water. A certain number of line pythons can form any material and organism. It can be said that they are the absolute king of adaptation and can survive in the water. Compared with their underwater detectors, Fong Zhou believes in line pythons more. After explaining the situation, Ming-chan and Shang Shiza also followed to the deck to observe the situation on the water. Half a minute later, the message from the line python came back. Fong Zhou's expression froze, and she immediately moved away from the edge of the deck and shouted to the two of them, "Back off." At the same time, she manipulated the wind direction and pushed the position of the ship to the right by a few meters in an instant. Pung! The next second, something broke through the water from where they were just now, and a water curtain more than 10 meters high rose and fell on the ship that had deviated from its position. Chapter 45. The sudden deviation of the ship to the right caused the people on the deck to move a few steps to the left due to inertia before they could stabilize their bodies. The falling seawater from above undoubtedly poured all over them. Only Fong Zhou, who had made advanced preparations, controlled the wind direction to blow the water that would have fallen on her off track. She had a python on her body, and the seawater falling on her body would not have any effect. But it was very uncomfortable to fight in such an environment with her hair and clothes wet. The ocean at night was pitch black, except for the faint lights around the ship. There was only ink-like darkness in the distance. The object that broke out of the water curtain more than 10 meters high was not seen clearly by several people, and it sank back into the water and disappeared. Bang! Bang! With the tide, not only seawater fell on the deck, but also several heavy objects fell on it. The light on the ship illuminated them. They were the sea monsters that Fong Ark had seen when he first arrived in the White Whale area. A total of 3 fell on the deck. 2 lay motionless on the deck and looked dead. The other one was shaking its head and struggling to get up. Ming-chan was the first to react. She moved very quickly behind a sea monster that had not yet reacted, kicked its knee, and broke its head in an instant with her hand. This kind of sea monster can generate whirlpools in the sea water to swallow ships. Once it leaves the water, it is not aggressive, and was immediately solved by Ming-chan. Others also came to their senses. Yi Qingjia rushed to the side and pressed a button with a click. The huge lighting on the top suddenly turned on, illuminating the area of 30 meters like the scorching sun. At this time, the sea surface had returned to stability and was calm, as if the sudden waves just now were just an illusion. Ishioju also immediately contacted He Yongyuan through the communication equipment. "Brother Yongyuan, turn on the highest protection system of the ship." As his voice fell, the side of the ship unfolded, and a new layer of material wrapped the bottom from the side to prevent the ship from being damaged. After doing this, they maintained their original posture and even breathed lightly. The bodies of 3 sea monsters were lying on the deck. Suwon went to check the 2 that died first. There are no signs of life. These 2 died underwater. My danger warning has not faded. This means that they were killed by some other alien creatures underwater. There are more dangerous things underwater. Fong Zhou looked at the 2 dead sea monsters. There were no obvious wounds on their bodies. The ability of the underwater creatures that killed them should not be the type of direct damage. At this time, Ishioju also said, the underwater detector was destroyed. Everyone try not to get close to the periphery. The air fell into silence at this moment. No one spoke. Shang Shiza broke the silence and looked at Fong Zhou. "Zhou, did you find anything?" At this time, their eyes fell on Fong Zhou belatedly. The movement of the boat controlled by the wind just now allowed them to avoid the sudden attack. Without thinking too much, they knew it was Fong Zhou's ability. This was beyond the imagination of several people. Moving a boat with a hull of 50 meters is not something that a B-level transcendent can do easily. Not to mention that she also discovered the coming of danger in advance. Fong Zhou's expression was solemn. The message just sent back by the line python was, There are two large aliens fighting for territory on the seabed. Then it was danger. Get out of the way. The sea monsters were obviously affected by the alien creatures fighting for territory underwater. The lion python had no response at this time. The number of lion pythons in her body was huge, and all of them were added together to form a whole. The death of a single one would not be reported to her, but Fong Zhou could feel their existence. Those who entered the water had been discovered and died. I feel like there might be more than one down there, she said. It was so easy to kill 3 B-class underwater. The lowest must be A-class or above. If 2 were A-class it would be okay. Shang Shiza said, should we leave here first? Suowon raised his hand in agreement. I feel bad. We are still in danger. It's better to evacuate first. Suowon's ability is the core of this team. His danger detection allows them to avoid dangers that they cannot resist in advance. If it was just an ordinary S-class, he might not have such a strong feeling. The purpose of their entry into the deep sea area is hunting, not to lose their lives here. Ming Chan also agreed to evacuate first. After receiving their information, He Yongyuan started the maximum speed and prepared to leave the sea area. There is a very important point that Fong Ark did not mention. If they are really fighting for territory, then this ship may have entered their territory. No matter what kind of creature it is, after entering the fighting state, it will be hostile to other creatures that stray into it. Just like the sea monsters that were affected. If they are lucky, they will decide the winner on the seabed. One will die or both will be injured, and they will reap the benefits. If they are unlucky, both alien creatures will target them, and they will be unable to leave. The next second, He Yongyuan's voice came from the communication device. Something is wrong. The navigation is wrong. The navigation route is wrong. Something is preventing us from leaving. We seem to be trapped here. Well, her luck has never been good. It's no use staying here, Fong Zhou said. She walked back to the edge and tried to observe the underwater situation. Is there any way to locate their approximate location? When she was in Tunghua District, she had subdued a sea-level water-controlling alien. It was not a natural system that could automatically generate water, but simply controlled water sources. Because it grew in an inland residential area, there were few large-scale water sources around it, and its lethality was not great. So it was judged to be sea level. Now that Fong Zhou brought it to the ocean, its ability would not be useless. Fong Zhou closed her 5 fingers towards the water surface, mobilized the ability of this alien, and tried to stir the seawater under the water surface to explore their location in this way. If there were huge creatures underwater that created resistance, she could sense it. At the same time, several people on the deck also followed suit. Ishioju dropped the seine equipment on the left side of the ship's side and entered the water to deploy a range that was twice the size of the ship. When encountering large creatures, the net would automatically close, and it would be difficult for ordinary alien creatures to escape after being caught in the net. Ming Chan had already put on her combat uniform when she came out. Now she put on all the auxiliary equipment and jumped to the top of the middle superstructure to check the situation in the water from above. Yi Qingjia and Ishioju's role was not to face the alien creatures. Ishioju returned to the cockpit to assist Yongyuan, while Yi Qingjia went to the lower deck to take shelter temporarily to avoid hindering several people during the battle. Shang Shiza did not go down with Yi Qingjia. Although he was an ordinary person, he had a very good physical fitness. He could also help by wearing auxiliary equipment. Fong Zhou was still stirring the sea water below to find them. Sea level was sea level after all. As the distance of the stirred water source got farther and farther, she felt more and more exhausted. This would only overdraw her strength. She took a breath and simply recovered from the current pause position. Suddenly, she felt resistance a few meters away from the water surface. Fong Zhou paused and looked underwater. There was no ripple on the dark sea surface. The surging air currents in the air blew her hair, and the water surface was still calm. This is not sea water. After Fong Zhou had this thought, a huge eye opened below her, and the blood-red eyeballs moved up and down, left and right, and finally paused to look at her. Alien creature, devil bat. Danger level, S level. Intelligence level, A level. Fong Zhou paused, and before she could think, she instinctively controlled the water to break the water source above its eyes, and then used the wind blade to cut towards its eyes. Bing! A huge whale broke through the sea surface, and its sound entered her ears. Fong Zhou suddenly felt a sharp pain in her ears, a splitting headache, and a buzzing sound in her head. A familiar hot stream flowed out of her ears. It was blood. Ugh! Not only her. Everyone on the boat covered their ears and bent down due to the strong stimulation. The devil bats under the sea began to swim due to the pain, causing the tumbling to make the hull unstable. Fong Zhou grabbed the railing on one side and controlled the wind direction to drag her weight from behind to stabilize her body. As the remnant of its wailing fell, everyone felt the discomfort in their ears faded away. Fong Zhou used the wire python to repair the injury of her ears, guessing that its ability should be related to sound waves. Otherwise, it would not be possible for a wailing to cause her ears to bleed directly. In order to prevent this from happening again, she used the wire python to plug her ears. At this time, the full picture of the devil bat also appeared. It was huge, black in color, covered with hard scales, and looked a bit like a manta ray. The night sea water almost merged with it. The longest width of its open head fin almost wrapped the ship. So big, it must be S-class. Right, Shang Shiza said. We know it without you telling us. Ming Chan immediately jumped down from above and collected the seine that had been laid out beside him. The special seine was tightened quickly from the bottom. The blow that Fong Zhou slashed at its eyes seemed to hit the weakness of the devil bat. It was like a fish that was caught on the shore, tumbling wildly under the ship, stirring up waves. As the net was pulled up, it made another sound. The net that was originally tightened was cut off by the sound waves and fell down quickly. Everyone was so headache because of this attack that they couldn't move at all. Its intelligence level is A level, and it will not be captured by something as simple as a net. Fong Zhou, who had blocked her ears in advance, dodged this attack. But the sound waves can not only hurt hearing. She can feel that this attack seems to tear open the wire python wrapped around her body and hurt her skin. It's bad. I have to get rid of it quickly. Fong Zhou temporarily removed the wire python that blocked her ears and said to the communication device, "Ishioju, is there any way to force it out from underwater?" She was a newcomer, not very familiar with the structure of the ship, nor did she understand how many weapons they had. Okay, I'm debugging soon. The range of this sonic attack was not only outside, but also affected the two people in the cockpit. Ishioju's difficult voice came through the communication equipment. The next second, Ishioju began to control the system to continuously throw tracking mines underwater. They would follow the largest creature under the ship. After a while, huge explosions were heard under the ship, and the waves rolled. Fong Zhou saw the situation and stabilized the balance of the hull. The body of the devil bat was too large, and it was inevitable that it would be affected by this large-scale attack. In order to avoid the mine, it jumped half of its body out of the water and stayed away from the underwater explosion vortex. The tracking mine followed it to the surface of the water. The explosion also severely affected the ship. With the explosion, it launched a sonic attack again. Fong Zhou cursed inwardly. This was the annoying thing about the A-level intelligent aliens. They would use environmental factors to fight back. While it was jumping out of the water, she did not hesitate to control countless wind blades to cut its scales and break its body. Black liquid flowed out of its wounds. At this critical moment, everyone had no extra thoughts to think about why Fong Zhou's ability to control the wind far exceeded the range of B-level. Seeing this, Ming Chan also followed, jumped onto the devil bat, raised her hand and punched it on the head. Pung. Its head was sunken, and it increased the effect of the sound wave. Ming Chan was closest to it. Even with a strengthened physique, Ming Chan could hardly resist this enhanced magic attack. She could not keep her body steady, and was about to fall into the water with it. Fong Zhou immediately lifted Ming Chan up with the wind, and brought her back to the deck. The devil bat stared at Fong Zhou with its remaining blood-red eye. It knew clearly who on the ship posed the greatest threat to it. Then it turned over and jumped back into the sea. Not enough. No serious injury warning. This is not enough, Fong Zhou thought in his heart. Its sound waves had broken through the line python on her body and cut her skin, and blood could not stop flowing out. Fortunately, everyone else's attention was now all on this alien creature, and Fong Zhou could control the line python to cover it again. Because of excessive blood loss, Fong Zhou gradually felt a little dizzy. This consumption had a great impact on her. Although the number of line pythons was large, they were not inexhaustible. Continuous consumption in a short period of time would sooner or later break this layer of protection. Ming Chan, who was carried back to the ship by her, half knelt on the deck with her head covered. The movement under the water stopped. Fong Zhou took off the string python in his ear and said to the communication device, "It should be seriously injured. Ishioju? Continue to throw water/mines underwater. There was no sound on the other side of the communication device. Because of the enhanced sound waves just now, Suowan and Shang Shiza on the deck had lost consciousness. Fang Zhou and Ming Chan looked at each other. It's bad. Ming Chan had guessed from his performance just now that Fang Zhou could not only be level. She didn't know why Fang Zhou concealed his transcendence level. But now it was like this. Having such a powerful transcendent like her was a good thing for them. She made a prompt decision. Knowing that Fang Zhou had a better chance of winning against the alien if he stayed on the deck than she did, she immediately went to the cockpit. I'll go check on Ishioju and the others. If they can't do it, let me operate the system to assist you. If there's any problem, contact me from the device. Fang Zhou nodded at her. Although the devil bat was not seriously injured to the point of being subdued, the damage from the attacks just now should have been considerable. She was more concerned about another point now. Where did the other alien creature that was competing with it for territory go? Chapter 46. Logically, the other one should be nearby. Could it be that they have already decided the winner underwater? Or is it waiting for them to lose and then take over the game? I don't have the heart to think about these things. The most important thing now is to get this alien creature first. If it were someone else, they might worry that there is another alien creature waiting for them to lose and then take advantage of it. But Fang Zhou is not worried about this. As long as she absorbs this alien creature first, controls it, and possesses its abilities, her chances of winning against the remaining one will be higher. The devil bat was injured. One of its eyes was cut by Fang Zhou. Just now, it surfaced and was cut by the wind blade countless times. Its head was also hit hard by Ming Chan. According to the aliens that Fang Zhou had dealt with in the past, it had no idea how many times it had died. The devil bat had not even reached the state of serious injury. But it should be on the verge of this. I just hope that its recovery ability will not be too fast. Ming Chan had entered the cockpit and took over the attack system again. She roughly located the position of the devil bat from the viewfinder set up under the ship. I will continue to drop depth charges underwater, Ming Chan said. Be careful. It is very smart and may lead the bomb to us. Fang Zhou said to the communication device. Don't worry. This only has positioning function. No tracking function. It will explode very quickly after entering the water. And the range of influence is very wide. It can only float to the surface of the water. Okay. Since Ming Chan said so, Fang Zhou naturally had no objection. Now everyone on the deck except her had lost consciousness. She had already learned about the approximate locations of the surveillance cameras set up above. The images that could be seen in the cockpit were the front and rear of the ship. And finally the position about 10 meters underwater. This means that she can release her abilities. Fang Zhou took a deep breath, controlled the line python to plug her ears again, and controlled the wind to jump to the top of the superstructure in the middle. Ming Chan controlled the system in the cockpit to throw depth charges. The range of depth charges is wider than that of ordinary water/mines. And the power is greater. Under Ming Chan's continuous projection, the devil bat is nowhere to go. Bang. As the underwater explosions continued, the ship was also slightly shaken by the waves. Fang Zhou simply lifted his body into the air to avoid losing his balance on it. She thought that if it left this sea area during this period, then they would not be able to do anything to the devil bat. But it turned out that it did not leave this area. Pung. It did not jump out of the water, but swam to the bottom and began to hit the ship. The last time it jumped out of the water, Fang Zhou used wind blades to inflict countless wounds. The devil bat with A-level intelligence would naturally not repeat the same mistake, and simply started to attack from underwater. It was huge, and the maximum width of its head fin could catch up with the length of the ship's hull. The force of the collision was imaginable, almost overturning the ship. At the same time, it began to emit sound waves through the bottom of the ship, trying to cooperate with the collision to break the ship's external defense. The sound waves were transmitted directly to the bodies of several people on the deck through objects, and blood flowed out of their combat uniforms. Fang Zhou used the wind to lift herself into the air in advance, and did not directly contact the sound waves, so the situation was better. Seeing this, she immediately controlled the wind to lift the two people into the air together. The devil bat seemed to realize that they could not drag on like this any longer. The intensity of the sound waves they emitted this time was stronger than the previous times. Fang Zhou felt that the line pythons were constantly being broken by the sound waves and then covered again. At the same time, she felt a pain in her ears. She immediately raised her hand to remove the communication equipment in her ears and threw it on the gate. They sizzled and emitted electricity, and then exploded with a bang. Having no idea what Ming-chan in the cab was like, Fong Zhou had no way to communicate with her now. This would not work. She approached the ship wall and prepared to try to control the water, to force the devil bats out from underwater. Before she could do it, the seine on the right side of the ship was controlled and thrown down by Ming-chan. After spreading out, the huge special net immediately tightened when it touched the devil bats below, and the devil bats stopped hitting. Splash! A huge wave came. In order to avoid the special seine, the devil bat rose from the water. Half of its huge body emerged, sucking away half of the light from the top lighting. Fong Zhou did not hesitate at all. She raised her hand to open a black hole behind the devil bat and launched a wind blade attack. The wind in the ocean was strong, and the power of the wind blade was several times higher than that on land. At the same time, a huge black hole appeared above. It was the largest black hole that Fong Zhou could open. The devil bat, which was about to fall into the sea, was sucked into the air by the strong suction of the black hole along with the surrounding seawater. The devil bat could not understand how such a thing could appear in the air. Its only remaining blood-red eye turned from diamond-shaped to round. It could sense Fong Zhou's specialness towards alien creatures like them, and knew that if it surrendered directly to her, it would not have to suffer these things. However, as an S-class alien creature, it was at the top of the food chain and had A-class intelligence, so it would definitely not be willing to surrender to others. Fong Zhou was struggling. In just 2 seconds, she was covered in cold sweat. The more the black hole sucked in seawater crazily, the more she could feel her power constantly overdrawn. She had never felt this way before, so it was clear how much energy was required to open it, and it had to be solved quickly. So before the devil bat finished thinking, a corner of its head fin had been eaten by the black hole. Seeing this, Fong Zhou immediately closed the black hole. As the hole closed, part of the head fin that was eaten was instantly cut off, and at the same time, a stronger wind blade swept in, taking away its other intact eye. It emitted one last sound wave, and then fell into the water, its black blood floating on the water. After a period of silence, a reminder that made Fong Zhou feel relieved appeared in front of her. You have seriously injured the alien creature devil bat. You have the qualifications to absorb the alien creature devil bat. Do you choose to absorb it? Fong Zhou did not hesitate and chose to absorb it. Absorption successful. Added illustration devil bat. Number 24, devil bat. Level, S-level integrated danger and wisdom. Main ability, sonic attack. Then, she landed on the deck, walked to the edge, and stretched her hand out of the fence. After a while, the seriously injured devil bat poked out from the water, raised its head, and tried, and eagerly touched her outstretched hand. Then, the huge creature was instantly absorbed and merged into Fong Zhou's body. Although she felt a little sorry for the hunting team, Fong Zhou still chose to take the final result for herself. After doing all this, Fong Zhou fell down on the deck and panted continuously. Her body was almost overdrawn by this battle, and her head was buzzing. If another one suddenly appeared at this time, Fong Zhou could only release all the alien creatures in her body except the lion python to fight for her. Strangely, the other alien creature did not appear at this best time. After a few minutes, Suowan and Shang Shiza on the deck slowly woke up. Their eardrums were damaged, so they could not hear any sound at this time, and looked around blankly. There was already some light in the sky, and even without a flashlight, one could see the surrounding situation clearly. He Jiaqing came up from the deck below. Her condition was much better than the others. Her ears were not damaged to the point where she could not hear any sound. She must have found a way to deal with it inside. Has it been solved? Like the others? Yi Qingjia looked confused. After seeing their appearance, she immediately entered the working mode, quickly came over to check the injuries of several people, and then locked her sight on Fong Zhou. At present, it seems that she is the most seriously injured. Yi Qingjia saw the traces of blood from her ear flowing down her cheek, as well as the blood on her clothes and her horrible pale face. She immediately walked to Fong Zhou's side to check her physical condition in detail. I'm fine. Fong Zhou raised his hand to stop her and said to her, the matter has not been resolved yet. Ming-chan should be seriously injured. Go check on her first. She couldn't let Yi Qingjia check her body. On the one hand, the lion python had repaired the wound, and on the other hand, her old human physique was too obvious, and it would be exposed quickly if she really checked. You can still hear the sound? That's good. Yi Qingjiao looked at her hesitantly, and seeing that she insisted, he didn't force it anymore, and turned to deal with Shang Shiza and Su Wan's injuries. Seeing that she had done all this, Fang Zhou said, Ming Chan is in the cockpit. Yi Qingjiao understood what she meant, turned and went to the cockpit, and Fang Zhou followed her. Yi Xiuzhu and He Yongyuan inside were not awake yet, because Fang Zhou did not use the wind to help them leave the indirectly transmitted hull in time. Their injuries were much more serious. Ming Chan was checking the situation of Yi Xiuzhu and He Yongyuan. Her A-level enhanced physique allowed her to wake up and recover quickly after the sound waves disappeared. How are they? Not very good. Yi Qingjiao stepped forward and lifted their heads, feeding them each a potion. Ming Chan looked at Fang Zhou. Where is the alien creature? I only saw it fall back into the water, and then disappeared. Fang Zhou pretended to be lost, and replied without blushing or beating his heart, it escaped. I'm sorry. I didn't kill it. It's okay. Ming Chan comforted. She breathed a sigh of relief, not caring about the level of transcendence that Fang Zhou deliberately concealed. She was very clear about today's situation. If it weren't for you, all of us might have died on the way to this hunt. Thank you. Fang Zhou also understood this. They were not characters that had appeared in the old abandoned city. If she hadn't intervened, according to the original development of this world, they might have really died quietly in the boundless ocean. Things may not be over yet. Fang Zhou sighed. Look at the navigation route. Can we sail out of this sea area now? Ming Chan was stunned for a moment, and immediately turned to look at the navigation system. Seeing the image on it, her brows frowned more and more. No. The navigation has not changed. We are still trapped in this area. Why? There is another one. The ability of the devil bat is sound waves, which means that it is not its power that can trap them here. Excluding scales and other details, the overall appearance of the devil bat is very similar to that of a manta ray. The marine creatures of the old world are gentle, have no sense of territory, and will not participate in territorial disputes. Although Fang Zhou knows that this is an alien creature and not a manta ray from the old world, it is easy to associate it with a similar appearance. In addition, the other alien creature has not appeared until now, which directly excludes the possibility that it wants to reap the benefits of the fisherman, since the devil bat has been subdued. Instead of guessing here, Fang Zhou simply asks it directly, what else is there below? Are you fighting for territory with another alien here? The devil bat inside her body responded respectfully, no, Lord. I want to leave. Devil bat, I am trapped here. I just want to leave. To leave? I can only challenge it. Devil bat, then. You came. Devil bats are all trapped here? Fang Zhou's heart sank slightly. It seems that it, and they all broke into it unintentionally. Even the devil bat, an S-level alien creature, needs to use the word challenge. The danger below is probably higher than she thought. Or, the ability of that alien creature is related to drawing a circle to make a prison. It is the strongest existence in a fixed area. So the devil bats that broke into it are helpless. So far, although the specific reason is unknown, the hidden alien creature does not seem to be ready to attack them, which just gives them a certain buffer time. The previous battle completely overdrawn Fang Zhou, and now her whole body is in pain. Yi Qingjiao, a doctor, can of course see that something is wrong with her appearance. But Fang Zhou did not allow her to check her body, so she had to give her a recovery agent as a buffer. After drinking the recovery agent, Fang Zhou felt much better. Yi Qingjiao was very worried. The recovery agent only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. If you feel uncomfortable, you still have to tell me. Fang Zhou nodded. After a while, Yi Xiuzhu and He Yongyuan also woke up, and the few people who were temporarily out of danger gathered in the cockpit. Fang Zhou told the results to several people using the same words as he had told Ming Chan, saying, the bad thing now is that we can't escape from this area, and there is another one trapping us nearby. We have to go into the water to see if there is any equipment. After this battle, Fang Zhou has become their backbone, and several people naturally began to follow her arrangements. There is a submarine, and only 2 people can go, Yi Xiuzhu said. Fang Zhou, then Ming Chan and I will go down. Ming Chan had no objection to letting her go down to check the situation, but she didn't agree with Fang Zhou's intention to go down with her. Is it okay for you to go down? If you are underwater, your ability wind will not be usable. It is not conducive to fighting underwater for you. It may be better to stay above. The others obviously agreed with Ming Chan's suggestion. Shang Shiza waved his arm. Let Ming Chan and I go down. No one here is better at swimming than me. If anything unexpected happens, I will be there to deal with it. After saying that, he felt a little embarrassed. I just dragged you down. It's so embarrassing. Let me play a little role. Fang Zhou smiled at him and didn't insist. Okay then. After deciding on the next action, Ming Chan and Shang Shiza changed into combat uniforms suitable for water and prepared to enter the prepared submarine. Woo! Woo! At this time, a very loud whistle suddenly came from outside, and several people looked at the screen in the cockpit at the same time. A fishing boat with a black and white hull and a size comparable to theirs was approaching them. Chapter 47. How could there be other ships here at this time? Several people looked at each other. Fang Zhou and Ming Chan took the new communication equipment, left the cockpit, and returned to the deck. And the others stayed inside to switch the ship's combat mode at any time to prevent sudden attacks from the other side. Out of the cockpit, Fang Zhou saw that the ship was getting closer and closer to them. When he got closer, he found that the hull of this ship was half the size of theirs. The painting on the bow of the ship was pure black, revealing a cold and oppressive feeling. With the sound of the whistle from above, this behemoth stopped next to their ship. Hey! Hey! Cough cough. Shang Shiza's voice came from the loudspeaker on the ship. He was like a broadcaster adjusting the microphone at a radio station. After trying a few times, he shouted to it, Who is coming? Fang Zhou. He has a good attitude. Ming Chan was expressionless. Accustomed to it, he has always been like this. You will get used to it, based on the current situation. Fang Zhou felt that this ship was very likely to be trapped in this sea area by mistake like them. If it came with hostility, it would choose to attack directly as soon as it found them, rather than using the whistle to make them notice it. Others had the same idea as Fang Zhou, so they did not take measures at the first time, but took a defensive posture. After a while, two figures appeared on the opposite deck. The distance was a bit far, and Fang Zhou could not see the other party's appearance clearly, but she saw a few lines of long-lost prompts. Roll, Devourer. Degree of damage, 20% not recommended to capture. Symbiotic alien, nah. Arc. Since I came to Shelter 004, I feel that devourers are like cabbages, and I can see them everywhere. The man who displayed the information jumped up from the deck easily and stood on the top of the fence. His appearance entered Arc's eyes. He was a young man, wearing a red and black vest on his upper body, black overalls and boots on his lower body, and a red headband on his head. The hair was blown up by the wind, and there was a black tattoo on his neck, which was winding along the collarbone to the chin. What kind of pattern was it? Arc couldn't see it clearly at this position. His outfit didn't look suitable for fighting at sea. He didn't talk to them through the built-in loudspeaker system on the ship, but held a blue speaker and shouted to them, Hello. Are you trapped here too? From the content of a shout. It was the same as Fang Zhou guessed. Do you mind letting me go over? Let's discuss and work together to break this situation. After saying that, he raised the speaker in his hand to them, and then did not do much, waiting for their reply. His shout was picked up by the communication equipment of Fang Zhou and Ming Chan in the cockpit, and Ming Chan made a wait a moment gesture to this person. Gesture? What do you think? She said to the people in the cockpit through the communication equipment. He Yongyuan's tone was very alert, with a sense of anxiety. Are you sure they are not pirates? Ming Chan, it is possible. No one can tell at sea. As long as there are people, there will be disputes. Even at sea. Not to mention the already chaotic white whale zone. The purpose of pirates is to rob others of their spoils. Not only alien creatures, but also marine resources, ships, weapons, etc. As long as they can be exchanged for points, they are their targets. After all, it is much easier to rob spoils directly than to go to the sea to face danger and hunt those alien creatures. Many hunting teams were basically out of ammunition and food after hunting the alien creatures, which made the pirates in the white whale zone even more arrogant. Yi Xiuju's voice came over, to be honest. In our current situation, as long as they have 2 A-level transcendence, they have no chance of winning against us head-on, and the system's rough scan results just came out. The material and settings of that ship are the latest models and technological strengths on the market. In the sea, for most people, the ship is the most important weapon. Fawn Arc has already felt this in the battle just now. They can't compete with thermal weapons at all. Not to mention that they have just experienced a battle and several people are in very poor condition. Shang Shiza scratched his head. Then we can only cooperate? Ming-chan, it seems so at present. After speaking, she looked at Fang Zhou for her opinion. Fang Zhou had no objection, and she nodded. After discussing the result, Shang Shiza shouted to the other party through the loudspeaker system on the ship, "Okay, you come alone." As his voice fell, he lowered the fence to the side of the manned ship to open the entrance. The other party's ship moved slightly, and an iron bridge extended from the position where they opened to connect with their ship. The young man jumped down from the fence, landed steadily on the road, boarded their ship, and went up to the deck. He smiled a little ruffian with his eyes bent, and introduced himself to the two. "Hello. You can call me Raikiri." When he came closer, Fang Zhou could see his appearance clearly. Although he had black hair and brown eyes, his facial features were very deep, with a hint of European mixed blood. Her eyes then fell on his tattoo. The distance from the jaw to the collarbone looked like a scepter. From a distance, people would mistake it for a snake. It was connected to a circular arc that was divided into two halves and hidden in the clothes. Fang Zhou felt vaguely familiar. The pattern was incomplete, and nothing could be seen from only one corner. Ming-chan nodded at him, without exchanging names, but asked directly, "Can you tell me what happened to you?" Lei Chia shrugged and told them what they had encountered one by one. "We entered the sea area at about 3 o'clock last night. At about 4 o'clock, we found that there was a problem with the navigation system, and found that we could not sail out of this area. Then we began to look for the cause that affected the navigation, but we have not found it until now. Then, I met you guys who were also spinning in circles. This experience was somewhat similar to theirs, except that they had a Soan on board who could detect the source of danger and encountered the S-class alien in advance." "What about you?" Rachel asked back. Yongyuan's voice came from the communication device, and he seemed very urgent. "Don't tell him that we encountered an S-class alien creature. Don't tell him anything." Yongyuan was the oldest person in this team. Since the first time she saw him, Fang Zhou felt that he had no sense of existence. He basically controlled the ship's navigation silently and rarely participated in their discussions, so she didn't know much about Yongyuan's personality at present. Since the appearance of Lei Chia's ship, he became very excited and seemed to be very distrustful of any other kind on the sea. Of course, Fang Zhou and Ming-chan also agreed with this point. Ming-chan said cautiously, "We are the same." Fang Zhou glanced at the situation on the deck and added, "In addition, we encountered several low-level alien creatures on the way, and we have dealt with them." The situation of their ship showed that they had experienced a battle, but the damage caused by the sound waves of the devil bats was much more serious inside than outside. It was hard to tell how large the battle was from the outside. There were also several corpses of sea monsters on the deck, which just explained some traces on the ship. "Well, is that so?" Rachel touched his chin and spoke in a long tone. Fang Zhou's intuition told her that Rachel did not believe their words. "Okay," Rachel continued, "we didn't find anything special on the sea surface. My companions and I are going to go into the water to take a look. What about you?" His eyes fell on Ming-chan. She was obviously wearing underwater combat uniforms. Without their answer, Rachel probably guessed it. Their purpose coincided. "Ming-chan, we are going to go down and take a look too." "That's great. We can go to different parts of this area and share information," Lei Chia suggested. "Why don't we temporarily link the ship system? It will facilitate real-time communication. My team members are willing to share the underwater viewfinder with you. What do you think?" "Ming-chan, guest mode?" Lei Chia, of course. Ming-chan knocked on the communication device in her ear and asked the opinions of several people in the cockpit. She explained more clearly that the other party's request was actually to turn on Bluetooth sharing. Yongyuan's voice was excited. "I don't believe them. I don't agree." Xiozhu comforted him over there. "Brother Yongyuan, we don't have a better choice now. The most important thing is to leave here first. Otherwise we are all likely to be trapped here to death." Shang Shiza, Suowan and Yi Qingjia also agreed with Xiozhu's statement. Regardless of whether they are trustworthy or not, it is always right to use each other to face the most urgent situation at present. After receiving their feedback, Ming-chan replied, "Yes. We have set a signal to turn on the visitor mode, and your teammates can send requests directly." Lei Chia made an okay gesture. "Then I will go back first, and we will contact directly through the system." After speaking, he returned to his own ship through the channel connecting the two ships. As he returned to his own territory, The two ships tacitly closed the fence and retracted the iron bridge at the same time. Fang Zhou and Ming Chan also returned to the cockpit. After returning to the cockpit, Suowan asked, "How does that person look? Is he dangerous?" Ming Chan rolled her eyes speechlessly. "Do you think my eyes are X-rays that can scan the opponent's strength? Why don't you use your transcendent power to detect the opponent?" Suowan was speechless. "I am useless to my kind." Fang Zhou knew that Raikiri was a devourer, but he couldn't tell them this directly. So he had to say, "Be a little alert. I don't think it's that simple." At this time, a strange link request came from the display screen in the middle of the top. It was obvious that it was from Raikiri and his team, and Ishioju controlled the system to accept it. Soon, the situation in the opposite cab appeared on the middle display screen. There were 6 people in total, 2 of whom were sitting in the driving seat. They looked like the driver and the navigator. They looked ordinary and kept staring at the control panel without looking up at them. Rachel, who was talking to them, stood in the middle of the screen and waved at them. There was also a boy standing next to him. He looked no more than 13 or 14 years old. Behind the 2 of them were 2 women who looked exactly the same. They looked like twins. They were already wearing underwater combat uniforms. It seemed that they were going to send the twins underwater. Chapter 48. After deciding on the investigators on both sides, the submarine cameras of both sides were also linked to the main system of the ship for sharing. Ming Chan and Shang Shiza entered the submarine, and she looked at Fang Zhou. "I'll leave it to you. It's not known whether the group of people of Lechia are pirates. If they attack Ming Chan while she is in the water, they will have no chance of winning. Although Fang Zhou thinks that before both sides get the result of leaving this sea area, even if the other party is a pirate, they will not attack." Although she thought so, she was also very clear about Ming Chan's concerns. After Ming Chan and Shang Shiza left, she was the only one who had real combat power on the ship. She smiled at Ming Chan comfortingly. "Don't worry. I will protect the ship. You should be careful." After receiving the promise from the Ark, the entrance of the submarine was closed. A transparent partition was closed above the submarine, and with a click, the bottom of the ship was unfolded, and the submarine fell into the sea with a splash. And then the submarine's exit was closed. The underwater situation also appeared on the screen of the cockpit. After a while, the display was no different from the ordinary sea area, and occasionally some non-alien creatures in the deep sea area swam by. The data of the submarine was displayed above the cockpit, and the system prompts were constantly issued. The current diving depth is 300 meters. The current diving depth is 500 meters. The current diving depth is 700 meters. The submarine controlled by the twins was the same. The numbers kept jumping up, but there was no discovery. As the submarine went deeper and deeper, everyone's heart sank. If it was really caused by an alien creature, the deeper it was, the more troublesome it would be to lure it up. TSK. TSK. This is bad. Rachel on the other side put his hands on the control panel and stared at the screen. Hearing his voice, Fang Zhou took the time to look at the situation on his side. After the twins went into the water, there were only 4 people left. The driver and navigator still did not participate, even though their ship stopped moving, and they did not need to keep a close eye on the navigation situation. They still only looked at the control panel. Fang Zhou felt something strange. Another young boy suddenly stood up from the side and left the cockpit. There was a boy so young in the sea operation. Fang Zhou certainly didn't believe that he was just an ordinary child. There should be more people on their boat than the one she saw. Suddenly, different images appeared on the screen. The scene facing Ming Chan and Shang Shiza's submarine was projected back synchronously through the front-end image shooting. A huge blue hole appeared on the screen. It was suspended in the middle of the sea. The submarine could see it from a distance. The camera captured it as deep and bottomless. The submarine was parked above it like an ant. What made everyone present feel suffocated was that above this blue hole hidden under the sea, there was a huge creature hovering in it. It had no feet or gills, a long and thick body, a gray-blue body, and uneven skin. There was a huge mouth on its head, which was full of sharp teeth when it opened. It had already discovered Ming Chan and Shang Shiza, who had intruded. Before everyone could react, it swam towards them quickly with its mouth, wanting to eat the submarine directly. The distance between the submarine and it was instantly shortened, and the entire screen was left with only its enlarged mouth. The white teeth and dark mouth seemed to chew and swallow everyone through the screen. "Why is there a blue hole here?" He Yong Yuan muttered. Suowan immediately shouted, "Ming Chan, Come back. Ah! Xiangxi's voice also came through the communication equipment. What is this? It's too big. Seeing this, Ming-Chan immediately controlled the submarine to escape at the maximum speed and quickly repatriated. I thought the devil bat was big enough. But the one that appeared on the screen felt bigger than the devil bat. Fang Zhou was shocked. Is this the ocean? The mother-faced demon on land is meters long, which is already a large enough alien. The S-level alien in the ocean is 10 times larger than it. Just like the largest marine creature in the old world is many times larger than the largest creature on land. This system also applies to alien creatures here. Through the screen, Fang Zhou's alien prompt did not appear. It must be that she needed to see it with her own eyes before she would be prompted. Raichia on the other side also immediately called back the twins. Fang Zhou calmed down and asked Xiaozhu, what is the farthest diving distance that the bomb can reach when it enters the water to track? The maximum diving distance is 400 meters. Hearing her question, Suowan reacted to Fang Zhou's meaning and immediately said to Ming-Chan, Ming-Chan, try to lead it up. Ming-Chan, okay. Fang Zhou felt that things were not that simple. Blue holes in the ocean generally only exist in shallow sea areas, and they will show a darker color than the surrounding area on the sea surface. It is obvious at a glance. Just as Yongyuan said, why is there a blue hole here? As expected, as the submarine continued to rise to 600 meters, the blue hole that could be seen in the distance was like a turtle shell, moving with the alien creature that was chasing it. The next second, the picture from the submarine on the control panel suddenly disappeared, leaving only darkness. What's going on? Yiqingjia said. Xiaozhu immediately went to check the submarine's location. Under everyone's sight, the submarine's location information disappeared on the map, just like the picture that suddenly disappeared. The picture displayed by the twins on the other side, and the submarine's location also disappeared with Ming-Chan and the others. Suowan, oh no! What's going on? Hey, Ming-Chan? Xiangxiza? Xiaozhu shouted at the communication device, if you two are okay, please reply. Obviously, there was a dead silence on the other side of the communication device. Lechia also tried to contact the twins. When he saw them looking over, he shook his head at the screen, and the smile on his face disappeared without a trace. They didn't reply either. Xiaozhu bit his fingers anxiously, and his bangs covered his forehead, making it difficult to see his expression behind his black-framed glasses. Have Ming-Chan and Xiangxiza. Everyone was caught off guard by the current situation. Another attack by the S-level alien. After finally recovering, there was a new test. Their condition was already very bad, and the important companions in the team, who were the main fighters, were now in danger of life and death, which made Xiaozhu and his friends obviously lose their minds. Fang Zhou saw their situation and immediately said, calm down. Ming-Chan and the others should be fine now. Think carefully about why we want to find it. It is because we are trapped in this sea area. That means it is the ability of this alien creature that makes us lose our direction and become trapped. Since it can make us lose our direction far away on the sea, it is not difficult to trap the submarine so close to it. What we need to think about now is what to do next. What she said makes sense. But the question is what to do now. Raish waved at them, signaling them to focus their attention on him. His reaction to the possible loss of two companions was not as big as Xiaozhu and the others, except for hiding his smile at the beginning. He did not look worried about his companions at all, seeing that they were all looking at the screen. Lechia said, I have a good suggestion. Yongyuan asked cautiously, what? He smiled, it's like this. I saw that your companions were still located before they disappeared, and the alien creature was following them. We can throw tracking water/mines at that location. What? Lucia explained sincerely, my latest tracking will automatically locate the largest life form around after it is launched to the designated location. It must still be nearby since it has not been long now. So we can use this method to force it out. What nonsense are you talking about? Suowan said angrily. Don't you know that our companions are still down there? The range of the water/mines dropped too much is extremely wide, and they will definitely be affected. Lechia blinked and said innocently, why are you so angry? I just gave you a suggestion. Do you all want to die here? It's better for the two of them to die than for all of us to die here. Right? Can't you even do such simple arithmetic? You? Suowan put one foot on the control panel, wishing he could rush into the screen and kill him. That's not your companion. So you dare to make such a high-handed suggestion. Yiqingjia and Xiaozhu immediately grabbed one of his hands. Calm down. Suowan. Huh? Wright showed an impatient expression. If it was my companions, I would not ask for your opinions at all, and would directly launch water/mines. He still knew that the most important thing now was to deal with the underwater thing, rather than conflict with them. So he chose to ask. After hearing what he said, Suowan became even angrier, and he Yongyuan, who had always been wary of him, said, I knew they had bad intentions. Wright's statement was equivalent to the trolley problem. Fang Zhou felt that what he said made sense. But the matter was far from reaching the point where such a decision had to be made. Not to mention that this method might not be effective, and might only accidentally hurt Ming Chan and Shang Shiza and others. She decided to go into the water to see the situation. Fang Zhou said, Is there any equipment for going down? I'll go down and take a look. The people who were originally in chaos stopped their actions immediately because of her words, as if they couldn't believe that she would dare to go into the water at this time. What's the point of you going down? Yi Xiuzhu frowned and said, Your ability is not suitable for underwater combat. And Yi Qingjia also hesitated to speak, and because there was another Raikiri on the other side, she didn't say the next words. When Fang Zhou knew Yi Qingjia, he wanted to say that her current condition was also the worst among the few people, and it would be better for her to go down than for them. Although the few people were not so familiar with Fang Zhou, who joined temporarily, they had experienced a battle together, and she saved them. This would make her feel a little bit like a companion, and they didn't want her to die. It is understandable. In their eyes, she just concealed her transcendence level, and there was no way to deal with it underwater. Only Fang Zhou knew that the lion python could assist her after entering the water. In addition, there were sea-level alien creatures and devil bats that could control water. It was better for her to go into the water and leave those people's sight to find the alien creature than to wait on it. There is no other way now. Right? I have a way. Yi Xiuzhu, but we only have one submarine. And do you know how to drive a submarine? Yi Xiuzhu's words made Fang Zhou silent. She really couldn't drive a submarine. Hearing their conversation, Lei Chia on the other side interrupted and said, We have one. We have another one. Do you need it? He seemed happy that they were going to die like dumplings. I'll go with you. I'll drive. Suowan said. I disagree. He Yongyuan frowned and said, Let the man on the opposite side go down with Zhou Air. Me? Lei Chia pointed at himself. One person on each side. This is reasonable. Wow. You really don't want to suffer any loss. Lei Chia thought about it, and quickly accepted the proposal. Okay. It's not impossible. I just want to go down and take a look. Fang Zhou changed into her underwater combat uniform, and walked to the deck. Before they built the iron bridge between the two ships, she directly controlled the wind to lift herself up from below, and landed on the deck of the other ship. The structures of the two ships were very similar. Rachel came out of the cockpit, at the head of the ship to pick her up. Seeing that she had already landed on the deck, he leaned back and asked, How did you get here? Never mind. Just follow me. Fang Zhou followed him, and watched the red headband on his head rise slightly with his steps. Taking this opportunity, she tried to look at his tattoos again. The specific patterns were still hidden in his clothes. Following Rachel to the place where the submarines were stored, he walked to the side, where the underwater combat uniforms were stored, and took off his clothes directly. Fang Zhou was stunned. His upper body muscles were tight, and the skin color under the clothes was much whiter than the exposed skin. He had beautiful 8-pack abs on his abdomen. Of course, these were not the main points. Fang Zhou was not the type who would be shy when seeing a man with an upper body. But, as his shirt was removed, Fang Zhou saw the full tattoo that was hidden by the clothes. Under the winding scepter was a combination of half a bright moon and half a sun. After taking off his shirt, Raikiri realized that there was a stranger who was not a teammate following him. He blinked, by the way. I need to change clothes. You can turn around for a while, but you can also look. I don't mind. Fang Zhou. She turned around silently, and her mind was full of the scene she had just seen. That was the logo of the Yeji promotional poster she had seen. What's going on? Raikiri is a member of Yeji? He is indeed a devourer, which is consistent with Fang Zhou's understanding of Yeji. Moreover, a small team of Yeji in Tunghua district was able to take out so many alien creatures at one time, which shows that they are indeed capturing aliens. It is reasonable for their members to be a hunting team at sea. But Fang Zhou didn't expect to meet the members of Yeji again. She didn't know whether Lei Chia knew what happened in Tunghua district before. So far, Lei Chia didn't show that he knew her. Based on previous experience, Fang Zhou knew that she must not have physical contact with him. Otherwise, the alien creature in his body would be aware of her special existence. Okay, let's go! Lei Chia's voice came. Fang Zhou turned around. He had changed into underwater combat uniforms, opened the top hatch of the submarine, and was halfway in. After Lei Chia went in, Fang Zhou entered the cabin from the entrance and sat next to the driver's seat. Let's go, Lei Chia said, and the submarine plopped from the bottom of the ship into the sea. After falling into the sea, the surroundings instantly became quiet, and only the subtle sound of the submarine's internal operation could be heard. Fang Zhou saw the scene in the sea through the lights of the submarine in front. Lei Chia drove the submarine like a drag race, and they dived quickly, and Fang Zhou felt the painful feeling of weightlessness. Yi Xiuzhu and his team's dive broadcast came quickly, twice as fast as Ming Chan and his team's dive. Current diving depth 200 meters. Current diving depth 400 meters. Current diving depth 500 meters. Are you crazy? So fast. Suowan's voice came from the communication device. Lei Chia said indifferently, the location where they disappeared is about 600 meters. Since we know the approximate depth, it is better to arrive as soon as possible. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Zhou found that there was no sound from the other side. According to the degree of dislike Suowan and others have for Lei Chia now, there must be a response after he finished speaking. She knocked on the communication device. Suowan? Yi Xiuzhu? There was still no response. It seems that their location was also cut. Lei Chia, it's so exciting. We haven't even seen its face. Are we going to become cannon fodder like Shuangyi and Shuanger? Shuangyi and Shuanger are the names of the twins. They did lose contact without even seeing the alien creature. I don't know what the situation is now. That being said, after making several turns at this depth without any results, Reiki prepared to control the submarine to ascend. Not long after he made this decision, the front of the submarine suddenly darkened, and a big mouth full of sharp teeth rushed towards the head of the submarine. Its dark mouth was everywhere. Fang Zhou felt the hugeness of this alien creature only after seeing it with his own eyes. Fang Zhou saw several familiar lines of information appearing on its body. Alien creature, imprisoned beast. Danger level, S level. Intelligence level, B level. This was the first time she saw a question mark after S. It appeared too suddenly. With the current position of their submarine, there was no place to escape. Even all the skills Fang Zhou had at present were not able to deal with this situation. Seeing that it was about to be swallowed, Fang Zhou was ready to release all the aliens to deal with this emergency. Reiki made a TSK sound, and the submarine, which had nowhere to hide, instantly moved to another position, and the alien creature bit nothing. Chapter 49. The water wave power from the closed mouth of the beast behind also pushed their submarine forward a little. Fang Zhou immediately suppressed all the aliens ready to go, and looked at Lei Chia. Teleport? Or the ability to teleport regardless of the environment, and carry such a large load? Is it the ability of the alien creature in Lei Chia's body? Fang Zhou had a few questions in his mind. If this is the ability of the alien creature in his body, she wants it a little bit. It is too suitable for saving lives in raids. No wonder he agreed to go into the water with her. If he has this ability, even if someone throws a bomb above, he can avoid the impact of the bomb. Lei Chia never thought that at this moment, someone next to him would begin to covet the ability of the alien creature in him. He controlled the submarine to rise with all his strength. The alien creature behind him chased behind him. The diving depth displayed by the navigation did not change at all. He even used teleportation several times during the way. According to the depth they dived, they should have gone up long ago. Fang Zhou also noticed this problem. There were many problems with Reiki. Unfortunately, she didn't pay more attention to him now. She said, the diving depth has not changed. We should be trapped in another area of it now. If this continues, the submarine's energy will be exhausted. We can only deal with it head-on. Reiki agreed with her and asked, what's your name? Do you have a way to deal with it? Tuesday. Fang Zhou still used this pseudonym. No. I think so too. After saying that, Reiki didn't pay much attention to Fang Zhou, who couldn't help. The beast was still chasing them with its mouth wide open. He immediately turned the head of the submarine and teleported to the beast's open mouth. He controlled the control console to launch a fish/torpedo from the submarine and threw it into its mouth. He raised a wicked smile. If you want to eat so much, then eat something good. After throwing, he teleported with the submarine out of the explosion range. Bang! The torpedo exploded in the mouth of the beast. Fong Zhou heard it scream, then turned over in the water and continued to chase it. It's useless. It seems that its weakness is not in the mouth. Raikiri, TSK. He then fired a few torpedoes at it. And the result was predictable. Its rugged skin was extremely hard. And the small torpedoes were like tickling to it. If this goes on, they will die here sooner or later. Fong Zhou did not act rashly. While Raikiri fired torpedoes at it, he kept observing the situation. The blue hole behind the beast followed closely with its movements, like its shell, and also like its mobile home. Fong Zhou felt that it was this thing that trapped all of them here, and wondered if that was its weakness. Fong Zhou tried to use the sound waves of the devil bat inside the submarine. This ability could be controlled by her, and she could control the range and target a single target, bypassing Raikiri and facing the imprisoned beast directly. The sound waves surged from the inside of the submarine to the sea water with her as the center. The submarine was the medium, and the sea water was also the medium. After the sound waves of the devil bat were transmitted, the imprisoned beast began to become manic visibly. It began to surge wildly in the water, making noises, looking for the source of the sound waves everywhere, and even stopped chasing them. After the sound waves spread from the seawater, there were sources all around, and it was impossible to locate where the sound waves came from. Unfortunately, the sound waves of the devil bat could not break its hard shell and cause substantial damage to it. This was expected by Fong Zhou. If the devil bat's ability could easily solve the beast, it would not escape to the sea. But the sound waves disturbed the beast's cognition, which was her purpose. The domain where the beast trapped the submarine was the same as the domain within the domain that trapped the ship. In layman's terms, the submarine was trapped in a small room built by the beast in a big house. It made them keep spinning in a small room without a door, and naturally they could not return to the sea. Now Fong Zhou broke through the wall of the small room and returned to the big house. Although he did not escape from the house, he at least escaped from the room. At that time, the devil bat should have escaped from the underwater and returned to the surface of the sea in this way. What's going on with it? Seeing the strange behavior of the beast, Lei Chia narrowed his eyes and looked at her. Even if Fong Zhou used sound waves to bypass him, Lei Chia still realized that it was related to her. Fong Zhou did not change his face and did not directly answer Lei Chia's question. She looked at the navigation situation. Sure enough, the submarine's navigation returned to normal, and immediately diverted his attention. Look at the navigation. Lei Chia was indeed attracted by her words, and looked at the submarine's location navigation. Dive depth 400 meters. At the same time, the picture of their submarine reappeared on Ishioju's side. Zhou Air? Are you okay? Suowan's voice came from the communication device. Fong Zhou did not relax because of this. She immediately said to the people on the communication device, drop depth charges at my current position. And the ships on Lei Chia's side should also do the same. Several people were shocked. Are you going to die? Although they were temporary teammates. After such an experience, several people had developed a sense of dependence on Zhou. Now Mingchan had no news. For them, Fong Zhou was the strongest person on the ship, and naturally they did not want her to die on the bottom of the sea. Don't worry. I'll be fine, Fong Zhou said. Brother Yong Yuan? Ishioju's surprised voice came from the communication device. Fong Zhou guessed that it was Yong Yuan who dropped a depth charge on her without hesitation. The next second, the communication was cut off again. In this short period of time, the beasts got used to the intensity of the sound waves Fong Zhou was currently sending out, and locked them up again. Hey, have you asked for my opinion? Just let them drop the bomb like this? Raiki, who had heard the whole process, looked at her with his chin propped up. His posture was relaxed, and unlike what he said, he didn't look like he was worried about being affected by the explosion. Fong Zhou was not panicking. She looked back at Lei Chia and smiled at him. I believe you have a way to avoid it. Right? He had already used his ability in the process of escaping just now. Lei Chia did not comment. Soon, a series of depth charges fell. The explosion in the water was not as deafening as on land. Ark could feel the power of the explosion that raised white clouds underwater through the submarine. Contrary to what they thought, the beast had no intention of swimming up to avoid these depth charges. It actually ate them on the spot. Lei Chia led the submarine to teleport around in the explosion caused by the continuous depth charges. perfectly avoiding every wave. The explosion affected a wide area. He had to move a long distance each time to dodge. With such a large load, and no cooldown time, he could use it continuously in a short period of time. According to this performance, the strength and level of his ability should be A level or above. However, after doing it so frequently several times, Fong Zhou saw that his brows gradually frowned. He began to feel a little tired. Fortunately, the explosion stopped immediately. "How can you be crazier then?" Reiki said angrily. He omitted a name in his mouth. Fong Zhou didn't hear it clearly. He continued, "Have you ever thought that I am not capable enough to dodge? You even asked my teammates to throw together. You dodged them all well, didn't you? Great job." Fong Zhou praised without emotion. "Reiki? Why does it feel weird? Now it's time for them to chat." Fong Zhou stared at the front closely. Before the explosion wave subsided, a shock broke out from the water waves caused by the depth charge. It was that huge mouth again. Reiki immediately controlled the submarine to avoid it. Seeing that the beast was not affected, Reiki cursed directly. "Fuck. Damn. What kind of defense is this? Don't mention Reiki." Fong Zhou almost cursed. So many depth charges fell on it, and it didn't cause any injuries. No wonder it didn't have to escape from the range to avoid the bombs, like the devil bat. "This won't work. We can only take a gamble. Go to the blue hole behind it," Fong Zhou said. "Are you sure?" Lei Chia raised his eyebrows, and looked at her in surprise. The blue hole behind the beast looked dangerous no matter how you looked at it. Normal people would never want to go there. At first glance, it was safer to go to the mouth of the beast than the blue hole. How do you know if you don't try? Do you have a better way? Ha! Anyone else in the driver's seat would not agree with Fong Zhou's choice. But Lei Chia was different. He was in high spirits and looked eager to try. "You're right. I don't have any better suggestions. So let's go." He turned around instantly and teleported directly to the entrance of the blue hole. "Let's go." Reiki's teleportation was too sudden. The beast had no time to react or stop them. They had already entered the blue hole. It made an angry sound at the entrance of the blue hole, but did not follow them in. As the submarine dived, the scene inside gradually appeared in front of them. This blue hole was too wide. They could not see the specific situation at the edge. There were no other creatures inside. They only felt deep, and could not see anything clearly. Time passed by minute, and Reiki adjusted the lighting at the front of the submarine. "Can we get closer to the edge?" Fong Zhou suggested. Rachel began to tease Ark for using him as a tool after entering the water. And he replied with a smile, "Yes, boss." Fong Zhou glanced at him, and chose to ignore his teasing. Then, he began to move closer to the edge. After an unknown amount of time, the submarine finally approached the edge, and the lights illuminated a small area in front of it. The rocks on the edge of the blue hole were winding and twisting, like veins spread out hideously on them. Indistinctly, Fong Zhou felt that they were beating like blood vessels around the human heart. Looking closely, they were still again, as if Fong Zhou was just dazzled by his eyes. She said to Raikiri, "Throw a fish/torpedo toward the edge." Raikiri spread his hands. "Unfortunate news. It has been used up just now." Fong Zhou, without the fish/torpedo to test. Fong Zhou tried to open a certain intensity of sound waves inside. Several rocks on the edge fell down. She increased the intensity of the sound waves, and the rocks fell more frequently. Apart from that, nothing else happened. Could it be that the intensity was not enough? Fong Zhou calculated in his mind. In the water, the wind must not be used, and the black hole cannot be used. She used it for a few seconds on the devil bat before, and the crazy inhalation of seawater almost took half her life. Not to mention what would happen if it was used in the sea. Speed, water control, and sound waves. These are all things she can use in the sea. After thinking about it, she decided to leave the submarine and go out to check. "I want to go out." "Are you serious?" Raikiri was really shocked this time. "This is the deep sea area. You know? 400 meters underwater in the deep sea area. Do you know how high the water pressure is? Even with combat uniforms, it won't work at this depth. The water pressure in the deep sea area is simply impossible for the human body to withstand. And Fong Zhou doesn't know what level the combat uniform on her body can reach. But she can use her water control ability to control the water pressure around her to the intensity she can withstand." She thought this method was feasible after thinking about it in her mind. "I have a way." "Well, I won't accompany you now." Raki shrugged. and the control system opened the watertight hatch behind the second door. Water rushed in instantly to balance the water pressure inside and outside. Fong Zhou checked the diving equipment in the submarine and put it on after finding no problem. Then he entered the second door outside the small cabin, and Fong Zhou entered the small cabin from the entrance on the side. The cold sea water splashed on her. The moment the sea water touched her, Fong Zhou immediately controlled the water flow to reduce the water pressure around her to a range she could bear, and then swam out through the hatch. After leaving the submarine, the depth and loneliness in the deep sea were stronger than at any time, and there was only the hiss of her breathing oxygen around her. The cold seawater was transmitted to Fong Zhou through the combat uniform and the line python, making Fong Zhou feel very uncomfortable. She moved to the edge faster and put her hands on the rocks. Immediately, she felt it. Boom! 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 These rocks were beating again and again, like a huge heart. She bet right again. Fong Zhou thought. It seems that her luck is not that bad. The indestructible monster outside is not the body of the beast, but this huge blue hole is, carrying its heart, its blood vessels, and all its organs. The monster outside is part of the beast. It guards its heart and uses all means to prevent anyone from entering. Similarly, just like people cannot reach their own bodies, the monster guarding outside cannot enter the blue hole. If Raikiri's ability wasn't teleportation, it would be extremely difficult for her to enter the blue hole. The sound waves she used in the cabin were effective, and she destroyed part of its blood vessels. But the intensity of the sound waves was far from enough. Now that she was out, everything was different. After subduing the devil bat, Fong Ark knew what effect its ability could achieve and how to maximize the effect. Its ability was not like the line python, which required one-to-one external experiments. It was a very intuitive attack. She placed her hands on the rock wall and used the maximum intensity of the sound waves. The invisible waves did not touch any other substances. At this moment, she was the medium and fell on the rock wall and quickly dispersed. Who? The entire blue hole began to tremble wildly, like a trapped beast struggling to death. Things kept falling towards Fong Zhou's position, but were shaken away by the sound waves around her, and did not fall on her. Soon, a familiar prompt came to Fong Zhou. You have seriously injured the alien creature beast. You have the qualifications to absorb the alien creature beast. Do you choose to absorb it? Chapter 50. Fong Zhou's tense nerves finally relaxed at this time. She chose to absorb. Absorption successful. New illustration: Imprisoned Beast. Number 25. Imprisoned Beast. Level: SS level integrated with danger and wisdom. Main ability: drawing a prison, at any time and any place. It can establish an isolated area with itself as the center. Fong Zhou was very surprised. This was the first time she saw a double S level alien creature. Its intelligence level was only B level. It can only be said that it was the right time, right place, and right people to be able to subdue it. Devil Bat and Raikiri are indispensable. Its ability is too rogue. If other transcendent teams encounter Imprisoned Beast, they may not be able to deal with it. Fong Zhou guessed that many ocean hunting ships must have been killed by it in the ocean before. With this strength, even S-level transcendents have a certain probability of being trapped and killed by it in the ocean. If it weren't for Sovan's detection ability to detect the danger in advance, they would probably have to drift on the ocean for a long time before they found out something was wrong. After dealing with the Imprisoned Beast, Fong Zhou didn't care that there was a Reiki on the submarine. She placed her hand on the edge of the huge blue hole and chose to merge directly with the Imprisoned Beast. Such a powerful big guy. Only by merging into her body can she feel completely safe. As Fong Zhou chose to merge, the bottomless blue hole that contained them was eaten from her palm into her body in an instant. Reiki in the submarine was in a situation where she caused the inside of the blue hole to collapse continuously. Before she could react, the cave and the big guy outside disappeared, and their submarine returned to the ocean. Lei saw the whole process. Fong Zhou did not avoid him when fusing the beast. For the first time in his life, his thoughts suddenly broke at this moment, and his mind was blank. What happened? Who is she? Lei had a vague guess in his mind. Beep beep. The navigation system of the submarine also resumed operation. At the same time, the cockpit of the ship on the sea was silent, and the air was filled with the smell of despair. Yi Xiuzhu and others fell into a long silence. Mei-chan lost contact, and Fong Zhou lost contact again after reconnecting. They dropped most of the bombs in the ship to her position according to her request. But there was no response for a long time. In fact, several people have already determined that the Ark has little chance of survival. After waiting for a long time, the navigation system still has not changed. Are they trapped here and waiting to die? Suo-1 suggested, maybe we should send someone down to take a look. Ishouju, we no longer have submarines. And neither do they. After he finished speaking, there was no sound in the cockpit. Reconnect. Reconnect. Just then, a prompt sounded from the system, breaking this strange atmosphere. Several people looked at the screen suddenly, and the stagnant navigation system suddenly returned to normal, showing their true location now. And the picture of the submarine reappeared on the control panel. There were no monsters, no blue holes, and no explosions on the screen. But it could be seen that the submarine was floating safely in the ocean at this time. Solved, solved? Suo-1 squeezed out a sound from his throat. Could it be that the bombs they dropped really worked? The few people looked at each other and immediately got rid of the suffocation. They began to breathe deeply. At this moment, they felt the feeling of escaping death and immediately contacted the Ark through the communication equipment. Hello? Tuesday? Are you okay? The matter has been resolved. Our navigation system has returned to normal. Can you hear our voice? How is the situation on your side? If everything is fine, please reply to us. Before they could say more, the picture on the screen was sizzling. The sound instantly went out, and it became pitch black. And the communication that was originally connected in their ears was also cut off. It was Fang Zhou who did it. After she absorbed the imprisoned beast, she heard the voices of several people in the communication device and confirmed that everything was restored. Then she immediately used sound waves to destroy the submarine's camera function, and also destroyed her own communication equipment with Reiki. This time she gained a lot. If she didn't have a 50% chance of winning against the S-level transcendence before, now she has enough chance of winning when she releases all her strength. And the reason why she didn't plan to hide it from Reiki, destroy the blue hole and directly absorb the imprisoned beast, and destroy the submarine's camera function, etc. is very simple. She was not going to let Reiki go back alive. She wanted the ability of the alien creature in his body. Reiki's ability was too useful. According to Fang Ark's observation of his ability just now, it was certain that he could teleport with large payloads, long distances, and without cooling. And his teleportation ability was likely much higher than what he showed, and might be even stronger. For example, the upper limit of the objects he could carry, the upper limit of the distance, etc., would only be stronger than what he showed in front of her. Fang Ark conservatively estimated that the level of the alien creature in his body could at least reach S level, as long as she got Reiki's ability, even if her identities as Ark and Mimic number 1 were exposed, and the Central and 004 shelters sent S-level transcendence respectively. She would be able to escape. The temptation is too great. This is the first time that Fang Zhou has chosen to kill someone because he wants to obtain a certain ability, except for the time with the wire python. But the Devourer was on the verge of death during the time with the wire python. But Raikiri was not, which made Fang Zhou feel a little guilty. Fortunately, he had been with her for a very short time, and although he had experienced a life and death battle, Fang Zhou would not give up this useful ability for this little friendship. The Devourer will die sooner or later anyway. As for her inability to drive a submarine, since she is already in the sea, she can just release the Devil Bat to take her to the surface of the sea. After quickly making a plan in her mind, Fang Zhou swam back to the submarine. She used the ability of the newly acquired alien to activate the ability in an area of the submarine, and then knocked on the hatch, signaling Raikiri to let her in. Then, the hatch opened, and Fang Zhou entered the small cabin outside the second door. Raikiri controlled the system to drain all the water in the small cabin. When the last bit of water was drained out of the small cabin, the second door to the cabin was not opened. Fang Zhou first took off the heavy water entry equipment on her body to prevent them from hindering her battle. When she finished doing this, the second door was not opened. This door was transparent, and Fang Zhou could see Raikiri in the cabin. She raised her hand and knocked, tilted her head towards Raikiri, and asked him why he didn't open this door when the water had been drained. Raikiri looked at Fang Zhou behind the door. Her half-long hair was still dripping wet. Her face was pale, and she looked a bit like a female ghost fished out of the water in her combat uniform. Like she's here to take my life. Rachel added silently in her heart. He's not stupid. The submarine's filming system and communication equipment broke down in an instant. combined with the situation when Fang Zhou dealt with the alien creature just now. He guessed that it was her who did it. Fang Zhou saw Rachel pointing at herself and saying something. Through her lip shape, she saw that Rachel said, "You want to kill me?" Oh, he's pretty smart. Since she's been discovered. Fang Zhou didn't pretend anymore. She smiled at Rachel and then launched sound waves in the submarine without hesitation. The strong sound waves rushed straight to the eardrum, and Rachel felt a severe pain in his head. The system in the cabin began to emit a sizzling sound. The sound of electricity. While he was still able to move, he immediately teleported behind Fang Zhou. Fang Zhou could feel his warm fingers falling on her skin that was extremely cold due to being soaked in sea water. After touching her, his movements paused for a moment, and Fang Zhou heard the familiar whisper again. Found her. Found her. Found her. Found her. Found her. Found her. Then, before Raikiri could twist her neck, he was entangled by the wire python that emerged from Fang Zhou's body and thrown to the side. When he hit the wall of the cabin, he used teleportation to leave under Fang Zhou's wire python and return to the cabin. He could actually teleport regardless of the material environment. Fang Zhou's eyes lit up, and he was even more determined to obtain his teleportation ability. Who are you? Ugh. Raiki frowned, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Under the continuous sound waves, he could already feel his body quickly collapsing. He wanted to teleport back to the surface directly, but he could feel that the other party had opened a new maze inside. It was even more impossible for him to move outside through the submarine to escape. Unlike Fang Zhou, he had no ability to control water to relieve water pressure. It was impossible for him to survive under such water pressure at this depth. So he was like a lamb to be slaughtered, trapped in the submarine by her. To be honest, Fang Zhou's current state was not good. She had almost overdrawn her energy to deal with the beast, and the longer she was dragged by Raiki, the more disadvantaged she would be. She used the sound waves to shatter the second door of the submarine and stepped into the cabin. After she entered, Lei Chia could clearly feel that the sound waves were getting stronger. Every part of his body began to bleed, and he fell to the ground uncontrollably. But the next second after she stepped into the cabin, the sound waves in the air suddenly stopped, and then a similar force burst out from Lei Chia's body, resisting the sound waves emitted by Fang Zhou. He finally had time to breathe, but it was not enough. 2 abilities? Fang Zhou's eyes flashed with surprise. How could there be 2 abilities? He was absorbing her sound waves and then releasing them? She remembered the name of the alien creature on Lei Chia's body. Na. Compared with teleportation, his current ability to eat energy and spit it out was more in line with the name of this alien creature. Could it be? In a flash, combined with what he sensed when he touched Fang Zhou, Lei Chia also understood her purpose. Blood overflowed from his skin, flowing down his cheeks and forehead to his eyelids, covering his vision. He closed one eye and opened his mouth to spit out another mouthful of blood. You, cough, want my teleportation? He said with some difficulty. Seeing him use 2 powers, Fang Zhou had some vague guesses in his heart. He did not choose to kill him directly, which would slightly slow down the impact of the sound waves. He watched him and waited for his next words. After slowing down the sound waves, Lei Chia felt the pain temporarily withdrawn. He felt that he could finally move. He raised his hand to wipe the blood from his eyes and opened his eyes to look at her. That's not the ability of the alien creature in my body. You can't get teleportation even if you kill me. Fang Zhou looked down at Raiki. There was no fear of dying in his eyes. His deep brown eyes were stained with blood and seemed to be shining. We are the same kind. Instead of killing me and losing this ability, why don't you try to give me? Chapter 51. What Raiki said sounded terrible, but Fang Zhou understood that he was extending an olive branch to her, or expressing his willingness to follow her. She knew that in this case, it was probably an excuse to save his life, but she didn't understand what he meant by kindred. His words also confirmed Fang Zhou's guess when he saw his second ability appear. Raiki himself is a transcendent. Teleportation is his transcendent ability, and the energy absorption just now is the ability of the alien creature in his body. Not long after he used the alien ability, Fang Zhou saw that his degree of collapse increased by 1%, which happened to confirm this point. Her hot head was poured with a basin of cold water at this moment. Fang Zhou had not considered this possibility. After all, the combination of Transcendence plus Devourer was too rare, especially since his teleportation power was so strong. She could not imagine how a Transcendence of this level would want to become a short-lived Devourer. This was not in line with common sense. Not to mention that from what she knew about Yiji's corporate culture, there was hatred for transcendence, which now seemed to be overturned. She did not have much thought about the ability of the alien creature in his body, and it was not a power she wanted to obtain very much. Fang Zhou did not want to obtain the type of alien creature in their bodies when she saw the devourer, but only because Raikuri's teleportation was exactly the power she needed very much now. And he was strong enough. If these two were missing, Fang Zhou would not want to do such a thing of killing people to seize their abilities. Things have come to this point. If Lei Chia is not killed, there are too many hidden dangers. He already knows that she can absorb multiple alien creatures. If she guessed correctly, he is a member of Yiji, so he must know about the exchange meeting. Because of Li Baiji's intimacy with her, and the behavior of stopping her companions from attacking her in that situation, Fang Zhou has been unsure about what is going on with Yiji. She sighed deeply, rubbed her temples with a headache and said, "What is the transcendence level of your teleportation?" S level. Lei Chia licked the blood on his lips, as if he guessed her thoughts. His expression was determined, and he added, "I can only do more than what you see. You can't find a stronger existence than me in this field of ability. I can assist you and become your weapon for you to use. What do you think?" It's actually S level. Most of the transcendent abilities that can be judged as S level are more inclined to pure attack abilities. S level auxiliary transcendent powers are even rarer. Reiki is right. Under normal circumstances, there must be similar transcendent powers, and perhaps similar alien creatures. But whether it is so powerful is really hard to come by. "Are you a member of Night?" Fang Zhou continued to ask. "How did you know?" After Reiki finished speaking, he said again, and realized how Fang Zhou knew it. He raised his hand and pulled off his collar to reveal the right chest with the Night logo tattooed on it, and showed it to her. "I almost forgot that you have seen this. How about it? It's beautiful." Fang Zhou. She didn't want to answer and wanted to hit him. However, from the fact that he had the Yeji logo tattooed on his body, it can be seen that he has a strong sense of belonging to this organization. It doesn't seem like he was deceived. It is also possible that every member of Yeji has a tattoo, but it is in an inconspicuous place. "You must be wondering if I know about the exchange meeting in Tunghua district." Raichia continued, "Dai and Shuashu did tell me about that incident. Shuashu was the man who could expand his body to attack and defend, so Dai should be Li Baiji's codename." Fang Zhou remembered that the alien creature in her body was called Wadai. "I believe there will be no one else like you in this world." He thought about the adjective, and finally said very honestly, "A special role. Even if your appearance is different, my alien still recognized you." Speaking of this, not only me, but Yeji can also be your backup. Do you want to join Yeji and see? After that, he began to analyze based on the existing information. You are constantly changing your identity to avoid the pursuit of certain forces. The Order? Or the Central? Your ability is so special. Based on my understanding of the Central, if he knows about it, he will definitely try his best to catch you. So are you hiding from the Central? Then I think our goal should be the same. Why don't we solve all the troubles together? What do you think? By the way, did you disguise yourself or have an alien creature that can mimic you? Reiki kept talking. He could analyze so much in such a short time. Although it was a little different from Fang Zhou's real situation, the final conclusion was almost the same. Chatting with smart people is like this. Without her asking further, he could also catch the tail of the topic and extend it himself, and in turn get her information. It's a pity that it's not Reiki's turn to get her to talk now. Fang Zhou didn't reply, but increased the sound wave energy at this moment. Reiki didn't expect her to suddenly attack again. He didn't have any defense at all. He was immediately shocked to kneel on the ground, bent over in pain, and made intermittent accusations. "Why, you attack me when we don't agree." If Fang Zhou were him, he would definitely choose to consume the energy and then teleport to her to release it at close range. With her current body, she probably couldn't withstand the impact. But Reiki didn't do that. He seemed to want to express his sincerity, and Fang Zhou didn't give him more time to absorb energy and fight back. She used her speed to move in front of Reiki, grabbed his hair on the forehead, and lifted his head. Reiki frowned and looked up at Fang Zhou. The next moment, he saw that the person in front of him had changed. Her ordinary and weak facial features became delicate and sharp. Her dark green eyes looked cold. Her face was still as pale as snow, and even more shaky than before. "What a beautiful ghost girl." This was what Lei Chia thought at that moment. The next second, he felt a sharp pain in his head, and he couldn't tell whether it was caused by the powerful sound waves or some other reason. The woman in front of him smiled at him and answered his previous question. Her voice was slow and soft. Lei Chia, I am willing to accept your proposal. I hope you don't forget what you said today and don't betray me. Then, he fell into darkness without building up a sense of defense and fell into a short coma. Fang Zhou really didn't want to kill Lei Chia, but she didn't believe his verbal promise. From the performance that he asked to drop water/mines to Ming Chan's location on the boat just now, and stated that if it was his teammate, he would not ask. Lei Chia didn't seem to be a guy who valued friendship and loyalty. Fang Zhou agreed that he was a smart man, but there was no credibility in making verbal promises to such a person. Compared to this kind of smart egoism, she prefers and appreciates people like Ming Chan and Shang Shiza. Maybe people always yearn for things they don't have. Fang Zhou doesn't think she is a bad guy. She will help some people within her ability, but she doesn't think she is a very kind person, because she will do some things without bottom line to stabilize her life. In the final analysis, she is essentially the same egoism as Reiki. So Fang Zhou temporarily lifted the mimicry state, used divine insect's mental control on Reiki, and marked him with the subconscious sign of never betray her, and at the same time replaced her real appearance that he saw a second before he lost consciousness with a mimicry image. At the beginning, in the B021 shelter, the Ark tried to implant subconscious mental control in those people's minds to blur their memories. This effect is also feasible when she leaves the mental control range that the Vine bug should have. This is what makes people afraid of the power of the mental system. If it is used directly, it may be difficult to pull Rachel into the illusion for a long enough time. But subconscious implantation is different. It is an undetectable method that requires less energy. It can be carried out across levels, and the mental mark implanted in the mind can only be detected and erased by the mental system transcendence of the same level or higher. Fang Zhou always felt that the level of the Vine bug was a bit low, perhaps because of its too low intelligence. So if you want to erase the subconscious mark of Raikiri, you need at least an A-level or above ability user. At present, the only spiritual alien creature in the night that Fang Zhou knows is the one in Li Baiji's body, and its level is definitely not as high as the Vine bug. As for whether Raikiri is really willing to help her and assist her, it doesn't matter, at least before the subconscious mark is erased. She can use Raikiri with peace of mind. After seeing Raikiri lose consciousness, Fang Zhou breathed a sigh of relief, let go of his hair and let him fall to the ground, while she sat in the driver's seat and leaned over the control panel to breathe continuously. After relaxing, her consciousness began to blur, and blood dripped from her nose to the ground. The crazy and intensive use of the alien creature's power in a short period of time brought Fang Zhou to the brink of collapse. It was too bad. Would she die here before she could make it back? Then what was the point of all her efforts? Thinking of this, Fang Zhou controlled the line python to repair the damage to her body again. This was not very useful for her current state, but it was better than nothing. The oxygen and fuel in the submarine could not last too long. After a proper rest, Fang Zhou stood up, walked to Lei Chia's side, squatted down, and condensed a palm with the line python to slap him twice. Hey, get up. We should go back. She didn't know how to drive a submarine. If she wanted to go up, she could only go out of the cabin again and release the devil bat to carry them up. But she didn't want to touch the seawater outside at all. Reiki frowned and woke up. After waking up, he gritted his teeth and hissed. His head hurt. His whole body hurt. His face hurt too. The culprit squatted in front of him and looked at him calmly. We should go back. I don't know how to drive a submarine. If we continue to consume oxygen, we won't have enough. He sat up and rubbed his cheek. Who heard me? He still remembered the scene before he lost consciousness. He knew that Fang Zhou agreed to his proposal. But when he looked at her face, he vaguely felt that he seemed to have forgotten something. But this feeling soon disappeared. Are you going to apologize to me? Reiki stood up with difficulty. The sound wave did a lot of damage to his body. Fortunately, as an S-level transcendent, he had been training all the time. His physical fitness was quite good. He could insist on going back for treatment without Fang Zhou killing him. If it were someone else, he would have died long ago. He wiped the blood off his face, and the hair on his forehead was also soaked with blood. He shook his head and felt very aggrieved. I think no one should be more unlucky than me. This is really an unprovoked disaster. Sorry. Fong Zhou apologized quickly. Please bear with me in the future. New companion. Reiki. She didn't seem to think she was wrong. Reiki was amused by the new companion. Fong Zhou achieved his goal. And in Reiki's memory, he also achieved his goal. Both sides felt that this was a rewarding trip. Let me rest for a while, Reiki said. Then you might as well go up and receive treatment earlier. She made sense. Reiki sat in the driver's seat resignedly and began to control the submarine to rise. Chapter 52. Rachel was injured now, and the speed of controlling the submarine to rise was not as chaotic as when it was diving. Taking advantage of this free time, Fong Zhou began to formally look at her new partner. Facing the unexpected disaster she brought, Rachel accepted it very easily. From his performance, he did not have hatred and hostility towards her, and even seemed to be in a good mood. Not like a disguise. It was strange that the subconscious mark Fong Zhou put on him was not enough to change people's moods, indicating that this was his true state. Is he a masochist? She asked. What level is the alien creature in your body? Rachel raised his eyebrows and threw a very charming look at her with blood on his face. So direct? I know nothing about you. And you start asking me such a private question? Fong Zhou. I am not interested in your poor skills of changing the subject. Understanding is the first step to becoming a companion. You can also ask me some questions next. As for whether to answer or not, and to what extent, it is her freedom. Okay. Rikier seemed unhappy when the topic of the alien creature in his body was brought up. He put away his frivolous look, looked at the screen in front of him with a cold expression, and answered her question, only a level. An S-level transcendent merged with an A-level alien creature? Fong Zhou had a little guess before getting the answer. The second ability he showed was indeed not like a very powerful alien creature. From his use, his proficiency was also very low, and he should rarely use the ability of the alien creature. This is too unbelievable. Rikier is a strong man. It is impossible for him to become a devourer for power. Not to mention that the alien creature he merged with is not that strong. But apart from power, there is no benefit to becoming a devourer. Do you know that devourers will die in the end? Rikier laughed twice. Look at what you said. You should know what Yeji is doing in secret after entering the exchange meeting of Dai and others. As a member of it, how could I not know such a simple truth? Hearing him say this, Fong Zhou's first reaction was, is it involuntary? It should not be forced by Yeji. If Yeji forced a transcendent to become a devourer, Rikier would not feel a sense of belonging to this organization. Fong Zhou couldn't help but think of the topic about devourers mentioned in the forum before, among which the Central Committee had conducted experiments to combine transcendents with alien creatures. This possibility is very high. But as an S-level auxiliary transcendent, even the Central Committee would not waste talent like this. Not to mention that they have always offered generous conditions for recruiting talents. How long have you been a devourer? Your questions always surprise me. If you count, it should have been a year. As far as I know, most devourers don't live more than a year. You seem to have lived a little too long. She spoke to him bluntly and coldly. But Reiki didn't feel angry, and still answered casually, yes. So I might die tomorrow. Cherish me. Partner. Liar. The degree of collapse shown on Reiki is only 21%. And it is impossible for him to die in a short time. If the time he said is correct, it means that Yeji has a way to alleviate the degree of collapse. Of course, it may also be because he is very stingy in using his abilities. The more frequently the devourer uses his abilities, the faster his body will collapse. And vice versa. Fong Zhou felt that asking further would not lead to any results. So he brought up another topic. What is Yeji's goal? Reiki showed a playful look, and he immediately grasped the key point and asked back, are you going to just let me become your partner? Or are you going to join Yeji? Is this important? Of course. It's related to whether I can answer your question. Fong Zhou didn't continue to talk about this question. Lechia was not the type to be easily tricked by her, and no matter how much she asked, she would not get anything out of him. Skipping this topic, Fong Zhou's attitude was very clear. What she wanted was Lechia, not Yiji. She knew nothing about Yiji, and it was impossible for her to let herself join such a complicated and dangerous organization. Nothing to ask? Then it's my turn. Fong Zhou nodded. Just when Lechia wanted to ask something, they had already risen from underwater, and the head of the submarine slowly floated out of the sea. Lechia snorted and laughed. We are here. So let me keep this topic for now. What is your communication number? Fang Zhou reported a string of numbers, and asked for Lei Chia's communication number by the way. He wrote it down for easy contact. Their submarine automatically returned to the submarine cabin of Lei Chia's ship. Chi the submarine hatch opened, and Fang Zhou and Lei Chia came out. At this time, someone was waiting next to the submarine. They were Shuang Yi and Shuang Er, who had disappeared at that time, and the underage boy Fang Zhou had seen at that time. At that time, the boy was a little far away on the screen, and the appearance captured by the screen was not clear enough. Now Fang Zhou could see their specific appearance clearly. The boy has brown curly hair and cute and delicate facial features. He is a rare white face in this world. As the fall day approaches, the compressed safe zone is mainly in country C in Asia, so most of the survivors are Asians. The two sisters don't look like they have been here for long since they came in the morning. They are still wearing combat uniforms. The similarity of their facial features is as high as 99.9%, and they have a childish sister's head. Fang Zhou did not see any hints from the devourer from them. They are all ordinary people or transcendents. They are not members of Yeji? Since Shuangyi and Shuang are fine. What about Mingchan and Shangxiza? Fang Zhou couldn't help but think that the situation of the twins was very different from Mingchan's. Mingchan had been discovered by the beast at that time. She simply asked the beast in her body how it dealt with the invaders before her. The beast, the master is coming down. I feel it. Give up on them. Lock them up. And chase them. The wisdom level of the beast is only B level. And the communication is not as clear as the devil bat. Fang Zhou roughly guessed that the beast felt that another different existence entered its domain while chasing Mingchan, and gave up chasing Mingchan and prepared to let them be trapped in the domain to death, while it came directly to chase her. After the beast finished speaking, Fang Zhou could still feel the regret coming from it. A feeling of what have I done? I deserve to die. Forget it. Mingchan and the others are fine. Fang Zhou turned his attention back to Raikiri and the others. Raikiri was in a mess, and it was obvious that he was seriously injured. When he came out, the boy's eyes were extremely cold, and he commented harshly, "What a useless waste." Not long after the boy finished speaking, the two sisters next to him continued to finish off the enemy with a smile. The one on the left said, "Raikiri looks so rare." Sister. The one on the right covered her mouth and smiled and agreed, "Yes. Sister. A man looks good only when he is covered in blood." Raikiri. You look much more handsome than usual. Reiki smiled and gave them a middle finger. Get lost. Fang Zhou. Seeing their companions covered in blood, they were not worried at all and even mocked them. Compared with him, Reiki was even the normal one. Then, Fang Zhou felt the eyes of the others on her. The two sisters had smiles in their eyes, and the boy still had that cold look. But she could feel the murderous intent surging in them. They didn't seem to intend to let her go, and Fang Zhou didn't quite understand their intentions. Reiki naturally knew the virtues of his companions, and warned them, don't do anything unnecessary if you don't want to die. TSK. The boy rolled his eyes. The two sisters also showed bored expressions, and dispersed from their front. The atmosphere disappeared. Fang Zhou naturally would not stay here for long. She left the cabin and returned to the deck. Yi Xiuju's ship was not far away. The submarine's filming and communication equipment were destroyed by Fang Zhou. The positioning settings in the submarine were fine, so Yi Xiuju and the others could see the information of the submarine rising and waited for them. Fang Zhou looked over. Except for Yong Yuan, everyone else was on the deck, including Shangxiza and Mingchan. When Shangxiza saw her, he immediately waved his arms vigorously at her. Lei Chia was still following her. Fang Zhou glanced at him. Why are you following me if you don't go to treat your wounds? Of course I'll go home with you. My companion? Don't say such nonsense to me. Fang Zhou was too lazy to pay attention to him. Just as he was about to control the wind to go directly, a young man came out from the superstructure. The man had a cold temperament, a slender figure, but very ordinary facial features, and no expression on his face. Fang Zhou couldn't see the specific position clearly. It was a stranger on this ship. Fang Zhou had never seen him before, and he didn't participate in any part of this process. At this time, Lei Chia put his face in front of her and distracted her attention for a short time. See you later, companion. Remember to contact me when you get ashore. After greeting her, Lei Chia immediately went to the upper deck. Fang Zhou retracted his gaze and controlled the wind to land steadily on the opposite deck. Several people on the deck immediately surrounded her, and Shangxiza was even more tearful. Zhou Er, Are you okay? I'm glad you're okay. I almost thought you wouldn't come back. Yi Qingjiao wanted to check her physical condition as soon as possible. But Fang Zhou declined and asked her to just give him a recovery potion. They were very enthusiastic. But Fang Zhou was a little uncomfortable. At this time, Lei Qia's weird voice suddenly came over. Master, you finally woke up. Far away, Fang Zhou actually heard the conversation of the ship that had been gradually started on the other side. This situation has not happened for a long time. Her player audience identity was activated, which means that there are important characters nearby. The characters in the central line? She turned her head to look over. The other person said in a very calm tone, Why? Is it time to work? Fang Zhou saw that person looking at the location of their ship. Youth, is it them? Lei Qia, forget about them. Wait for the next prey. Youth, please. Let's just take them. I want to go ashore, and don't have the time to waste so much time with you at sea. Lei Qia, they didn't get anything. The other person was silent, as if he had given up the idea. The more Fang Zhou listened, the tighter his brows frowned. It seemed that they were really pirates. Thinking back to the abnormality of the pilot and navigator of this ship, they might have even robbed the ship, if they were not trapped in this area. It is estimated that the two ships would have fought directly when they met. However, she originally thought that Rachel was the leader of that ship. Now it seems that they are more like a team that has been organized for a short time without an absolute leader. On the contrary, it is strange that the young man, a guy with Rachel's personality, would speak to him in such a nice voice. Suddenly, Fang Ark and the man's eyes collided. He did not look away. From a distance, she vaguely felt that he was familiar. Rachel, Ark? Are you listening to me? Don't think about attacking that ship. I will listen to you. We will return today. Okay? I will also give you the information you want. Ark? The Ark in the Bible? Noah's Ark is a well-known allusion to the public. It is normal for someone to take this code name in a world with this background. Although the meaning of her name has nothing to do with Noah's Ark. The Chinese translation is the same. In addition, the player's perspective is activated, so Fang Ark can't help but keep a watchful eye. As the distance between their ships increased, Fang Ark left the same scene. The player's identity was closed, and she could not hear the sound over there. Tuesday? Seeing her in a trance, Shang Shiza waved his hand in front of her. What's wrong? Fang Ark came back to his senses and looked at them with a smile. Did you solve the alien creature? How did you do it? Fang Zhou shook his head and lied skillfully. The bomb you launched worked. But it is of a high level. Even if it is injured, Lei Qia and I cannot kill it or catch it in the water. We can only let it escape. I'm sorry that I failed to catch them twice. Several people did not doubt her. After all, her ability is wind. What can she do underwater? Ming Chan patted her shoulder and comforted her. It's okay. The harvest this time is enough. We are ready to return. The two alien creatures encountered this time are both S level. Although they were not caught, the information and video of the hunting team fighting them are enough to exchange for a lot of points. As for the B-level sea monsters, they had already collected their bodies. This trip was not a loss. That's good. How long will it take for us to return? Fang Zhou asked. Half a day will be enough. They seemed to want to ask her something. Yi Qingjiao saw that she was not in a good state. She glared at them and stopped their enthusiasm. Are you tired? Go back first. Thank you for this trip. Leave the return trip to us. If you feel something wrong with your body, you must come to me. Fang Zhou nodded and returned to the room without hesitation. The door of the room was closed. She was sure that the matter had come to an end. She couldn't wait to fall on the bed. All the fatigue and pain came at this moment. Before her consciousness fell into darkness, Fang Zhou managed to get up and used the communication device to send a message to Lu Filan. Now they were at sea, and the message could not be sent out. When they entered the communication network and the communication was restored, the message would be sent out automatically. After doing this, she took the last remaining dizziness relief potion and drank it, and gave the alien in her body an order to automatically separate and protect her in case of danger. And then she fell into a coma with peace of mind. Before her consciousness completely disappeared, Fang Zhou vaguely felt a familiar prompt flashing before her eyes. Is it a forum? Or some other information? She was too tired and didn't want to think about it anymore. Chapter 53. Woo! Woo! The shrill whistles of ships mooring sounded one after another, as if thunder exploded in my ears. And then a low-frequency da-da sound sounded nearby. Someone was knocking on the door. After a while, the person outside said, "Tuesday. Are you awake? We have arrived at the dock." Fong Zhou's dissipated consciousness was forcibly gathered together by her. She opened her eyes in a daze, and her body seemed not to be her own. She could hardly feel the existence of her limbs. There was no response from the outside. So she asked again, "Tuesday? Are you okay?" In order to prevent others from suspecting, she responded hoarsely to the outside of the door. "Okay. I'll be there right away." Without any strength. She felt that her current state was the same as when she was injected with antigens when she first came to this world. The tissues in her body were turned upside down and scattered. After a while, Fong Zhou looked out the window and saw that the ship had docked at the pier. It was probably dusk now. It was always dark early in the White Whale district. It was dark outside now, and only the lights of the ships and street lights could be seen clearly. Facing the window of Fong Zhou's room, she could see an ordinary fishing boat transporting normal supplies from the ship. She couldn't help but feel a little surprised that these few days had passed too long. After a while, Fong Zhou used the line python to help herself get up, drank a sip of water, and slowly began to check if there was anything missing. She was wearing the constant temperature equipment provided by Shang Shiza, so she only put on a coat on the outside, and then left the room with a half-empty box. Ming Chan and the others were waiting for her in the rest area, and the worried expressions on their faces eased when they saw her coming. When everyone arrived, Ming Chan said, "The harvest this time will not be confirmed until the points are exchanged. We still need to gather at the club tomorrow. If there is no problem, we will disband today. Yi Xiuzhu and I will pack up and go to the settlement center." No one objected. Before getting off the ship, Shang Shiza came over to ask for Fong Zhou's communication number. "On Tuesday. Let's exchange communication numbers for easy contact." While holding on, Fong Zhou's mind was actually not very clear. After a few seconds, he replied slowly, "Okay." She input her number into Shang Shiza's communicator, and Ming Chan also came over to take over and said, "Add me too." Fong Zhou, "Okay." Seemingly seeing that she was not in good condition, Ming Chan did not waste time waiting for her to report the number, but said, "I will just take it from Shang Shiza. Let's go back first." After that, she took the luggage from Fong Zhou's hand and helped her get off the boat very considerately. "Thank you." Fong Zhou took the luggage and thanked her politely. After stepping on the flat ground, she felt even lighter. She raised her head and looked around. Sure enough, she saw Lu Filan's figure not far away. He put his hands in the pockets of his windbreaker and stood upright under the street lamp on the side. The narrow and long phoenix eyes under the lenses seemed cold under the cold light. Fong Zhou saw him, and he naturally saw Fong Zhou as well, and walked towards them. "I'm leaving first. See you at the club tomorrow," she said to the others. Approaching Lu Filan, he looked very unhappy. "You called me to the dock with a random message. You'd better be busy." The message Fong Zhou sent was just a few words to save typing time. "Entrance to Hongyan Dock. Come as soon as you receive it." There was not even a specific time, and Lu Filan waited for a full hour after receiving it. She handed the suitcase to Lu Filan very naturally. Without answering his question, she held his arms on both sides with both hands, looked up at him, and then buried her head in his chest with a serious face. "Lu Filan. Hey, are you taking advantage of me? I warn you to get up quickly. Otherwise..." Before Lu Filan finished speaking, he felt Fong Zhou's body slipping without center of gravity. He subconsciously grabbed her with his hands, only to find that she was unconscious. The thread python that was repairing Fong Zhou's wounds had withdrawn halfway before she fainted, making it easier for Lu Filan to reassemble her directly after she lost consciousness. Now some parts were bleeding, and after touching them, he immediately knew the extent of Fong Zhou's injuries. She was right. She was just treating him as a tool. Although from Fong Zhou's perspective, not everyone can get the treatment of a tool like Lu Filan that she can trust. Lu Filan put the suitcase aside, picked her up with one hand, raised the other hand to bite off the glove, and immediately performed some simple reorganization on her to prevent more blood loss. After completing the basic reorganization, he turned around and carried Fong Zhou on his back. First got on the car parked on the side, and then began to carefully check the situation in her body and perform detailed reorganization work. 500,000, at least 500,000 this time. Feeling the rapid loss of the transcendent power in her body, Lu Filan gritted her teeth and said, Fong Zhou had a dream. In the dream, there was a little man who looked like Lu Filan chasing her with resentment. She didn't know why she kept running. The little man kept chasing her and kept saying behind her, 500,000, 500,000, not enough, not enough. She was really annoyed. And just when she was about to pick up the little man and throw him out, she woke up. The snow-white ceiling appeared in her sight, and the warm light on it was a bit dazzling. Fong Zhou felt that her body was much lighter. Although she still felt a little heavy, she felt much better. She looked around. She was lying on the sofa, covered with a blanket casually. The familiar smell of disinfectant lingered on the tip of her nose. It was not pleasant. But Fong Zhou felt relieved unexpectedly. There was also a very fresh smell of food. She should be in Lu Filan's room. Half of her injuries had recovered, and Fong Zhou let the lion python repair the other half. After all, she was not sure whether Lu Filan could handle it all at once. It would be bad if both of them fainted on the street. After feeling better, Fong Zhou had the energy to review what happened at sea. She first picked up the communicator and took a look. She had slept for a long time. It was already noon the next day. There were several messages from Ming Chan and Shang Shiza, and a message with a number that the communicator did not record. It was from Lei Chia. Unfamiliar number. Hey, companion, have you landed? Ming Chan and Shang Shiza sent the club's gathering time and asked about her physical condition. They could actually sense that she was not as relaxed as she appeared to be, but because she did not want Yi Qingjia to check, they knew she did not want to say more and did not delve into it. The gathering time they set was 3 p.m., which was still 3 hours away. Awake? Lu Filan's voice came, carrying 2 meals on the table. He was wearing an apron, a hat and a mask. He didn't look like he had just finished cooking, but just came out of a polluted environment. Then he took off these things that were in the way and sat on a chair. Fong Zhou went into the bathroom and cleaned up roughly. After coming out, he walked over naturally and sat in front of one of the meals. Thank you, Comrade Shilu. She was really hungry. She hadn't eaten for almost a day and a night. Just as she scooped a spoonful into her mouth, Lu Filan said, your injuries are too serious. This treatment is 500,000. The sofa cleaning fee is 5,000. And the food is 1,000. Considering the 500,000, this meal is way for you. The total is 500,000 and 5,000 points. The 500,000 in the dream has come true. She still has half of it to be treated. If this continues, the points she got from the red and white machine will soon be used up. She smiled. Do you really need so many points for retirement? Lu Filan smiled back. There is no such thing as too much money. He continued, so you were injured so badly this time. Have you heard from the commander? Not yet. But I received some very useful things. Fong Zhou was going to ask those people about the White Whale Zone related information that might be related to Fang Xuanjiang when he went to the club today. But when Lu Filan mentioned this, she sorted out some information before she lost consciousness while eating. At that time, she was already at the end of her strength. After dealing with Reiki, she no longer had the energy to think. There was an important character of the central line on Reiki's ship. She felt that the last arc was the most likely. That person gave her a strange sense of familiarity. Not from his appearance, but from the atmosphere and temperament around him. Thinking of this, Fong Arc analyzed their conversation and suddenly froze for a moment. A somewhat outrageous guess popped up in her head. She quickly finished the food, put down the spoon and said to Lu Filan, I'm going back. I'll transfer the points to your account later. After that, she disappeared in front of Lu Filan. Lu Filan, who had completely become a tool, put down her cutlery. I have no appetite. Returning to the room, Fong Zhou opened the hidden panel and checked what reminded her before she lost consciousness. There were 2 reminders in total. One was a reminder from her first identity summoner. She now had a higher priority goal, so she opened the second one. The number of times the entrance to the high-dimensional world is opened is temporarily reserved. The entrance to the high-dimensional world forum can be opened at present. Do you want to open it? Sure enough. Fong Zhou pondered for a while, clicked on the reserved number of times, and chose yes. After entering the forum, she still confirmed the time above. This time was different from the previous ones. Originally, 5 minutes would be added after each entry, but this time there was no change. It was still the 20 minutes when she entered last time. Could it be that the more times, the more difficult it is to unlock the time? Fong Zhou scrolled down the post. This time, She did not choose to start from the hot posts, but quickly extracted the keywords on the page to confirm whether her guess was correct. Subject: this post owner announces that the Joker line can be renamed as "Where is my sister" from today. Do you have any objections? After a while, she stopped at this post and clicked in. The posting time displayed on it was only 1 hour away from the last time she entered the forum. After confirming, she began to read the content of the post. Main post, as the title says. 1L, reporting to the post owner. I have no objection. 2L, I second the motion. 3L, I also second the motion. 4L, well done. Wonderful. The theme of this line is expressed in just 5 words. Your Excellency is very talented. I really admire you. 5L, I laughed. Are the players of the Joker line in the upper floor in good spirits? 6L, I just started playing. Has this line progressed to this extent? Can anyone tell me about spoilers? I am not afraid of spoilers. 7L replied to 6L, it's nothing. Just a wasteland version of a tadpole looking for its mother sister. 8L, I laughed at the people above. 10L, I love to watch the three-party perspective now. Sometimes, I feel that the lives of those supporting characters are much more exciting than Joker. If you don't watch the three-party perspective, you will miss too much. 11L, there are too many changes in Joker's line. The plot development since leaving 001 Shelter has basically nothing to do with the internal test. It feels like a new story. The only thing that remains unchanged is his obsession with his sister. I occasionally feel that the production team has only 2 points for Joker's character, sister control, and 3 no. And it doesn't matter how the other developments are. 12L, those who don't understand 3 no are in trouble. I still love Joker's face. But it's a pity that since leaving 001 Shelter, he doesn't even have a face. I hate his new disguise. It's really mediocre. 13L replied to 11L, actually, I think it's okay. Because there was no settlement in the White Whale area during the internal test. And there was little description of the White Whale area. After the change, it was quite exciting to settle in the White Whale area, which is completely different from other places. 14L, I am the only one who is worried about the plot change to this extent. Will Ark really die like the internal test? 15L, the above person made a very scary guess. Oh my god. What will happen to this line? 16L, it aroused my curiosity. I have to finish this line all night. 17L, the damn capitalists have us firmly under control. 18L, Joker. You kid. This newbie will abandon the half-finished central line to see how much sister control you can do. 19L replied to 18L, let me give you an example. Who would have thought that his new codename is Ark? 20L, using his sister's name to create a new codename? He's really good. 21L, he thinks that if his sister uses this codename, she will definitely recognize him. I'm impressed by his brain circuit. Is there anyone who doesn't know Noah's Ark? Is there any connection between this Ark and that Ark? Seeing this, Fong Zhou retreated, and her guess was completely confirmed. Chapter 54. Fong Zhou basically didn't establish contact with many people after coming here. It's not an exaggeration to say that she is a lone wolf. Just based on the figure and temperament, she can feel a little familiar with someone who must be someone she is very familiar with. There are only a few men like this. Her disguise is all-round. There is no similarity between her body and her original self. It is normal that Fong Xuanjiang can't recognize her. Thinking back, Fong Xuanjiang should not have disguised other places except her face and voice. She accidentally passed by Fong Xuanjiang. It is not so difficult to find him if Ark is confirmed to be Fong Xuanjiang. Fong Zhou temporarily put aside this matter and returned to the homepage of the game forum to find the reason for entering the forum this time. Every time she can enter the forum, it is because she caused some discussion in the plot. And this time is definitely no exception. She was in a hurry to enter just now, so she didn't check her current reputation. Before looking for the reason, she took a look at her reputation. Current player. Reputation, -11W. Current player reputation, 5.5W. Current player reputation, 1W. Another row appeared. Most likely the reputation value of her Tuesday. Identity. The first mimicry identity actually rose so much during this period, which surprised her a little, while her original identity was steadily declining. Originally, she thought that the incident at sea had caused a discussion through the three-party perspective. Seeing this reputation value, it might be the discussion caused by the second identity that brought her into the forum. She looked down and clicked into a post. Subject: After Joker went around the world looking for his sister. Our central line also has its own tadpole. Main post: Please look at our central line's Feishing going around the world looking for Miss World. Attached photo.jpg. Attached photo.jpg. 1L. The author's drawing is so vivid. I just came over from the next door complaining about Joker. And I really laughed to death when I saw this post. 2L. So cute. The central line is so depressing. Only the Easter eggs from Feishing's perspective can bring me a little joy. That guy is now dreaming about looking for the world. 3L. Feishing's daily life in recent days: eating, sleeping, hiding from the order, and looking for the world. 4L. After all, if you can't find it, you will be cut off by the Archon Feishing shivering.jpg. The main post is a fan art drawn by the author. The little person in the shape of Feishing is busy eating, sleeping, escaping, and doing different things with sweat on his head. What remains unchanged is that the imagination box on the little person's head representing thinking is filled with her second mimicry. 11L. This is not the same. After all, one is give you life, pain literature, and the other is I'm here to take your life, horror story. 14L. I really suggest that these two be swapped. After all, I really like Miss World, ha ha ha. She is so heartless. She cheated Feishing of the best equipment and ran away. The fourth dimension completely pretended to be dead. Feishing said 99 plus, but didn't reply, ha ha ha. I hope she can live well, although it is difficult for her to live well as she is a devourer. She should appear more often. I really like to see the central government's lackeys suffer. 15L. I am the same. I love to see Feishing acting like a drowned dog who has been cheated of his feelings and money. With his appearance, I can't help but love him. 21L. I also hope that Miss World can appear more often. There are too many mysteries about her. However, since such an attractive character has been created, there is a high probability that she will have more roles in the future. 22L. Plus 1 to the above. Who doesn't like a calm, smart and powerful sister? Compared with the ARC identity, her reputation as a #1 mimic is too good. Her original identity still failed to change the impression after the counter-killing of Caesar, which shows how bad her image is among the players. Looking back at this post, it should be that the battle between her and the Order before she left Tunghua District a few days ago was seen by players in the game through Feishing's three-way perspective. If you go back in time, you should be able to see discussions that were earlier than this post. Fong Arc can guess the content without reading too much, so he didn't go looking for it specifically. Subject: Did the show-off Raikiri get beaten? Seeing Raikiri, she clicked on it. This must be the discussion closest to her timeline, so she needed to read it. Main post: Can anyone answer me? Was Raikiri beaten up by this new character in the submarine? Why did he look like this after coming out? 1L. I was also shocked when I saw it. Joker didn't participate in this plot. I watched the three-way perspective only after I saw Raikiri was injured. I learned that they were trapped at sea by alien creatures through the three-way perspective playback in the cockpit. 2L. According to the diving depth at that time, it was impossible for Raikiri to leave the submarine and fight the alien creatures head-on. It is very likely that he was beaten by this new character. 3L. To be honest, I agree with Schwangi. The damaged man is really attractive. 4L. I just played to the point where Raikiri tried to win over Joker. He looked pretty cool. How come he was beaten up? 5L. I also want to know this question. Why is the three-way perspective not Raikiri's? Isn't he an important supporting role? 6L. I don't think so. After all, he has only been on the show for a short time. According to the current trend, it seems unlikely that he will become Joker's new teammate. Joker agreed to his proposal to obtain information about the Ark. 7L. After all, this character is quite evil. Joker is already very evil as the protagonist. If the companion who joins is still like this, I can't imagine what the plot will develop like later. It seems that perhaps in order to improve the integrity of the story and leave suspense, the three-party perspective players learned about the situation in the cockpit this time. Arc continues to read on. 10L. He must have been beaten. Otherwise, why would he, as a pirate, stop Joker from harvesting the ship? He even wanted to rob the ship and the crew. Even if there were no alien creatures, the ship was still very large, and there must be a lot of weapons and equipment inside. It must be a lot of points to loot them. Something must have happened in the submarine that made him give up this idea, especially compared to his embarrassment. The new character looked unscathed. 11L. Could it be that this new character beat him? It's very likely. When I saw her decisively asking to drop the bomb through the replay, I felt that she was not a simple character. 12L, no way. If it is such a powerful character, it would not appear for a moment, and then disappear. 13L, although Raikiri's transcendence level has not been announced yet, judging from his occasional performance, it should not be lower than A level. And it is even possible to be higher. In that case, the new character must be S level. Right? Are S levels so cheap these days? 21L, oh, I don't really like this plot. After leaving Shelter 001, Joker once again did something that hurt others for the arc. 22L, I have low morals. Let me say first, it's really fun to rob in the game. It's not the real world. This is how you play. 24L, not bad. Raikiri is a pretty good guy. He would spare someone's life after the robbery, and give the boat a small boat. 25L, although I robbed you and beat you, I spared your life. I am a good boy, Raikiri. 26L, but I think Raikiri wanted to recruit Joker to join the gang at first. He seems to be being chased by the central government, saying that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. After going out to sea this time, it seems that he directly gave up this idea, and told Joker the relevant information and then broke up. 27L, there must be something fishy. There must be something fishy. I am really worried. What information can Raikiri have about her? At most, it was about the exchange meeting. She couldn't figure out how this was connected to her original identity, and she could only know it when she met Raikiri. Seeing this, she roughly understood the situation. There was no need to waste time in the forum. This was the first time she chose to exit the forum before the forum viewing time. After exiting the forum, Fong Zhou clicked on another prompt message about her first identity summoner and quickly browsed through it. Congratulations on harvesting the first SS level alien creature. The level of the first identity has been improved. Summoner LV3, level advancement can be changed. New ability, if you capture multiple alien creatures of the same species, you can use their abilities in a superimposed manner. This new ability means that the more alien creatures of the same race you capture, the more powerful their abilities will be when she uses them. In this way, some weaker C-level and B-level aliens can also reach the power of A-level alien creatures after taming multiple of them, which is a great joy for her. This part of the same type of aliens should be a lot of those with more direct and simple abilities. And special beings like the Line Python should not be able to achieve the superposition effect. Similarly, Fong Zhou also discovered some patterns. The last upgrade was because of the taming of the S-level Mother Demon. And this upgrade seems to be because of the taming of the double S-level beast. What is the upper limit of this level? Are there more higher-level alien creatures in this world? The highest level of alien creatures announced by Paradise is S-level, including the only S-level that appeared in the internal test of the Old Waste City. Is it a secret inside the park? To prevent chaos? After all, under normal circumstances, an S-class alien creature can harvest many human lives. If they know that there are other alien creatures in this world that are much stronger than S-class alien creatures, it will inevitably make the living humans lose confidence. They will worry whether the alien creatures will continue to evolve in the future. When that time comes, can they still fight against them? Of course, this is a better guess. The worst thing is that the central government wants to use this to do something. Fong Zhou retracted her divergent thoughts. She couldn't protect herself, and these were not areas she could intervene in now. After confirming this information, she immediately contacted Lei Chia through the communicator. The other party answered the call very quickly, probably because he had been waiting in front of the communicator. The voice from the communicator was very brisk. You finally remembered to contact me. Fong Zhou didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. Do you have time now? Let's find a place to meet. It would be easy to make mistakes if she only asked through the communicator. If Lei Chia didn't reveal the relevant information of Fong Xuanjiang, she would have no way to deal with him. Fong Zhou chose to directly ask Lei Chia out to ask in person. You are too anxious. We just haven't seen each other for a long time. Location: the underground city at the south entrance of Lioli Street. Send me a message when you get there, and I will pick you up. Rachel heard her tone was very serious, and immediately stopped while he was ahead. After receiving the location, Fong Zhou drove there immediately. After arriving at the White Whale District, she went out to sea directly. She had not yet explored the terrain of the White Whale District. This was her first time to go to this most chaotic place in the White Whale District that she had heard about a long time ago. According to the map in the car, Fong Zhou drove out of the urban area of the White Whale district. As she got closer to Lioli Street, the scenery outside also changed. Compared with the high-rise buildings standing in the urban area, clean streets, and all kinds of resources and technology in place. There are more old buildings that have not been renovated and chaotic streets here. In some places, you can even see the traces of the tsunami 5 years ago. It is only when you go further in that it gradually becomes human, with normal residential buildings and shops appearing. However, the signs at many of the shops were blank, which reminded Fong Zhou of Uncle He in Tunghua district. Not wanting to run into trouble, she stepped on the accelerator and quickly rushed to the location given to her by Lei Chia. In front of her was a single-family building with only one floor, occupying a large area. From Fong Zhou's perspective, she could hardly see the end of the building. The entrance to the dungeon given by Lei Chia should be from here. She parked the car and entered the building. There were a lot of people and chaos inside. There were many shops lined up inside, but they didn't look like ordinary shops. If it was usual, Fong Zhou would definitely explore the environment inside. But now she didn't have so much thoughts. She sent a message to Lei Chia in advance and continued to walk in. When she reached the south entrance, she saw stairs and elevators leading to the underground. This should be the entrance to the underground city that Lei Chia mentioned. At this time, a man deliberately blocked her way. Fong Zhou went left, and he followed him to the left. After 2 steps, she looked up and saw that the man had a face full of flesh. He was looking her up and down, perhaps because he saw that she was a stranger in Lioli Street. His eyes were contemptuous and offensive. Fong Zhou was in a hurry and had no time to pay attention to such people. When he encountered this situation, he controlled the wind blade to cut off half of his shoulder without saying a word, so as to prevent his blind shoulder from hitting her position. Ah! Blood splattered. Fong Zhou avoided the affected position and heard the man screaming, attracting the attention of the people around him. They looked at him for a while and then looked away, as if they were used to this kind of thing. Fong Zhou, who did this, pretended not to see it and walked around him. TSK, TSK, TSK. At this time, a gloating voice came from the side. How can there be such an idiot in Lioli Street? You are lucky enough to survive by judging people by their appearance in such a world. It was Raikiri. Fong Zhou looked over. He was wearing a blue headband today, except for the vest changing to a color that matched the headband. The rest of his clothes were almost the same as when she first saw him. Compared to the bloody appearance yesterday, he recovered quite well in this short day, except for a few wounds on his arms and neck caused by sonic waves. There was nothing else to see. Hey, companion. Seeing her looking over, Lei Chia raised his hand and waved at her with a smile. I have something to ask you. It's too noisy here. Fong Zhou didn't even look at the person behind him. Okay, follow me. Fong Zhou followed Lei Chia and waited for him to take her to a place where there were not many people. Before Lei Chia asked her what she wanted, she was ready to get straight to the point. Do you have any information about the young man who appeared on the superstructure of your ship when I left? Through the forum, she already knew that Lei Chia and Fong Xuanjiang were only a temporary team, and she did not directly ask about his location. What do you want to see him for? Lei Chia was confused at first, and then acted disappointed. I thought you were here to see me, but it turns out you are not. Get to the point. I dare not tell him his information, or I will be hunted down. Since Lei Chia has teamed up with Fong Xuanjiang, he should have seen his transcendent power. When the central government issued a wanted notice to catch Fong Xuanjiang, his ability was announced. As long as you have seen him use his ability, you must know his identity. This can also match what Lei Chia said in the forum, that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I know who he is, Fong Zhou said. What I want is his current whereabouts, and the reason why you two are in contact. Is this a test between new companions? Lei Chia joked. She wanted to get the information he knew right away. This was extremely rude under any circumstances. If it were someone else, he might have cut off the other person's head directly. But Fong Zhou was different. He didn't mind sharing information with his companion. Then I have to pass your test well, Lei Chia continued. I don't know his current whereabouts. He contacted me in the 4th dimension, in the entire 004 shelter. I am the only one who has the most information about the Devourer. He wants to buy information from me. What exactly is the information? He said he was looking for a woman with an alien creature in her body. He showed a playful look. This has to do with you. The alien information he gave was somewhat similar to what you used at the exchange meeting. It involved the internal affairs of Yeji. I didn't sell him this information at the time. It was the line python in her body. She did use the line python at the second exchange meeting. Later. For various reasons. I guess you don't want to hear the specific process now. So I will tell you the result directly. Did you tell him? I told him. I said I saw it in Tunghua district. Reiki tilted his head and said, the information he wanted was just this. Since there is no possibility for him and me to become companions, I naturally won't tell you more. Besides, what if he comes to seek revenge? You are my companion, so I naturally prefer you. This was a very cunning answer. He did give Fang Xuanjiang the information about Fang Zhou that he wanted. But Lei Chia also knew that the person the other party might be looking for had changed his identity and was in the White Whale district. He also deliberately led Fang Xuanjiang to the Tunghua district and gave completely invalid information. If Fang Zhou and Fang Xuanjiang had no relationship, Lei Chia did it perfectly. He fulfilled his promise and did not reveal her information. If he was seeking revenge, he led her enemy out of the safe range. This is indeed what Lei Chia would do. Fang Zhou didn't know whether to laugh or cry for a while, based on her understanding of Fang Xuanjiang. Even if the information was not necessarily accurate, he would definitely rush to the Tunghua district overnight. She immediately asked, when did you land? Last night. According to this time, he must have reached the border of Tunghua district. In order to prevent the delay, Fang Zhou decided to rush back to Tunghua district immediately. Do you have his contact number? That guy is elusive. I only have his fourth-dimensional account. Send him a message for me and ask him to stay in Tunghua district. Hey. Raki called her. Send this message from my position? Based on my understanding of him these days, he will only read it but not reply and ignore it directly. Just say it was my request. You mean Tuesday? Raki said the name she told him. Fang Zhou looked at him seriously and corrected him. It's my sister. Chapter 55. After answering this question, Fang Zhou turned around and left without looking at Lei Chia's reaction. Lei Chia's telling her all the information about Fang Xuanjiang did win her some trust. But more importantly, she had learned through the forum that Lei Chia was also being pursued by the central government. It seems that Yi Ji is indeed hostile to the central government, so he has no reason to reveal her and Fang Xuanjiang's identities. This can be regarded as the first step to becoming a companion. It takes half a day to return to Tunghua district from Beijing district. It will probably be night when she arrives in Tunghua district. It is definitely too late to go to the club. Fang Zhou initially looked for a team from the fourth dimension to find out the recent information about Beijing district. Since Fang Xuanjiang has been found, there is no need to find out the information. She took out the communicator and sent a message to Ming Chan. I have something to do, so I can't go there this afternoon. Just divide the points as you see fit. I have no objection. After dividing, just put them into my bracelet. After all, it's money, so she still has to take it. Then she returned to the car and checked the fuel in the car to make sure it could support her from the White Whale district to the Tunghua district. She also bought some food to eat on the way. She didn't tell Lu Filan about this matter. It was only a day's round trip, so he probably wouldn't look for her. Half an hour later, Fang Zhou followed the navigation in the car and drove to the border of the White Whale district. Unlike when they came, a station was built at the normal passage to leave the White Whale district, and there were order guards there. The White Whale district accepted everyone, but it seemed that it was not so easy to leave. This might also be related to the mention of S order guarding the White Whale district in the fourth dimension. The policy here seemed to have made a lot of changes. However, Fang Zhou guessed that there should be more than one exit in the White Whale area, but she had only been here for a few days and had spent all her time at sea. She didn't know the situation and could only follow the navigation. Fortunately, she was confident in her mimicry and was not afraid of being discovered. Next to Fang Zhou was a very cool sports car with the roof down. She saw a blonde young man with pigtails in the driver's seat, and a little girl with blonde hair sitting in the passenger seat. As if she had noticed Fang Zhou's sight, she suddenly looked towards her position. Her green eyes seemed to penetrate the anti-peeping glass of the car and saw Fang Zhou inside. She smiled softly at her. Fang Zhou felt a strange sense of being watched. Before she could think more, it was her turn to check her car. She lowered the window, and the orderly in charge of the inspection looked at her, took out something and scanned it in front of her eyes. After seeing that there was nothing unusual on it, he asked, "Where are you going?" Fang Zhou replied, Tunghua District. They seemed to be just going through the process. And they gave her a pass after hearing her answer. After all, most people who left the White Whale District were going to Tunghua District. After leaving the White Whale District and driving on the highway for more than an hour, she saw that the temperature outside the car displayed by the in-car system had risen a lot. And soon she entered the Black Lion District. The Black Lion District and Tunghua District are adjacent. Entering the Black Lion District means that you will soon reach Tunghua District, which will take about 2 hours to arrive. It was much faster than she thought. And it might be because she stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The speed was twice as fast as when Lu Filan drove at the beginning. When she was about to arrive at Tunghua District, it was only dusk. Fong Zhou looked at the communicator and saw messages from Mingchan and Lei Chia. Mingchan, okay. You can contact me if you have anything. The points of the bracelet were also received. Fong Zhou took a look and found that she was allocated 1 million. Can the information of S-level aliens sell for so many points? Or is it that the points allocated to her by Mingchan accounted for a higher proportion overall? In any case, she accepted it with peace of mind. Next was the news from Lei Chia. Lei Chia, you left such a heavyweight news and left? Right, Chia. I went to the 4th dimension to contact him. And he said he would be at Fengwang Road and would not go anywhere. Right, Chia. Wow. That guy is so obedient. I am getting goosebumps. Fengwang Road. It was easy. Fong Zhou was familiar with that place. The exchange meeting happened at Fengwang Road, and it was located right next to the Black Lion District, so she could get there very quickly. 10 minutes later, she entered the Tunghua District and arrived near Fengwang Road. From a distance, she saw the helicopter of the order in the sky, and there were constant gunshots and explosions, and the crowd in the center of the battle had been dispersed to the periphery. What was going on? How could the order appear here? Fong Zhou had a bad feeling in her heart. She parked the car aside and stopped a passerby who was watching the show from a distance. What happened in front? Why did the order go out? I don't know. It is said that the highest level criminals appeared and arrested people everywhere. After saying this, the man hugged his arms and shook them, and kindly advised, you should leave quickly. I will leave in a while. Maybe it will affect this side. Okay. Thank you, Fong Zhou said. And then, contrary to her reaction to thanking him, he walked towards the center of the battle. The man was a little surprised. Hey, why are you still? He didn't say the subsequent persuasion. Forget it. It has nothing to do with him anyway. Back here, Fong Zhou felt like she was back at home. She had explored all the terrain of Fengwang Road before, and knew where the dead ends were, and where the blind spots of surveillance were. It was easy to approach quietly. Most of the people around here have left. People living in this environment are very perceptive. They don't need to be officially dismissed. They know that it is best to avoid such situations to prevent being involved in battles and losing their lives. Combined with the words of the passerby, Fong Zhou knew without much thought that it was Fong Xuanjiang who was exposed to the order of Tunghua District. Under normal circumstances, the order will not care about the criminals of the central government. But when it comes to his level, even if it is to give the central government a face, they have to act. Not to mention that he killed the order in the White Whale District and had already issued a declaration of war to the 004 shelter. Fong Zhou had a headache. He was hiding well in the White Whale District. But how come he was exposed in the Tunghua District? If so, it would not be so easy to leave after they reunited. Approaching the center of the battlefield, she began to release the Lion Python to search for Fong Xuanjiang. The helicopter in the air was firing indiscriminately, feeling the strong impact from a long distance. The red bracelet on Fong Zhou's hand took the lead in automatically opening the light net to intercept the bullets. The next second, the helicopter in the air made a huge collision sound that made people's teeth ache. In a short moment, it seemed that all its parts and the flesh and blood of the driver inside were crushed. Fong Zhou looked up and saw that it was crushed into a piece of paper in an instant, and the bullet it fired a second ago fell lightly. She had seen this ability once before. It was Fong Xuanjiang's two-dimensional compression. This won't work. It will be troublesome if the battlefield expands. At this time, the Lion Python also conveyed the distribution of people nearby. After receiving the information from the Lion Python, Fong Zhou immediately deployed, drawing a circle to make a prison on the spot. This was the first time she used the ability of the beast, and she only wrapped this small area. She could feel that this power could cover a larger range after it was fully deployed. At the first moment of the ability deployment, Fang Zhou felt more clearly the position of all the people trapped in her domain. She put small domains on those orders one by one, allowing them to move in a building or a small area, including her naughty brother. After fixing everyone's position, Fang Zhou was able to slow down a little. Her goal became clearer, and she immediately headed towards Fang Xuanjiang's position. After turning a few corners, Fang Zhou could feel that he was very close to her. Unlike other orderers, who kept moving and spinning in the domain, Fang Xuanjiang was motionless in his position. Just when she thought this guy was pretty good, he also started to move. As the master of the domain, Fang Zhou could see the real situation. A building in front disappeared in an instant. That guy. Fang Zhou's forehead was throbbing. He must have realized that he was trapped and started to destroy the surrounding facilities. This had no effect on her. The reason why the beast was double S was that it was powerful. It was useless to just realize that he was trapped. Only by harming the master of the domain could it be solved. But the noise he made was too loud, which would attract the attention of the order outside the domain. Fang Zhou did not delay any longer and rushed over directly using the speed enhancement. After a while, he saw Fang Xuanjiang's figure. He was wearing a black combat uniform, and the skin on his cheeks and neck was as white as before, standing in front of the only remaining building around. His dark eyes were a little confused, and his brows were wrinkled together in annoyance, as if he was wondering why he was suddenly trapped here. Fang Zhou knew why he attracted the order at the first sight. He actually didn't disguise at all. He just used his original face to move around. Fang Zhou rubbed his temple. Sometimes she couldn't figure out what her brother was thinking. Having said that, after checking that all the nearby surveillance cameras had been destroyed by him, Fang Zhou also removed the vine insect mimicry and approached Fang Xuanjiang. After all, she didn't want her brother to be forced to fight against her if he didn't recognize her. Fang Xuanjiang could feel someone approaching. Those order were as annoying as bugs. He thought it was those order again and subconsciously wanted to attack. Then, a familiar voice came into his ears. It's me. The transcendent power he was running was instantly extinguished. He couldn't wait to look towards the source of the sound. The face he had been thinking about day and night came into his sight. It's my sister. It's really my sister. Fang Zhou walked towards him and pulled his arm. What are you standing there for? Let's get out of here first. This time he didn't pull. Fang Xuanjiang stared at her seriously, pulled his hand out, raised his hands to hold her face, lowered his head and looked around carefully, pinched her palm and looked at her wrist, as if he was checking whether she was injured during his absence, and as if he was confirming whether it was her. What are you doing? Do you know how much trouble you have caused? Before Fang Zhou finished speaking, he gave her a big bear hug, and the sound of his complete relaxation sounded in her ears. Sister, I miss you so much. Chapter 56. Knowing that Fang Xuanjiang had been looking for her all the way, Fang Zhou raised his hand and patted his back comfortingly. I am safe and have the strength to protect myself. Yes, sister has become much stronger, he replied. But now is not the time to reminisce. The hug lasted for a few seconds and ended ruthlessly with her pushing Fang Xuanjiang away. In this short period of time, Fang Zhou found that someone had entered the field from the outside world. This was a very bad signal, which meant that the people from the order bureau outside had noticed the abnormality and sent people in. Fang Zhou could only fix them in a field one by one. If this continued, it would be very troublesome for them to leave after she evacuated the field. Fang Zhou did not want to go to war with the people from the order bureau. She held Fang Xuanjiang. Let's go back to the White Whale area first, and we'll talk later if there's anything. Fang Xuanjiang looked at her and nodded. I'll listen to you. Sister. Her car was parked outside the battle center, and it would take some time to get there. So she asked, did you drive here? Where did you park? It's nearby. Sister and I will come. After taking 2 steps, Fang Xuanjiang paused and reminded, Sister, you can't use my car. They should have recorded my vehicle. In that case, we can only leave here and go back to the periphery to find her car. Fang Zhou was a little helpless. You are too ostentatious. Why don't you disguise yourself? Raki didn't give me the exact location. I was afraid my sister couldn't find me. But I didn't expect my sister to come so quickly. I should have gotten rid of those orderers quickly. Hearing this answer, Fang Zhou couldn't help but feel as expected. She sighed. Aren't you worried that he was playing a trick on you? He said calmly. Raki has no reason to do this. So I know it's definitely my sister this time. Fang Xuanjiang's guess was indeed correct. Although he and Raki were just a temporary team, each taking what they needed. The few days out at sea were enough for him to understand who Raki was. And he didn't need to play a trick on him. He lowered his eyes. But he is a very cunning person. I don't know how my sister got to know him. You have to be careful not to be fooled by him. Because he knew Lei Chia's character. He also knew that Lei Chia would not give his information to Fang Zhou if they were not in a special relationship, or if he gave enough conditions. She smiled. Okay. I'll be careful. He saw it clearly. And Fang Zhou almost forgot that Fang Xuanjiang was not a character who would only rush forward. Including the rebellion incident. She saw a related reply on the forum that he clearly noticed something was wrong in the paradise. But he still wanted to go. He clearly understood what he was doing and what consequences he would face. In the internal test, Fang Xuanjiang was completely awake after the death of Fang Zhou. After her death, he had no scruples or obsessions, and would no longer do things that ordinary people could not understand. At that time, she also saw a discussion that said that the Joker after the death of Ark was too cold-blooded and rational, and that the protagonist was too evil and scary. Although this post was quickly attacked, she did not die as a package for lowering the intelligence of Fang Xuanjiang. So it was no wonder that those people in the forum were worried about how the Joker line would progress if she was still alive. From an objective point of view, she actually did not understand why the creator of this game gave Fang Xuanjiang this setting. It was not enough to be a setback. And it was a bit unreasonable to be an opportunity for his growth. After all, she did not have the memory of the original owner. So she naturally did not understand the twists and turns. But this did not affect her willingness to become the real Ark. She had no relatives before coming to this world. And it was not bad to have someone who was worried and devoted to her. During the conversation between the two, they had already approached the periphery. And Fang Zhou found a blind spot. Before that, they had to make some preparations. Her domain must be centered on her. Once she leaves the domain, it will automatically disappear. They definitely cannot leave directly in this appearance. Disguise first and then leave. Fang Xuanjiang had no objection. He put on the mask-like equipment used as a disguise on his face. After turning it on, it changed its shape and fit his face tightly. His facial features became what Fang Zhou saw when he was in the sea. And then he took off the combat uniform jacket and threw it aside. Fang Zhou directly changed into the appearance of the second mimic. She can change into other mimics. But her car was probably filmed along the way. And changing into other appearances would make people more suspicious. So that person is really my sister. Seeing her like this, Fang Xuanjiang said. His expression looked a little lost. What's that expression? Fang Zhou thought it was a little funny. My sister recognized me. But I didn't recognize my sister. After all, I don't look like my original appearance. Right? In that situation. At such a long distance. Even if Fang Xuanjiang only disguised her face, it would be difficult to confirm if she didn't have the auxiliary skills and form of the player identity. On the contrary. Aren't you afraid of who I was standing in front of you just now? Sister is sister. Fang Xuanjiang looked at her. I can tell at a glance whether it is a fake person wearing sister's appearance. Fang Zhou's heart skipped a beat when she heard this. She didn't continue to talk about this topic, but withdrew the domain and restored this area to its original state. Then said, let's go. Just then, Fang Zhou found several bird-like drones flying over this area. She immediately took Fang Xuanjiang to hide in the blind spot of these things. Soon more and more drones gathered and formed a formation in the sky. Fang Xuanjiang's face turned ugly. Fang Zhou thought about it. Those drones didn't seem to belong to Shelter 004. But the central government? This scene reminded Fang Zhou of the ability nullification mentioned in the forum during the Rebellion War. It seemed that they had conveyed the news to the central government and borrowed this thing. Fang Xuanjiang took a look and didn't attack these drones. The first time, he didn't expect the central government to research such a thing. So he didn't destroy them in the first time. Although he understood this time. He also knew that if he crushed them at this time, it would be equivalent to telling these people his location. He and his sister wanted to leave safely. So he naturally wouldn't do that. But if he didn't sabotage, then when the battle was set, they could invalidate his ability at any time. They really developed some good things against you. Fang Zhou said. Sorry, sister. I'm holding you back. It's not a big deal. At present, the two S-level orderers are most likely still in the White Whale district. It is unlikely that they can rush here in such a short time. There are only A-level orderers in Tunghua District now. Apart from paying attention to their weapons, others are not worth fearing. If they want to leave here, no one can stop them. Originally, she went to the White Whale District to find Fang Xuanjiang. Now it is not impossible to find him and stay in Tunghua District. But Tunghua District has made such a big fuss, and the two S levels are likely to be recalled. It is safer to go to the White Whale District. Fang Zhou once again set up a prison in the vicinity. This time, she directly expanded the scope to the border of the Black Lion District, which was several times more than before. This also resulted in countless more information rushing into her head than before, and the energy required was several times more. Fang Zhou felt that her head was about to explode just by sorting out the information in the field, and immediately felt a little tired, unsure of who were the order and who were ordinary people. Fang Zhou could only choose to lock up everyone in the field. After doing this, she suddenly felt a tingling sensation in her temple. Sister? Fang Xuanjiang noticed that something was wrong with her, reached out to support her, and murmured expressionlessly, "Sure enough, I will go and crush them." "Don't think about it," Fang Zhou said helplessly. "Destroy all the drones above, being locked in her domain." They couldn't do anything even if they found that the drones were destroyed. As soon as Fang Zhou finished speaking, the drones were pressed into thin paper one after another and floated down like huge snowflakes. After confirming that everything was correct, she said, "Let's go. You drive. Leave here quickly and I'll be fine." Hearing her say this, Fang Xuanjiang didn't delay for a moment, and the two got in the car at the fastest speed. He stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and drove out of Tunghua District quickly. It was not until the moment when Fang Zhou's car left Tunghua District that the huge cage was completely retracted. After their vehicle had completely disappeared, a red and white figure appeared at the fork in the road, bent over with his hands on his knees, panting, his bloodshot eyes staring at the direction where Fang Zhou disappeared. "Finally found you, world." 15 minutes ago, in the Order Bureau of Tunghua District, the former commander of Shelter 001 appeared in Tunghua District so brazenly, which directly raised the alarm of the Order Bureau to the highest level. Zhao Zhenyu was overwhelmed. In order to rectify the White Whale District, most of the Order Bureau's forces were now concentrated in the White Whale District. With the current military force of Tunghua District, it was impossible to catch him. But even so, they had to wait until support came. "Captain Zhenyu, I really can't understand why Jiang organized his words. "He showed up here so straightforwardly. Is this the confidence of a powerful transcendent? Anyway, there must be a purpose. The force over there is definitely not enough. I have to rush over. Report to me if there is anything unusual." Zhao Zhenyu changed into combat uniform. "Also, send out that thing given by the central government to facilitate response. Anyway, since he showed up like this time, they would definitely not let him leave safely." What no one expected was that another transcendent appeared halfway. Not long after Zhao Zhenyu rushed over, he was completely trapped in the same place. At first, no one noticed it until Jiang's communication came from the Order Bureau. "Captain Zhenyu, can you hear me? Captain Zhenyu, something is wrong. The location of each of you has been circling in one place since just now. I have sent someone in." After hearing Jiang's words, she realized why something was wrong from the beginning. Zhao Zhenyu immediately reacted. This should be someone's ability. She thought about it carefully and felt cold all over. She immediately asked back, "Are all the orderers trapped now? Can you hear it?" Jiang's voice was a little happy. "I see that your positioning is normal now. It should be restored." Before Jiang could finish speaking, their communication was disconnected. Chapter 57. At 18:45 in the evening, A004 Shelter, Tunghua District, with Fengwang Road as the center, a small maze from number 25 to number 68 appeared, trapping all the orderers who were going to fight against Joker, the former commander of Shelter 001. 10 minutes later, this domain was lifted by its owner, and the Order Bureau contacted the orderers inside. Then, a larger and wider maze appeared from Fengwang Road to the border of the Black Lion District. All the orderers, residents, and pedestrians were trapped in it. It was not until 5 minutes later that the domain was lifted and Fengwang Road returned to normal. At the same time, Joker also escaped from Fengwang Road. The above is the summary report made by the Order Bureau after this incident. Is this Joker's companion? He was taken away from our encirclement openly. Someone made the most reasonable guess. from the current situation. It is likely to be. How arrogant. Wouldn't that be terrible? After all, judging from the situation shown by the other party, the owner of the transcendent power that can cover such a large area and target so many people must be an S-level transcendent. Joker plus an unknown S-level transcendent. You have to know that there are only 2 S-level orders in their entire 004 shelter. We can't do anything about this. Zhao Jinyu pondered for a moment and came to a conclusion. Even with all the military forces in Tunghua District, they couldn't deal with 2 S-level transcendents. Not to mention the drones targeting Joker from the central government, which had not yet taken effect before they became useless waste paper under their noses. She quickly contacted the White Whale District General Administration and reported the incident without omission, including the speculation about the ability of Joker's new companion that they discussed. Unless the 2 people from the General Administration were invited back to Tunghua District. Otherwise, if there were any more reports, the Order of Tunghua District would have to sacrifice themselves. An hour later, the Order Bureau of the White Whale District sent a video call. The call was connected, and a woman with a very serious face appeared on it. She was wearing the uniform of the Order Bureau, wearing glasses, and her eyes were sharp. The sight of her made Zhao Jinyu stand up straight with respect in her eyes. The person said, "I already know the general information. We will not return to Tunghua District for the time being. There are still things to be dealt with in the White Whale District. I have conveyed this information to the central government. Tunghua District does not need to care about this matter anymore. The 4 shelters outside the paradise are not under the command of the central government. In the past, if the Order Bureau caught some wanted persons of the central government, it was also to reach some exchange conditions. If the loss is greater than the benefit, it will not be worth the loss. And this time, it was a combination of 2 S-level transcendents. So they had no need to participate." "Got it. Director Ming." Zhao Jinyu breathed a sigh of relief. Within this hour, she had a new guess. So she continued, "The range of that person spread to the Black Lion District. We checked the surveillance from Fenghuang Road, and there was no trace of them. So I guess they may have left Tunghua District, and may appear in Black Lion and White Whale District." She boldly suggested, "I think we can ask Xia Ye's divination about this matter. If it was in the White Whale District, with Director Ming and that person there, combined with the deployment of the White Whale District, the location of the 2 people can be found through Xia Ye's divination, and it can be dealt with completely." The woman on the other side of the screen nodded formally, without saying yes or no, just saying, "I know. Thank you for your hard work." Then, the communication was disconnected. After Fang Zhou and Fang Xuanjiang left Tunghua District, they drove into the Black Lion District, away from the danger range. She relaxed slightly and looked at Fang Xuanjiang. "Xuanjiang, what is your next goal?" Fang Zhou asked. He looked a little puzzled. "Purpose? For example, take back the 001 shelter, or take revenge on the central government." Fang Zhou roughly described Fang Xuanjiang's original itinerary in the internal test plot. "Sister, do you want to go back? If you want, I can make this a goal. It shouldn't be a difficult task for us." He used we and naturally accepted the huge change in her strength, and put himself in a position to fight side by side with Fang Zhou. After saying this, he paused and continued, "It may be a little difficult to take revenge on the central government, but I will try my best." "That's not what I mean. I mean, do you have this goal?" "Me? No. I can go anywhere as long as I'm with my sister." Fang Xuanjiang's last tone fell lightly. "Sister. Your body." Fang Zhou knew what he wanted to say. Before this, solving her physical problems had always been Fang Xuanjiang's goal. Her body was a time bomb. It had been more than a month since her last injection of antigens. The residue in her body would allow her to last for another 4 months at most. When the effect of the antigens wore off, her body would quickly die. Given their current situation, the central government would never inject her with new antigens, and they couldn't get the antigen formula from the central government. Is it the only way to enter the paradise and sneak into the central government? Fang Zhou immediately rejected this idea. It's too dangerous. Basically a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth. The inside and outside of the paradise are different. Living in the paradise is equivalent to every move being monitored by Jacob, the central system, and it is really difficult to move there. Well, this is indeed a problem. Fang Zhou smiled and said, "There will always be a way. Don't rush it." She seemed to comfort Fang Xuanjiang, and also to comfort herself. The journey back to the White Whale area would take several hours. Fang Zhou woke up after a short rest and took a look at the navigation information. Fang Xuanjiang's route to the White Whale District was not the one shown by the car navigation. It should be another route that Fang Zhou didn't know about, which could avoid the sight of the order. "Sister, aren't you going to sleep?" he said. "It may take a while to get there." "It's okay," Fang Zhou replied. She took out the communicator to see if there was any message. There was one half an hour ago. It was a message from Lei Chia. She clicked it. "Lei Chia, you made too much noise in Tunghua District. When will you come back?" How did he know? Fang Zhou was a little confused and replied to Lei Chia's message. "Fang Zhou?" Lei Chia replied immediately. "The fourth dimension." He was also amazing. He could understand what she wanted to ask with just a question mark. After receiving the reply, Fang Zhou logged into the fourth dimension and entered the chat section. Sure enough, the chat section was filled with what happened in Tunghua District today. Topic: Did everyone in Fengwang Road feel something was wrong this evening? Topic: What happened in Fengwang Road, Tunghua District? Is there anyone who knows about it? Topic: A new S-level transcendent appeared in Tunghua District. Fang Zhou clicked on the first one. The poster lives in Fengwang Road. This evening, he came back and had to go to the toilet urgently. As a result, it took me 10 minutes to run from the elevator entrance of my building to my home. 10 minutes? Friends, can anyone tell me what happened? Am I trapped in a ghost wall? What era is this? Instead of believing in ghosts, you might as well believe that some alien creatures have sneaked into your home. Unfortunately, I also encountered this situation today. Where do you live in Fengwang Road? I am near the theater that exploded before. Ah? Then we are far away from each other. One is at the beginning, and the other is at the end. Since things have become scary, I am also, but I live in the middle area. Is it that incident? A new transcendent has appeared? What's the matter? But at that time today, there were many older people entering and leaving Fengwang Road. Did something happen? Point to the next door. There is a related discussion link. Fang Zhou clicked on the link and found the second topic she had just seen floating on the homepage. Subject: What happened in Fengwang Road, Tunghua District? Is there anyone who knows about it? Is it about the gathering of orderists on Fengwang Road? It is said that someone found the former commander of Shelter 001 there and reported it to the Order Bureau. Oh my god! Is he really in Shelter 004? Why did he come to Tunghua District instead of White Whale District? Maybe the situation in White Whale District is not good recently. There are 2 S-level orderists stationed there. Now the situation there is not as free as that in Tunghua District. So did they catch him in the end? Probably not. He got away. I was so pissed. I went home and found the whole building gone. Coming from next door. I think these 2 posts are scary. What do you think? Could this be a transcendent power that covers the entire Phoenix Road? Does the commander of Shelter 001 have this ability? No way, accomplice. I am a resident of the border of the Black Lion District. To be honest, I also seem to be trapped by a ghost at that time. Wait. What is this terrifying range? This must be S-level. Right? Recently, Tunghua District has been plagued by too many disasters. An S-level alien creature just appeared a few days ago. And today is a new S-level transcendent. I feel like I will be immune to S if this continues. I haven't seen so many S in this year. Me too. Why did everyone evolve secretly without me? Not many. Just 2. Isn't that a lot? 2 in 1 month. No wonder Raikiri knew about this. He saw her tame the beast, and knew Fang Xuanjiang's identity. He knew what happened at a glance when he heard about the 4th dimension. This time, the commotion was a bit big, which was not Fang Zhou's original intention. But it was still satisfactory from the result. After exiting the chat section, Fang Zhou found that Feixing had sent her a message again. He was really persistent. Fang Zhou ignored it as usual and exited the 4th dimension. Every time they enter the 4th dimension, the normal communication network of Shelter 004 will be cut off and enter a new dark network. This must be the reason why the 4th dimension can be independent of the entire communication network. When the communicator was reconnected to the external communication network, a new message came in. It was a message from Lu Filan. And there was another call he missed. She clicked on the content. Lu Filan, where are you going? Don't go back to the apartment. Contact me when you get there. Fang Zhou's heart sank slightly when he saw this message. Lu Filan was not the type who would care about where she went. Not to mention that she had only been away for half a day. So something must have happened. Noticing the solemn expression on her face, Fang Xuanjiang asked, "Sister, what's wrong?" Fang Zhou shook his head at him and called Lu Filan's communication number back. After a few rings, it became quiet and no one answered. Chapter 58. Fang Zhou put down the communicator and did not call the second time. Since Lu Filan told her not to go back to the apartment, it means that the apartment has become a dangerous area. Could it be that her identity was exposed and they were targeting her? Fang Zhou had no idea. Her mimicry was perfect, and there was no possibility of her identity being exposed. The identity of mimicry number 2 had never used the abilities of mimicry number 1 in front of people, and there was no possibility of being discovered due to the ability matching. As for the inspection when she came from the White Whale district, she believed that the Order Bureau should not have locked on her so quickly, compared to the fact that Joker's companions came from the White Whale district specifically to kidnap him. Most people would think that his companions were in the Tunghua district, and would first exclude those who came and went on Fenghuang Road in the Tunghua district. Not to mention that there were many people who left for the Tunghua district during the time when she came from the White Whale district. Lu Filan's communication was not connected, and she was probably in danger. He couldn't get into trouble, no matter what the reason was. Fang Zhou didn't want Lu Filan to get into trouble. How long will it take? She looked at the current time and asked Fang Xuanjiang. At least half an hour. Sister, what happened? I don't know if my identity has been exposed. My companion may be in danger now. Companion? He tilted his head slightly. For Fang Xuanjiang, there was nothing to hide. Fang Zhou said directly, "You also know him. It's Lu Filan. It turns out that he also left with my sister." Fang Xuanjiang's face was expressionless. His ability is very useful. He can both destroy and build. In other words, destruction is what he is good at. Sister, don't worry too much about him. He should be able to deal with ordinary guys by himself. Destruction? This is what Fang Zhou didn't know. She guessed that Lu Filan concealed the level of her ability and some of the effects, but she didn't think about it. They usually didn't discuss this aspect. Fang Xuanjiang's words made her understand immediately. Reorganization. This is a stage of Lu Filan's ability. As he said, he only needs to touch it to know the entire structure of biological and mechanical things. Since he can reorganize them, he can naturally destroy them. After knowing this premise, Fang Zhou immediately understood why Fang Xuanjiang said that Lu Filan is better at destruction. After understanding the structure of an object, if you want to destroy it, you only need to destroy its important components. If you want to restore it to its original appearance, it requires more delicate operations. I remember that his information recorded in the shelter is sea-level reorganization. Well, he said he didn't want his ability to be recorded and reported. I think it's enough for him to help his sister. This is not an important matter. So I agreed to him. Knowing the specific use of Lu Filan's ability, Fang Zhou did not feel relaxed. She intuitively felt that this matter might not be that simple. After thinking about it, she contacted Raikiri, and he answered the call quickly. Hello? His lazy voice came over. You are here? So soon? Fang Zhou got straight to the point. What happened in the White Whale area? Now? Lei asked in confusion. It's quite peaceful. Are there any new movements of the Order? Near the center. Fang Zhou was not sure whether it was the Order who caused the trouble. Apart from that, she had no more clues, so she could only start from this aspect. Lei Chia, how can you be sure that I know the movements of the Order? You think too highly of me. Fang Zhou did not speak. After a few seconds, a compromising voice came from the other side. Okay, I will help you keep an eye on it. If there is any problem, I will send you a message to let you know. After that, he continued, but my information is never free. Even for companions there is a limit. Fang Zhou replied, I will pay you back. Companion? After that, she cut off the communication. After listening to her conversation, Fang Xuanjiang said, Is it Raikiri? Fang Zhou nodded. After getting her affirmative answer, Fang Xuanjiang was silent for a long time. Without follow-up, he looked expressionless and no different from usual. But the atmosphere was a little quiet. Fang Zhou realized that he was a little unhappy. What's wrong? Why are you unhappy? I don't like him very much. Raikiri is not the kind of character that is easy to control. He said honestly, I don't want him to be my sister's companion. In other words, he was worried that Raikiri would backstab her. Raikiri is very useful. He knows a lot of information about the White Whale District. And I need his transcendental power. Fong Zhou calmly assessed Raikiri's value. Our interests do not conflict. Our enemies are the same. And I don't have to worry about him betraying me at the moment. Not to mention that she also placed a double guarantee of vine bugs. Fong Xuanjiang did not question her words. After a short silence, he quickly accepted the result, since my sister said so. Half an hour later, Fong Zhou and Fong Xuanjiang's car drove into the White Whale District. And Raikiri's message was also sent. Raikiri, near the central square. It is said to be a mad dog. They went out. But it seems that there are only him and a few of his men. It seems that it is a personal grudge. Didn't you go to the White Whale District? Fong Zhou, Mad Dog? Raki, one of the S-level transcendents of the Order Bureau. Mad Dog is the nickname we gave him. Because he will not let go of his prey when he sees it. Which is very annoying. Raki, do you need me to help? Fong Zhou did not reply to him again. Her eyebrows were furrowed together. She originally thought that it was her fault that affected Lu Filan. But it seems that this is not the case. She was not going to let Fong Xuanjiang go with her. And said to him, you can't use your ability openly. If you are exposed, it will only make the whole thing more difficult to handle. You go back to Lioli Street first. And I will contact you after I have solved the problem. There are 2 S-level orderers in the White Whale District. And they have enough weapons. In many cases, humans cannot resist a large number of thermal weapons. If they get angry and drop a nuclear bomb, no one will survive. Fong Zhou did not want to have a head-on conflict with them without any preparation. Fong Xuanjiang naturally understood this truth. But he had a hard time finding Fong Zhou. He clenched the steering wheel with both hands. His knuckles turned white. And he seemed to have a mental struggle. He said, although my sister no longer needs my protection, I don't want to be separated from you. Fong Zhou understood his concerns. And she smiled and comforted him, don't worry. I won't disappear again this time. Fong Xuanjiang only insisted on his different opinions once in front of her. And as expected, he compromised the next second. I know. The vehicle turned into the street near the central square. And Fong Zhou got out of the car. From a distance, he could not see if there was any fighting going on nearby. Which meant that the scope was not wide. Since there was a chance of directly colliding with the order. Fong Zhou was too lazy to check the surrounding monitoring facilities. At worst, he could just change another mimicry. She used speed to rush to the central square, entering the position given to her by Raikiri. There were not many people gathered here. Unexpectedly, everything seemed very peaceful, and there was no riot. Fong Zhou was a little confused. Either the battle was over and she was late, or it was a small-scale battle that did not even attract the attention of the people around. She could only send out the line python to detect the surroundings, before she could take more actions. Suddenly, all the lights in the central mall went out. Standing in the center in darkness. The sudden power outage made the pedestrians inside complain and rush out. Fong Zhou keenly felt that the wind flow in the air had changed. And the dark clouds in the sky flashed a few lights. Fong Zhou immediately understood where the home court was, and rushed into the mall without hesitation. As soon as she approached the mall, the tingling sensation transmitted by her communicator made her throw it out immediately, and then watched it make a sizzling sound. After the sound, it was completely scrapped. Not only her, but also those who did not leave in time made the same move as her. It hurt so much. Something is electrocuting me. Oh my god. My communicator? What's going on? Seeing this, Fong Zhou probably knew what the transcendent power of Mad Dog was. The lights in the mall were probably turned off, because the other party wanted to clear out the battlefield. After all, there were too many people here. Although the orderers were not responsible for protecting the residents, they could not hurt the residents at will. She entered the mall, and looked up from the hollow ring in the center. After a while, Fong Zhou caught a faint flash from somewhere on the 3rd floor. She immediately controlled the wind to quickly rise to the 3rd floor. The light was from the emergency escape exit. And then she quickly deployed a cage with the center of the mall as the center. Although she knew that the Order Bureau would soon lock them and that they had arrived at the White Whale area by using the cage, she couldn't care less now. The people inside had basically withdrawn. And the other party's move to clean up the battlefield just gave her convenience. There were only a few people in total. And Fong Zhou quickly locked the position of the Transcendent and Lu Filan. They were very close. One on the 3rd floor, and the other on the 2nd floor. It was too close. And this cage couldn't hold him for long. Fong Zhou immediately used the speed enhancement to rush over. It was pitch black inside. When she arrived at Lu Filan's location, she had no time to hesitate or think. "It's me," she said, revealing her identity, and immediately wrapped him with a wire python and used speed enhancement to leave. As expected, the S-level Transcendent quickly reacted, and a strong electric current began to run wild in the entire mall, trying to find its owner to kill her. Fortunately, Fong Zhou had already moved Lu Filan to the first floor at this time. When she stepped out of the mall, the domain was lifted at the same time, and a huge boom sounded, followed by a lightning bolt in the sky that struck the entire mall directly, illuminating the surrounding environment. If she came out a second later, she would be struck by this lightning. As the environment lit up, Fong Zhou saw Raikiri not far away. She didn't reply to him, but he came here without permission, which was just right. She immediately took Lu Filan to his side. "Let's go." Raiki didn't say much, and immediately used teleportation to take them away from here. When Fong Zhou recovered, they were already in a house. After making sure they were out of danger, Fong Zhou was in the mood to check on Lu Filan's current situation. "How are you?" He was pale. Half of his body was soaked in blood, and there were blurred bloodstains on his lenses. There were many large and small wounds on his body that could be seen with the naked eye. He was fine. After standing firm, the first thing he did was to take off his glasses, and then wipe the blood-covered lenses with a clean lens cloth in his pocket. Still alive. Chapter 59. After wiping off the blood, Lu Filan put his glasses back on. Seeing that Fong Zhou's eyes were fixed on his soaked coat, he explained, "This is not all my blood. Where is the bathroom?" He took off his coat and looked around. He really couldn't stand his appearance for a moment. "Turn right in the corridor," Raki said. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Filan was about to go over, but Fong Zhou grabbed his arm. "Treat the wound and then clean it. Do you want them to get worse?" After Lu Filan took off his coat, the injury was more obvious. There was a torn wound on his shoulder. The tear was dark and stuck to the shirt inside. If you look closely, you can still see the residual weak electric light running around in the flesh until it disappears. The wounds in other places were the same. None of them were fatal. On the contrary, because of this effect, his wounds did not bleed. The opponent was obviously not trying to kill him, but was playing a cat-and-mouse game to torture him. Fortunately, he was able to maintain a normal expression. Fong Zhou felt pain just by looking at it. As Lechia said, this really seemed to be a personal grudge. She couldn't help but think of the first time she met Uncle He. He chased out and reminded her don't go to the White Whale area. At that time, she just thought that the White Whale area was too chaotic. And Uncle He kindly reminded her. Now it seems that there is another meaning. And he didn't even use his own ability to treat these wounds. "What's going on?" Fong Zhou asked. "You can't treat your own wounds?" "My ability is limited. I can't use reorganization on myself." "Oh, a doctor can't treat himself." Raiki quickly extracted information from their conversation and said something mean. Lu Filan glanced at him coldly, then looked at Fong Zhou, as if asking who is him. Fong Zhou, temporary companion. Raiki, what do you mean by temporary? It's too hurtful, isn't it? You picked up some outside. Lu Filan looked him up and down, and said with some contempt, strange people come back as companions. The smile on Raiki's face was retracted, thinking of what happened today. Fong Zhou sneered, "You are not much better than him." Lu Filan. "Uh-huh." Raiki laughed with gloating. "Brother. Don't laugh at the second brother. Do you have any medical supplies? Let him do some emergency treatment first." Looking at Lu Filan's embarrassed look, Fong Zhou said, "You two are about the same size. Find a set of your clothes for him to change." The location where Raiki took them should be not far from the central square. Fong Zhou could see the location of the central square from the window. It should be one of his bases. Yes, there are, but not complete. He still needs to find a medical center to treat his wound. Lechia shrugged his shoulders. He was not going to argue with Lu Filan because Fong Zhou interrupted him. He took out some emergency medical supplies and clothes from the cabinet next to him and handed them to Fong Zhou. She took it and turned to Lu Filan. "Do you do it yourself or I will help you?" Lu Filan looked grim. "I want to take a shower. And I don't wear clothes that others have worn." Lechia, how can you tolerate such a troublesome guy? I wouldn't save him if it were you. Fong Zhou. Crazy. He is going to take a shower directly with this wound. Thinks he has lived too long? Seeing that he is a wounded soldier, and his mood is not right. Fong Zhou is too lazy to talk nonsense with Lu Filan, and directly uses the wire python to hold him down to prevent him from moving. He picked up the medical box in his hand and asked again, "Do you do it yourself or do I?" "Oh, isn't this bad?" Reich added fuel to the fire, but was stopped by Fong Zhou's light glance. The two of them were in a stalemate for a while, and Lu Filan softened her attitude. He said helplessly, "I will do it myself, but I still have to clean it. I will be careful. After all, this is my body. I don't want to die." Fong Zhou followed him, and took the medical kit from her. Lu Filan turned and went to the bathroom in this room. While Lu Filan was treating her own wounds, Fong Zhou asked Lei Qi for his communicator to contact Fong Xuanjiang. Her communicator was destroyed by the electric current in the mall. Fong Xuanjiang should have returned to Lioli Street by now. It would be troublesome if he found that he couldn't contact her. Rachel, contact Ark? He went back to the White Whale Zone? Ark did not comment. This was really explosive news, which meant that the sister she mentioned at that time was true. Rachel knew Fong Xuanjiang's original identity. It was known to everyone that the commander of Shelter 001 had an old human sister. In order to find him, the central government also offered a reward for his sister. When the news first came out, there was a lot of discussion in the fourth dimension. Many people thought that it was impossible to catch Joker, but it was not a sure thing to catch an old human. Of course, more people thought that she must have died with the body of an old human. She was stranded outside the shelter. She could not survive outside without someone taking her life. Lei Qi once thought so. Now this old human who should have died is not only alive and well, no different from ordinary people, but also amazingly powerful. Joker, a dangerous person in the eyes of the central government? Lei Qi looked at Fong Zhou and thought, no, no, no. The one in front of him is the real dangerous person. He really can't wait to see those arrogant guys being trampled under her feet. At that time, he will try his best to restrain the smile on his face from being too arrogant. Of course, the premise of all this is that he must be alive at that time and not be completely devoured by the alien creatures in his body. Fong Zhou sent a message to Fong Xuanjiang. The communicator is destroyed. I have almost dealt with things here. I will go there soon. After sending the message, Fong Zhou threw the communicator to Lei Qi. She looked at him strangely. Why are you staring at me and smiling like that? Lei Qi caught it steadily. I am happy to see you. You are my first companion. Fong Zhou smiled at him. If I am your first companion, what is Yi? That's different. Everyone in Yi is at most like-minded strangers. Lu Filan probably won't be able to come out for a while. Fong Zhou didn't care about Lei Qi's nonsense, and was ready to exchange information with him. There is exchange only when there is exchange. Fong Zhou really troubled Lei Qi a lot today. So before asking the information, she wanted to know. He said, "These are the questions I reserved for you before. If you have any questions, you can ask them now." Raichia replied in a good mood, "No. Tell me what you want to know." Since he said so, Fong Zhou didn't bother to be polite with him. What is the identity of the other one of the two S-level orderers in the Order Bureau? Do you know his ability? She could foresee that they would soon face the Order Bureau. One of them already knew that it was electricity. If she could know the ability of the other one in advance, she would be better able to deal with it when this situation occurred. The other one. Raichia had a headache. The other one is the director of the General Administration. By analogy, it is almost the position of your brother's commander. Her ability is a secret, and there is no clue to know it at present. If a mad dog bites its prey and chases it to the ends of the earth, then she can be said to be the god of death. Raikiri spread his hands. Although I have confidence in you, try not to fight her. After all, if they really fight, then they will definitely have to deal with not only her, but also the entire White Whale District Order Bureau. God of Death. The tricky part can be seen from this title. Fong Zhou sighed. After a while, it had been a long time since Lu Filan treated her wounds herself. She walked to the bathroom and knocked on the door. How is it? Do you need help? There was a sound of running water from inside. And after a while, the door opened. Lu Filan was shirtless, and the wounds on her body had been treated. The most serious injuries were bandaged. Fong Zhou took a quick look. He had cleaned the bloodstains on other parts of his body. The parts without wounds were extremely clean, without any trace of blood. It seemed that even if he didn't do the stupid thing of taking a shower with such injuries, it was almost the same. Have you seen enough? Nice figure. She smiled and said, "Are you going to go out like this?" Lu Filan was silent. Fong Zhou threw the clothes that Reiki took out just now to him. No tags. New. No one has worn it. He took it, unfolded it and took a look, and said new and unwashed are also dirty. After rolling it around his mouth and swallowing it, he looked up at Fong Zhou, and finally put it on slowly, with a hint of disgust. Can't go back to the apartment? Fong Zhou continued to ask. Well, we can only change places. Then we can only go to Liuli Street. My identity must have been exposed in order to rescue you from there. It is easy to be discovered in other places. Lu Filan was stunned for a moment and said, sorry. Having traveled with Fong Zhou all the way, Lu Filan knew how cautious she was in hiding her identity. There's nothing to apologize for. You have saved me many times, although each time was paid. So what's the situation today? Did you follow me knowing that the White Whale District is dangerous for you? Some old accounts. Lu Filan pushed her glasses. I didn't expect to run into a madman. I haven't forgotten it after so long. This won't happen again. He didn't intend to explain in detail, so Fong Zhou didn't ask any more questions. Lu Filan's wounds were almost treated. At least there would be no danger. They could leave and go directly to Liuli Street. In order to prevent the situation of law enforcement patrols nearby, Lei Chia took them to teleport directly to his car, and then drove to the location of Liuli Street. It was similar to the scene Fong Zhou saw last time. Lei Chia was very familiar with Liuli Street. She told him where Fong Xuanjiang was, and prepared to meet up with them before discussing the next thing. After entering Liuli Street, the vehicle drove for a while, and turned from the noisy and chaotic street into an area dominated by residential buildings. The houses here were not as clean and new as those in the center. They had experienced a cycle of destruction and reconstruction, and often there would be ruins next to a complete house. After a while, Fong Zhou saw Fong Xuanjiang appear at the intersection in front of him. He didn't know how long he had been waiting there. At this moment, a message prompt appeared in front of Fong Zhou. The entrance to the high-dimensional world forum can be opened at present. Do you want to open it? According to the previous rules, it is almost time. So many things happened today, and such an important thing as finding my sister will definitely be included in Fong Xuanjiang's plot line. Fong Zhou was not surprised. She clicked on the reserve first, and prepared to watch it when she was free. Chapter 60. Commander? Lu Filan also saw the figure in front of him. He recognized that it was Fong Xuanjiang and immediately understood why he couldn't contact Fong Zhou today. Fong Zhou said, and the car drove to Fong Xuanjiang and stopped. And several people got out of the car. Sister. Seeing Fong Zhou, the atmosphere around Fong Xuanjiang eased and relaxed. He quickly walked to Fong Zhou and stood close to her, like an extremely insecure animal. After getting close to her, he turned his eyes to Lu Filan and nodded to him. Thank you for taking care of my sister during this period. You're welcome, Commander. Lu Filan looked cold. I'm not working for free. I've received all the compensation I deserve. You all know each other? I'm the only outsider? Raki said unwillingly. Fong Zhou ignored him and asked him, where is the clinic here? Lu Filan's injury cannot be treated by himself, and it will take a long time to recover. Raki, there is one nearby. Okay, let him go first. Lu Filan knew the extent of her injury and had no objection to it, so she let Fong Zhou arrange it. The clinic that Raki took them to was very clean, and Lu Filan looked better. Because of the recent reform system, many places in the White Whale District began to require identity proof and registration, especially housing and medical care. Only Liuli Street remained the same, without any identity proof, to avoid backlash caused by excessive reform, leaving room for criminals who have nowhere to go. So Fong Zhou felt that the other party would definitely be able to locate their location soon. It just depends on whether the Order Bureau will go against all the potential criminals in Liuli Street in order to capture them. If they really intend to enter Liuli Street to arrest people, they are ready to abolish the default rules of the White Whale District for so long. Fong Zhou felt that the existence of her and Fong Xuanjiang should not make the Order Bureau do this. After settling Lu Filan, Fong Zhou and Fong Xuanjiang quickly found a residence. There is basically no long-term residence in Liuli Street, so there is no need to sign a contract, in order to facilitate the quick gathering of several people if there is any problem. Fong Xuanjiang, Lu Filan, and Lei Chia are currently living not far apart, because they don't want to be too far away from her. Fong Xuanjiang's room is next to her. It's already late. And we have to wait until tomorrow to think about anything. Several people returned to their rooms. After making sure that it was safe for the time being and nothing would happen, Fong Zhou checked the room environment. Compared with the previous place, this place was a little more shabby. But the sanitary conditions and facilities were good, which was enough for her. Fong Zhou washed up, then clicked on the reserved times of the forum and selected Enter. After entering the interface of the game forum, she still checked the time of one side according to her usual habit. This time, the viewing time increased by 5 minutes. A total of 25 minutes, which was enough for her to understand all the situations. Then she looked at the reputation list in the upper right corner. As expected, there were only 2 rows left. Current player reputation, 5W. Current player reputation, 65W. The reputation of her newly added Tuesday identity disappeared after she used mimicry to expose herself in front of Fong Xuanjiang. It was really strange that her original identity's reputation could still be positive one day. But she originally thought that the first mimicry would also be deduced by the players. But it was not integrated along with it. No more thinking. Anyway, the result can be known by looking at the post. Fong Zhou entered the forum homepage to check the situation. The posts on the homepage, just looking at the titles, basically can guess that they are all discussions about her and Fong Xuanjiang's personal line. And the number of new posts on the homepage is still growing explosively. And several new posts appeared just when she came in. Fong Zhou eliminated the repeated topics by title, and then looked at the posting time, found the one with the largest volume, and clicked it. Looking at the title, this post should have been posted after seeing Fong Xuanjiang remove his disguise and wait for her. Subject, Joker. You really can't stand it anymore. In order to wait for Fong Zhou to remove his disguise, he led all the orders here. Main post. I really can't play the Joker line anymore. Who can save the poor Joker line players? Just stop here. I don't plan to continue playing. 1L. I understand the host. I just played here, and now I have paused the game and quit peacefully. I thought the stupid plot of sending text messages before was only once at most. But I didn't expect. 2L. What happened? I'm still at sea. 3L replied to 2L. Just Joker. Ah. 4L, Joker. Ah. 5L, Joker. Ah. 6L, Joker. Ah. 15L, breaking the formation. I haven't played to this point yet. Just guessing. Isn't Raikiri also being hunted by the Central? He wouldn't do anything to trap Joker. He can't possibly know that Joker would remove his disguise to wait for the Ark. 16L, what the above person said makes sense. Is it really the Ark? If so, how is she related to Raikiri? 17L, no. Why do you all assume that she is still alive? I'm the only one who is wondering whether Fong Zhou is still alive. How could her old human physique survive for so long without Joker's protection after leaving the shelter? I don't understand. I can't figure it out. 18L, me too. 19L, good question. Let's sort it out based on the previous situation. It is currently known that Fong Zhou may have awakened a transcendent ability. Probably a B-level spiritual system. And a C-level estimated alien parasite on her body. The overall strength is B+. The spiritual system is more subtle. I think even if it is only B-level, it can greatly improve Fong Zhou's survivability. As for the C-class alien creature, Zhou Qiongji said during the experiment that it had a good regeneration ability and seemed to live in groups. It also had good attack power when fighting Caesar, and its survivability was increased. In fact, it was possible to survive for a short time. 19L, I don't agree with the above statement. These have nothing to do with her old human body. Your survival rate is based on ordinary people. Her physique will be destroyed by radiation. And if she wants to use the power of the alien creature to protect herself, wouldn't it increase the speed of being devoured by the alien creature? 20L, what the above said makes more sense. At present, except for the conditions of rigidly covering the radiation, the old human physique cannot survive outside. 21L, that's right. Not to mention that the central government has also wanted her. With Fong Zhou's appearance and characteristics, if he was still alive, he should have been discovered long ago. 45L, wait a minute. Friends, do you want to continue playing and see the subsequent plot development? I'm already confused. 46L, WTF. 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 I don't know what to say. I can only say WTF. 47L, oh my god. What a magical turn. Come back and continue. Something big has happened. 48L, WTF. WTF. I just came back from playing. Come back and continue. Something big has happened. 145L, come back and continue. Something big has happened. 146L, the host. Please come back and continue. Something big has happened. 367L host. Huh? What happened? I'll go check it out. 368L, the host finally showed up. I'm waiting. 369L, I'm waiting too. The rest of the posts are waiting for the host to come back. There's nothing else to discuss. Fong Zhou jumped to the last page and took a look. 450L host, WTF. 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 Friends, I've seen the follow-up. I'll go to the next post to discuss. Don't reply here. Manually block the post. Seeing this, Fong Zhou exited, returned to the homepage, and entered another explosive post. Subject, WTF 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 friends. Something big has happened. Fong Zhou is not only alive and reunited with Joker, but also, main post, her character design has really been completely remade. I have a completely changed opinion this time. Those who haven't played the story after Joker's departure from the sea, please play it quickly. By the way, this post contains spoilers, so please be careful if you mind. 1L, what happened? Just sit back and wait. I'm not afraid of spoilers. 2L, Didn't we have a post discussing the remake of Ark's character design before? What changes have been made? She actually joined Joker? I thought she had died a long time ago. 3L, indeed. There have been related discussions before. The use of various factors to defeat Caesar did change my opinion of her a little, but it didn't change my impression. In addition, the subsequent direction of the entire Joker line became to find her as the goal, resulting in that little change. For LOP, it's not this. It's a bigger and more exaggerated change. I pushed the plot too fast. Are there no players who are at the same level as me? Wait, I'm a bit slow in typing. I'll slowly organize my words. 5L op. I've reached that point too. I know what you want to say. Did you read the three-party perspective of the Order Bureau? 6LOP, yes. I came to post after reading this plot and the three-party perspective of the Order Bureau. 7L, stop playing dumb. I'm so anxious. 8L, although I haven't taken the Joker line yet. I'm always the first to eat melons. It's much more interesting to watch you discuss the plot than the central line. Ha ha ha. 9L, +1 to the above. Luckily I am not afraid of spoilers. 15L, the OP is a bit slow in typing. Let me help him summarize. The current progress is that the message Joker received from Raikiri in the fourth dimension was indeed from Ark asking Raikiri to contact him. And he is reunited with Arkansas. As for how Ark and Raikiri knew each other, I have not seen a specific explanation yet. But there are almost guesses. This plot contains a huge amount of information. The above alone will definitely not shock the players who have played here, nor will it make the OP side like this. I will only say one thing. When Joker went out to sea before, he solved the trapped incident with Raikiri. And the other person, who was suspected of beating Raikiri out of the submarine was Ark. It can be said that this character has basically nothing to do with the Ark during the internal test. 16L. Huh? 17L. I recognize all the words, but I can't understand them together. 18L. What is this development? 19L replied to 15L. Has the Layer Master watched the three-party perspective of the Order Bureau? 20L replied to 19L. I haven't watched the three-party perspective yet. The amount of information in the feature film is too much, and it is difficult to summarize it in a few words. Wait for me to take a look. 21L. I knew there would be a discussion, and I climbed up immediately. 22L. I also finally found the organization, but I haven't had time to watch the three-party perspective, and the doubts have already wrapped me. 23L. What is going on? Why is Joker trapped? Why didn't the Order catch up? Why did the Ark end the mystery? Why did they leave safely? For the first time, I feel like I have a million questions. 24L. The little fool above. Isn't this obvious enough? Because the area that trapped Joker and prevented the Order from catching up was opened by the Ark. 25L. Huh? 26L. What? 27L. The person you are talking about is the Ark? Not the round boat. The straight boat? The oblique boat. 28L. What are you talking about above? It makes me laugh. 40L. I came back after reading the three-party perspective of the Order Bureau, combining my previous experience at sea. I am now going to summarize. If there is anything wrong, please point it out. The previous time we went out to sea, it was known that the ship where Joker and Rachel were, and the ship where Ark was were trapped in a sea area. The Ark team and Rachel's side sent people down. At that time, from the three-way perspective of the cockpit, we saw a huge alien creature under the sea. It was conservatively estimated to be an S-class alien creature. It was the ability of the alien creature that trapped them in the sea area. After the two submarines that were launched lost contact, in order not to wait for death on the sea, Ark and Rachel took the submarine to the water together. Not long after, the matter was resolved. Rachel came back injured and stopped Joker from hijacking the ship. As for how they solved this S-class alien creature underwater and released their ship, we don't know. Does anyone feel that something is wrong? Yes. The ability of that alien creature is similar to the ability of a large-scale cage maze, which can lock people in a certain area in the field, which is the same as the ability used by Ark to block the tracking of the Order and let Joker escape unscathed. 41L. After reading the summary above, this central line player is also sluggish. 42L. What does it mean? Does it mean that Ark has the ability of that alien creature? 43L replied to 42L. That's exactly what I mean. 44L. Why did she get this ability? And why can she use it? Didn't she make a deal with another alien creature to become a devourer? 45L. I want to make a bold guess, that is, can she coexist with multiple alien creatures in the Ark? Control them, and use their abilities? 46L. If this is possible, then the green creature that Caesar saw running out from behind him can be understood. She did not awaken the power of transcendence. But a new alien creature? 47L. It's a terrible guess in any sense. By the way, don't you think this trend is a bit familiar? 48L. Miss World? 49L. Damn. I thought of that new character too. 50L. Could it be? 51L. And they are all devourers. 52L. It seems that the Ark can switch its appearance. 53L. How come the central line characters are mixed with the Joker line so quickly? I don't think they are the same person. 54L. Don't take away Miss World from our central line. I won't allow it crying. 55L. Wait. Everyone's direction seems to be getting more and more crooked. Who is Miss World? Why haven't I heard of her? 56L. The characters from the central line. These two don't seem to have any solid clues. So let's put them aside for now. This post is mainly about the Joker line. Seeing this, Fong Zhou roughly understood why the reputation of Mimic Number 1 was not integrated with the main body. Mimic Number 1 did not appear in the Joker line, and the few times she appeared were in the central line. The time of the game world she was in was completely unequal to that of the world outside the game. In fact, for players, the game has just started public testing, and there are no players who have completed both lines. Because of this, the player group is also divided into players of the central line and players of the Joker line. There are also a small number of players who choose to play both lines at the same time, or players who choose another line after playing one line and feel that it is not to their liking. But the progress of these two types of players is definitely not as good as that of single-line players. The two lines are two groups of people. Some people don't even read the three-way perspective. And most of the players in the central line don't read the discussion of the Joker line. The same is true for the players in the Joker line. This leads to information differences. Even if someone mentions it, they will be quickly taken away. Knowing this, Fong Zhou continued to read on. When the post progressed to this point, more and more players who played this plot came in to speak. 80L. This change is too big. What happened to her when we didn't know? I'm really curious. 81L. But she is really reliable. Is there anyone who can understand my feelings? 82L. I feel the same way as above. Apart from other things, I actually felt completely relieved the moment the Ark appeared. 83L. I understand. The feeling of making the most correct choice based on the current situation very clearly and definitely. I almost knelt down and called my sister, who can escape unscathed without any effort when surrounded by so many orderers. 84L. This is a feeling I have never experienced with Joker. Joker, I don't want to wander with you anymore crying. 85L. She was so handsome when she said it's not a big deal. At that moment, I felt that the light on the screen was shining on her. 86L, sister. Powerful sister. Please take me away. Sister. 87L, I automatically put on the Joker filter. Your sister is really good. And now she is also my sister. 88L, it is certain that the character Fong Zhou will never be a drag. 89L, Joker personally stamped it as powerful. And the Order Bureau personally stamped it as S level. Of course she will not be a drag. Although the ability of Fong Zhou has not been specifically explained yet. I love her first. 91L, the public beta player said that I have not played the internal beta. In fact, except for the fact that I felt that Fong Zhou was a drag at the beginning. She did not really interfere with anything after she and Joker separated. 92L, the entire Joker line has been distorted. Isn't it considered interference? 93L, what's the point of saying this? Isn't it still the old human physique? Tell me how to solve this. 94L, I still can't accept this change. It feels too abrupt. 95L, you are not satisfied with the change without change. And you are still dissatisfied with the change. What do you want? 96L, no quarrel. No quarrel. Anyway, I like the changed arc very much. So I can understand why Joker is a sister control. 97L, how nice it is to just be a puppy with no brains around my sister. 99L, when Caesar fought against her before. I felt that arc was very smart. And now this feeling is even stronger. Is Joker's IQ all on her? 100L, I am really looking forward to the follow-up direction more and more. Friends, I will not waste time on the forum anymore. I will finish the game overnight. Goodbye everyone. Fong Zhou felt a little strange when she saw this. She didn't care how the players in the other world evaluated her. But she was a little uncomfortable to be praised after being scolded all the time. Of course, not everyone can accept her new personality so quickly. This post is still mixed with some unpleasant remarks. After all, according to the discussion of these posts she saw, from the original negative 110,000 to the current 50,000, the total is only 160,000. It is not ruled out that the subsequent discussion has not yet increased. But her number one mimicry that only appears in the three-party perspective has 65,000. She appeared in the main line and her role is not light. But it is only half higher than this mimicry. There are many players who have not completely changed their views on her. This did not affect her. The rest of the post was just some meaningless compliments and quarrels. Fong Zhou was not interested in these and simply left. After reading these two posts, she had a general idea of the situation of most of the posts on the front page. She had turned on the filtering mode for such discussions about her, and instead looked for posts related to the central line in the gaps. After flipping through a few pages, Fong Zhou paused and actually found some useful information. Chapter 61. The post that attracted the attention of the ARC is as follows. Subject. Is the central government preparing to open up a certain number of Paradise residents' rights to the outside world? Main building, as the title says. Today I watched the plot from Meili's perspective, and went to a meeting to hear them discuss the quota issue. It has not been confirmed yet. It's just a guess. 1L, wow. If this is true, the game structure will change a lot. Right? 2L, is this true? The central government has such strict requirements for Paradise residents' rights. How can they suddenly open up residents' rights? 3L, there must be conditions. It's impossible for anyone to come in. 4L, how strict is it? I remember that the previous plot mentioned that it has not been open since the fall of Sun. But I don't have a specific concept. 5L, for example, when faced with the request of high-level transcendents to bring their families, they will not agree. Even if there is only one unless the family members also meet the recruitment conditions. You can talk about money and treatment, but not the number of places. 6L, yes. It is for this reason that many powerful transcendents who want to enter the park would rather stay outside the park. 15L, I actually don't understand it. The park has sufficient resources and covers an area equivalent to several cities in the old world. If you really want to expand your power, it won't affect a few more ordinary people in the park. 16L, who knows? Anyway, we are just players. The more exciting the plot is, the better. Maybe it will be combined with another line? 17L, Joker line? It shouldn't be that fast. There are still many things that haven't been explained clearly in the central line. 18L, the above person said it too. As usual, there are not many replies to the discussion of the central line. The discussions about her first mimicry can be regarded as the discussions that are a bit heated in the central line. If Fang Xuanjiang is an individual line, the central line is not so focused on the individual, but more like a group line, consisting of several fixed important characters, switching the perspectives of different characters through the plot progress, and finally summarizing the plots from their perspectives in one line. This should be more exciting than the Joker line. But unfortunately, the feedback from players is not satisfactory. However, according to Fang Zhou's experience, in addition to everyone's love of gossip, the central line will not be effective until the later stage, which may be the reason why the central line is not as discussed as the Joker line. As the players in the post said, if the right to live in the park is to be opened, the forces outside the park will indeed be reshuffled. Fang Zhou wrote down this information. After exiting this post, Fang Zhou began to look for other posts related to the central line in the gap. After flipping through a few pages, the viewing time on the above posts is almost up. Topic: Is Feixing finally going to find Miss World? Fang Zhou saw this title. She clicked in immediately. Main post: the governor gave him an ultimatum. He had not reported any useful information in Tunghua district for a week, and he had lost Miss World. In the communication with the governor this time, he said that he had found her and there would be results soon? Was it to deal with the governor's rhetoric, or was it true? 1L. Can I finally see Miss World again? 2L. It shouldn't be a rhetoric. Feixing doesn't dare to deceive the governor. There is a high probability that there is really a clue. 3L. Great. Doesn't it mean that I can see Miss World again soon? 4L. Feixing's Easter egg that was played around is about to end. I can't bear to pinch it. 5L. Good bamboo shoots above. 6L. But I think the governor doesn't seem to be in the mood to give him time to get close to Miss World again. This time the governor was very serious in the communication, saying that if he couldn't get close, he would catch her directly, and never let her run away. 7L. 8L. Archon. You have done so many bad things. 9L. Why is Archon so obsessed with Miss World? There are a lot of mysteries about her, but it's not necessary to be so anxious. 10L. I don't know. The previous communication gave me the feeling that Archon was just a little interested. This time the communication was a real ultimatum, as if he knew something. 11L. Yes. I can feel Feixing's pressure through the screen. 25L. By the way, what is Feixing's ability? I only know that Mile is a humanoid weapon created by Archon. Feixing doesn't seem to be discussed much. He has always used some auxiliary equipment to fight. 26L. He is not one of the main perspectives, and his role is not as much as Mile. So we can only see him from the perspective of three parties. So there is not enough information at present. And there should be decryption later. 27L. I hope Miss World is okay. 28L. Pray for Miss World. 29L. Feixing, Miss World is okay. And I should be the one in trouble. 30L. Shiata. Then you should love him appropriately. This post has not been read to the end, and the viewing time limit of the forum is almost up. So Fang Zhou withdrew? What does it mean? Feixing knows her location? How did he know? The only thing on her that is related to Feixing is the bracelet on her hand. But this bracelet has also been detected by Lu Filan's ability, and there is no locator in it. Fang Zhou would not suspect that Lu Filan was faking it, and immediately began to recall all the details of today, looking for something wrong. Soon, she remembered the incongruous scene related to the bracelet. Today, when she went to Tunghua district to look for Fang Xuanjiang, the helicopter's indiscriminate bullets triggered the bracelet's sensing mode to block the bullets. Carefully calculated, that should be the first time she triggered the effect of the bracelet after leaving Tunghua district. Fang Zhou immediately took it off his hand and prepared to destroy it. But Fang Zhou was a little hesitant. Its defensive performance is too good, and it may really save her life at some point. She has always been extremely eager for such defensive and life-saving things. Of course, the most important point is whether Feixing knows her location because of this bracelet? What if it is due to other reasons? She must know the specific reason. Finally, Fang Zhou did not choose to destroy it directly. It was a little late at this time. This matter was too urgent. She had to solve it first. If Feixing really knew her location through the bracelet, he should have arrived at the White Whale district by now. Thinking of this, Fang Zhou put on a piece of clothes and went out, ready to find Lu Filan to take another look at the bracelet. Because of Lu Filan's injury, he was currently placed at a residence near the clinic. It was not far from here. Liuli Street was in a special location. There was no surveillance installed by the Order Bureau. If the distance was short, Fang Zhou chose to increase the speed to rush over, which was much faster than driving. The streets of Liuli Street were unexpectedly bright at night. There were many colorful screens embedded in some old buildings, playing some old-world videos and cheap advertisements. The dilapidated buildings and the broken monitors that could only play half of the screen formed a funny picture. When Fang Zhou used speed enhancement to pass by them, it was like a bright rainbow drawn by colorful lights. Soon she rushed to Lu Filan's residence. She shook the sensor at the door and heard Lu Filan's sleepy voice from inside. "Who?" "It's me. I have something urgent." After a while, the door opened. Because of his injury, he looked a little weak, and one hand was propped against the door. "What's the matter?" Fang Zhou walked in, handed him the bracelet in his hand, and went straight to the point. "Use your ability to help me check this bracelet again." Lu Filan pinched her eyebrows and closed the door. "You are such a black-hearted boss, asking the injured to get up in the middle of the night to help you work." "Fang Zhou, please." "Thank you." Lu Filan sat on the sofa in the living room, picked up the bracelet and looked at it. "Didn't you ask me to help you check this bracelet last time? Is there any problem again?" After saying that, he activated his ability and began to carefully check the internal structure. He frowned. Fang Zhou asked, "How is it? Is there any problem compared to last time?" "Something inside has been turned on." Lu Filan said, "I didn't find it when I checked last time, or maybe it was a different structure last time. This is not a positioning or eavesdropping type part. I haven't seen it before. It may be the new technology in the park." Sure enough, it should be the use of the bracelet that triggered this switch. And this switch may be linked to something on Feixing. So he discovered her location. It's just not clear whether its link with Feixing can be accurately located. Or is it just an approximate range? Can it be destroyed alone? Yes. Lu Filan paused after speaking. "Did the commander tell you?" Fang Zhou knew he was referring to the ability. "Well, but I don't think you need to hide it from me." Lu Filan used her ability to destroy the parts in the bracelet, and looked up at her. "I didn't mean to hide it from you. It was you who didn't ask." Fang Zhou. "Well, she didn't ask." Click. Fang Zhou heard a very subtle sound from the bracelet. "It's okay. Are you sure there are no other suspicious parts inside?" Fang Zhou asked worriedly. "I checked it carefully this time, and every part was carefully scanned. Will destroying this part affect the use of this bracelet?" "No. Its own operating structure is still perfect." After hearing what Lu Filan said and knowing the reason, Fang Zhou hesitated for a moment whether to stay, and finally summoned the lion python to destroy the bracelet and eat it. As for why she didn't stay, since Lu Filan was concealed the first time, there might be a second or third time, and she didn't dare to bet on this tiny possibility. Judging from the content of the forum, Feixing's goal has changed from approaching her to capturing her. His ability is unknown. She still remembers the scene of the collective suicide of those devourers at the exchange meeting. If possible, she still doesn't want to have a direct conflict with Feixing. "If you are going to destroy it from the beginning, you shouldn't waste my energy." Lu Filan complained. "By the way, where did you get this bracelet? It's obviously something from the park. The fool gave it to me, but it was destroyed after only a few uses." "It's a pity." Fang Zhou sighed. "I'm going back. You have a good rest." Lu Filan couldn't help but said, "You are really impetuous. Are you a hot wheel that keeps spinning? I'm racing against the god of death. I dare not slack off." After saying that, she asked for Lu Filan's communicator. "By the way, give me the communicator." "What for?" Fang Zhou entered Raikiri's number. "This is Raikiri's number." Lu Filan immediately showed a disgusted expression when she heard his name. "Let's get along well. We will be companions in the future." Fang Zhou smiled and said, "If there is anything unusual tonight, you can contact Leichia first. I will let Leichia take me to teleport to save you from the water and fire. Don't talk nonsense. Have you been infected by that annoying guy?" She waved her hand. "Bye. Sweet dreams." After leaving Lu Filan, Fang Zhou returned to his current residence. She did not fall asleep in the first half of the night. According to Feixing's personality, he would definitely rush over as soon as he knew the location. If it was a precise location, he would either come to the vicinity of the current location where she stayed the longest, or go to the vicinity of Lu Filan. She created a new mimicry for herself, but there was still no movement around 3 or 4 in the middle of the night. Lu Filan didn't contact her either, so she confirmed that Feixing couldn't sense her exact location, and could only sense her approximate location. But even if they were face to face, Feixing probably wouldn't recognize her. Thinking of this, Fang Zhou relaxed and fell asleep. Near noon the next day, she went out to get familiar with the environment of Lily Street, then bought a new communicator, and sent the new number to Fang Xuanjiang and others. Fang Zhou actually wanted to leave the White Whale District first. According to the recent situation, the routes leaving the White Whale District were likely to be strictly guarded. So he gave up the idea and stayed in Lily Street to observe the recent movements of the order. 2 days passed. Fang Zhou, Fang Xuanjiang and others did not carry out any activities during these 2 days. Instead, they quietly observed the situation in the White Whale District. At present, everything was peaceful. There was no situation where the orderly ones wiped out Lily Street in order to capture them. Until Lei Chia told her, "Someone has been looking for you these 2 days. The disorderly ones." He thought about it. "It was your companion I saw on the sea before. The tall woman with short hair. Is it Ming Chan? What does she want to do with her?" According to Fang Zhou's understanding of them, they should all be good citizens and have no reason to approach Lily Street under normal circumstances. Her intuition told her that the matter might be very important. Fang Zhou thought about it and asked Lei Chia for some information and waited in the place where Ming Chan had appeared recently. After a while, she saw a familiar figure not far away. The person had neat short hair and was wearing a black outfit that was easy to move. It was Ming Chan. Fang Zhou changed back to the second mimicry and approached Ming Chan and called her, "Ming Chan." "Tuesday?" Seeing her, Ming Chan's eyes lit up. She looked around, stepped forward, held Fang Zhou's wrist, and took her to a sparsely populated area. Fang Zhou had a good impression of Ming Chan and knew her abilities. He was not worried about whether Ming Chan was hostile to her. Even if there was, she could solve it. So he let her pull him away. When there were no people around, Ming Chan sent her away and observed her current state. "Are you okay recently? I can't contact you. And the fourth dimension can't contact you either. The communicator was broken 2 days ago, so I replaced it with a new one. Sorry. Are you here to find me on Lily Street?" Although they had experienced life and death together, Fang Zhou felt that his relationship with Ming Chan and the others was not yet at the level of companions. If he couldn't get in touch with her, he couldn't get in touch with her. He didn't have to run to Lily Street to look for her. Yes, Zhang Shiza was taken away by the order, along with Yi Qingjia, Yi Xiuzhu, and Yi Yongyuan. Speaking of this, Ming Chan's eyes became sharp, and the order is still looking for me and Su Wan. This was a direction Fang Zhou had never thought of. She was stunned for a moment. What happened? Ming Chan's eyes stopped on her, and by observing her expression, he confirmed that she was not lying. After seeing that she really didn't know why, she was obviously relieved. She said, "Zhang Shiza has many properties in the White Whale District." As soon as Ming Chan said this, Fang Zhou understood what she meant. The house she and Lu Filan rented from the agency happened to be the property under Zhang Shiza's name. At the beginning, she secretly sighed at this coincidence in her heart. When all the things were connected, she knew why the order would keep an eye on Ming Chan's team. She used sitting on the ground as a prison twice in her second identity. Once when she met Fang Xuanjiang, and once to rescue Lu Filan from the mall. The people in the Order Bureau are not stupid. As long as they check the information, they will know that this is the same person. And that mad dog knows Lu Filan's address. All the houses outside Lily Street will be registered, as long as the information and the surveillance of the agency on that day are retrieved. Lu Filan and her can be locked. Fang Zhou was not worried if that was the case. It was all within her expectations. She didn't expect that she had overlooked the most important information. That is, as her landlord, the order would find Zhang Shiza. The clues that she and Zhang Shiza had gone out to sea together would also be dug out along with this information. Ming Chan and Zhang Shiza should have submitted the alien information they had when they went out to sea to the central government in exchange for points. The Order Bureau is likely to have cooperated with the central government. Their information is interoperable. No one of the forum said that the attitude of the Archon had completely changed and asked Fei Xing to catch her. Damn. After figuring this out, Fang Zhou cursed inwardly. She had never thought of involving Ming Chan and the others. The enemy is not a fool, and has powerful information integration skills. This is the first time Fang Zhou has felt such a strong sense of crisis. Ming Chan knew from her reaction that she understood what happened. She approached Fang Zhou and said, "Zhou, I don't ask you to help me bring Zhang Shiza and the others out. You have no obligation to do so. Not to mention that our lives were saved because of you. But I want to know what happened. We must die knowingly. Chapter 62. 3 nights ago. At the Order Bureau of the White Whale District. Wei Siyuan. You went out on the police without authorization because of personal grudges, resulting in the death of 2 subordinates, causing riots in the central square, and using superpowers to destroy the central shopping mall. The big screen in the middle replayed the end of the central shopping mall. The young man whose crimes were counted was lazily crossing his legs. He scratched his ears without any remorse, and ignored the man's words. The logistics team leader, who reported all the troubles he had caused, trembled with his hands. He really couldn't bear it anymore, and snapped, dropped the controller in his hand, and looked at the woman next to him, hoping that she could give a solution. Director Ming. Look at him. In the end, our logistics department had to clean up the mess. Don't talk about these insignificant things. Sister Ming, I have a major discovery. Wei Siyuan swept the controller that the logistics captain threw on the table, leaned over with his hands on it. I encountered a transcendent who could trap me. Hearing his words, Mingxian finally gave him a look. Tell me more about it. The situation at that time was like this. Wei Siyuan described the situation of chasing Lu Filan and being trapped in the mall by Fang Zhou one by one. Finally, he concluded, there were 2 transcendents at that time. One with an ability similar to sound waves, and the other with a maze. They are really dangerous, and are unscrupulously hostile to the order. I think this kind of guy needs to be strangled in the cradle. He was going all out. In the end, he still wanted to solve Lu Filan openly. Although he was an S-level transcendent like Mingxian, his achievements and abilities were not as good as hers, and his official position was naturally lower than hers. If he wanted to use the resources of the Bureau, he still had to get her consent on the surface. However, he didn't expect that he would accidentally combine what happened in Tunghua District with today, which helped him instead. After listening to Wei Siyuan's explanation, Mingxian immediately confirmed that Fang Xuanjiang and his companions had arrived in the White Whale District. She said, Wei Siyuan, tell me all the information you know about your old acquaintance. How did you find him, and where did you find him? Since that person will come to rescue Wei Siyuan's target, it means that they are companions. Maybe we can start from here. Old acquaintance? What a disgusting statement. Wei Siyuan vomited. He gritted his teeth. That person is a traitor. A deserter? Despite the scolding, he quickly adjusted his state and told Mingxian the information. The next step was the process of sorting out the information within the Order Bureau. At first, they did not find Shang Shiza and his team. Shang Shiza has a lot of real estate in the White Whale District, and his information was just recorded casually. The matter involved Fang Xuanjiang, and the Order Bureau reported the information of this matter to the central government as soon as possible. The information of both parties was integrated the next morning. As soon as the news was received, the central personnel contacted the headquarters of the White Whale District and also handed them a copy of the information. It was a record of the data and video messages of 2 S-class alien creatures that Shang Shiza's team encountered in the deep sea area. Looking at the incredible data, Mingxian frowned. Wei Siyuan, what's going on? That maze is the ability of the alien creature? No. Then why did I? As he spoke, he reacted and looked at Mingxian with wide eyes. Sister Ming, what is this? How could there be such a coincidence? Without the central government asking them to capture and interrogate the main responsible persons of this team. Within an hour of receiving the news, the Order Bureau quietly arrested Shang Shiza, Yi Xiuzhu, Yi Qingjia, and He Yongyuan. These people are all ordinary people, with transparent information, no criminal records, and basically grew up in the White Whale Zone. Although they didn't know why, they still cooperated and roughly described what happened on the day of going out to sea. The person in charge of the interrogation said, the 4 people's testimony is consistent, and there is no problem with the reward of the 4th dimension. The appearance can also match the video footage of the agency. They finally locked the target. So, in those people's mouths, her ability is wind? Wei Siyuan, huh? What is this? Suddenly, his expression paused, and he turned his head, because he was attacked by 2 transcendent powers. He always thought that there were 2 people who came to save Lu Filan that day. But these 2 transcendent powers just correspond to the abilities of the 2 alien creatures they met in the sea. What is going on? Mingxian's expression was solemn. There was another thing that Wei Siyuan didn't know. That is, a S-level alien creature with the ability of wind appeared in Tunghua District a while ago. It appeared suddenly and disappeared suddenly. All the events were connected together. And she got an incredible result. No wonder the central government sent the information so urgently. If her guess was correct, it was a monster that was growing rapidly. Unfortunately, for various reasons, they were already standing on the opposite side of this monster. The interrogator continued, they don't know more information. What we can be sure of now is that the connection between them is purely coincidental. Director Meng, do we need to let them go? No. Let them stay in the Order Bureau first and keep an eye on their movements, as well as their other two companions who were outside. Meng Xian stood up and walked out the door. I'll go find Xiaoya. You pay attention to the movements in the bureau. Wei Ziyuan shouted, hey, Sister Meng, where are you going? What's going on? She has already left. This is why Fang Zhou has been hiding his identity, and not letting this ability be exposed to the eyes of other forces. She understood why the central government turned its main target to her. Controlling alien creatures. Or using the power of multiple alien creatures. These two conjectures, no matter which one is in such a context, are enough to be feared. Fang Zhou has been strengthening her own strength, and even wanted to seize Raikiri's ability because she considered this point. When this day comes, her situation will definitely become extremely dangerous, so she needs enough power to protect herself. But this day came too soon, and she was not fully prepared. The official does not know that she is Fang Zhou yet, and only thinks that she is Fang Xuanjiang's new companion. Fang Zhou knows that the bigger enemy than the Order is actually the central government in the paradise. But now, because she is in the territory of the Order Bureau, the central government is not easy to interfere in things outside the paradise. So she chose to share intelligence with the Order Bureau. Meng Qian, you shouldn't have come to find me, Fang Zhou said. What do you mean? No one followed you. Fang Zhou thought about the people he had met along the way, and checked the surroundings. Meng Qian thought, yes, quite a few. But I got rid of them all. As an A-level enhancement transcendent, her perception is much stronger than that of ordinary transcendents. If you want to track her, you have to send a stealth transcendent. Meng Qian thought those people were here to catch her. But only Fang Zhou knew that they were observing Meng Qian's movements. The fourth dimension is such a large underground dark web. The Order and the central government are tacitly aware of it. As long as they search carefully, they will know that her encounter with Shang Shiza and Meng Qian was purely accidental. When the official gets the information they want from Shang Shiza and others, they will naturally let them go. They didn't let them go for 2 days, probably because they knew Meng Qian was looking for her. They were waiting for the right time to see Fang Zhou's attitude towards this team before deciding how to deal with him. She didn't doubt whether Meng Qian had been turned by the Order Bureau. If Meng Qian had been turned, the question she should ask when she saw her shouldn't be this insignificant truth. That being said, Fang Zhou certainly couldn't tell Meng Qian about the matter. It was the best protection for her to know nothing. You go back first. Just pretend that you haven't seen me today, and continue to look for my whereabouts in Liuli Street. If Shang Shiza and the others haven't come out in 2 days, Fang Zhou paused and said, I will find you. After that, she told Meng Qian the new contact number. If anything goes wrong, you can contact me directly. How can I trust you? Meng Qian, I have no need to deceive you. Fang Zhou said, this matter was beyond my expectation. I am sorry to involve you. As for what you want to know, I will not tell you. Fang Zhou was not going to say it. Meng Qian had no choice but to accept her proposal. Looking at Meng Qian's leaving figure, Fang Zhou's expression was cold. If she thought before that they would not renovate the entire Liuli Street for Fang Xuanjiang, she was not sure after today. She changed back to the third mimicry, and called Fang Xuanjiang, Lu Filan, Lei Chia and others over. After several people gathered together, she explained all the situations to them. The Order Bureau already knows my power, and they will do everything they can to capture me. Their lineup is luxurious, with 2 or more S levels, and Fang Zhou has multiple abilities alone. Even though her body has held her back a lot, and it is difficult for her to fully exert these abilities. If they only deal with the people of the Order Bureau, they will have a chance of winning. Fang Zhou even considered the feasibility of solving them one by one. But this would not eliminate the trouble in the future. Her real enemy is not this group of Order people who are used as guns. She recalled the conjecture of open paradise quota mentioned in the forum, and had a bold plan in her mind. But for now, she is more urgent to leave here and then strengthen her abilities. We have to leave Shelter 004. Do you two want to follow me and Xuanjiang? She asked Lu Filan and Lei Chia. Fang Xuanjiang will definitely leave with her. And Lu Filan should also. But she still asked. Lu Filan sneered. Do you still need to ask me now? I have been forced to be tied to you. Lei Chia shook his head regretfully. I can't leave here yet. Okay. I know. She didn't force it. And looked up at Lei Chia. But you need to leave with me. And you can return after leaving Shelter 004. Fang Zhou didn't kill Raikiri because of his ability. It's not that easy for them to leave here this time. So they have to take him with them until they are safe. Okay. After getting the result, Fang Zhou didn't choose to leave now, but waited for 2 more days. 2 days later, as Fang Zhou thought, Meichan had not found her whereabouts, and the Order Bureau didn't get any clues, so they really released Shang Shiza and others. After confirming that they were fine, Fang Zhou chose the time to leave. Before she notified Lu Filan, his message came first. Lu Filan, when are we leaving? Fang Zhou, tomorrow. The weather looks good tomorrow. And there shouldn't be fist-sized hail. Chapter 63. After confirming the time of departure, Fang Zhou confirmed the recent movement of the Order Bureau with Lei Chia. Are they doing anything unusual? What is the current situation of the route of departure? Not yet. But the several routes out of the White Whale District are currently strictly guarded. He has many spies in the White Whale District, and can understand the changes in the Order Bureau. Just in case, Fang Zhou also placed some D-level alien creatures recovered from the Tunghua District in advance to ambush various locations in the White Whale District, especially near the Order Bureau, so as to observe the situation and notify her immediately if anything is wrong. Fang Zhou thought for a while and asked, if you move with the payload? What is the limit of teleportation? 4 people in 1 car? Compared to the submarines at that time, the weight and volume of the vehicle were much smaller. Yes. 2 kilometers. A 2-kilometer cargo teleportation distance is worthy of being an S-level auxiliary system ability. Raikiri's teleportation can ignore environmental substances like some space systems. And the space system needs a certain amount of pre-swing before it is activated. But teleportation does not. This is the bug of his ability. Whether it is a sneak attack or an escape, it is a very unexpected ability. Ark showed a thoughtful expression. Raikiri immediately added, short distances are not limited by the number of times. But this kind of long-distance teleportation is difficult to achieve in a short period of time. It can only be done once in a minute. And the upper limit is 5 times. This will exhaust my transcendence power. So the idea of teleporting 20 times in a row to take us away from the White Whale area was immediately dispelled. Her expression was a little disappointed. Raikiri was still terrified. You really think about this feasibility? What a scary woman. That's enough. Fang Zhou sorted out the current information. They should know about her other abilities except the Vine Bug and Speed Enhancement. The Order Bureau also knows the abilities of Fang Xuanjiang and Lu Filan. So far, only Raikiri has not entered the site of the Order Bureau. This is just right. The Order Bureau is completely defenseless against him. If the people of the Order Bureau are guarding the exit, they can use Raikiri's teleportation to disappear quietly under their noses. From this situation, Fang Zhou felt that leaving here safely was a foregone conclusion. The worst plan was that the unknown S level of the Order Bureau could restrain Raikiri's ability. But the time they left was a surprise attack for the Order Bureau. And it would take time for the other party to transfer personnel. By that time, they would have left the White Whale area. Fang Zhou did not think about whether to wait until they relaxed their vigilance before leaving here. But after learning from Meichan that the authorities might have known about her ability, she knew that they had to leave. Even if they did not leave, the Order Bureau would come to them soon. It would be very disadvantageous for them to wait until they were fully prepared before responding. It would be better for her to make a decision first. In the evening of the next day, several people left from Lioli Street separately, and then met at the agreed place outside Lioli Street, and drove away in the vehicles parked there in advance. As night approached, there were more people doing activities at this time, and many vehicles were also moving at this time. Choosing this time was just right to cover their whereabouts. Raikiri, who had the ability to teleport, was the main driver, and Fang Zhou was in the co-pilot seat to observe the surrounding situation. Fang Xuanjiang and Lu Filan were in the back seat. As Fang Zhou thought, the weather was really good today. Not only did it not rain, but the air visibility was higher than before. The street lights were on at this time, and the area illuminated by each street light could be seen clearly. She was very satisfied. Not long after the departure, Fang Xuanjiang and Lu Filan in the back seat actually started chatting. When I was away, did my sister get injured frequently? Did she force herself? Why ask me? Commander? She's right in front. Why not ask her in person? She didn't tell me. During the few days of their reunion, Fang Xuanjiang did ask her about the matter. But Fang Zhou fooled him. Lu Filan sighed a long breath. And he began to repeat without emotion, if you want to ask me this question, I can only reply yes. As you think. Every time I see her, she is covered in bruises. Major and minor injuries have become the norm. During this period of time, I feel that my ability to reorganize and repair has been perfected. Then, he pushed his glasses and said, Commander, you should persuade her not to do such things that put herself in danger all the time. Fang Zhou, who heard everything clearly in front. Oh, it seems that she has a deep resentment. Reiki turned to Fang Zhou and said, your companions are very dissatisfied with you. He and Lu Filan had a lot of gunpowder since they met. And he always wanted to have a chance to make a bad mouth. When he opened his mouth, Lu Filan sneered from behind. Sister. At the same time, Fang Xuanjiang's faint voice came from the back seat. He was nervous just by seeing her hand cut. And Fang Zhou knew what her reaction was without seeing it. She had a headache. It's not that exaggerated. Lu Filan lied to you. Fang Xuanjiang didn't say anything else. She looked up at the rearview mirror in the car. He lowered his head and couldn't see the expression on his face. At this time, they had already driven out of the center of the White Whale district. The road next to it was the Red Bank Wharf. The dark sea water was rippling with small waves under the influence of the wind. In front of them was a bridge road going up. After driving out of this area, they were almost close to one of the exits of the White Whale district. Rachel and she had checked this road before. Like other locations, there were order guards on duty. But this level could be completely fooled. Fang Zhou paid more attention to the surrounding environment and observed the distance. Because of her ability to control the wind, Fang Zhou was unexpectedly sensitive to the wind direction around her. She vaguely felt that there was something wrong with the wind direction flow in this area. Before Fang Zhou could confirm the situation, she had subconsciously used the wind to move the vehicle away from its current position. The next moment she made this move. Sizzle. A blue lightning bolt came straight from the side. And Fang Zhou heard the ground making a crackling sound. The ground where they were just standing was cracked like being cut by a blade. Woohoo! I saw her use her ability. It was the wind. Someone stood on the road fence above the coast and said loudly to the communication equipment without any defense, ha ha ha. Sister Ming. It seems to be this one. Fang Zhou looked through the front windshield. It was a young man wearing the blue uniform of the order. His hair was messy, and the regular blue uniform was loose on him. The buttons of the collar were unbuttoned to the chest. He was not wearing a lining inside, revealing a chest with a hideous scar. Fang Zhou knew that this person was the one who chased Lu Filan that day. One of the S-level transcendents in Shelter 004. After the last confrontation, she already knew what his ability was. It was a direct, large-scale, and highly lethal force. It was not easy to deal with. But there was a way. The bad thing was that as his attack came out, many fighters and helicopters began to hover over their heads. This was beyond Fang Zhou's imagination. The people from the Order Bureau seemed to have been waiting for them here for a long time. No! Something was wrong. Her alien creatures in the White Whale area did not send any abnormal notifications. And Raikiri's eyes did not receive any news either. If only a few orders were here, Fang Zhou would only think that they had arranged some people to guard everywhere. But there were too many combat forces here. Even one of the two S-level orders was here. This is not a coincidence. It's as if they knew in advance when she would leave. And they had ambushed important forces here early. Fang Zhou believed that none of the people in the group would work with the Order Bureau to give them the news. How did those people know it? Why? What did she overlook? What kind of existence is in the enemy team? Fang Zhou frowned. She had no idea at all. The distance between them was too close. And it was unlikely that Ark could escape by using the imprisonment on the ground. Not to mention that after using the imprisonment on the ground technique, the energy required was too great, and it would be difficult for her to use other abilities. The vehicle landed steadily on the other side of the cracked ground under her ability to control the wind. Fang Zhou did not hesitate and turned to Lei Chia and said, Lei Chia, let's go now. Got it. Boss, I've been waiting for you to say that. Lei Chia smiled. Then let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, the car swooshed, instantly disappeared in front of Wei Siyuan's eyes. leaving him no time to react. He blinked at the empty road, and after realizing that they had disappeared, he howled at the communication device. "Ah! Sister Ming!" They all disappeared suddenly. "Sister Ming! Did you hear that?" Wei Siyuan was still shouting. If they hadn't disappeared without a trace, he would have definitely caught up with them the first time. "Noise! I saw it." The humming sound of a helicopter came from the communicator over there. Ming Xian was on a helicopter above at this time. She said impatiently, "Get ready." "Okay." The communicator kept receiving reports from other nearby helicopters and fighters. "This is D-452. No trace of the vehicle was found." "This is D-467. No trace of the vehicle was found." The distance between the car and them was at least 1 kilometer. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible to catch up. It seemed that the other party did not want to leave here without any preparation. Ming Xian walked to the driver's seat, pointed at the place where they disappeared just now, and said to the driver, after 3 seconds, "Drop a bomb here, and then open the door." But they are gone? What's the point of dropping bombs there? Under the cold eyes of his superior, the driver did not say anything and began to count down silently in his heart. 3. The door of the helicopter was opened, and the wind rushed in instantly. 2. Ming Xian narrowed his eyes and raised his hand to make a cut-off gesture at the place where Fang Zhou and others' vehicle disappeared. 1. Counting to the last second, the driver dropped the bomb at the place she pointed just now according to her instructions. The elliptical bomb fell rapidly, and when it was about to touch the ground, the vehicle that had left long ago suddenly returned to the previous position. It was as if it had been cut off for a period of time, and returned here again, and made the movement of moving the vehicle just now to avoid Wei Siyuan's ability at that position. Boom! Warm flames and blue electricity burst out at this position together. Chapter 64. A huge explosion sounded, and the flames instantly engulfed the vehicle, and the lightning cut the vehicle in the flames in half. Did it succeed? The driver who threw the bomb looked down. The car was destroyed like this. The people inside couldn't be alive. Right? This mission had a very high confidentiality level. He had worked in the Order Bureau for 5 years before he had this opportunity. He thought it would be a difficult guy to deal with, but he didn't expect it to be completed so easily. I really don't understand why an enemy of this level has such a high confidentiality level. Just as he was thinking about this, he saw Ming Xian suddenly jumped out of the door of the helicopter. Eh? Before he could think more, his bones cried, and he stopped thinking. At the same time, most of the fighters and helicopters in the sky were compressed into harmless pieces of paper without any resistance. The 4 people who were supposed to be engulfed by the fire were intact not far from the explosion. At the moment the bomb touched the roof of the car, Lei Qi used teleportation in time to take the 4 people out of the car. Fang Xuanjiang covered Fang Zhou's ears with his hands, isolating her from the explosion to a certain extent. He looked up at the noisy flies in the air, and his dark eyes reflected the sky above, choosing to destroy them as soon as possible. Lu Filan frowned uncomfortably, glanced at Fang Zhou, and retracted her gaze after seeing that she was fine. Lei Qi rubbed his buzzing ears. Ah, what's going on? Where did they come from? Why doesn't he have any memory? How did this group of people suddenly appear here? Fang Zhou's brain crashed for a moment, because the explosion was too close. Even if Fang Xuanjiang covered her ears in advance, she still felt her head buzzing. She tried to stabilize her thoughts, and subconsciously sorted out the current situation. Like Lei Qi, this group of people seemed to appear suddenly in her memory. And the bomb also fell suddenly. Is it the space system? No. If it is the space system, their positions should not be so scattered. She felt something was wrong. Why did she use the wind to move the vehicle? The bombs they dropped and the electricity released by Wei Siyuan made it impossible for her to avoid the place she moved to. And she didn't use the wind because she noticed this. Looking at the reactions of Raichia and others, they didn't seem to know what happened. Fang Zhou's sight stopped at the woman who jumped out of the helicopter. She was wearing a blue uniform that was very formal, and there were 2 guns on her waist. The other S-level orderer should be her. How did the Order Bureau know that she would leave at this time? And how did they find her? They concentrated all their strength here, as if they knew in advance. Thinking of this, Fang Zhou's thoughts suddenly shook. Strange. Why did she feel like she seemed to have thought of the same thing? Should we lead directly? There are too many of them, Rachel asked Fang Zhou. According to the current situation, they were completely surrounded and should lead directly. But Fang Zhou felt that something was wrong. Their appearance was too strange, as if she had lost her memory for a while. The current situation did not allow Fang Zhou to think more. Wei Xiyuan's ability was already coming towards the four people. The blue light illuminated the dim environment, and some fighters that had not been destroyed changed their formation in the air and fired towards their position. "Let's go!" After Fang Zhou's reply, Lei Chia immediately started teleportation and disappeared with the other three people. Sister Ming. They left again. Wei Xiyuan slashed into the air and shouted into the communication device. After such a meeting, Ming Xian already knew who the owner of the teleportation was. She said, "Be prepared. Try to capture her alive. And if it doesn't work, you can kill her." The central government wanted to capture Fang Zhou alive. Her special ability was too strong. Ming Xian knew what they were going to do with her. Killing her directly might give her a quick death. Wei Xiyuan smiled and replied cheerfully, "Got it." Ming Xian repeated the same trick, and the next second a figure returned to the previous position. Unlike the last time when both the person and the car returned together, this time only one person returned to the original place. It was Fang Zhou. Her memory was still stuck in the second before the bullets were fired and Raikiri took them away. A sharp pain came from her arm, and the blue electricity brushed her arm and fell on the position of Lu Filan, who was standing next to her just now. The power of this light brush made her arm immediately torn. She didn't have time to think more, and immediately used the wire python to repair it, and then used the speed enhancement to avoid the bullet coming towards her. Ming Xian's bullet missed, and she couldn't bear it anymore, and said to the communicator, "Wei Xiyuan? Where are you using your ability?" Seeing that Ming Xian only cut off Fang Zhou's time, Wei Xiyuan questioned her, "Huh? Sister Ming, you let my target run away too. Damn it for rewinding him too." Ming Xian, idiot. This situation happened again, and Fang Zhou finally knew what was wrong. From Wei Xiyuan's words, she came to a conclusion that she had lost her memory of the previous few seconds. And not only that, her time was rewinded. Raiki couldn't have taken Fang Xuanjiang and Lu Filan away and left her alone here. I'm afraid they had used Raiki's teleportation to leave once before, so they were caught in the double-sided attack of the sudden bomb and lightning just now. That time, the time of the four of them should have been retraced together. Because of this, Raikiri's teleportation was also reset and could be used a second time in a short period of time. But this time, only she came back. Raikiri's time was not retraced and his teleportation was still cooling down. From the fact that the enemy's actions were not affected at all, it can be seen that the opponent's ability is not to retrace the time of the entire world, but to retrace the time of an individual? If this is the case, things are bad. They are obviously coming for her, and they didn't even bring Fang Xuanjiang back. Their time is not equal. The enemy can retrace her time at any time and respond or attack her actions before she retraces it. But she doesn't know when this node will hit. Fang Zhou activated the speed enhancement to avoid the bullets and the electricity from Wei Xiyuan's attack, and her mind began to work frantically. The Transcendent, who used electricity, was not in a hurry to deal with it. The most threatening to her was another S-level Transcendent. Fang Zhou guessed that her time reversal should not be abused. Otherwise, when Fang Xuanjiang used his ability to destroy those helicopters and fighters, she should have taken action to reduce the damage. As long as there are restrictions, there must be ways to deal with them. The time in the White Whale Zone has entered the night, and the air around has dropped. Fang Zhou can feel that the cold air has made her hands a little stiff. The heat source from the constant temperature equipment cannot maintain the cold air attack after breaking through her clothes. Fang Zhou feels that the exhaled air gradually condenses into white mist. She had to hold out for a minute, until the cooldown of Raikiri's long-distance teleportation ended. 1 minute may not seem long, but it was enough to kill several people in this kind of battle. In this minute, if she could inflict some trauma on them, that would be the best. If not, at least she had to ensure that she was still alive and wait for Raikiri to bring Fang Xuanjiang and Lu Filan back before considering how to deal with this situation. Fang Zhou took in the surrounding situation. Because of Fang Xuanjiang's attack just now, there were only 2 fighters left in the air. The suspension point under the wing of one of them had been deployed, and the bomb inside was aiming at her position. It was almost out of the cabin. Fang Zhou could use the wind blade to make it explode in the air before it fell. Even if the explosion didn't fall on her, the residual power would cause her considerable damage. Ming Xian was more than 30 meters away from her after she fell from the helicopter. Fang Zhou immediately approached her position. She turned on the speed enhancement and it was a matter of a moment to approach her. The fighter planes above saw this, and considered that it would affect Ming Xian. So they stopped dropping towards her position, which made Fang Zhou feel relieved. Then, she used wind and sound waves together to destroy the remaining fighter planes in the air. They fell to the ground not far away, and into the sea like birds with their wings plucked off, exploding beautiful sparks. She closed the distance between her and Ming Xian, and turned the wind blade and sound wave attack that concentrated the nearby wind flow to Ming Xian. Fang Zhou wanted to get rid of her quickly. She knew it would not go smoothly, but she had to try it first. At this time, Ming Xian suddenly said to the communication device, 3 seconds. Fang Zhou's time was rewinded again. During these few seconds, her actions were reset, and the damaged fighters she destroyed were all reset. Pain came, and Fang Zhou felt a bullet hit her thigh. It was the bullet shot by Ming Xian, who had been prepared for a long time. The pain caused her to almost lose her balance. Right. Get out of the way. What reminded Fang Zhou was the lion python she had released in advance when she approached Ming Xian. It seemed that as long as it left her body, her alien creature would not be affected by the time rewind. She didn't have time to consider whether she was rewinded again, how long she had rewinded, and what was happening around her. She immediately used the wind to flip her body to the right. Wei Siyuan's fist was wrapped with electricity, and missed the position where she was dodging. Ah! Wei Siyuan made an ambiguous sound, and attacked Fang Zhou's position at a very fast speed. Fang Zhou naturally did not let him succeed. He used wind and speed to strengthen his ability to dodge him, and used wind blades to cut off his hand. As a natural system, Wei Siyuan's perception of wind is not low. Electric current condensed in the air, and countered with Fang Zhou's wind blade, emitting a dazzling light, and then canceling it out. Unlike Ming Xian, who used his ability, Wei Siyuan could not grasp the accuracy of the time when Fang Zhou was retraced, and there would be more or less deviations in the attack, which was why Fang Zhou escaped twice. Ming Xian's face was gloomy. She shot at Fang Zhou's position and warned, Wei Siyuan, this is the last time you are allowed to make a mistake. Next, just kill her directly. Fang Zhou dodged the bullets, and let the lion python temporarily repair the wound that was hit. The wound that was bleeding like a river finally stopped. This was the second time Fang Zhou was shot after leaving the 001 shelter and fighting Caesar. The blood loss was not comparable to that of a minor injury. The opponent's ability was too tricky. So far, there was no pattern in the time and number of times she released it, which made Fang Zhou feel that he had no idea where to start. Ming Xian's patience reached the limit. Her first goal was to capture Fang Zhou alive, and her second goal was to kill her. From the confrontation in half a minute, she already knew that in addition to those abilities, Fang Zhou also had speed. And healing? Speed is not a big deal. If it is healing, it is basically impossible to capture them alive. If it continues like this, her companions may come back, and it will be really difficult to deal with them at that time. She no longer counts on Wei Siyuan and commands the fighters that have recovered into the communicator. After receiving her instructions, they immediately threw bombs to a location, which was exactly the location where Fang Zhou had just left with the speed enhancement. She raised her eyes to meet Ming Xian's eyes, and the other party's cold eyes seemed to be looking at a dead object. Oops. Fang Zhou immediately understood what she wanted to do, and without any hesitation, he released the child and mother demons from his body instantly to prevent them from being affected by the time reversal. And her time was dialed back half a second, and she returned to the location where the bomb was about to fall. Chapter 65. The child and mother demons received orders from Fang Zhou before they were released. In the first moment after the retracing, the mother demon used wind control to move the bomb that was about to land to the side, while the child demon quickly brought Fang Zhou back to the center of the explosion. Fang O, who had avoided the bomb, was protected in the middle by two alien creatures. The two monsters of the same size made threatening ho-ho sounds towards their mouths full of sharp teeth. Before they could make a more ferocious gesture, Fang Zhou collected them one by one. Her head was buzzing, and her heart was beating violently. She really felt that she had just brushed shoulders with the god of death. Ming Xian, what? Wei Siyuan on the side was also stunned by this situation. He looked at Ming Xian in the distance and said to the communication device, Sister Ming. This. Fang Zhou predicted her actions and released the alien in advance, saving herself with a half-second time difference of backtracking. This move was something Ming Xian had never thought of. What Fang Zhou showed to the Order Bureau now was the ability to use multiple alien creatures. As for how she obtained it, and why she used it, it was still a mystery. According to Zhao Zhenyu, there was an S-level alien creature that used wind in Tunghua District. The Order Bureau made a guess based on this. But it was just a guess. Ming Xian could not be completely sure whether she could use the ability or control the alien. I didn't expect that it can do both. Ming Xian's ability is to rewind the time of 5 or fewer individuals within 10 seconds. For her, this is equivalent to a 10-second prediction. When the enemy is unprepared, she can accurately shoot the bullet into the opponent's chest at the moment of rewinding. When encountering some difficult characters, you can also achieve your goal through the cooperation of surrounding forces. Such an ability works best when the enemy is unaware, which is why her ability is confidential and Raikiri cannot know it even with such a large intelligence network. It is also because of this rogue's invincible strength that no one has ever escaped from her, and few people can make her use time rewind more than once in a row. Surrounded by so many people, she had used Fang Zhou 3 times. Not counting the first time, she brought 4 people back. Ming Xian realized at this time that the person in front of her was not only strong, but also smart enough. This kind of enemy was the most difficult to deal with. She could feel that it would be much more difficult to deal with her next time than at the beginning, because Fang Zhou seemed to have begun to be familiar with her abilities. Ming Xian felt a little regretful for not dealing with Fang Zhou at the beginning and not aiming the bullet shot in her leg at her chest. The child demon and the mother demon rescued her from the explosion, and Fang Zhou realized that she was backtracked again. There are 2 reasons why she didn't release the alien creatures to fight at the beginning. First, the alien creatures can be said to be one with her. After releasing them, she was not sure whether the erasure of the retrospection would affect the alien creatures that had been released. If it could affect them, they would be retrospect together. Those alien creatures had no instructions, and the low IQ alien creatures could not judge the current situation and make the right decision in the first time. After retrospection, she encountered an emergency and had no ability and could only be slaughtered. So she chose to separate the lion python first, and dared to release the subface demons after testing the effect of the opponent's ability, and issued orders to them in advance. Second, the ability used directly by her is different from the ability used by the alien creatures. The speed of the face demon is enhanced on her. She can choose to dodge and attack at the first time according to the situation. If these are done by alien creatures, there will be a very short time difference for the third party to use. Often this momentary gap is the gap between life and death. After knowing that the time reversal is only used on her, and will not affect her behavior of releasing the alien, half of the disadvantages can be eliminated. However, after her time was reversed just now, the helicopters destroyed by her became intact again, which made Fang Zhou realize one thing. Her behavior will also affect the outside world after the reset. Compared with the reversal, this kind of butterfly effect and cause and effect is the point that she should be most afraid of. She tested this with a lion python. She didn't know if it was because of the special nature of the alien creatures that they were not in this cycle and would not be affected by her reset, but whether Ming Xian could trace back the alien alone. Fang Zhou had not yet obtained the result. It was precisely because of this that Fang Zhou immediately recovered the child and mother demons after escaping to prevent Ming Xian from retracing their time alone. So the method just now could only be used once at most. When Ming Xian reacted next time, she could no longer escape. After recovering the child and mother demons, Fang Zhou observed the surrounding environment. They were now under the bridge of the port, and on the other side was the sea. She immediately moved to the side and released the devil bat into the sea. The huge sea alien separated from her body, covering the light from the surrounding lights. It turned over in the air and fell into the sea with a plop. There was no time for Fang Zhou to breathe. Seeing her release the alien, the other party attacked her one after another without stopping. Wei Siyuan used electric current to strengthen himself. His pursuit was not much slower than her, who turned on the speed enhancement. He passed by her again and again with the electric current attack. The electric current in the air attacked faster and faster. She also had to guard against bullets from other positions, and Ming Xian's possible time retracing at any time. Fang Zhou had a hard time hiding. The crackling electric current kept leaving wounds on her body. You might as well surrender obediently, and you can still save your life, Wei Siyuan said. Fang Zhou ignored him. At present, she didn't know what the maximum time limit of Ming Xian's time reversal was, from the fact that she always pushed her actions back to the last time, rather than earlier. It can be seen that the time she can rewind should be about 10 seconds. and the highest should not be more than 15 seconds. Although there is no regularity in its use, there must be a certain interval. Otherwise Mengxian can keep retracing her and attacking her, instead of stopping for a while every time before looking for a second chance. Fang Zhou conservatively estimated that this interval is about 5 to 10 seconds. Similarly, Mengxian relied heavily on external forces to assist in removing the time reversal. Weapons and companions were her means of attacking after reversing and predicting. Without these, she had no other means to accurately attack Arkansas. As for the other S-level orderer, he and Mengxian did not have enough tacit understanding, and there were loopholes in several attacks. Fang Zhou felt that he was not in a hurry to deal with him. Fang Zhou quickly sorted out the situation and chose the best path according to the current situation. Under Fang Zhou's command, after the devil bat fell into the sea, it began to continuously release the most powerful sound waves. This continuous attack would continue even if Mengxian retraced it. The powerful and penetrating sound waves continuously attacked everyone present except Fang Zhou, making it difficult for them to move. What is this? So noisy. Wei Siyuan's movement slowed down, and the electricity that was constantly running in the air began to fluctuate, and the position of attacking her began to deviate. Mengxian was also caught off guard by this sudden sound wave, and the pain in her head seemed to be torn apart, so she couldn't give orders to others for a while. If Fang Zhou was asked to continuously release sound waves, her energy would be too high, and it would be quickly drained after a long time. But the separated devil bats could do this. Unless it is killed, Mengxian's short-term retracing will be useless in this situation. Compared with the physical fitness of S-level transcendents like them, the fighter planes in the air lasted less than 3 seconds before they became crooked because the personnel inside could no longer control the route. The strong wind swept from the sea to the air, and countless wind blades cut them into pieces, eliminating the biggest threat in the air of the arc. Taking advantage of this moment, Wei Siyuan's attack had a gap, and temporarily curbed this obstacle. The arc finally had the energy to approach Mengxian. She aimed at the guns in Mengxian's hands and waist, and quickly approached, ready to summon the line python to sweep them away and then give her a fatal blow. After this set of actions, Mengxian understood her purpose. Wei Siyuan, she shouted at the communication device. The equipment on her body began to be destroyed by the power of the sound wave. She endured the intense pain and used the auxiliary equipment to quickly retreat, then raised her hand and pressed a button on the combat suit. As a light screen wrapped around her whole body, her painful expression eased. The sound wave was isolated by the invisible device. Fang Zhou looked in the direction of Wei Siyuan. Sure enough, he also made the same move as Mengxian. As the master of the devil bat, Fang Zhou could feel that the sound wave fell on him, and was immediately decomposed by this layer of invisible signal particles. Is it invalid? Is it a similar equipment developed based on the ability to deal with Fang Xuanjiang? This doesn't seem like the technology that the Order Bureau would have. It should be given to them by the central government. They already knew that one of her abilities was sound waves and war equipment that could deal with it. They really made a lot of preparations for her. Fang Zhou didn't slow down her approach to Mengxian. She jumped onto the fence next to her, staring at Mengxian's expression, and asked the line python to pay attention to the movements of Wei Siyuan behind him, the location where his ability fell when he raised his hand, and the direction of the electric current. After that, she used wind and speed to accelerate the advancement of the two, approaching Mengxian at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. As she raised the line python, Fang Zhou's time went back again. A flash of lightning broke out from the clouds. It was Wei Siyuan's powerful attack, cutting through the air and slashing down quickly from above. Fang Zhou's figure was traced back, because she was about to appear under the blue light. She had nowhere to escape. Before that, a huge black hole appeared at that position earlier than her. It was estimated that its diameter was at least 5 meters, covering the top of Fang Zhou. The huge lightning fell into the black hole and disappeared. Wei Siyuan / Mengxian. It seems to be successful, Fang Zhou thought. That was the black hole she placed in that position in advance. The ability of the cave monster needs a certain amount of lead time to open. Especially the larger the hole is, the longer the lead time is. Its mobility is not strong enough. Fang Zhou rarely uses this ability in such a fast-paced battle. It was this long pre-swing that gave her the opportunity. She kept staring at Mengxian, and used the line python to observe Wei Siyuan's movements. Wei Siyuan's ability was electricity, and he would have a very obvious warning before using it. And what Mingxian could do by using time reversal was to set up an attack in advance at the location where she passed, and then retraced her to the attack. After knowing their attack pattern, she could use this to cheat Mingxian's retracing. She controlled the speed of approaching, observed Wei Siyuan's movements, and made the black hole arrangement occur before the retracing time. 9 seconds. Because the time was retraced, she could not confirm how long it had been since Mingxian last used his ability, and the line python also assisted her in observing this. 9 seconds since the last use? It seems that her guess was correct. Mingxian's interval between using her ability is about 5 to 10 seconds. She will have at least a period of safety next. Their attention is on her and those large alien creatures, and they look down on the weak and useless line pythons. Little do they know that those single line pythons that are difficult to observe and useless are the eyes for her to break through. You should change your tricks. Fang Zhou smiled at Mingxian. There was a crack on Mingxian's expression. She overestimated her ability and underestimated Fang Zhou. Sure enough, she should have killed her at the beginning instead of considering trying to catch her in the middle. Oops. Realizing the current situation, Wei Siyuan immediately controlled the current from behind to prevent her from approaching Mingxian. His actions did slow down Fang Zhou's movements to a certain extent, but it was far from enough. She approached Mingxian. The line python took away her gun, and the wind blade cut her carotid artery. Fang Zhou held the gun with his backhand and shot Mingxian's heart again. Blood splashed on her face. How long has it been now? 40 seconds? 50 seconds? Fang Zhou couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This is such a long minute. Her dead end has seen the light of day. Just as she was thinking about this, the wind direction in the air changed. Countless bullets fell from the sky, and countless armed helicopters gathered in the sky. A mechanical whip quickly dropped from the helicopter above, wrapped around Mingxian's waist, and quickly brought her up. Fang Zhou looked up. It was Zhao Jinyu. Their support had arrived. After bringing Mingxian up, she was nervous, looking at her bleeding neck and shot chest. She had no idea where to start. Ming. Director Ming. Mingxian's breathing had not stopped. Her eyes did not show her determination to die, but she was counting down in her heart. 4. 3. Fang Zhou's time went back again. Her position returned to before she approached Mingxian, and her memory during this period was also cleared. With the wired python, she knew what happened even if she was retraced. At the same time, she thoroughly confirmed Mingxian's ability. The maximum replay time is 10 seconds, and the interval between abilities is 7 seconds. Fang Zhou's expression darkened. It was obvious that her actions in 10 seconds were reset, and the wounds on Mingxian's body might have disappeared. What was worse was that a damp smell spread from the tip of her nose, and raindrops fell on Fang Zhou's cheeks, making her shiver with cold. Then more and more raindrops fell, and the residual current in the air rubbed against her neck with the raindrops, cutting a wound and dancing on her skin. In stark contrast to her expression of fear, Wei Siyuan took a deep breath and opened his hands to welcome the coming heavy rain. He raised a smile on his face and looked at Lu Filan, who reappeared beside Fang Zhou. This is really good weather, don't you think? Fog? 1 minute has passed. Chapter 66. 1 minute ago, Lei Xie used his ability to take several people away from the center of the battle. They were just near the Red Bank port in the White Whale district. The 2-kilometer distance was just enough to take them to the exit of the White Whale district. The exit that should have been guarded by someone was not guarded by a single orderer. They had just stood there for a while when Fang Zhou disappeared from the spot in front of them. They were stunned and immediately realized that the enemy must have used some means to bring her back. Oh no! Lei Xie said. Lu Filan's eyes were cold under the glasses. Take us back. If she hadn't seen Fang Zhou leave with them before, Lu Filan, who didn't trust Lei Xie, would have had reason to suspect that Lei Xie had deliberately left her out. Lei Xie's face was not looking good. No. I can only use this kind of long-distance teleportation once a minute. Hearing what Lei Xie said, Fang Xu and Jiang prepared to return directly to their previous position without hesitation. Seeing this, Lei Xie immediately grabbed his arm. We can return in 1 minute, which is faster than you running back directly like this. Sister is in danger. The muscles of his arm held by Lei Xie were tense, and his pure black eyes were like a whirlpool at this time, hiding a hint of madness. Lei Xie was stunned by his gaze, and said, This does not change the fact that you can't rush over now. But my teleportation cools down faster. Their vehicle had been destroyed in the explosion just now, and they could only run back. even if the physical fitness of S-level transcendence is far higher than others. It would take more than 2 minutes to run 2 kilometers. Fang Xuanjiang didn't say anything else. He probably figured it out. He calmed down and chose to wait there. The atmosphere between the three people was extremely strange as the waiting time passed by second by second. Lu Filan was the first to speak, breaking the ice-like atmosphere. He said, "Commander, what do you think is the reason? Instead of waiting here for a minute, it is better to analyze the situation and deal with it." Fang Xuanjiang, I don't know. Raichia still wanted to joke. Forget it. Don't ask him. I think his brain is not working now. Lu Filan, they appeared very strangely. We may have lost our memory for a short period of time. Raikuri, psychic? After saying that, he felt that the psychic system was not justified. If it was a psychic system, the ark would not be taken back suddenly. He thought about it and added, it could be a time system. Of course. I'm just talking casually. I haven't seen a time system yet. Lu Filan didn't answer this time, and the atmosphere became strange again. Fortunately, after such a toss, more than half of a minute had passed. When Raikuri's long teleportation time was up, he immediately took the other two back to the battlefield. It was a really long minute. The scene changed, and the air was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. The crooked fences and cracked ground next to it were all traces of the Wei Siyuan current. Not far away, there was a broken fighter plane, which showed how fierce the battle was in this minute. The three people's eyes fell on Fang Zhou at the first time. She had blood spots, and the cloth and residual blood on her legs showed that she was shot in this part. This injury was already very serious for her. Seeing that the three people finally came back, Fang Zhou felt a little relieved. It was much easier to have companions in such a situation than to fight alone. Fang Zhou felt that the pain in his legs was spreading. This was caused by the radiation brought in by the bullet. Even if the line python repaired it, it could not isolate it. Facing Wei Siyuan's provocation, Lu Filan did not look at him. His eyes fell on Fang Zhou. He saw her general injury at a glance and immediately took off his gloves. Repair the wound, and I will help you reassemble it first. Fang Zhou nodded, repaired his wounds and evacuated, taking advantage of the time Lu Filan gave her to regroup. Fang Zhou quickly told a few people about Meng Xian's ability. The ability of another S-level orderer is individual time reversal. According to the conclusion I just drew from the battle, the maximum time she can rewind is 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 7 seconds. During the time we rewind, our actions and memories will be reset to 0. Damn. It's really a time system? Raiki cursed, recalled what happened just now, and understood why. No wonder. It's so against the sky. Fang Xuanjiang didn't know if he had heard her words. Now he looked at her and seemed a little at a loss, and didn't know where to put his raised hand. Because of his presence, the bullets fired from above were crushed and fell by his power before they got close, leaving a safe space for several people. After Fang Zhou told them the general situation, he kept watching Wei Siyuan's movements, took a look at him, and held Fang Xuanjiang's hand that was suspended in the air with a bit of amusement and put it down. I'm fine. You find a way to get rid of those things up there. After hearing her order, Fang Xuanjiang immediately launched his power towards the fighters and helicopters in the air. The invisible force suddenly appeared near the fighters in the air, and crushed them in an instant without giving them time to react. Boom boom. Those above were not completely solved. Half of them were blocked by Wei Siyuan's electric current, which offset Fang Xuanjiang's power. Fang Xuanjiang's sight stopped at Wei Siyuan, who wiped the rain off his face and raised his eyebrows provocatively. Fang Xuanjiang's face darkened slightly, and he said to Lei Chia and Lu Filan, protect my sister well. The rain was getting heavier, and Fang Zhou could feel the changes in the wind flow in the air. This kind of weather would greatly enhance her ability to control the wind, but it was far less than the enhancement of Wei Siyuan's electricity. There was water everywhere, and the extension range and power of his ability would be extremely enhanced in these water flows. There were flashes of lightning hidden in the clouds in the rainstorm weather, and many tiny electric currents in the air spread along the ground. This kind of weather simply increased the strength of Wei Siyuan's ability several times. For him, this was indeed extremely good weather. Be careful of him. Fang Zhou reminded, I'm afraid his current ability is not comparable to that of ordinary S-level. Okay. Fang Xuanjiang responded obediently. As soon as the voice fell, he went towards Wei Siyuan at a very fast speed, evading his electric current nimbly, and using his ability to counter him if he couldn't evade. Wei Siyuan had Fang Xuanjiang to deal with, so Fang Zhou didn't need to divide his sight on the battlefield here. Reiki observed the surrounding environment, took the two people who were still being treated to avoid the attack in the air and asked, "Where is the other orderer?" "I just cut her carotid artery and shot her in the heart," Fang Zhou said. "Did you solve it yourself?" "No. She did a 10-second extreme retracing, which just offset my actions. Now," Fang Zhou pointed to the sky, "it's up there." Hearing about this ability to change fate, even Raikiri was stunned. Is this possible? How can people be so different from each other when they are all S-level? Fang Zhou had thought about this. The opponent's reinforcements came at a very timely moment, interrupting her highly concentrated thoughts and giving her this opportunity. However, she now thoroughly understood all the laws of Meng Qian's ability. Although she escaped this time, Fang Zhou guessed that she would not recover so quickly. There would be no such mistake next time. Fang Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. The wounds on her body were basically restored to their original state due to Lu Filan's rapid reorganization. But the excessive blood loss caused her head to be a little dizzy. Her injuries were not light, and Lu Filan's face was also ugly after the set, with vague signs of excessive use of superpowers. Before they could recover, a blue electric light fell to Lu Filan's position, and Fang Zhou immediately used the line python to wrap him up and take him away. Wei Siyuan's attention was still on Lu Filan when he was temporarily suppressed by Fang Xuanjiang. He was really obsessed with Lu Filan, which was in line with the mad dog that Raikiri mentioned to her at the time. Nickname. "What deep hatred do you have with him that he won't let you go?" Fang Zhou said. "Lu Filan. Protect yourself. I can't save you if this happens again." Lu Filan's ability can only be activated when it is touched. With Wei Siyuan's ability, Lu Filan basically has no way to get close. It can be said that he is in a completely restrained state. This is also the reason why he was forced to escape by Wei Siyuan. Lu Filan took off her glasses, shook off the water droplets on them, and glanced at her. "Take care of yourself. I don't want the transcendent power to be lost in vain in this battle situation." Fang Zhou was going to get rid of Meng Qian first. It has been a while since they rushed to the battlefield. At present, Meng Qian has not intervened in the current battlefield. I guess she is not in a good state now. Hearing his reply, Fang Zhou looked at Lei Chia, pointed to an armed helicopter in the air, and said, "Take me there directly." Lei Chia replied, "Got it." On the helicopter on the other side. Because the time of retracing was just enough to retrace to the time before Fang Zhou gave her fatal injury. Meng Qian snatched her life from the hands of the god of death. She was pale, cold sweat all over her body, and her temples were throbbing because of overuse of her ability. Others have always called her the god of death, but I didn't expect that she would have this day. Zhao Jinyu looked at her wound, and the blood flowed back and disappeared in an instant, and she was relieved. In her eyes, Meng Qian, the most powerful in the entire Order Bureau, can be said to be an idol, a benchmark, and an existence that cannot be defeated. She dared not imagine that the idol died in front of her like this. This relaxation did not last long. Zhao Jinyu found Fang Xuanjiang and others appeared on the battlefield and immediately reported to Meng Qian, who had recovered. "Director Meng, Joker, and the others are back." Things got worse. It was difficult to deal with Fang Arc alone, not to mention that she had companions. Meng Qian took a breath and stood up to calm herself down. She looked at the battle below and noticed that the rain outside was getting heavier. She asked, "Is it raining?" "Yes, Director Meng. It's raining." Meng Qian knew that this kind of weather was a good battlefield for Wei Siyuan. Fang Xuanjiang's power was very domineering, much stronger than the average attack type S level. This was also the reason why the central government was afraid of him. If it was this weather, Wei Siyuan could fight him. It didn't seem to be that bad yet, so she continued to ask, "Did you bring that thing?" "Yes. It's on another helicopter." "Did it resonate with you?" "Why isn't it with you?" Zhao Jinyu nodded. "It has resonated with me, and the person holding it is the docking person at the center." After she finished speaking, the control screen inside the helicopter flashed a signal requesting docking, and after the connection, a face appeared on it. The man had white hair and red eyes, and it was Fei Xing, who had been tracking Tunghua District. Originally, they had always thought that the incident at the Tunghua District Theater and the sudden appearance of the S-level alien creature were the masterpieces of Fei Xing. But they didn't expect that the other party was actually someone from the center, and Fang Zhou was the target they should pursue. Fei Xing on the screen frowned with a confused look on his face. "Which one do you think is the world below?" As the contact person, Zhao Jinyu had communicated with him, and knew that he was coming for the Arkansas. The world was probably the Ark. There is only one woman below. His tone was very depressed. She looks different. Zhao Jinyu was a little speechless. People can disguise themselves. Mr. Feishing? Feishing seemed to lack certain common sense. She felt strange when she chased him. He didn't know how to disguise himself with such a conspicuous appearance. The surveillance network in Tunghua district was full of his figure. But he couldn't be caught. After knowing that he was from the central government, Zhao Jinyu, as the contact person, had communicated with him. After several times, she felt that communicating with him was a very difficult thing. Hearing the impatience in Zhao Jinyu's tone, Feishing stopped talking. His eyes were fixed on the screen of the helicopter's external camera feedback. He seemed to dislike the docking video display, which was a bit obstructive. So he chose to cut it off. Zhao Jinyu. Director Meng. Do you need to use it now? Meng Xian adjusted the communication equipment and knocked. Wei Siyuan? There was a crackling sound of electricity. And then Wei Siyuan's voice. Sister Meng. I can hear it. Can the invalid 10 seconds solve it? The other side paused for a while before replying. Huh? 10 seconds? I can solve it in 1 second. Having gotten used to Wei Siyuan's way of speaking, Meng Xian just thought he was talking nonsense. Fang Zhou and Lei Chia were still below, and she knew that this was not a good time to invalidate. After several battles, Meng Xian understood Fang Zhou's attention to the surrounding movements. She was not in a hurry at this moment, but quietly observed the dynamics below through the helicopter's camera. Just as she was thinking about this, two figures suddenly appeared inside the helicopter. They were Fang Zhou and Lei Chia. Zhao Jinyu had been watching the situation below. When she found that the two were gone, she was the first to react. The mechanical whip in her hand was swung at the two people who appeared inside the helicopter at a very fast speed. Fang Zhou used his speed to dodge, but the narrow space inside the helicopter gave Zhao Jinyu a great tracking advantage. Her long whip was extremely fast, and it blocked their advance as if it had eyes, not letting her get close. Fang Zhou tried to use the wind blade to cut off her weapon, but its material was special, and the wind blade couldn't cut it. The airflow generated by its swing would also interrupt her condensed wind blade. Such a narrow space is indeed suitable for Zhao Jinyu to play, but it also limits their actions. Meng Xian guessed that Fang Zhou must have known the interval time of her ability, and she couldn't be in the same space with her like this. Jinyu, get ready to leave. Meng Xian immediately opened the helicopter door. Seeing that the other party was trying to escape, Fang Zhou chose to give up this primitive approach and said to the person next to him, Reiki. Reiki understood. Okay. No matter how fast the pursuit was, it was not as good as teleportation. Fang Zhou, led by Reiki, suddenly appeared behind Meng Xian. Her approach made Meng Xian feel the threat of death. Even though she knew it might be a trap to force her to use her ability, she had to use a backtracking on the two of them. Unlike Wei Siyuan, Zhao Jinyu and Meng Xian had a very high tacit understanding. The mechanical long whip fell at the landing point of Fang Zhou at the right time. This trick was already boring to Fang Zhou. The black hole that appeared at her landing point with the time difference once again swallowed Zhao Jinyu's long whip. Zhao Jinyu was not unfamiliar with this black hole. She had been fooled by Fang Zhou's ability before. With previous experience, Zhao Jinyu prepared a lot of spare weapons this time. She had a spare one after eating one. She barely held it, and Reiki moved closer and broke her hand. Reiki suppressed her and said with a smile, Don't move. The situation has completely reversed. Meng Xian is like a difficult level in the game that Fang Zhou has passed. She is no longer afraid of the other party's ability. Meng Xian's face is pale. She felt dizzy after using her strength to the limit, as if he was sure of victory. Fang Zhou actually started to talk to Meng Xian leisurely. I don't understand why the Order Bureau is against me. Do you also have the persistence to research new things? Meng Xian, you are Joker's companion. He has killed many orderers. Fang Zhou shook his head. This is not a reason for you to do this. But if it is the case, they will not go to this extent, unless the central government offers them conditions that are difficult to refuse. Meng Xian chose to remain silent. Fang Zhou continued, How did you know that we would leave at this time and place? Meng Xian looked at her strangely. Do you think I will answer your question? Fang Zhou did not expect to get her answer, and said, Well, if I were you, I should evacuate with my companions when I survived after my throat was cut. Meng Xian, will you let us go? Fang Zhou, no. Meng Xian smiled. This is why I chose not to evacuate. After saying that, she suddenly came back to her senses. Why did she chat with Fang Zhou in such a fierce battle? You can tell a person's character from his fighting habits. Although Fang Zhou did not have enough combat experience, she was decisive and smart. She would not waste so much time chatting with her. Even if she took into account her retrospection, she should have tried to kill her as soon as possible to avoid any accidents. As Mengxian came up with this idea, the picture in front of her changed. She suddenly felt that her vitality was rapidly draining away. Her neck was cut again, and blood was oozing out. Even the gunshot wound on her chest was exactly the same as before. Zhao Jinyu fell to the ground at the exit of the helicopter, her body covered in blood, her vision blurred, and the wind blowing and whistled on her. Mengxian looked at Fang Zhou. Who are you? The person in front of him had changed his appearance, and Mengxian recognized her. She was Fang Xuanjiang's sister, the old human who everyone assumed had died long ago. As Mengxian's mental control was lifted, Fang Zhou switched back to the mimic state. She hadn't used the vine insect's mental control for a long time. Mengxian's backtracking was very tricky, but Fang Zhou was not without a solution. With the experience of the last time, she could choose to kill directly with a headshot this time. But she still had questions to ask. The mind control of the vine bud bought Fang Zhou enough time and gave her the opportunity to ask questions. She had caused the fatal injury to Mengxian 10 seconds ago. Mengxian's limit of retracing was here, and there was no way he could escape this time. Mengxian also understood this truth. As a transcendent of the time system, she had an incredible sensitivity to time. When she came out of the illusion, she realized that she was powerless to save the situation. This time, her death was already doomed. At first, they came with a winning mentality. Mengxian had been smooth sailing since her ability awakened. She had made many correct judgments for the Order Bureau over the years. From the White Whale Zone that was almost destroyed by the tsunami 5 years ago to the prosperity today, she had contributed to it. Only this time, she made many wrong judgments. It was wrong to cooperate with the central government out of greed. It was wrong to hunt down Fang Zhou. And it was also wrong not to kill her in the first place. The mistakes piled up on each other, leading to the tragic defeat of this game. Mengxian lost with conviction, looking at Fang Zhou in front of her. Mengxian suddenly realized that their Order Bureau was like a chess piece controlled by someone on the chessboard, becoming a part of testing Fang Zhou's current strength. Her eyes met Zhao Jinyu. Even though she knew she could not survive, she still used the 10-second retracing limit on both Fang Zhou and Lei Qie. The wounds on Mengxian's body naturally did not disappear. Zhao Jinyu, who was attacked later than her, recovered as before under her retracing. Zhao Jinyu saved her life, so she naturally understood what Mengxian meant. She was right at the exit of the helicopter. She didn't look back at Mengxian, and jumped out of the helicopter door without stopping for a moment. One of Zhao Jinyu's hands was broken by Lei Qie before, and it didn't recover with time. She could only use her non-dominant hand to unfold the spare long whip, and then use her long whip to hook the tail of another helicopter and land on it. It seemed that they received Zhao Jinyu's command. The door opened, and she entered another helicopter, which immediately attacked Fang Zhou. The helicopter under attack fell quickly. Fang Zhou didn't see Mengxian die completely. Even if the helicopter was about to fall, she was still worried. She used the line python to wrap Mengxian's body, and then left here with Lei Qie's teleportation. After returning to the ground, Fang Zhou checked whether Mengxian's vital signs had completely disappeared, because the use of this ability accelerated her death. Her breathing had stopped at this time. Dead. Although the biggest obstacle was solved, Fang Zhou did not feel relieved. The cross-level use of the vine insect's mental control caused a strong backlash on her. Her head was in great pain, and the rain made her vision blurred. Hey, how are you? Rachel asked. Fang Zhou waved to him. The strong wind blew from the sea level, and the electric current in the clouds twisted its body like a snake trapped in a cage, as if it wanted to break out. Fang Zhou vaguely saw a red figure in front of him jumping down from an armed helicopter above and approaching her quickly. Chapter 67. As the figure got closer, Fang Zhou saw his appearance clearly. His long white hair was wet by the rain, but it was still conspicuous in this scene. He pursed his lips and came towards her with a serious face. The person coming was Fei Xing. Fei Xing was originally from the Central Committee. His goal had changed from approaching her to arresting her. Now that the Central Committee chose to cooperate with the Order, Fang Zhou was not surprised that he would appear here. His joining did not stop the helicopter above from attacking Ark. Fang Zhou had not yet recovered from the exhaustion of killing Ming Xian, so she had to cheer herself up and force herself into a fighting state. The rainstorm was getting heavier, and the temperature was dropping. Her body was almost unconscious from the cold. Since Fei Xing appeared here, his position was also very clear. He was her enemy. Be careful of him, she told Lei Chia beside her. Do you need to take a break? I will help you deal with him. Seeing her tiredness, Lei Chia raised his eyebrows and said, Please be aware, companion. You don't need to ask me this kind of question. As soon as she finished speaking, Lei Chia flashed behind Fei Xing, and the bullet in the gun was fired at him at close range. But it was barely blocked by a light screen before it touched his head. After brushing past danger, Fei Xing immediately distanced herself from Lei Chia. What is this? Lei Chia couldn't help but ask. Fei Xing was still the same as before, wearing advanced equipment that Fang Ark had never seen before. The helicopters in the sky continued to drop bombs at them. Fang Zhou's head was buzzing when the bombs landed nearby. She controlled the wind around her and shot down half of the helicopters from the sky. The backlash of mental control prevented her from fully exerting her abilities in a short period of time. Fei Xing on the other side was still trying to approach her. Before he could get close, a figure approached Fei Xing faster. It was Lu Filan. He put one hand close to Fei Xing's arm and activated his abilities. Unfortunately, it was not Fei Xing that was destroyed, but the equipment he was wearing under his arm. The parts fell to the ground from his sleeves. Ah! My equipment! Fei Xing collapsed, facing the double team of Lei Chia and Lu Filan. He seemed a little weak and helpless. Wait! World! I have something to ask you. That being said, Fei Xing's physical fitness was too good. It was obvious that he had undergone devilish training. In this situation, he still did not use his ability. He reacted quickly and skillfully used auxiliary equipment to fight. He had enough experience in combat skills. He even vaguely guessed something after Lu Filan used her ability on him once, and stopped letting Lu Filan get close. This made Fang Zhou a little confused. Could it be that he really only relied on these equipment? Seeing this, Lu Filan and Lei Chia retreated to Fang Zhou and whispered, What's his situation? Do you know him? Fang Zhou didn't understand what Fei Xing wanted to do at this time, and returned to Lu Filan. I guess so. The bracelet was stolen from him. Without waiting for Fang Zhou's reply, Fei Xing stopped not far away and said to her in a wrong tone, Why didn't you reply to my message? I sent you a lot. What's going on? Fang Zhou couldn't help but cast a strange look at him. He was still thinking about this kind of question at this time? The current situation is already chaotic enough. Even though he knew that their camps were opposite, Fang Zhou still lied skillfully to stabilize him. My communicator is broken, and the account for logging into the fourth dimension is not the original one. Faced with her lies, Fei Xing actually believed it without any doubt, and there was a sense of relief on his face. Unlike Fei Xing, although they were talking about a long-lost reunion, Fang Zhou was thinking about how to deal with him. He had too many strange equipment on him. The defensive equipment made him almost invulnerable, and he didn't know where some difficult things would pop up. What Fang Zhou was most afraid of was that she didn't know what Fei Xing's transcendent power was. If it was a hooligan-like ability like Ming Xian, it would take a lot of effort to kill him. At this time, Lei Chia asked, Do you want to leave directly? His long-distance teleportation cooldown had already ended, so there was no need to continue here with this group of people. Compared to staying on the battlefield, it was indeed a good idea to leave now. Fang Zhou's plan showed the second option, and she nodded. Then he had to take Fang Zhou and the others to Fang Xuanjiang's side first. Their positions were too far apart. The conditions for his teleportation were not only the objects in the same space, but also the distance between the people he needed to take away. Seeing that they wanted to leave, Fei Xing's face darkened. His eyes stared at Fang Zhou, and there was a struggle on his face. Finally, he said, Absolute cage. The Archon gave him an ultimatum. He couldn't let Fang Zhou escape this time. Otherwise, he would lose his value and become the Archon's abandoned child. Raikiri, who wanted to leave with Fang Zhou and the others, paused. He frowned slightly and looked at Fang Zhou fiercely. You? He couldn't take her away. At the same time, Fang Zhou saw a huge red cage appear above her. There was a blood-red eye at the top of the cage, staring at her. She knew she should escape quickly, but her body couldn't move, and her abilities couldn't be mobilized. She could communicate with the alien creatures in her body, But she couldn't separate them. She was completely imprisoned and could only watch the cage getting closer and closer to her. Is this the ability of Feishing? No one of the three devourers chose to commit suicide in that situation. Facing such a thing, they had no choice but to commit suicide. At that time, she did not see the cage that appeared above the three of them. I am afraid that no one except the caster and the receiver can see this huge cage, which also led to the fact that others could not find her abnormality at the first time. Damn it! Fong Zhou did not dare to imagine how to escape if she was captured by the Central Committee. She turned her only eyeball that could move and looked at Feishing in the distance with her peripheral vision. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked at her. And finally he closed his eyes. I don't know what Feishing thought of. The cage on the top of Fong Zhou suddenly disappeared with a pop and turned into red stars that dissipated in the air. Fong Zhou's confinement disappeared. And she was free. What happened? Did Feishing give up on capturing her? Fong Zhou didn't understand why he gave up. Before she could breathe a sigh of relief. As the sufferer of the previous second, Fong Zhou could still see the red cage. The dissipated particles reappeared above Fong Xuanjiang not far away in an instant. Fong Xuanjiang, who was still fighting with Wei Siyuan, paused, seeing that his movements were flawed. Wei Siyuan's electric current gathered towards him without hesitation. But these murderous electric currents were also blocked after approaching Fong Xuanjiang. Fong Zhou saw her brother looking at her. His lips slightly opened, as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't make more movements due to the effect of the cage. Fong Zhou's expression changed. He had no time to explain to Raikiri. He could only use his speed to quickly move to Feishing's side, ready to kill him and interrupt his ability release. I don't know if it was because of the sequelae of cutting off the ability. Blood flowed from Feishing's eyes along the corners of his eyes, making his originally red eyes bloodshot. All this happened too fast. Just a blink of an eye. The cage fell down, and Fong Zhou heard a click, which was the sound of locking. Fong Xuanjiang and Feishing, who were trapped in the cage, disappeared together. Faintly, Fong Zhou heard the sound of Feishing dissipating from the air. I hope to see you next time. World. Where did he take Fong Xuanjiang to? The center? Was their target her or Fong Xuanjiang? In addition to this inescapable cage, could Feishing's ability also allow her to set a target in advance? Fong Zhou found Feishing's behavior incomprehensible, and her mind was almost unable to work. She wanted to chase after Fong Xuanjiang, but she didn't even have a target or location to track. It wasn't until Fong Xuanjiang disappeared that Lei Xia and Lu Filan reacted. Lei Xia, what's going on? Did they collide with each other? Did they also teleport? If that's the case, why couldn't he take Fong Zhou away just now? Several people had their own doubts, but they didn't have more time to sort them out. Wei Siyuan used the electric current to separate Fong Zhou, Lu Filan and Lei Xia, preventing Lei Xia from taking the two away directly. Without Fong Xuanjiang's suppression, Wei Siyuan's target immediately became Lu Filan and Fong Zhou. He was too lazy to think about why Fong Xuanjiang disappeared, and just felt relieved. Wei Siyuan twisted his neck. As if he was liberated, the guy who was in the way finally disappeared. The electric current spread along the puddles on the ground, and the blue light intertwined with each other, rushing towards them in a large area. It was not difficult for Lei Xia to isolate the three parts like Wei Siyuan, and he could choose to move a short distance to gather the three people together. Wei Siyuan realized this only after he saw him move to Fong Zhou and take Fong Zhou away. He gritted his teeth. What a disgusting ability. Just as Rai Xia was moving Fong Zhou to Lu Filan, a bird-shaped drone that Fong Zhou was very familiar with was suspended in the air. Rai Xia, who was about to use his ability, said stiffly, "My ability is invalid." Fong Zhou originally thought that it was a research to invalidate Fong Xuanjiang's ability, but now it seems that this is not the case. Or the other party has made some improvements during this period of time, and it has become a weapon that can be targeted against the Transcendence. She prepared to use the wind blade to cut it into pieces without hesitation, and Wei Siyuan reacted quickly to use the electric current to offset the wind blade she gathered. 10 seconds passed quickly. If they were delayed a little longer, they would pass quickly. By then, Raikiri could still take them away. But Fong Zhou didn't want to leave like a loser at this moment. Meng Xian's ability was too special, so Fong Zhou would not let her go no matter what. Just like the conversation between her and Meng Xian during the mental control. She would not let her go even if Meng Xian chose to evacuate. But for people like Wei Siyuan and Zhao Jinyu, it didn't matter to Fong Zhou whether to kill them or not. In her opinion, If it weren't for Meng Qian's assistance, their abilities would not pose much of a threat to her. As long as she could escape unscathed, they didn't have to die. The Order Bureau was just a pawn used by the Central Committee. The real damned enemy was still in the dark. But the changes one after another made Fang Zhou feel tired. Why did she leave? When she had no intention of killing. The other party had the intention of killing her. Whether they were pawns or not. These people wanted her life. They would still be her enemies in the future, and would be a stumbling block for her survival. I won't leave, she said to Lei Chia. I will kill them. The wind was blowing wildly around, and Fang Zhou controlled the wind flow to deal with the helicopters in the air first. The bombs they dropped from time to time really disturbed her actions, and the explosions that could occur at any time also stimulated her eardrums one by one. Wei Siyuan's electricity was entangled from above and below, ready to stop her behavior. The extreme rainstorm increased the airflow in the air, and with Wei Siyuan's unrestrained gathering of transcendental power, more and more thunder and lightning gathered in the clouds. Fang Zhou felt an extremely strong change in air pressure, and strong winds began to gather above the sea surface. She vaguely heard the sounds of some alien creatures in the ocean. The strong wind made it difficult for these aerial vehicles to maintain balance. The pilot in the helicopter looked at the red warning of the system, and his voice trembled. Zhao. Captain Zhao. It's bad. It's a hurricane. The storm surge is coming. Chapter 68. The dock fence, which had already withstood all kinds of tests, was blown away by the strong wind. The water level on the sea surface began to change. The mooring chains that fixed the ships made a clang-clang sound. The fishing boats and ferries anchored on the sea surface began to shake due to the fluctuating waves and strong winds. Like a beast that immediately broke out of the cage, the thunder roared in the air, and was wrapped in the vortex of the wind and tide. Everything was foreshadowing the approach of danger. Captain Zhao. What should we do? Should we retreat first? It's better to retreat. The pilot could hardly speak a complete sentence. The coming of the hurricane was not only a crisis for them, but also a crisis for the entire White Whale district. Their helicopter could not hold up in the air for long. The red alert of the navigation system appeared suddenly, indicating that this hurricane was not entirely formed by nature. The extremely heavy rain met with the thunder and lightning of Wei Siyuan, which collided with the wind of the arc and catalyzed this disaster. If it caused a tsunami, the White Whale district might suffer the same devastating blow as the disaster 5 years ago. The eye of the storm is approaching quickly, the driver reported in a trembling voice. What is the estimated level? Zhao Jinyu asked. Not sure yet, because it is changing. Now the conservative estimate is level 3. Level 3 is not a major disaster, and the White Whale district will not be devastated by it. The bad thing is that it is still changing, and their enemy's ability is to control the wind. Looking at the scene outside, Zhao Jinyu suddenly thought of Xia's prophecy, god of wind. At that time, she didn't understand what it meant. Until this moment, she finally knew what Xia's prophecy meant. She also asked Xia whether Xia would bring disaster to the White Whale district. She shook her head and nodded. Now, Zhao Jinyu has seen the precursor of the disaster. Extreme weather often occurs in the White Whale district. Extreme rainfall and extreme temperature are very common. This rain brought many conveniences to Wei Siyuan, allowing him to stabilize Fang Xuanjiang for a long time. Originally thought that after Fang Xuanjiang was captured, they would be better able to deal with it. But now it is not entirely true. The strong wind covered the chaotic current. Wei Siyuan's eyes fell on Fang Zhou. His face became solemn, and the smile of victory disappeared from his face. As a natural person, he knew what this situation meant. Nature is now on Fang Zhou's side. Meng Qian is dead, and now he only has the armed helicopters in the air to assist him. So he will stop Fang Zhou and others from destroying the helicopters in the air again and again. In this situation, it is difficult for him to stop Fang Zhou from attacking the helicopters in the air, and it is even more impossible to save them in the hurricane. He will become isolated and helpless. Zhao Jinyu also realized this. She immediately gave orders to the communication equipment, and the helicopters in the air began to move upwards one by one, keeping a certain distance from the helicopters below. Then she aimed all the weapons at the arc below. She resonated with many weapons. This time, it was not just bombs that were fired. Her resonance could extend their explosion range, which was powerful enough to destroy the entire Red Coast Pier port. Zhao Jinyu originally did not intend to use this move. Its range was quite wide, and it might affect other innocent people and Wei Siyuan below. But now she could not care so much. Fire! she ordered. Countless bullets and bombs went towards the Arkansas. They were fired from the weapon bay and fell. The Ark knew the position and speed of each one in the air clearly. She could feel them expanding in the air. This ability was not unfamiliar to her. Zhao Jinyu used this move to hurt the mother-faced demon. Fang Zhou was not panicking. She could feel that the power of the mother demon was beginning to expand wildly. She felt that she could easily do what she couldn't do before. Fang Zhou gathered air currents and pushed them back, changing their landing points at the same speed and returning them to their original owners. Boom! The sound of continuous explosions sounded in the air. They blew out a huge range of fire in the dim sky, illuminating half of the sky. Zhao Jinyu's ability was fed back to the friendly forces. The ultra-wide explosion range made all the cargo in the air truly unsustainable. Before his death, Mengxian let Zhao Jinyu break free from death, wanting her to inherit her rights and command the orderers to encircle Fang Zhou. But she was far inferior to Mengxian. She saved her life, but she couldn't do anything. Facing such an enemy, she had no ability to provide a little of her own power to this battlefield, and could only watch herself fail helplessly. She began to think whether Mengxian's decision to encircle Fang Zhou this time was correct. Why did they become enemies with such a monster? There was no time for her to think too much. Zhao Jinyu fell from the helicopter before the explosion. The explosion in the air also affected her. She didn't have time to open her equipment and fall down. Her ears were buzzing, and sparks and helicopter debris splashed at her. Plop! She fell into the sea, struggling to stick her head out, throwing out the weapon in her hand, and quickly extending it to the ferry at the port, trying to free herself from the turbulent sea. The next second, Lei Qi teleported to the air behind Zhao Jinyu, shot her in the head before she could react, and quickly left the sea and returned to the shore, preventing Zhao Jinyu from returning to the battlefield to hinder Fang Zhou. Although he felt that it would be difficult for her to hinder Fang Zhou in the current situation. TSK. After doing all this, Lei Qi sighed twice at the scene in front of him, and then did not enter the center of the battlefield. The wind, thunder and waves were blind, and he didn't know if they would be affected. He just left it to Fang Zhou. Now, only Wei Siyun was left. He wanted to stop Fang Zhou from destroying the helicopter just now, but he didn't keep up with her actions. Compared to other situations where they could not resist such disasters, this was actually a certain degree of strengthening for Wei Siyun. A strong thunderstorm gathered in the eye of the hurricane. He opened his hands and pressed them on the ground. The lightning from the sky separated the water from him, and built a protection around him, blocking the invasion of the fierce wind and water. Wei Siyun still didn't think he had lost. He kept drawing lightning from the clouds, and the destructive currents fell one by one towards Fang Zhou's position. Watching the lightning strike him, Fang Zhou felt like a cultivator who was going through a catastrophe in a novel about cultivating immortals. No longer in the mood to tease, she used the airflow to quickly change her position to avoid these fierce attacks, and at the same time gathered the airflow and swept towards Wei Siyun. When the two forces collided, Wei Siyun felt bad. This hurricane, for which he was one of the culprits, brought Fang Zhou many times the power. His self-righteous enhancement in nature was far inferior to hers. Wei Siyun, who noticed this, wanted to leave the battlefield. The situation had changed. The weather was not suitable for him to fight Fang Zhou. Fang Zhou saw this and immediately stopped Wei Siyun from leaving. The sea surface not far away raised a wave more than 10 meters high, sweeping towards the shore with great momentum. Fang Zhou lifted his body into the air to avoid being affected by the waves and watched them rush towards Wei Siyun. At this time, countless prompts came to her eyes. Alien creature sea monster, willing to submit to you. Alien creature sea monster, willing to submit to you. Alien creature sea monster, willing to submit to you. New illustration sea monster. Number 26, sea monster. Level, B-level intelligence and level combined. Main ability undersea vortex. Can unfold a vortex with a diameter of 20 meters in the water. A B-level alien creature actually chose to obey her. Fang Zhou couldn't help but feel puzzled. This was the first time she encountered such a situation. Perhaps the countless sea monsters in the shallow sea area realized the master who controlled this disaster and chose to voluntarily surrender. Before she had more energy to think, a new prompt appeared. After the number of conquered sea monsters reaches 10, the ability integration and enhancement can be carried out. Undersea vortex is upgraded, A level. Can unfold a whirlpool with a diameter of 100 meters in the water. This is her ability after the upgrade of her first identity. It was the first time that Fang Zhou realized its usefulness. This B-level alien creature did not improve her. A diameter of 20 meters might not be useful, but 100 meters is completely different. The sea level rose, and Wei Xiyuan's position was surrounded by such waves. Because of Fang Zhou's obstruction, he had no way to escape, and could only use electric current to build a defensive space for himself. He looked ugly, staring at Fang Zhou with hatred. The electric current in the air gathered, and the air continued to emit a deafening boom sound. Passing by Fang Zhou one by one, Fang Zhou didn't want to deal with him anymore. She just wanted to end this battle quickly. She approached the sea surface and merged all the sea monsters that voluntarily surrendered into her body. Seeing that she was still subduing alien creatures at this time, Wei Xiyuan's forehead throbbed, and he couldn't help but sneered. "You are so arrogant." "She is arrogant?" Fang Zhou couldn't help but give him a look. Who is arrogant? They who think they are hunters are really arrogant. She was too lazy to talk nonsense with Wei Xiyuan, and immediately opened a huge whirlpool of sea monsters around him. Those underwater whirlpools that emerged near him had a strong suction force, which made the water source he isolated chaotic, and Wei Xiyuan's electric current was sucked into it. But Fang Zhou's attack on him did not stop. In this struggle, his transcendental power was rapidly lost, and he was extremely exhausted. Just as he was finding it increasingly difficult to hold on, he felt a powerful force slashing at his neck. He had no energy to deal with this vortex, and immediately mobilized the transcendental power in his body to fight against the incoming wind blade. The two forces collided, and entered a very short stalemate. Then, the strong airflow cut through the electric current condensed by Wei Xiyuan, passed through it, and fell on his neck. And he heard the sound of flesh and bones being cut off. Wei Xiyuan was really unwilling, and his head and body separated and fell into the water. Even so, his body still reacted, and he raised his hand, with a strong electric current condensed on his fingertips, and attacked one place. Maybe it was because his life was coming to an end, but his attack was off-center. It was too far off, and didn't hit Fang Zhou at all. The sound of thunder and lightning that never stopped finally stopped, and Fang Zhou's ears were only filled with the sound of wind, rain, and huge waves. The last orderer died, and Fang Zhou finally killed all the enemies present. These enemies, who pressed on her step by step, and left no room for her, finally disappeared. She panted, but didn't relax. Wave after wave of waves built a high wall, and rushed down from above. This storm surge has not stopped yet. The hurricane will cause a tsunami of considerable size, and the entire white whale area may be deeply trapped in it. The residents on land have already sensed the coming of this disaster. The buildings near the port have been almost destroyed because of this battle. Fang Zhou looked up, and could see the lights on in the white whale area at night, and ordinary people trying their best to escape. As one of the initiators of this disaster, she felt a little sorry. Fang Zhou did not leave. She mobilized all the strength in her body to adjust her ability to control the wind, preparing to change the path of the hurricane. She could feel that she was being rapidly drained by this support, which consumed all her energy. In the end, she could not even disguise herself as a vine worm, and all kinds of discomfort in her body were magnified. She used her last bit of strength to control herself from falling from the air, standing on the coast, separating the mother-face demon, and continuing the rest of the finishing. The whole process took less than half a minute. The strong wind gradually calmed down. The sea level also calmed down, and the water from the ebb tide splashed on Fang Zhou's feet. The crisis was over. Only the rain had not stopped, crackling and falling on her. Fang Zhou couldn't tell whether it was her blood or rain. The hot flow from her nose was obvious on her cold skin, which made her realize that it was blood. It was finally over. Her vision was blurred, and the scene in front of her seemed to be covered by fog and could not be seen clearly. A figure approached her, and she heard Raikiri's voice first. "Hey, you?" He hesitated. "How is it? Do you need help?" Then came Lu Filan's somewhat casual and light voice from the front, supporting Fang Zhou's body that was about to fall. "Don't. Nonsense." Fang Zhou gritted his teeth and said. His body was also cold, and Fang Zhou didn't feel warm after being caught by him. Lu Filan didn't continue to speak, and began to use his ability towards her. His eyes stayed on Fang Zhou, and then looked around. The dock was in a mess after the storm, and the moored ships were destroyed to only debris. The bodies of the order and the wreckage of the helicopter were floating on the sea. Wei Xiyuan's body was not far away, and his head was cut off by Fang Zhou. He had a satisfied smile on his face, and his eyes were still open. Lu Filan felt that he was staring at her. This reminded Lu Filan of the White Whale District after the tsunami 5 years ago. There were piles of corpses floating on the sea like dead fish, and there were ruins everywhere after the impact. It was similar to the scene today, but the difference was that the ark stopped the disaster, and the future of the White Whale District went in another direction. I'm really envious. He couldn't help but think so. Lu Filan once wanted to change the world. He had good abilities, enough ambitions and ideals. He gathered some powerful teammates and moved towards his ideal country in the White Whale District. Wei Siyuan was the younger brother of one of his companions. Later, that companion died, and his younger brother became his new companion. People kept leaving and joining. Lu Filan had a lot of passion, but he didn't have the ability to match it. He had to touch those dirty things again and again. Destroying, destroying, destroying. His hands were stuck in flesh and blood, and were always covered in blood. Dirty. Too dirty. Lu Filan often felt that he was stuck in a quagmire, and the more he struggled, the deeper he sank. After experiencing battles, dangers, and a dark life over and over again, Lu Filan found that he couldn't change the status quo anyway. Not to mention the world. He couldn't even change the White Whale District. It was dirty and chaotic, rotten to the core, just like this world that had long been beyond redemption. Lu Filan suddenly felt that his fate was written, and a pair of big hands that wrote the script had already judged everyone here. Realizing this, he just looked at the boundless sea of the White Whale Zone as usual that day. The desolate and dark surroundings were like a beast with its mouth open. He pulled off the mask that covered his breathing, as if he had unloaded the burden for so long, and said lightly, I don't want to do it anymore. Wei Siyuan was bandaging his wound and looked up at him. Huh? What are you talking about now? Do you want to burn everyone's efforts? He didn't take Lu Filan's words seriously, but still said, if you desert, I will do everything I can to kill you. Oh! Lu Filan replied, you can continue without me. You are not hungry children, and I am not your guardian. Can you not even walk without me? What's wrong? Do you need me to change your diapers? He always spoke harshly, and Wei Siyuan was used to it. But this time he couldn't listen to it. He grabbed Lu Filan's collar and punched him. Then Lu Filan left the White Whale Zone, like the deserter in Wei Siyuan's words, embarrassed and cowardly. Later, he joined the 001 shelter. He felt that everyone in this world was trapped in a predetermined script. In the dark, he walked into the arranged life again, but he had given up resisting. He always thought that it was fine to go on like this, and he could reach his end without thinking. Until Ark appeared. She had endless tenacity and vitality, as well as the stupidity of trying to resist fate. Lu Filan would always laugh at her struggle when Fang Zhou didn't know. Everything was meaningless. Her life was so shallow. It would end at a glance. In the script of life, she should have bowed out early. But she always did unnecessary things. Hurt herself, was in danger, but was full of vitality, as if she was a seed from the big hand of fate. And even he felt his blood boiling, as if he saw himself breaking free from the shackles in her. Fang Zhou once asked him why he chose to follow her. Lu Filan didn't answer this question at that time. And now, he doesn't need to answer this question anymore. The rainstorm gradually stopped, and Fang Zhou's vision began to clear. In addition to the dizziness and mental fatigue caused by excessive blood loss, other discomforts faded a lot. She finally saw Lu Filan in front of her clearly. His hair was dripping with water, and his pale face was like broken jade. Fang Zhou's sight stopped at his chest, where there was a fist-sized hole that penetrated the center and half of the heart. The wound was carbonized by the electric current, so that no blood flowed out. When was it? Fang Zhou didn't have time to react to what this meant. Lu Filan leaned towards her, pressing all his weight on her, with his head on her shoulders. He was tall, but he looked thin. His body was full of solid muscles. Fang Zhou couldn't support the weight. She subconsciously wanted to use the python to support her. But at this moment she remembered that he didn't like this kind of thing. So she pulled the python back. Lu Filan? Yeah. Can you still hold on? I'll let Leichia take you to the clinic, and we'll be there soon. Fang Zhou tried to calm himself down and turned to look at Leichia. He was standing next to her, looking at her with pity. It was unclear whether he was pitying Lu Filan or pitying her, who was about to lose her companion. Fang Zhou thought that his hesitant you was meant for her, but now it seemed that he was talking to Lu Filan. Lu Filan's breath on Fang Zhou's neck became lighter and lighter. He seemed to have a lot to say. But in the end, he just sighed. Forget it. Move towards your goal. Fang Zhou's brain, which was always working hard, slowed down. What to forget? Forget going to the clinic? Or something else? She expected Lu Filan's next words. But he was silent. Lu Filan's weight completely pressed on Fang Zhou, and his breathing stopped. Chapter 69. The rain stopped in a mocking way. Just after Fang Zhou found Lu Filan's fatal injury. They say that the sky will clear up after the rain. But she felt like she was falling into an ice cellar. After a while, Fang Zhou dragged Lu Filan's body to the shore with great effort. Lei Qi wanted to come up to help, but she refused. She walked and stopped, and Lei Qi followed her, walking and stopping with her steps. He watched Fang Zhou stumble forward with Lu Filan, away from the power of the alien creature. Fang Zhou's body really had no strength, and it took a long time to walk the short distance. The battle had just ended, and the people in the White Whale district had long been familiar with the rules of staying away from the battlefield to ensure safety. No one dared to approach here. The Order Bureau was severely damaged this time, and no reinforcements for cleaning up the battlefield were received, and no one came. The tide receded, and some shallow sea creatures were washed up. Fang Zhou didn't pay attention to the surrounding situation, and stepped on a transparent jellyfish-like thing lying on the ground, making a puff sound. It wasn't until a prompt appeared in front of her that she realized that the thing she had just stepped on was actually an alien creature. At the same time, other prompts popped up. But unfortunately, she didn't feel like paying attention to this thing. Nor did she feel like paying attention to other prompts. After a long time, she finally moved Lu Filan's body to the shore. She sat on the shore, with Lu Filan's body lying next to her, looking at the sea level that was gradually calming down in the darkness ahead. Fang Zhou thought that Wei Siyuan's last attack was aimed at her, but he never thought that his target had never changed, and he was still staring at Lu Filan until he died. Seeing that she had not responded, Lei Qi could not help but ask, "What are you thinking about?" "I'm reviewing," Fang Zhou said. She was reviewing every small or major event from the time she came to this world to the present. Those experiences kept emerging in her mind, and every detail seemed to have happened yesterday. After a while, she said, "I think I am too kind and too hesitant, which has led to the current situation." "Ah?" Hearing her words, Lei Qi, who was deeply hurt, scratched his ears. Are you too shocked?" Fang Zhou shook his head, and did not tell him in detail. If she had not been so naive to think that she could change the plot by persuading Sun Jiang's behavior in Shelter 001, but had directly let him kill Caesar, then the central government would not dare to unite the vanguard team so openly, and the defection might not have happened. If she knew Fei Xing's identity and killed him directly in Tunghua district, then Lu Filan and she would not have left Tunghua district and come to Beijing district, and Sun Jiang might not have been captured. If she did not always think about escaping when she encountered difficulties, but used her strength to take the initiative and kill Wei Siyuan in that mall, then this battle might not be the current situation, and Lu Filan might not die. She often thought about hiding herself, thinking that they didn't have to be enemies, and that she would have to wait until she was not so weak and became stronger before she could fight against these enemies. She thought that after leaving Shelter 001, she had adapted to this world, and was not as naive as before. Now she found that her habitual thinking had not changed much. "Don't be too sad. It's normal for someone to leave." Reiki comforted her unnaturally. Although he and Lu Filan were not on good terms, he could see that for Fang Zhou, Lu Filan's companion was much more important than him. A companion who came in halfway. "I'm not very sad," Fang Zhou repeated. "I'm not very sad. If you want to talk about how sad she is." Fang Zhou didn't have such strong feelings for Lu Filan. She just suddenly felt very lonely. A person who had been with her since she came to this world left, and her unreserved trust became nowhere to be placed. The breeze blew over the calm sea, but Fang Zhou's heart was in turmoil. This time it was Lu Filan who died. So what about the next time? Will it be her? She was not only upset about Lu Filan's death, but also the loss that Lu Filan's death would bring her. His ability was too important to her. "Fog. I know him." After a while, Lei Qi suddenly said. Fang Zhou cast a look at him. She remembered that this was the name Wei Siyuan called Lu Filan at that time, which means fog. And the word lawn in Lu Filan's name means fog in the mountains and forests. Many people in the White Whale district know him. But he left 3 years ago. And few people will talk about him later. Seeing that Fang Zhou listened to him very seriously, Lei Chia continued, after the tsunami 5 years ago, the White Whale district was severely damaged and in chaos. At that time, there were 2 forces with different ideas within the Order Bureau. One is the realist, and the other is the idealist. The 2 factions are hostile to each other and do not share intelligence. The realist believes that the White Whale district does not need to control personnel, and the Order Bureau does not need to help clean up the invading aliens. They want to let the people grow wild. The idealist believes that they have the power and ability to control outsiders, clean up aliens, protect the people, and help them rebuild the White Whale district. This is what they should do. Obviously, the White Whale district is not suitable for the control methods of other shelters. Since its establishment, it has been a mixed bag of people. Some people deliberately use the idealists to seek benefits for themselves, and they have to start cleaning up these people. In the end, it became more and more chaotic and difficult to control. Later, the leader of the idealists left, and the system fell apart and merged with the realists to become the current Order Bureau. Rachel continued, I was not in the White Whale district at the beginning. These are just fragments of what I heard from others. Fog is the leader of the idealists. It's really strange. Has this guy ever been such a character? I thought he was always so mean. Mad Dog seemed to have been a member of the idealist faction. Speaking of this, Lei Chia cast his gaze towards Lu Filan and said, he was killed by his own naive ideals. I don't know what you are thinking now, but his death has nothing to do with you. Lei Chia is a very perceptive guy. He was able to infer Fang Zhou's situation from her words at the beginning, and now he can naturally peek into her thoughts through her reaction. Fang Zhou did not agree with Lei Chia's words. She just suppressed her emotions and calmed herself down. She told herself over and over again that it was useless to think about those things now. Lu Filan will not be resurrected, and Sun Jian will not come back. She still has a long way to go. Under this hint, she slowly returned to her normal state and began to review the battle tonight. There is a very important problem that must be solved at present. Why did the Order Bureau know their actions tonight? There must be something she doesn't know. It's like a sword of Damocles hanging over her head, which can fall and give her a fatal blow at any time. Is it some kind of transcendent power? Did it predict her movements in advance? If there is really such a person in the dark, she must get rid of it quickly. Wait, what's the situation? Is it your alien? Raiki's voice brought her back to reality, and she looked in the direction Raiki pointed. A half-meter wide, half-human-high transparent jellyfish was wrapping up Wei Siyuan's head and swallowing it. Its body was transparent, but after eating Wei Siyuan's head, it did not emerge from its transparent body. Fang Zhou was stunned for a moment, and then realized that it was the alien creature she had stepped on just now. Only then did she have the mind to call up the prompt that she had ignored just now. You seriously injured the alien creature Nereus. You have the qualifications to absorb the alien creature Nereus. Do you choose to absorb it? When did she seriously injure it? Step on it? The fact that it did not automatically surrender means that it is an alien above level C. It was seriously injured by a step, which made Fang Zhou feel a little silent. Of course, it may also be injured by the hurricane just now. Fang Zhou chose to absorb it at this moment, and the information of this alien creature appeared in front of her. New illustration, Nereus. Number, 27. Level, main ability storage. It can digest the ability of the ability user by eating his body and store it 5 times, with a temporary storage limit of 5 abilities. This alien creature really has an amazing name. Next, after it ate Wei Siyuan's body, Fang Zhou saw its information jump. Alien creature, Nereus. Level, S temporary. Main ability storage, S level lightning 5 times. Fang Zhou's heartbeat stopped for a moment. After eating Wei Siyuan, Nereus took the initiative to move to the side of Zhao Jinyu's body that was pushed to the shore, and swallowed it in with a grunt. Fang Zhou realized what the ability of this alien creature would bring her, and she began to look around, looking for Meng Xian's body. Because of the high tide just now, Meng Xian's body was washed away to an unknown place. Fang Zhou searched for a long time before finding Meng Xian. She called Nereus over, and it moved towards Fang Zhou happily. When it came to her side, it carefully rubbed her with its transparent tentacles, and then opened its umbrella-like body to wrap Meng Xian's body completely. Its information changed. Alien creature, Nereus. Level, S temporary. Main ability storage, S-level lightning 5 times. S-level time rewind 5 times. A-level weapon expansion 5 times. Fang Zhou was now very glad that she had brought Ming Qian's body down from the helicopter, instead of letting her fall into the sea with the helicopter. She knew what these 5-time reversals meant to her. Rachel, you are... He didn't know what the ability of this alien creature was, but he could guess something from her reaction. Finally, Fang Zhou's eyes fell on Lu Filan. Fang Zhou knew that she should now command Nereus to eat his body, but she didn't do it immediately. She returned to Lu Filan, took off his glasses, and put them in her pocket. He looked very quiet with his eyes closed, which was in stark contrast to his usual arrogant look. Fang Zhou had never looked at his face so seriously before, and only then did he find that there was a small teardrop mole under his eyes. She used her ability to control water to carefully wash his hands and cheeks with seawater, and cleaned up all the remaining traces of blood on his body. The seawater was impure and unclean, but he couldn't jump up and accuse her of using seawater to clean him. Because of the battle, the gloves on his hands had been taken off long ago, and his bony hands were at her disposal. After doing this, she summoned Nereus, opened its umbrella, and washed it with seawater. It let her knead it in her hands, and it was flat, and it seemed to enjoy this part. Rachel looked at her series of actions and looked horrified. Are you really mentally okay? Fang Zhou did not answer him. After doing all this, she let the clean Nereus swallow the clean Lu Filan. She did not want to leave Lu Filan's body in this place to rot. Fang Zhou thought he should not like this place. Of course, he also did not like alien creatures. But he had no say now. At most, he would curse her in the sky for being a black-hearted boss, who did not forget to squeeze out the last value of him. Alien, Nereus. Level, S temporary. Main ability storage, S-level lightning 5 times. S-level time rewind 5 times. A-level weapon expansion 5 times. A-level material construction 5 times. Fang Zhou merged Nereus into her body, and her emotions completely calmed down. After doing all this, she called up several information prompts that she had ignored. The reputation of the third identity has changed. The third identity has changed. The right to freely enter the high-dimensional entrance is open. 3 times reset once a week. The changes in identity and reputation are not important. What is important is the last prompt, which means that she now has the right to enter the forum at any time. Leave here first, Fang Zhou said to Lei. Lei hesitated to speak, and seeing that she really returned to normal and not crazy after being hit too hard, she returned to her usual carefree appearance. Yes, boss. After Lei's teleportation left the White Whale area, the two found a scooter nearby. Fang Zhou asked Lei to pay attention to the surrounding environment, and then immediately used an opportunity to enter the forum. After entering this time, she didn't have time to check reputation, viewing time, date, and other things. There were a lot of new posts on the forum homepage. Fang Zhou didn't pay attention to those posts. She quickly extracted keywords and turned the pages. After quickly flipping through a few pages, she saw the information she wanted. The time of this post should be before the plot of the White Whale District. Topic: is the central opening of the park for the fortune teller Xia of 004 shelter? Main building, as the title says. The issue of opening the quota discussed before was not certain at that time, but now it is certain that it will be opened. In the plot, they also communicated with Xia's guardian Osmond, and were willing to open the quota for Osmond. An ordinary person. 1L. Divination Prophecy. This is too buggy. I can understand that the central government opened a channel for her. 2L. It seems that it is not just that. They should have reached some conditions with the Order Bureau, but they didn't say it specifically. 3L. By the way, although Osmond and Thea are both blonde and blue-eyed, they should not be siblings. Right? One has a European face, and the other has an Asian face. The difference is too big. 4L. Probably not. Their story has not been told in detail. 5L. Are Thea and Osmond in Tunghua District recently? 6L. Yes. It seems that something big happened in the White Whale District, and they went to Tunghua District for refuge. Ark extracted several pieces of information. Tunghua District. Blonde. Brother and sister. She immediately thought of the blonde girl she had met when she went to Tunghua District to find Fan Xu and Jiang, and realized that she was the prophesied transcendent Xia mentioned in the post. She flipped down, and there was no more information except this information. So Fang Zhou directly exited the forum. She looked at Lei. Let's go to Tunghua District first and solve the biggest hidden danger at present. Chapter 70. Raichia couldn't see the game for him, and had no idea about the so-called biggest hidden danger. He was naturally confused by Fang Zhou's sudden words. What's the biggest hidden danger? Why do you think they know our movements? Is it a coincidence? After saying this, Fang Zhou looked at him. Or is it an insider? Raichia teased and cooperated with her to make a surrender gesture. It's not me. Of course I know. Fang Zhou replied. If it was you, you wouldn't be standing here now. It's terrible. I'm your only companion now. Please be a little more friendly to me. Seeing her face getting worse, Raichia stopped and immediately changed the subject and continued. So you think someone, or someone's ability knows our movements? It seems that both the Order Bureau and the central government have protected Xia very well. Raichia seems to be completely unaware of the existence of such a person in the Order Bureau. Fang Zhou nodded at him. If that's the case, how do you know they are in Tunghua District? How do you know their specific information and location? Maybe this trip is in vain. Yes, they can't be in the White Whale District at this time. Fang Zhou said. As for the prophet, I met her before, and I just felt a little strange at that time and didn't think much about it. So, are you going with me? She asked Raichia. Raichia had not planned to leave the White Whale Zone with them. He came here to lead them out of the White Whale Zone. He did not expect to experience such a scene. Raichia turned on the constant temperature mode in the car and replied, Go ahead. You have turned this place upside down. There is no need for me to stay here. Indeed, this place has been turned upside down. Fang Zhou is not worried about whether the Order Bureau will send reinforcements again. 2 S-Class members of Shelter 004 died today, and another A-Class member was also damaged in the battle. The Order Bureau was seriously injured this time. Mengxian's death also means that they are now leaderless. You don't need to see how chaotic they will be after receiving the news. The Order Bureau that lost Mengxian and Wei Siyuan was no longer enough to make her afraid. And they would never have thought that Fang Zhou could know Xia's identity. Isn't the game form a kind of precognition for Fang Zhou? Now Ark has only one question. To what extent can the other party's prediction ability reach? It is a vague prediction range. The Order Bureau predicts their specific actions through the current situation analysis. Or can the other party's prediction be concretized to the details of the event? Now, has the other party predicted her actions and taken corresponding measures? These are all unknown. Fang Zhou knows that it is useless to think about these things. These can only be known when they get there. Let's go. Try not to waste time. It will take at least 3 or 4 hours to get there. During this time, the chaos in the Order Bureau may subside. Fang Zhou has a plan in mind. She needs to take advantage of this chaos to get Xia's information and her specific location. It's a small matter. I will reach Tunghua District as quickly as possible. 2 hours at most. Raichia raised his eyebrows and said. He stepped on the accelerator, and the vehicle rushed out immediately, leaving a blurry shadow on the road. At that time, he drove the submarine like a drag race. And he really drove the car for speed. Fang Zhou, Lu Filan and Fang Xuanjiang would adjust the stability of the vehicle according to her body when driving. But Raichia would not consider these. He was more inclined to execute her needs, such as get there as soon as possible. Fang Zhou felt a headache after sitting for a while, but she also wanted to solve it as soon as possible. This insignificant pain was nothing. On the way to Tunghua District this time, Fang Zhou did not choose to rest. She had a splitting headache, but she was thinking about how to go after solving the prophet. She didn't know what Fang Xuanjiang's current situation was. According to the past, she could get his information by entering the game forum. But every time she entered the game forum, she would be in a completely detached state and unable to pay attention to the surrounding environment. The short and quick entry and exit just now was also to obtain the prophet's information. She only had 2 views left before the reset next week. She couldn't waste it. She had to wait until this matter was solved and go to a safe environment to continue to check the forum information. Raichia is indeed fast. Half an hour later, they are close to the border of the Black Lion District. After passing the Black Lion District, they can enter the Tunghua District. Raichia's speed is indeed very fast, directly compressing the time to half. Raichia reminded, do you want to check the situation in the 4th dimension? It's a good opportunity to pay attention to the situation over there. He made sense. They can arrive at the destination in about an hour at Raichia's speed. Many things can happen during this period. Fang Zhou took out the communicator and found that it had been damaged by water when he was about to open it. She You? Lei Chia hesitated to speak. The communicator in Fang Zhou's hands was a consumable item. It was not cheap. Every time she bought it, she would buy the cheapest one, adhering to the principle that as long as it could be used, it was indeed of poor quality. Forget it. Use mine. Fang Zhou did not hesitate to take Lei Chia's communicator from him, and skillfully entered through the channel in the settings. After entering the fourth dimension, she found that the layout of Lei Chia's fourth dimension was somewhat different from the communicator she had used before. There were 3 sections in the fourth dimension. One was the bounty section, one was the chat section, and another section was always locked and required permission to unlock. Fang Zhou had never figured out what permissions were required for the locked section. But in Lei Chia's fourth dimension, the locked third section was actually unlocked. She didn't click indirectly, but asked, "Is your third section unlocked? What permissions are required for this section?" Lei Chia glanced at her with his peripheral vision, and answered her question directly without hiding anything. "It needs to be connected to the communication network in the park." "Is it the fourth dimension in the park?" Fang Zhou thought he meant that this section was equivalent to the underground trading section in the park. "No," Lei Chia explained. "It needs a communicator outside the park to connect to the one inside the park to open it." This is indeed a direction that Fang Zhou had not thought of. Lei Chia's words contain a lot of information. This means that the people who unlock this section are either free to enter and exit the park, or some talents recruited by the central government from outside the park. What kind of power is behind the creation of this dark web? The central government cannot be unaware, which means that they can't do anything about it. This also reminded Fang Zhou that Lei Chia had entered the park. She remembered the relevant information about Yiji mentioned in the game forum. Their headquarters is in the park. Feixing's action was because the central government could not find Yiji in the park, so they chose a roundabout way to save the country. Starting from the team outside the park, Lei Chia interrupted her thoughts. "You are curious about the content inside? You can click in and take a look." Since he said so, Fang Zhou did not hesitate and clicked in with a flick of his finger. After entering this section, a blank screen appeared, with no information. Lei Chia laughed. "You didn't expect it. There is nothing interesting in it. This section will be formatted every morning. Basically no one posts. And it is always blank." Fang Zhou. "It's really boring." She exited and returned to the main topic this time, clicking into the chat section next door. Subject: "I was scared to death. I almost thought I would experience the scene 5 years ago again. Is the questioner from the White Whale area?" "Me too. What on earth are those guys from the Order Bureau doing?" "Rumble. Rumble. I suspect that the hurricane was brought here by that person. What on earth happened today? Why are there so many people from the Order Bureau gathered near the Red Coast port? I'm close, and when I opened the window, there were helicopters above me. I was eating melons in the distance, and I couldn't see what was happening, but I saw helicopters falling down like dumplings eating melon seeds. What is this doing that caused the mad dogs to be dispatched?" Back to the topic. "Did anyone notice that there was a big problem with the trajectory of this hurricane? I was ready to run away, but it turned around and stopped. Found out. Which master is practicing here? Someone destroyed the hurricane. The above guess is so scary. Can anyone really do this? Is anyone nearby? Is it over there? If it's over, I'll go to the scene to watch the show. It's over. Now the people from the Order Bureau are cleaning up the battlefield. It's really tragic. The Order Bureau has suffered a big blow this time. I don't know if they won or lost. They must have won. Mad Dog has been dispatched. It seems that even the Grim Reaper has been dispatched. There is nothing that 2S levels can't take down. Indeed, those are 2S level transcendents. But this time the Order Bureau has also been exposed. Who on earth can achieve such a record? This post is still being discussed in real time, which means that the people from the Order Bureau are still cleaning up the battlefield." Fang Zhou guessed that they must be looking for the bodies of Meng Xian and others. It may take some time for them to be sure that they can't find them nearby. Fang Zhou thought for a while and asked, "Do you think that if they don't find the bodies of Meng Xian and Wei Siyuan, they will announce the news of their disappearance?" Lei Chia pondered. "Based on my understanding of them, I'm afraid they will try their best to suppress this matter. As long as the bodies are not found, they are alive. Not to mention the outside world. They will hide it from the inside. They know very well what will happen if the news of the death of the 2S level orderers who suppressed the White Whale Zone is leaked, which will set off a new reform." "Indeed?" Fang Zhou smiled. She knew how to get Xiao's location. 1.5 hours after the White Whale District Order Bureau dispatched to suppress the incident. The Tunghua District Order Bureau received the news. After Zhao Jinyu left Tunghua District, the authority was handed over to the next level, and Jiang Ku, the director of the intelligence department, temporarily managed the order situation in Tunghua District. The message came that only he had the authority to hand over. After the connection, the person who appeared on the other side was not Zhao Jinyu or Meng Xian, but a captain who took over the authority like him. Failed. The whole army was annihilated. The person on the other side of the screen was dejected, like a loser dog. Jiang Ku was stunned for a moment. What does that mean? The whole army was wiped out, including Director Meng and Deputy Director Wei? He hadn't considered this question. They were the two most powerful S-level orderers in the White Whale District. How could they fail? Although he didn't know what the purpose of this encirclement and suppression was, most of the forces of the General Administration were dispatched this time. He never thought that he would fail, nor did he dare to think about the consequences of this failure. As the Minister of the Intelligence Department, he would follow Zhao Jinyu to participate in most of the affairs of the Order Bureau, and sometimes even help interrogate prisoners and manage many confidential intelligence of the Order Bureau. He also knew what Zhao Jinyu knew about this encirclement and suppression incident. The current trend was far beyond his imagination. He knew that the person's ability was very special, which was why the central government wanted to get her, but not to the extent. Are Director Meng, Deputy Wei, and Captain Jinyu all dead? Jiang Ke asked without giving up. We haven't found the bodies of the three of them. The White Whale District just experienced a hurricane. They may have drifted to other places with the ocean. Of course, they may still be alive. The person on the other side said. It would be great if they were still alive. The White Whale District is now in chaos. The bodies of Meng Xian and Wei Xiyuan can't be found at all. The helicopter was completely destroyed. They can't retrieve the video records. There are only some video records uploaded before the helicopter was destroyed. But those video records are incomplete, and there is no way to confirm the death of the three. Judging from the situation at the time, the three people are afraid that they are in danger. It is precisely because of this huge finishing work that the news of the conclusion of the contact came a lot later. However, their bodies were not found, which temporarily stabilized the situation in the White Whale District. If they knew that the two S-levels might die, the turmoil would be unimaginable. He told Jiang Ke, don't let other people know that Director Meng and Captain Zhao are missing for the time being. The loss of Meng Xian and Wei Xiyuan in the Order Bureau is a major event that is enough to cause internal cleansing. If it is notified rashly, it will definitely cause internal chaos. Jiang Ke naturally understands this and has no objection. The specific matters will be discussed after the White Whale District stabilizes. Okay, I understand. The communication was cut off. Jiang Ke's forehead throbbed, and he suddenly felt a headache. After Meng Xian went to the White Whale District, the Tunghua District was usually managed by Zhao Jinyu. Now that she is gone, Jiang Ke doesn't know what to do. He can only suppress all the information from the White Whale District. After hanging up the call, he was ready to return to the intelligence department to analyze the existing intelligence to see if he could find a breakthrough. At this time, a figure in uniform came over. When Jiang Ke got closer, he found that it was a member of his intelligence department. Seeing Jiang Ke, he reported to him with joy, Minister, Captain Jinyu is back. There has been no news over there. I thought something went wrong. What? Jiang Ke's thoughts were interrupted for a moment. Where is she? Seeing that he was not reacting properly, the member was stunned for a moment and immediately pointed to the location of the intelligence department. She is in the intelligence department. She just asked us about Xia's location. She said it was Director Meng's order, and she was going to take Xia to protect her. Oh no! Before he finished speaking, Jiang Ke pushed him away and ran towards the intelligence department. Chapter 71. Zhao Jinyu and the others' bodies could not be found. Although there was no way to pronounce her dead, Jiang Ke knew very well that their deaths were a foregone conclusion. It was impossible for them to appear in the Order Bureau of Tunghua District so soon. Even if she was alive, it was impossible for her to skip the White Whale District headquarters and return directly from the battlefield to retrieve Xia's information. Without time to explain, Jiang Ke hurriedly contacted the intelligence department through the communication equipment. That's not Captain Jinyu. Block all channels of the Order Bureau. After notifying him, he immediately rushed to the intelligence department. When he arrived, he looked around, and the figure of Zhao Jinyu had disappeared long ago. Minister, you're back? Where's she? He asked hurriedly. Captain Jinyu? She had already left when you contacted us. The team members didn't know what happened, but they guessed something was wrong when they saw him like this. How long has he been gone? Just now. We have contacted and blocked all the channels. And there are no abnormal alerts yet. Call up the surveillance. Yes. They called up the surveillance video from 5 minutes ago. Time was tight, so Jiang quickly reviewed it. What was displayed on the screen was Zhao Jinyu. She entered the order bureau and went to the intelligence department, and finally left the intelligence department. The process was very skillful and smooth, as if she knew everything about the order bureau, which made Jiang unable to see any flaws. He took a deep breath and asked, what did she say when she came to the intelligence department? What did she do? She said that the target escaped this time, and the other party may have known about Xia's existence. She asked us to retrieve Xia and Osman's recent activities and current residences, and asked us not to contact Osman for the time being, so as to prevent him from making rash moves. Who is it? Is it really Captain Jinyu? After listening to the team members, even Jiang felt uncertain. Otherwise, how to explain how she knew Xia and Osmond? Jiang could put himself into the enemy's perspective. In such a short time, he could only guess that they had a transcendent related to the prophecy. It was impossible for them to rush from the White Whale district and investigate Xia's information in such a short time. In the entire 004 shelter, except for the superiors of the Order Bureau and the personnel of the intelligence department, no one else knew that Xia existed. Xia had a special identity and was a non-staff member of the Order Bureau. She was young and had a certain degree of intellectual disability due to the backlash of her prophetic ability. The usual handover was carried out by her guardian Osmond. This person even knew that the person they were contacting was Osmond instead of Xia. No wonder these members of the intelligence department did not doubt her identity. This conversation happened too naturally. And this time, Meng Xian personally contacted Xia. Xia, who had always been obedient, did not cooperate with this action and even refused to give the prophecy information. In the end, they reached a deal with Osmond and let him get Xia's prophecy. However, the scope of Xia's predictions is very vague every time, and most of the time it is necessary for the intelligence department to analyze it through specific situations. And this time is no exception. Jiang took a deep breath. He couldn't figure out how the enemy knew all this, and how they disguised themselves as Zhao Jinyu. But now there is a more urgent matter at hand. This is not Captain Jinyu. I must contact Osmond immediately. The shelter has already lost 3 powerful transcendents, and cannot have any more losses. Jiang immediately sent a communication to Osmond. And fortunately, the call was connected quickly. Osmond's sunny and smiling face appeared on the screen. Hey, Minister Jiang. What's wrong? Is there anything? Take Xia away immediately. The enemy is after you. Their target is Xia. What? Osmond's smile froze on his face. He almost thought he was hallucinating. What enemy? If nothing unexpected happens, it is the target of the encirclement and suppression of Director Meng and his team in the White Whale district. She is going after Xia. Jiang quickly explain the situation. She is very powerful. Run away as soon as possible. We will send someone over. But they will definitely not be able to arrive before that person. From Jiang's words, Osmond felt something was wrong. He asked, where are Director Meng and Sister Jinyu? Jiang could only say, they are not here. They are not here for the time being. What is there to be unclear about? They failed and the enemy won. Osmond realized the seriousness of the matter. He felt the coming of the God of Death urgently. Without waiting for Jiang's follow-up, he took the initiative to cut off the communication. When Meng Xian contacted them 2 days ago, Xia refused to give the result of the prophecy for the first time after making the prophecy. She just kept saying to him, not good. Brother, not good. Osmond asked her why it was not good, and she only said 2 words, death. Death? Their action this time was to hunt prey, and it was normal to involve death. Since Xia didn't want to say it, Osmond wanted to forget it. But the other party offered him a condition of being willing to give him a place in the paradise. The central government tried to invite Thea a long time ago, but they were unwilling to open an extra quota for Osmond. Osmond was naturally unwilling. He was the first person to discover Thea's ability. Thea was his treasure, and the gold mountain that enabled him to live like this today. Without Thea, ordinary people like him could not live such a life outside the paradise. So when the other party offered the condition of the paradise quota he dreamed of, Osmond was still defeated by greed. He relied on Thea's trust in him and promised her not to tell the result of the prophecy. And got the answer from her mouth. Because it was said from his mouth. The other party did not trust it 100%. And the results of Thea's prophecies were always broad and vague. They had to infer the results based on the vague range. And only after confirming that they were correct would they take him to the paradise. And tonight, Thea's prediction was proven to be correct. He can go to paradise tomorrow. How could such a thing happen at this time? Osmond realized that the death Thea mentioned might be directed at them. After working hard for so many years, he finally got a place to go to paradise thanks to Thea. He was unwilling to stop here. Thea, my treasure. Osmond returned to the room and shook Thea awake from her sleep. The smile on his face became very stiff. Tell me where we should escape next. On the other side, Fang Zhou, who looked like Xiao Jinyu, had left the Order Bureau. After entering the Order Bureau, she used the wire python to explore the internal layout in front, avoiding trial and error. During this period, someone did discover the wire python. But this D-level alien creature could not cause any chaos in a short time, so she was allowed to get away with it. They discovered and blocked it too late, which was useless to her. Of course, even if they blocked it in time, they could not stop her actions. The current Order Bureau was vulnerable to her, and disguising to get information was also to avoid alerting the enemy. Fang Zhou took off Xiao Jinyu's mimicry, and Raikiri, who had been waiting for her outside, gave her a thumbs up. What kind of mimicry is this? So useful. What? Forget it. I'm not you. And I'm already suffering from one in my body. Fang Zhou didn't say anything more, and directly reported Osmond's location to Raiki. Without wasting any time, let's go first. It's about 6 kilometers from here. I suggest you take the vehicle and use long-distance teleportation first. This way, they will be there in no more than 3 minutes. And the Order Bureau may not react in such a short time. Okay, Raiki said, and immediately used his ability to move. He tilted his head slightly and asked, so our target this time is a transcendent with the ability of prophecy? Yes, Fang Zhou answered. What about the opponent's lineup? An ordinary person and a powerless little prophet girl. No more. No more. Maybe there will be a transcendent to protect her. But it shouldn't be difficult. I'm not used to it being so easy. Lei Chia thought for a while and asked, do you want to kill her? Maybe I can use it for myself. I haven't seen the transcendent power of prophecy yet. It would be a pity to kill her. Fang Zhou was also thinking about what Lei Chia said. In her eyes, Xiao was equivalent to a prophet of the Order Bureau and the Central Committee. She didn't need to know the specific situation. She could think of the girl's position in it. Having such ability but no power to protect herself. Her guardian is also an ordinary person. So she can only rely on the protection of the government. The government will give her what she wants. But she is destined to have no say or decision-making power. After thinking about it, Fang Zhou still said, kill her to avoid future troubles. This kind of surrender will make her an enemy of the central government. Fang Zhou does not think that the other party's guardian will be willing to be used by her. If she kills her guardian and leaves her, there will be hatred in between, which is bound to lead future troubles. Maybe she can plant mental hints like she did with Raikiri. But the ability of prophecy is too special, and she cannot guarantee that mental hints will always be effective. And if she killed Thea and let Nereus eat her body, she could also leave 5 prophecy opportunities. Although 5 times is rare, this ability is definitely not as trustworthy in the hands of others as in her own hands. You are so cruel. Reiki shuddered. It took about the same time as Fang Zhou estimated. In less than 3 minutes, they arrived at the location given by the Order Bureau. This area is the most secure community in Tunghua District. Identity recognition is required for entry and exit. The other party is still very cautious. But unfortunately, this caution is useless. The two easily entered the community and knew the specific location. Reiki took her directly to the house. The lights in the living room were on, and a small figure sat on the sofa in the living room in a proper manner, as if waiting for their arrival. That was Xia. She was still wearing pajamas, with a teddy bear next to her, and looked like she had just been pulled out of her sleep. Apart from her, there was no one else in the house, including her guardian Osmond, which caused Fang Zhou not to take action immediately. Hey, kid, where is your guardian? Finding that there was no one else, Rachel came up to her in a good mood and pinched her cheek, and asked with a smile, Xia let him do what he wanted, her mouth tightly closed, without saying a word. Ever since Fang Zhou came in, her eyes have been on Fang Zhou. Her green eyes are shining, and she looks afraid of her and eager for her. After being looked at by her twice, Xia moved her, but embarrassedly. I'm sorry, she suddenly said to Fang Zhou. I didn't say, but brother. I'm sorry. She spoke incoherently, and it was difficult to express her meaning clearly. Fang Zhou couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Seeing such a scene, she had more or less guessed what was going on. After receiving the news, Osmond left Xia where she was and ran away by himself. After all, Fang Zhou's target was Xia, who had the ability to predict. If he, an ordinary person without the ability, ran away alone, she really didn't need to chase him. Rachel looked at her, with a somewhat awkward expression on his face. How to deal with this? Kill him? Huh? Because this scene was too absurd. Fang Zhou couldn't help but laugh. She didn't answer Rachel, but immediately set up a sit-on-the-ground prison with a 2-kilometer range around her, making sure there were no ambushes around, and then locked Osmond's position nearby. They came quickly, and he didn't run far. Fang Zhou said, you deal with her, and I'll deal with the other one who escaped. Chapter 72. Osmond was on the run. He entered the underground garage and chose the fastest convertible sports car. His heart was beating wildly. Only then did he realize that the prophecy that Thea was reluctant to tell was to protect them. He kept praying in his heart. God, the death that Thea mentioned must not include him. Right? Thea, who was awakened from her sleep by him, faced his prophetic request. Although she didn't know what happened, she still used her power obediently. But she didn't point out the direction. She pulled Osmond's sleeve. With an angry expression on her face, brother, I lied to Thea. It was a mistake. Xia, just tell your brother where to leave. Wrong. You will die. Osmond didn't know whether this was a prophecy for him or for Xia herself. But she mentioned death. So Osmond comforted Xia. Brother will only leave for a while, and will come back to pick you up soon. After hearing his words, Xia just looked at him calmly. Her eyes were always clear. Osmond felt that he was seen through. She might know that her brother was going to abandon her. Osmond could only put on the bracelet and flee. Osmond originally wanted to take Xia with him to escape. Xia was his key to paradise. Without Xia, he would be beaten back to his original form. Not to mention that Xia was obedient and well-behaved after several years of getting along, and never caused him trouble. He watched her grow up gradually, and he had some feelings for her. But the notice from the Order Bureau was too urgent. Osmond had been observing the other party's words and expressions for so many years, and the emotions in the other party's tone were enough to give him a full sense of urgency. In addition, Xia's prophecy that there was no way to escape in the face of life. All these considerations were cleared, just as Fang Zhou thought. Osmond knew from the Order Bureau that the other party was coming for Xia. After thinking about it, he immediately realized that he would be safe if he left Xia. Driving out of the underground garage, Osmond stepped on the accelerator. He felt like he was reborn. It didn't matter if he didn't have Xia, and it didn't matter if he couldn't go to the paradise. The points in the bracelet were enough for him to survive. Huh? Osmond thought. Is the distance from the garage to the door so long? He stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. Normally, he would have left here long ago. Why didn't the surrounding scenery change? At this time, a voice came from the back seat. You seem to have forgotten to bring your sister. What? Osmond had just uttered a syllable, and the scene in front of him turned around, and then began to fall. Falling, he saw a woman sitting in the back seat of his car. Without giving him more time to think, his consciousness disappeared. It's easy to deal with an ordinary person, the park quota, the contact person, and the act of abandoning Xia and escaping. Fang Zhou has guessed the role of Osmond in this incident, so she doesn't want to let go of this ordinary person who doesn't seem to be a threat, and she will even choose to deal with him as soon as possible. After killing Osmond, Rachel did not follow, so Fang Zhou quickly returned to the room. When she activated the prison, Osmond had just driven the car out of the garage. The whole process took only 1 minute for her, who used the speed enhancement. Solved. So fast? Rachel took out a cake from the refrigerator in the living room, opened it and took a bite. He licked the cream on the corner of his mouth. This free look is like treating this place as his home. Feeling the taste of the cake, Rachel sighed. Tisk tsk tsk. This guy really knows how to enjoy life. Now only. Fang Zhou's eyes stopped on Xia. She still kept the action when she left, looking a little nervous. Before Fang Zhou could make any follow-up moves, Lei Xia leaned forward and held Fang Zhou's hand, stopping her from taking any further action. Fang Zhou tilted his head towards him and asked what he meant. I didn't know you were such a soft-hearted and kind character. You had to wait until I came back to kill her. Give her to me. Lei Xia blinked at her. It would be a pity to kill her with her ability. Give her to you. Or to Yi Ji. Her power combined with Yi Ji's intelligence network will be greatly improved. Enough to make the central government drink a few pots. Lei Qia's goal is very clear. He has always been smart. Since he met Fang Zhou, his mind is no less than hers. After knowing the existence of Xia, he has been considering the feasibility of using her for himself. So he also inquired about Fang Zhou's thoughts on the way. A prophetic transcendent who has no self-protection ability. Easy to use and easy to control. As he said, he stopped Fang Zhou from killing Xia and not out of compassion, but for the sake of interests. Lei Xia continued, our enemies are the same. Before we get rid of this biggest enemy, we are the most determined comrades in arms. And no one will betray anyone. Fang Zhou laughed. What if you use her to deal with me in the future? Hearing her words, Lei Xia smiled. You should have felt that Yi Ji had no ill will towards you from the beginning. If we want to get rid of you, we have many opportunities in the process. Why should we wait for you to grow up before we want to harm you? By the way, how about joining Yi Ji? We won't treat you like a snake and scorpion like the Central Committee, and can't wait to get rid of you or study your abilities. The most important thing is, I believe you know that the Central Committee is not comparable to a small order bureau. If you want to fight against the Central Committee, you need a reliable organization to back you up. Ricky's words hit the nail on the head. You need intelligence, channels to enter the paradise, a new identity to hide, and you also need a safe habitat. Yeji can give you all these. Fang Zhou, you seem to have been planning for a long time. Ricky did not deny. I thought you knew. After all, I invited you from the beginning. Lei Xia was right. Fang Zhou needed a breakthrough. She needed to enter paradise. Not only for Fang Xuanjiang, but more for herself. She didn't have much time left. And she didn't know how to solve her physical problem. According to her current situation, Fang Zhou had no other channels to enter paradise except Lei Xia. Apart from Lei Xia, she was now isolated and helpless. Even if Lei Xia helped her to achieve the condition of entering paradise, she would be like a headless fly because of the information gap and didn't know where to start. Similarly, she understood a truth. Companions like Lei Xia were ultimately a community of interests. He helped her not without conditions. And he also needed to make a profit. Her mental suggestion could only prevent Lei Xia from making small moves behind her back, and could not affect his judgment and emotions. Now Xia is the condition proposed by Reacher. If Fang Zhou wants to kill Xia by force, he can't stop it. If she doesn't accept his proposal, he has no way to do it. Cooperation always needs win-win to last long. Reacher let go of her hand and reminded her. Fang Zhou looked at him and stalemated for a while. She lowered her head and looked at Xia. I killed your brother. I know. Xia had a very faint sense of loss. She tilted her head and looked at Fang Zhou and said, wrong decision. Brother's fate. Brother made a wrong decision. This is his fate. Xia can't stop fate. Xia doesn't look like a normal child. Her emotions don't fluctuate strongly. After Fang Zhou said this, her original fear disappeared. After Fang Zhou came over, she held Fang Zhou's hand hanging on the side, as if she had found another support. Fang Zhou observed her expression and movements, and after a few seconds, he pulled his hand out and said to Lei Xia, let's go back to the car first. Okay. I guess they should be here soon. Lei Xia picked up Xia and moved them back to the car with Fang Zhou and the cake he had taken out of the refrigerator. Back in the car, Lei Xia put Xia in the back seat and divided the cake into 3 portions. One for Fang Zhou and one for Xia in the back. Fighting. 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 Fang Zhou almost forgot how long she had not eaten. She took the cake from Lei Qia's hand, and the cream and fruit sandwich had a proper sweetness. Now the sky was already dawning, and the road was clear. After a night of running around, the second day came. Fang Zhou's spirit and body, which were hanging high, slowly let go when the light came on. I want to enter the paradise as soon as possible, she said to Lei Xia. Lei Xia knew that she accepted his proposal. It's not a difficult task, but it requires some preparation. He glanced at Fang Zhou with his peripheral vision. Rest for a while now. You look very tired. She rubbed her temples and replied, yeah. Now Xia is on their side. The Order Bureau is in chaos. And there is no target in the central government. Fang Zhou doesn't have to worry about them finding her in Lechia. She temporarily puts her mind at ease. Separates the lion python from her body to observe the situation outside. And leans back on the chair to pretend to take a nap. Her head did not really relax. She opened the entrance to the forum again. Ready to check the situation in Fang Xuanjiang and the central government. This trip brought the two lines together. Judging from the clues she had just found about Thea, the forum was already abuzz with activity. So there must be a lot of information. After entering the forum, Ark returned to the same state as before and checked the reputation and time. This time the time did not change. And it seemed to stay at the upper limit of 25 minutes. Current player. Reputation, 30W. There are a lot of new posts on the homepage. After this battle, the two reputations have been brought together, triggering an explosive reaction, more than half of which are about her. And the other half are talking about the same thing. Topic, Joker line is closed. Can anyone tell me what's going on? Main post. I played to the plot after Joker was captured by Scarlet Star. And suddenly this line can no longer be pushed forward. Now I quit and re-enter the game. And as long as I jump to this point, the system will go black and keep prompting to be continued. What's going on? Is it sold before it's finished? 1L, me too. I'm the same as the original poster. I'm so anxious now. And I don't know what happened next. 2L, what's going on? If it doesn't work, give me a refund. 3L, it's strange. The central line next door can still be pushed forward, but only the Joker line is closed. Is this also part of the gameplay? 4L, I don't understand. I just want to know what happened now. Is Joker okay? Did the Ark win? 5L, did they run into some shell company? They took the money and left halfway through the work? 6L, don't scare me. I've never heard of this game company before. I thought it was a Dark Horse company. The rendering of their debut work is so awesome. 7L, Ahu. I'm really anxious. Really, really anxious. What happened later? Why are you so wicked to stop here? I'm so anxious that I'm crawling around. 8L, play me upstairs. 45L, no official response. 46L, squat. This is cheating consumers. You can report it if you're playing dead. 47L, the central line next door is still progressing normally. I'm going to try the central line. I'm really too anxious. Damn. 256L, the official replied, saying that this is the fusion of the central line and the Joker line. So we can now play the central line. 257L, huh? That's it? Do I have to start from the beginning? 258L, wait. Everyone. There is a final three-way perspective when entering the Joker line, which is from Fang Ark. You can see the subsequent plot. Fang Ark never thought that Fang Xuanjiang's line would be directly closed, which means that the plot about him can no longer be pushed forward, and he has been completely locked up. Chapter 73. Fang Zhou can't do anything now. Fang Xuanjiang, as the protagonist of a line of the game, will not die so easily. When she used mental control on Ming Xian, she destroyed the camera control in the helicopter in advance. Although the central government didn't know that she was Fang Zhou. As a companion, they might use Fang Xuanjiang to lure her out, and would not choose to kill Fang Xuanjiang directly. As long as the person is still alive, everything is easy to talk about. Fang Zhou quit this post. From this post, she also found another thing. She actually has a three-party perspective? Old Wasteland is a three-party perspective that only gives some important supporting roles that affect the main line to prevent game players from missing some plots and not understanding the direction of the story. As a cannon fodder character who only serves to arouse the emotions of the players and has little ability to advance the plot, Fang Zhou does not have a three-party perspective. So before, she only appeared in Fang Xuanjiang's line or in the three-party perspective of others. Fang Zhou then remembered the change of the third identity that was prompted after the end of the battle. At that time, she had a lot of things to deal with, and did not have time to confirm it. It seems that this is the reason why she suddenly has a three-party perspective. Maybe it is related to the value of reputation? Thinking of this, Fang Zhou exited the post and took a look at the reputation information above. In this short period of time, it has increased by another 10,000. She probably had a guess in her mind. and looked away, and began to try to find other information. In addition to the closure of the Joker line, every title on the homepage is discussing the encirclement and suppression incident of the Order Bureau and the Central, including the players of the Central line. Topic: Have you seen the three-way perspective of Arc? Topic: Miss World is Arc? The Joker line is completely integrated with the Central line. Topic: The Order Bureau was defeated. The Central was defeated. And Scarlet Star dared to violate the Archon's order and arrested Joker. Topic: Is there anyone who can analyze whether this ability of Arc will affect the overall direction of the game? Arc clicks on each post in the order of release time. Quickly reads the content of the post and clicks on the next one. Topic: Controlling alien creatures. Using the power of alien creatures. How many surprises do you have that I don't know about? Arc? Main post. I just finished watching Arc's three-way perspective. Fortunately, the previous plot has laid some foreshadowing for the changes to the character Arc. So I'm not that surprised now. I watched the whole thing in a state of shock. 1L. The author's mental state is similar to mine. 2L. It's hard to imagine how she got out of that dead end. When I knew that the ability of the director of the Order Bureau is to go back in time, I felt that I was doomed. 3L. It was a very exciting and hearty battle. From today on, I am Arc's dog laughing face. 4L. Hey, I'm here to line up to be a dog. Woof woof woof. 5L. Q+1. Aw. I take back all the words I used to scold Fong Zhou. Who is the burden? Whoever is the burden. It can't be her. 6L. Judging from the current situation, Joker is more of a burden. 7L. Damn. Turn the offensive. 8L. Woo 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 woo. Damn. So handsome. So handsome. So handsome. Sister. Take me away. Sister. What can I do without you? 9L. Damn. 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 Such a high-quality three-way perspective. I can't speak the whole time. Many posts in the front are such meaningless ridicule. Fong Zhou pulled down. 75L. Let's talk about something practical. Friends. So our previous belief that she was a devourer was a wrong perception from the beginning? She can control aliens and use the abilities of alien creatures? What kind of Pokemon master is this? Damn. It's awesome. 76L. This is much scarier than a Pokemon master. After all, she can also use the power of alien creatures herself. This ability is extremely scary when it grows up. It means that she is a killer with almost no weaknesses. 77L. I want to be Zhou's sister's Pokemon. 78L. You upstairs? 79L. In fact, Fong Zhou's weakness is very clear. That is, her old human body. A fragile one. According to this trend, she will die without waiting for her to grow up. Alas, I am really interested in her now. She must not die. 80L. Damn. She was so strong this time that I forgot about it. It seems that she is still fragile. Although I don't know how she managed to overcome the radiation and walk outside. It can be seen from the fact that she did not engage in hand-to-hand combat that her physique has not changed. 81L. It should be related to the ability of the alien creature in her body. The body of the old human has no blood coagulation and recovery function. I think the injury she suffered in the battle can be repaired in an instant. 82L. It is the alien creature she first subdued in the 001 shelter. High repair? 83L. This should be the ability to treat wounds temporarily. The dead companion beside her. I remember it was called Lufilin. He was in charge of the Ark in the 001 shelter. From the three-way perspective, we can see that he treated the Ark. 84L. But he died? What should we do next? 85L. Although I think it's amazing that Fong Zhou was able to kill the enemy in this double-team situation. The losses for both sides were heavy. Joker was captured, and the only healer in the team died. It will be difficult for Fong Zhou to find another nurse who can heal the old human. Healers are too rare, especially since the bodies of old humans are different from those of ordinary people. 86L. I think since the official gave her this ability setting, there must be a way to solve this problem. 87L. Does anyone have any clues about Raikiri? I only know that he is also on the central arrest list, but the specific reason has not been mentioned. 88L. I have no idea. 89L. So heavy. I wanted to rush in and yell that Fong Zhou is so cool, but everyone was discussing it very seriously, so I left in shame. 100L. Can anyone tell me how she controls the alien creatures? Do they need to be tamed first? 101L. Fangzhou has too few scenes at present, and her three-way perspective is the first time to appear. This is debatable, but it is likely that they need to be tamed first. 102L, oh my god. If that's the case, I can't imagine how she tamed these alien creatures with that body after leaving the 001 shelter. There must be at least 3 S-level ones. Right? 103L, damn. I really hope there can be a past perspective of Fangzhou here. How did she get here step by step? 104L, I'm a bit dazed. This game has nothing to do with the internal test. The main line has been completely overturned and remade. Every step of the development is beyond my expectations. 105L, don't turn off the Joker line. Give the perspective to Arkansas. Isn't it better to have more perspectives, like the central line? 106L, I agree with the above. After all, Ark looks more reliable than Joker. 156L, hey. After watching it all, no wonder the Central wants to unite with the Order Bureau to catch her. This ability is too unique. The Central has been studying alien creatures for 20 years. If such a character appears, it will definitely not be let go. If she escapes this time, there will definitely be another wave. If you think about it calmly, her situation can be said to be surrounded by enemies. Right? 157L, why didn't the Central Committee try to win her over and just become an enemy? They didn't know she was actually Fangzhou. Right? 158L, didn't the above person watch carefully? When she officially entered the Central Committee's perspective, she was already Joker's teammate. She was on the opposite side of the Central Committee from the beginning, and there was no possibility of winning her over. 159L, if that's the case, why didn't they send more people out? They only sent Fei Xing to join forces with the Order Bureau? Didn't they consider the possibility of failure in the capture? And what exactly is Fei Xing's ability? How did she capture Joker? 160L, point to the relevant post next door. There is a discussion on this issue link address. Seeing this, Fangzhou followed the link in this post. Topic, regarding the abilities of Miss World, Central and Scarlet Star. Is there anyone who wants to discuss this? Main post. I didn't expect that Miss World would appear again when the two lines merged. I still haven't realized that Miss World is Fangzhou. 1L, Miss World. How could my Miss World be? I don't believe it. I don't accept it. 2L, before. The players who only watched the Joker line kept scolding her, which caused me to have a strong dislike for her before I had time to play this line. Now it's a completely different story. 3L, don't say that the players of the Central line are confused. We are also confused. 4L, the Miss World in the Central line is actually Arkansas. I remember someone mentioned it before, but not many people believed it because of the huge gap. 5L, this can only be blamed on the fact that there are not many people pushing both lines at present. Now it seems that the evidence is obvious enough. The identity of Devourer and similar alien creatures have been speculated to have the ability to control aliens, etc. 6L, this Central line player went to watch the three-way perspective recording of Arkansas Miss World Q. 7L, stop drooling above. Although I have no right to say, I suggest that every Central line player go to watch the three-way perspective of Arkansas. The amount of information is too large, and the scene is also very large. It is worth watching. 8L, I'm going to watch it after hearing what the above said. 10L, as expected. The next time I saw Miss World was when Fei Xing found her, and the next time we met was when we were in opposition. 11L, by the way. With this plot, Fei Xing's ability has been confirmed. Right? 12L, absolute cage, it can be set in advance, and after locking the target, it is 100% captured and transferred to the fixed position. Capture type transcendence ability. 13L, OMG. This is too amazing. This must be an auxiliary ability of a level or above. Right? No wonder the Archon felt that sending Fei Xing alone was enough. 14L, if Fei Xing hadn't turned against us, the central capture of the Ark would be foolproof. 15L, I'm afraid the Archon didn't expect that Fei Xing would turn against him. Release Fangzhou and capture Joker. 17L, I really don't understand what Fei Xing is thinking here, but it doesn't stop me from laughing loudly. Archon, you have come to this day. 18L, he doesn't seem to be very smart, and he has a high favorability towards Arkansas. Is it because Ark once saved him? I didn't think he would take the initiative to disobey the Archon's orders. 19L, I don't understand. But Fei Xing is in danger. This is the first time I've seen the Archon get so angry that he directly locked Fei Xing up. I don't know what will happen to him. 20L. Is there this part? Why didn't I see it? 21L. Mila mentioned it in the plot. And she also went to see Feishing where he was imprisoned. 22L. With his ability, the Archon should not be willing to kill him. And he will definitely suffer. The bad thing is that this wave may affect Feishing's trust in the Archon's heart. If something goes wrong again, the Archon should officially abandon Feishing next time. 23L. It is suggested that Feishing should just turn against the Arch and become a dog. 24L. You above. 25L replied to 23L. Are you a genius? 26L. Good idea. I support Miss World and Feishing. And my product cannot be because of the position. 27L. Why don't you come and support the Bone/department next door with me? Isn't this better than Feishing? 29L. You guys. 30L. Why don't you choose to attack both? 44L. It is certain that the Central will not stop after this defeat. And the offensive against Arc will be stronger than this time. I don't know how she will play this move. 45L. This is the problem. I think no matter how strong Arkansas is, she can't compete with the Central. She has no other teammates except Raikiri. How can she compete with such a behemoth alone? 46L. That's right. She only has a few months left. It is basically impossible to grow to compete with the Central in such a short time. 47L. It's like a competition that is destined to lose. That's why I am very curious about how this story will develop. 48L replied to 47L. I think so too. If there is a perspective related to her in the future, I will rush in to watch it as soon as possible. I really suggest that the Joker line learn from the Central line and add more main perspectives, which will make it more enjoyable to watch. 48L. Try to survive. Fong Zhou. I will look forward to the ending of this game. Try to survive. Fong Zhou. Fong Zhou's sight stopped here, and she withdrew from this post after a few seconds. As they said, she has no way to fight against the central government now, and there is no more time for her to grow. So she chose to accept Raikiri's proposal. She knew that there were too many uncertainties in the organization of Yiji, and this trip might be a sheep walking into the tiger's mouth. But now she has no other choice. The bad start made her gamble all the way. After posting this, she read a few latest discussions and saw that the three-party perspective on her stopped at killing Wei Siyuan. Then she killed Xiaoya's brother and reached a cooperation with Lei Chia on Yiji, which they didn't know. As for why Lei Chia was a member of the central arrest list, Fong Zhou originally thought that it was because he was a member of Yiji that attracted the attention of the central government. Now, it seems that the order she thought might be wrong. It is possible that he was a criminal of the central government, so he became a member of Yiji. As for Feishing, like the players on the forum, Fong Zhou didn't understand his motives. After exiting the game forum, Fong Zhou came out of her nap state. Without opening her eyes, she clicked on the identity information, and the information appeared in her mind. Third identity improved, important supporting role. Assisting ability, having the three-party perspective of an important supporting role. Compared to the original, there is an additional important word, and the auxiliary ability has also changed from none to being able to open the three-party perspective. This should help her gain reputation. Except for the initial change in reputation when she was close to death. It seemed to have an effect. After that, it has been dormant. Fong Zhou's intuition told her that the more this thing accumulates, the better it will be for her. Closing the information, Fong Zhou opened her eyes. The vehicle was still moving, and there was no need to rush. Right drove smoothly this time. Xia fell asleep in the back seat. Fong Zhou looked at the car navigation. The signal on it had disappeared, indicating that it had driven out of the range of Shelter 004. The scene outside the car was almost the same as what she saw when she went to Shelter 004 before. There was no life. Fong Zhou took back the line python. From their report, nothing special happened during the time she entered the forum. Don't you want to rest for a while? Noticing that she woke up, Reich asked. Where are we going now? Aren't you going to paradise? The sooner the better. Then of course now, we are going to the interface to paradise. Chapter 74. After listening to what Reich said, Fong Zhou looked at the central tower in the direction of the paradise. Its cold top was sharp, and the metal tower body was like a sharp sword, emitting a cold chill. Reich stopped the car and looked around. This place was still far from the paradise. There were some old buildings around. Some of the exterior walls had large areas of graffiti. As the buildings weathered, the paint faded and cracked, forming a distorted pattern. We're here. Get off. Reich said. There was no interface in this place. Fang Zhou opened the car door and followed him down. Reich carried Xia from the back seat down. She kicked her legs and landed on the ground. She ran to Fang Zhou and grabbed her close. Fang Zhou glanced at Xia and let her go. You killed her brother. So she's very attached to you. Rachel smiled. Maybe I look easier to get along with than you. It's a temperament problem. Huh? Rachel didn't refute her and walked towards the building in front. He pinched the index finger of his right hand with his left hand. And data flashed at the root. Then a black ring appeared on it. He bit his index finger and knocked 3 times at the fixed position of the graffiti on the wall. After waiting for 2 seconds, the air in front was distorted, and a black passage appeared out of thin air at the position of the wall. Fang Zhou observed for a while, and felt that it looked a bit like the transcendent power of the space system, with a defense level of paradise. It was indeed possible for only those with space system abilities to escape. Space-based transcendental power? She asked directly. Somewhat similar, but not completely. Raki stepped into the passage. Follow me. Fang Zhou and Xia immediately followed behind her. She stepped into the black passage, and the place where she landed was a different scene. After they all came in, the passage behind them was immediately closed. Behind the passage was a closed space. The layout inside was very similar to an ordinary reception living room, with a coffee table and chairs, and some murals hanging on the wall. The reason why it is called a closed space is that it has no exit door, and it is surrounded by walls. This place is a bit like a transit station. The space passage is not directly to the paradise. Fang Zhou guessed that the passage just now should be permanent. The entrance? The members of Night G entered from it, and they were allowed to pass only after identity verification at the transfer station. Not long after she and Leichia came in, an identical black passage slowly opened on the wall in front of them, and a figure walked out of it. The person who appeared in front was a shorter woman with a ponytail, soft facial features, but a serious and cold expression, wearing a black combat uniform. Fang Zhou looked at her, and there was no information prompt of the devourer on her body, indicating that she was just a transcendence. Long time no see. Shi Xiang. Leichia greeted her. Shi Xiang's eyes stopped at Fang Zhou and Xia behind him, and his eyes were slightly alert. Who are they? Leichia. Of course they are our new members. Have you told Boss Wang about this in advance? Faced with Xia and Fang Zhou brought by Leichia, Shi Xiang did not accept it quickly. Leichia smiled and said, Don't I have the authority to bring 2 people into the organization? Of course you have the right. But you have never been interested in expanding the membership. What's more, you brought them here directly this time, which means that you are going to bring people from outside the wall who have not passed the assessment into the headquarters. I can't help but ask a few more questions. Time is tight. I haven't had time to report to Boss Wang. Hearing what Leichia said, Shi Xiang seemed even more dissatisfied. Due to Leichia's identity, she did not refuse forcefully. Leichia continued, but he will be happy for their arrival. Believe me. Her expression softened a little. It's better to be as you said. Of course. I haven't been back much recently. I wonder how the boss is doing. It's under control for the time being. Don't worry too much. Shi Xiang raised his hand and drew a circle on the wall. After a while, a black passage opened on it. Fang Zhou listened to their conversation on the side. They didn't mean to avoid her. Shi Xiang's attitude was vague. Although she didn't agree with Leichia's rash bringing people here, she trusted him very much. Perhaps in her eyes, since she and Xia came here, there were only 2 possibilities, either becoming companions or dying. So she didn't mean to avoid him. From the conversation between the 2, Fang Zhou could also see that Reiki's position in Yeji was not low. She had guessed this at the beginning. As an S-level transcendent, he should be in a useful position no matter which organization he went to. And the boss Wang they mentioned was most likely the leader of Yeji. He seemed to be in trouble? This was important information. Fang Zhou silently wrote it down, and then took Xia to follow their steps and entered Shi Xiang's space. Fang Zhou's vision entered a moment of darkness, and when he came out again, the scene in front of him became brighter. They came to a new place, which was very spacious. There were sofas on both sides in the middle, beige walls and warm ceiling lights. There was a wooden desk on the south side, and no one was sitting on it. The overall decoration style gave people a sense of warmth. The layout here is like a conference room. There is a large space in the middle to accommodate a certain number of people. There are no doors around, But there are 2 elevator entrances in the north, so you can take the elevator directly from other locations. Why did you drive the passage directly here? Seeing where Shi Xiang brought them, Lei Jie was speechless. Shi Xiang crossed his arms and raised his chin slightly. Anyway, I'm fine now. You can report to Boss Wang when you are here. If there is no problem, I will let you go. Xia came to a strange environment and couldn't help leaning behind Fang Zhou, sticking half of his head out from behind her. Fang Zhou had never been with children before, so he simply took Xia to sit on the sofa on the side. Go report first. I'll wait for you here, she said to Lei Jie. Anyway, we're already here, so there's no need to rush. Okay, I'll be back soon. Shi Xiang and Lei Jie went to the elevator together, and the elevator door was opened after their iris scans. The elevator door closed, and there was no display screen on the outside that could show the floor, so Fang Zhou couldn't tell which floor they went to. There were no windows in this room, so Fang Zhou couldn't be sure if she had already arrived at the paradise. But if this was the knight's headquarters, then she should be in the paradise. Sister. At this time, Xia pulled her sleeve, and Fang Zhou looked over, staring at her closely, and said to her, "That's right." Fang Zhou reacted for a moment before realizing that Xia might have used her ability on her. She asked, "Do you mean that my choice is correct?" Fang Zhou was able to understand her meaning through her incomplete words. Xia seemed very happy and nodded vigorously. Her golden hair was tossed up like a puppy. Fang Zhou finally smiled at her. "Then I will lend you my good words." She turned around and retracted her smile. She didn't expect that her emotions could be detected by a child. It seemed that she was more nervous than she thought. However, Fang Zhou did not completely believe Xia's words. The direction of her prediction range must be limited. At present, she could not fully confirm her direction and range, so she could only listen to it as a good word. Seeing Fang Zhou's smile, Xia showed a satisfied expression, as if it was the sequelae of using her ability. She nodded and looked drowsy, and finally fell asleep leaning on her arm. Not long after Xia fell asleep, Lei Jie and Shi Xiang came back and walked out of the elevator. Shi Xiang's attitude towards Fang Zhou changed a lot after returning again. She was no longer vigilant and hostile. There was only curiosity about Fang Zhou in her eyes. What did Lei Jie say to scare her? Fang Zhou, no problem. Lei Jie, no problem. You come with me first. Do you want to take Xia with you? Lei Jie asked Fang Zhou whether he needed to put Xia by her side, which gave her the right to choose. If Xia was brought by her side, it would prevent the situation of using Xia to deal with her. I can't take care of her. Fang Zhou refused. Since you want to take her away, find a suitable guardian to take care of her. Besides, where would she have the time and energy to take care of a child? Fang Zhou felt that Lei Jie was asking knowingly. Okay. Lei Jie said, I will find a suitable guardian for her. Shi Xiang, I'll leave it to you first. Shi Xiang picked up Xia, who was sleeping on Fang Zhou, and Lei Jie walked towards the elevator entrance. Fang Zhou followed him into the elevator. Shi Xiang entered the elevator on the other side. The elevator door closed. There were a total of 10 buttons inside. Lei Jie pressed the top button and the elevator went up. According to the normal layout, Fang Zhou thought she was on the upper floor. After all, such conference rooms are usually set up on the upper floors. She didn't expect it to be on the bottom floor. Then she noticed whether there was any video equipment in the elevator. There were smooth iron walls all around, and there was no place to install pinhole cameras. Are you in the park now? Is this the headquarters of Yishi? Yes. Rachel understood her purpose very well. I will arrange a reasonable identity for you to enter the center in a few days. Before that, you need to pass the assessment first. Assessment? Fang Zhou raised his eyebrows. I thought it was enough for you to report to that boss Wang. We have to pretend. There are more than just us in the Knight's Path. Besides, you should be interested in it. Reiki gave her a smug smile. Recently, I got news that the central government has a batch of goods to transport in the next 2 days. You can go and try it out. Then I will let Dai and Shuashu go with you. They will be your old friends. Just a test? Of course. We will rob if we can and kill if we can. You also have to avoid exposing your identity in front of them. Most of the alien abilities of the Ark have been exposed to the central government. Reiki said it easily. But it is not so easy for her to do it. This means that she will have to get rid of all those people at that time. Arriving at the new environment, Fang Zhou could only listen to Lei Jie's arrangements to familiarize herself with these things. She had no objection, But you haven't told me what Yiji's specific goal is. And what do you want to get? After the assessment, you need to meet Boss Wang. And he will tell you these at that time. The elevator rose to the top floor. And with a ding sound, a new row of buttons fell from the top of the elevator button inside, covering the original buttons. Then the elevator door opened, and there was a lot of noise. Outside, the warm sun simulated from the inside of the park fell in from one side. Fang Zhou looked out. This was the first floor of the mall lobby. Not the high-rise she imagined. What she thought was the top floor of the 10th floor turned out to be just the first floor. The trajectory of the elevator's movement just now was rising from underground to the ground. Chapter 75. Yiji's headquarters was established in the basement of a shopping mall. Above, people were coming and going, and the sight was everywhere. Below, undercurrents were surging, and no light could be seen. The Central Committee would never have thought that Yiji's headquarters would be in such a place. Fang Zhou thought it was absurd and couldn't help laughing. You are really brave. Lei Qi understood what she meant, and he snorted and laughed as a response to Fang Zhou. When Lei Qi took her out of the White Whale district, he disguised himself appropriately. Now he didn't look like he did when he fought with the Order Bureau. What didn't change was the headband he tied on his head in different colors, which passed through the bangs in front of his forehead and covered half of his forehead. Fang Zhou followed Raikiri out of the elevator, watching the tail of his hairband bouncing, and asked, "Just go out like this? We don't have any surveillance footage of people coming in from the door." "Relax. Since we're building a habitat here, how could we not consider such a simple problem? Don't worry. And besides," Raikiri walked in front, slightly sideways to her, and glanced at her with a smile in his deep brown eyes. "The paradise is much larger than you think. Its area is no less than that of Shelter 004. And it is basically an effective area. It is divided into 2 large areas and 7 cities. The population is the sum of the 3 shelters. And countless big and small things happen every day." Fang Zhou had only been to the park once, and that time she was restricted to the first floor of the central tower. She could not observe from a height for more than half a minute, and her impression of the park was only some information she had seen when playing the game. So she did not know much about it. But she had never thought that the park was so large. There was a long distance from the White Whale Zone to the Black Lion Zone in Shelter 004 that was uninhabited, and the effective area was only within 3 zones. If the park was all effective areas as Raiki said, then there was no need to worry about a small matter entering the central line of sight. They could not pay attention to everything in such a large area. After exiting the elevator, pedestrians brushed past them and entered the elevator. After closing the elevator, they went up. Fang Zhou also noticed that there was no other elevator next to Shixiang. That elevator should be leading to other locations. It is not yet certain whether Yiji has 10 floors underground, and it is still unknown what the other underground floors are used for. As Raikiri walked out of the mall, wow! Fang Zhou felt as if her ears were poking out from under the water, and all the sounds were so clear. The simulation system in the park was too realistic, and the sunlight was dazzling. Fang Zhou couldn't help but raise his hand to cover his sight. The whole environment was transparent and bright, and the fake daytime was no less than the real daytime. The mall is not big. There is a small fountain in the middle after the main entrance, surrounded by lawns and trees. Fang Zhou couldn't remember how long it had been since he had seen such an environment. The world outside the park was gray, and most of the time, the scene beyond 20 meters could not be seen clearly. No wonder everyone yearns for the park. From here, you can vaguely see the top of the central tower in the center. The behemoth is now like a needle, which means that this place is at least 60 to 70 kilometers away from the central tower. Where is this? Lei Qi followed her gaze. Qianjiang City, close to Mingang City where the central tower is located. So you can vaguely see the central tower here. If you are in Mingang City, you may be able to see it more clearly, where you can see its arrogant figure in 360 degrees. It seems that Yiji doesn't dare to be too arrogant, Fang Zhou teased. When he first entered the central tower, he saw countless drones hovering above it. Mingang City is the center of the park, and the number and layout of eyes are much stricter than other places. To a limited extent, being arrogant is self-protection, and exceeding this degree is self-exposure. Lei Qi continued, the time for robbing goods is not so urgent. I will take you to the residence first. I will send you some basic information about the park later. During this time, you can also go online to check some news and quickly familiarize yourself with this place. As he said, Lei Qi threw a new communicator to Fang Zhou, which he probably prepared for her when she was inside. Fang Zhou accepted the communicator. She knew that the park was no different from the old world. It had all the entertainment facilities, independent internet, games, entertainment stars. In short, it was like a small old world. She could learn about the information here through the internet, and there was really no need for Lei Qi to explain too much. She nodded and replied, I know. Perhaps to help Fang Zhou familiarize herself with the route. Lei Qi did not use teleportation to take her directly to the residence. After coming out of the mall, they turned to the side road and went to the back. There was a parking area with a row of transparent compartments, and vehicles were parked neatly inside. Lei Qi walked to a compartment with a red motorcycle parked, raised his hand, and used the magnetic surface of the bracelet to sense the area where it opened. And the compartment door opened. The red motorcycle had sharp outlines and a shiny body. Raikiri stepped on it and started the engine. It was basically silent when it started, and it was waiting quietly like a dormant cheetah. Raikiri tilted his head slightly and raised his chin to Fang Zhou behind him. Get on, Fang Zhou. I finally understand how he drove a submarine with such momentum. She got on the back seat and grabbed Raikiri's clothes with both hands. It was probably because the environment in the park made her feel like she was back in her own world. She couldn't help but ask, Don't you have a helmet? Ah, don't worry. If there is a problem, just teleport away. After saying that, the red motorcycle whooshed out. Passers-by only felt a gust of wind and a red afterimage. Raiki's speed was so fast that Fang Zhou couldn't see the surroundings clearly. Without a helmet, the strong wind blew through her body unreasonably. Such a strong wind would hurt ordinary people's faces, let alone her. She skillfully controlled the wind direction around her, letting them blow through her cheeks with appropriate force, without letting them cause her discomfort. 3 minutes later, they entered a residential area. Raiki stopped at the bottom of a building. His hair was messed up by the wind, like a lion with its hair blown up. He looked at Fang Zhou, whose hair was neatly arranged, and wrinkled his nose. You control the wind. It's more comfortable to be blown by the wind when riding a bike. Do you like pain and discomfort? Fang Zhou smiled and looked at him. If that's the case, I can give it to you without riding a bike. Ahem. Raiki put his hands together and lowered his messy head to her. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Is this a temporary residence? Fang Zhou looked at the surrounding environment. Compared to the world outside the park, everything in the park is brand new and clean, equipped with the highest facilities. Almost. Raiki took her into the elevator, pressed the middle 10 floors, and handed her a disc. He reminded her, don't record your iris and information for the time being. Dai lives next door to you. If you have any questions, you can go to her. It seems that she has to wait for them to assign her the right information. Fang Zhou took it and raised his eyebrows and said, What about you? The members of Naiji are basically concentrated around here, and I am also around here. After taking Fang Zhou to the corresponding floor, Lei Qi said the room number, but did not follow her out of the elevator. He waved at her and said, Then I'll leave first. If you have anything, contact me, and I'll be there immediately. Yes. Fang Zhou responded and walked towards the room number Lei Qi said. After Lei Qi left, Fang Zhou used the magnetic card to open the door and enter. The butler system inside was activated as soon as she stepped in. The image of a very handsome blonde man was projected into the void. The pleasant voice was mechanically stiff and seemed very strange. Hello. Master. Housing System CP0987 is at your service. Welcome home. What service do you need? Fang Zhou was startled by the person it projected, and subconsciously controlled the wind blade to swing at its head, and naturally cut into nothing. She felt a little funny after she reacted. Would any house in paradise be equipped with such a thing? Fang Zhou looked at it in confusion, and inexplicably felt that the person projected by the housing system looked familiar. She thought about it carefully but couldn't remember it. Your image settings. As Fang Zhou's voice fell, a man's information immediately jumped out in the air. It was the man projected by the housing system. It began to read, Jiangbiafu. Paradise 2004 November 23rd, born in Mingang City. Paradise debuted in 19 years. Age. Stop. Fang Zhou frowned and interrupted the housing system. Its projection image should be changeable. This should have been modified by the last tenant, and was not reset when he left. However, she also remembered why this image looked familiar. This was the little star that appeared on the screen in the center of the square when she looked down from the central tower when she first came to the park. Turn off the system. Okay. I will turn off the CP0987 housing system for you. I look forward to serving you next time. There is no such thing outside the park. Fong Zhou is not used to it for the time being. So he simply turned it off and prepared to study what this thing does later. Then she checked the layout of the room. It was very spacious. With one bedroom, one living room, and one bathroom. The living room was connected to the balcony. Then she used the wire python to carefully investigate whether there were any hidden pinhole cameras and other equipment in every corner. After confirming that there was no problem, she went to the balcony and looked outside. The height of the 10th floor was still enough to take in the scenery outside. She looked up and stared at the blue sky and white clouds in the simulation system for a while. Then opened the window and evacuated the wire python from the surface of her hand skin, allowing the air in the paradise to invade her body unscrupulously. Fong Zhou was doing an experiment. She stared at her arm closely and felt it carefully. 1 minute. No change. 3 minutes. No change. 5 minutes. Still no change. It was not until 10 minutes later that she felt pain in her arm, and blood was slowly flowing out of the blood vessels on her skin. Fong Zhou immediately covered the line python again and withdrew his hand. This confirmed her thoughts. The radiation exposure in the park was very slight. About 1% of the level outside the park. Withdrawing the line python outside the park, without special cover, it would not take 10 minutes, but 10 seconds to destroy her body tissue. It seems that this is also the reason why the plants in the park can survive. This is good news for Fong Zhou, which means that she does not have to worry about the radiation reaction caused by the weapons in the park entering her body. If it is not a radiation reaction, she can let the line python repair it first, and then use the ability of Lufilin swallowed by Nereus when it accumulates to a certain level. After all, 5 times is too few. So we have to be thrifty. Unless the central government discovered her 2 identities and prepared a radiation package for her. That would be another matter. This further strengthened Fong Zhou's idea of hiding his identity. About an hour later, the door sounded a reminder of someone visiting. Fong Zhou checked the situation outside through the external camera. A familiar face appeared in front of the camera. She had a bright smile on her sweet and soft face, and her brown hair was a little longer. It was Li Baiji, and the picture was somewhat similar to the first time they met. Fong Zhou opened the door, and she made a new mimicry. But Reiki should have communicated with her privately. Li Baiji knew that she was Zhou Zhou who lived opposite her. When they met again, Li Baiji's cheeks were slightly red, and she looked very happy. Long time no see. Sister Zhou Zhou, I made more lunch. Do you want to come over to eat? Chapter 76. Compared to the last time Fong Zhou saw Li Baiji, the degree of damage on her body has increased a lot. From 9% to 30%. For ordinary devourers, this growth rate in more than a month is relatively slow. But Fong Zhou knows that Yi Ji should have relevant countermeasures to slow down the fusion speed. Under this premise, it can only be caused by Li Baiji's recent high frequency of using her abilities. Whether it is a transcendent or an alien creature related to the spiritual system, it is very rare. Fong Zhou guessed that she might be the only spiritual devourer in the entire Yiji, which made her irreplaceable. It's been a long time since we last met. If it's convenient, I'll bother you. Fong Zhou had no reason to refuse. As Lechia said, she would work with Li Baiji next, and this would be a good opportunity to understand the situation. While Fong Zhou was observing Li Baiji, she was also observing Fong Zhou. The woman in front of him now looked very ordinary. Her height, figure, facial features, and even hair length were kept within the average of a woman. When she was put into the crowd, there was nothing memorable about her. Only when you got closer and took a closer look could you find that her skin was basically bloodless and feel her weakness and fatigue. Fong Zhou was injured a lot in this round of battle. The lost blood did not recover so quickly, and it was difficult for the mimicry to completely cover up the information coming from the body. Sister Zhou Zhou, are you tired recently? Li Baiji asked. Although Fong Zhou was a little surprised that she asked this question when they met again, he still answered, it's really not easy. Li Baiji stared at her and said seriously, then have a good meal and a good sleep. Fong Zhou followed Li Baiji into her room. As soon as she entered, she smelled a very fresh food aroma in the air. There was a cleaning robot cleaning the room, making a slight buzzing sound when it was operating. compared with Fang Zhou's rooms that were basically unpopular no matter how long or short the stay was. Li Baiji seemed to always be able to make the temporary residence very humane. Not like a cold model house. Living in the same apartment building, Li Baiji's room layout is similar to hers. When the two entered the entrance hall, a white cat projected from the void landed at their feet, squatted beside them, and tilted its head to look at them. Fang Zhou glanced at it, and the words "stand by follow" were displayed on its head. This should be the housing system in Li Baiji's room. It seems that, as she thought, its projection image can be set. Entering the living room, Li Baiji said to her, "Sister Jojo, sit down for a while. I'll go and bring out the food." Fang Zhou sat at the dining table in the living room. Okay. Li Baiji entered the kitchen, and the projected white cat followed her in. After a while, Li Baiji brought the prepared food to the dining table one by one. We were in a hurry, so we didn't cook much. She cooked black chicken soup and added 2 dishes. The amount was not much, but it was enough for the two of them. These are enough, Fang Zhou said. For so long, she had eaten fast food outside the park. It can be said that she had basically no chance to touch this kind of freshly made cooked food. This time, she was not polite at all and ate as much as she could. Seeing that her eyes occasionally stayed on the white cat mimicked by the housing system, Li Baiji coughed lightly and said, "The housing system here is quite useful. It can change into any form. If you can't really raise a cat, you can use its mimicry to meet your needs." Fang Zhou, indeed. It can meet some spiritual needs. After finishing the meal, Fang Zhou and Li Baiji put down their chopsticks together, and a cleaning robot on the side automatically came over to take away the plates on the table. After the table was clean, Fang Zhou got to the point. "Do you know what the central government is transporting? When should we leave?" Li Baiji did not hide anything from Fang Zhou, and generously told him everything she knew. "I don't know either. I only know that the central government occasionally transports some things in or out of the park, but the organization has never chosen to rob them before. I am actually surprised that the boss will let me go with you this time." Combining the information from the forum and the previous exchange meeting, Fang Zhou knew that the central government knew very little about Yiji. Otherwise it would not have sent Feixing to search outside the park, because it could not find any clues in the park, trying to capture the relevant personnel alive to find out the purpose of the organization. This shows that Yeji was basically dormant before this. They have been expanding their personnel, and have not progressed to an open struggle with the central government. This snatch may be their first choice to take action. If this is true, then wouldn't they just give her the first chance to take action? Is this really an assessment? Fang Zhou couldn't guess what the boss Wang was thinking. But all these speculations were based on the premise that Li Baiji had enough understanding of Yeji. Her position in Yeji should not be considered high, and there may be some confidential information that she cannot access. However, I didn't expect Sister Jojo to actually join Yeji. Li Baiji propped up her chin. Her eyes curved into crescents, and she looked at Fang Zhou with a smile. "I'm glad that Sister Jojo can come. She was always very friendly to him." Which made Fang Zhou feel a little confused. She asked, "Did the alien creature in your body say anything to you?" "Well, I guess so." When it came to this question, Li Baiji answered vaguely. So Fang Zhou didn't ask any more questions. After leaving Li Baiji and returning to her room, Fang Zhou felt sleepy. Perhaps because she had eaten and drunk enough in a long time. From the White Whale area to the Tunghua area, and then to the Paradise. She didn't fall asleep all day and night, and her mind was always in a highly tense state. Fang Zhou knew that there was still a tough battle to fight, and she must not face it in this state. She needed a deep sleep to replenish her body's energy. It was 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Not suitable for sleeping. But her normal schedule was not suitable for her current situation. Before falling asleep, she separated the vine worm and Nereus from her body, in order to maintain the mimicry at any time. The vine worm has not come out for a long time. As soon as it came out, it stood up and shook its legs, shaking its head happily, and finally climbed all the way to Fang Zhou's body by grabbing the foot of the bed. Nereus left the sea. When it separated from Fang Zhou's body, there were no water drops on the outside. It supported its body with slender tentacles. Fang Zhou touched its umbrella-shaped body, which felt cool and smooth, confirming that the water would not overflow from its body. Feeling Fang Zhou's touch, Nereus immediately opened his umbrella-like body completely, and the edge floated up and down in the air like it was on the bottom of the sea, which made the vine insect stand up and wave his hand at it angrily. No quarreling. Fong Zhou rubbed his temple and said, "You go to guard the door." As soon as she spoke, the vine insect immediately drooped its legs and obediently ran to the door to guard for her. The sleepiness and fatigue overwhelmed Fong Zhou. She had just arrived in a new environment and did not dare to let down her guard. The lion python could remind her at the first time. But if someone really broke in, it could not protect her at the first time. Fong Zhou had a premonition that she would sleep very deeply this time. So deeply that the lion python might not be able to wake her up. So she simply separated the two alien creatures in her body that could be under the normal eaves to guard. After doing all this, Fong Zhou fell on the bed. The vine bug and Nereus calmed down at the same time. In less than half a minute, she fell asleep immediately. Fong Zhou felt her body and consciousness constantly falling, and finally landing steadily on the flat ground, slowly stretching out. It was unknown how long it took before she got out of this state and woke up from her dream. The vision was pitch black, and after the curtains were drawn, it was impossible to distinguish between day and night. Fong Zhou was extremely conscious. Nereus was guarding her bedside. After feeling her wake up, he raised his tentacles and wrapped them around her wrist. Fong Zhou felt for a while, but couldn't touch the communicator. He simply stayed in a daze for a while before trying. CP0987. I'm here. What do you want? Time. It's 6:25 and 45 seconds AM Paradise time now. Open the curtains. The curtains in the room were opened by the central control of the housing system. It was dawn outside, and the sky was glowing orange. She had slept for 17 hours. This sleep was long and deep. When she woke up, she felt so hungry that she wanted to eat a cow. Fong Zhou got up after a while, merged the vine worm and Nereus into her body again, returned to the mimic state, washed up briefly, and opened the refrigerator. All the daily necessities in here were prepared before she came, and the refrigerator was full of food. Fong Zhou grabbed a bag of bread and a box of milk and ate them quickly. She should be considered an illegal resident in the park now, without an official identity. Otherwise Fong Zhou would choose to go out to familiarize herself with the terrain. Just as she was about to contact Lei Chia to ask when it would start, the door prompted that someone was visiting. It was Li Baiji. After confirming her identity, Fong Zhou opened the door. Li Baiji looked solemn. Sister Zhou, get ready to go. Is there anything you need to prepare? She nodded. Come with me. Li Baiji came at the right time, and the feeling of being connected just after Fong Zhou finished everything made her feel happy. She followed Li Baiji to her room, and Li Baiji handed her a set of combat uniforms, and the control center system opened the bedroom cabinet. What was put inside was not clothes, but different types of guns, grenades and some auxiliary equipment, filling the entire cabinet. Sister Zhou, please choose some handy ones to take with you. Li Baiji scratched her face and said a little embarrassedly, I was outside the park before and just came back recently, so I don't have many auxiliary equipment here. I can ask the higher-ups to transfer some to me later. It's okay. I don't rely too much on weapons. Fong Zhou looked through the rows and took two small and convenient pistols. The recoil of this one was not strong, so she could barely accept it. Then she chose an arm guard and asked, Is this an auxiliary equipment that can enhance the strength of the arm? Yes, there is a pair of this. After saying that, Li Baiji leaned forward and consciously found the other one. She had bought one of these auxiliary arm guards when she was in Tunghua district before, and it was very useful for her. Li Baiji's pair looked more durable than the one she bought at the beginning. After choosing the equipment, Fong Zhou changed into combat uniforms and followed Li Baiji back to the living room. Just like when Lei Chia brought her in, she pinched her fingers, and after a black ring appeared on the heel of her finger, she knocked on the wall 3 times. A black passage slowly opened on it, and she stepped in. Fong Zhou followed her subtly. She somewhat understood what Lei Chia said at that time. Not all of them. What does it mean? Xixiang is not a simple space system. She seems to be able to set her channels in advance at some locations. The members of Yeji can open them through some means. After these channels are opened, Xixiang, as their owner, can sense them. After coming out of the channel, Fong Zhou returned to the transit station she thought at the time. It seems that all of Xixiang's fixed channels are located here. After they came in, a man was already waiting in the transit station. It was the man in the tuxedo at the exchange meeting. His code name was Shuo Shu. His eyes stopped at Fong Zhou, who came out with Li Baiji. His expression was a little complicated. He must have known that she was the person at the exchange meeting. The damage on his body was also higher than what Fang Zhou had seen before, reaching 65%. This level was already somewhat dangerous, and it would be easy to lose control if it went any further. Before they could communicate, another black passage opened on the wall of the room, and Shi Xiang walked out of it. She looked around and confirmed that the three were all there. Let's go directly now that everyone is here. After speaking, she raised her hand to open a new passage on a wall. Before entering, she reminded, be prepared to stabilize your body after crossing over. I don't know if the timing is right now. After hearing what she said, Fang Zhou was cautious and opened the auxiliary arm guards on both hands, and then stepped into the passage. Whoosh! Fang Zhou felt the strong airflow direction in advance after her sight changed in a second, and immediately changed the airflow before landing. The next second, after she officially passed through the passage, she felt her feet suddenly fall into the air, and the strong feeling of weightlessness made her fall backwards uncontrollably. But she reacted and used the wind to push back and stabilize her body. The situation of Shuaxu and Li Baizhi was not so good. Fang Zhou quickly reached out and used the auxiliary equipment to pull Li Baizhi, who passed by her, and at the same time reduce the airflow around her. Shuaxu rolled back twice before stabilizing himself after using his ability to expand his body. Shi Xiang seemed to have been prepared. She half-crouched and used the auxiliary equipment on her legs to stick to the car body. The rat behind her cursed speechlessly. Shi Xiang. You? Fang Zhou then noticed their location. They were on a suspended train that had already set off. She could hear the woohoo sound of the train running in her ears. There was a closed underground passage around her, and no exit could be seen in front of her. Chapter 77. Li Baizhi was a little scared after being picked up by Fang Zhou. Her ability was not in this area. If she hadn't prepared in advance, she would have fallen down the moment she stepped out. Fortunately, she reacted quickly after Fang Zhou picked her up, mastered the balance, and used the auxiliary equipment on her body to stop at the top. Sister Zhou. Thank you, she whispered. The location of this landing point was too tricky. Shi Xiang knew it, but didn't explain it in advance. He just gave an ambiguous reminder before stepping in. It was full of bad taste. The rat swelled his body, and his hands were on both sides of the roof, crawling towards them. His face was flushed, and his cheeks were blown by the strong wind when he opened his mouth. He still walked forward and said, "You don't explain this situation in advance. Do you want to kill us?" Shi Xiang turned a deaf ear to her. She mocked, "If you don't even have this little response, then there's no need to go against the central government. Go home and drink milk." Fang Zhou could feel Shi Xiang's eyes on her. Her behavior was more like a test of her ability, which made her frown. "If that was the case, your behavior is not very rational," she commented, regarding Fang Zhou's intention to see through her. Shi Xiang did not mock as much as she did to Shuaxu. "It's just a test. If one of you really dies here, I will open the channel and go back directly. This trip will not be smooth." Fang Zhou did not speak again. It seems that Li Baizhi and Shuaxu are not familiar with Shi Xiang. Fang Zhou has a hunch that Yi Ji's boss sent them to come with her not because their abilities are suitable for this battle, but because they have had contact with her before. If that was the case, she suspected that the boss had intentionally concealed her arrival from other members. As for why he did so, she had no idea for the time being. After answering Fang Zhou, Shi Xiang took out several explosive devices from the backpack behind him, installed them on the roof, and then raised his hand to slowly open the passage on the roof of this train. While Shi Xiang was opening the passage, Fang Zhou separated some of the line pythons and let them crawl down the body of the train to quickly understand the exterior of the suspended train. It didn't look like a manned train. There were only 7 sections in total, and there were no windows or doors on the outside of each section, as if to prevent something from coming out. They were now in the cockpit at the front of the train. About 10 seconds later, Shi Xiang opened the entrance passage on it and jumped out of it, followed by Fang Zhou and Li Baizhi. Falling down the passage, the situation in the cockpit came into view. Inside the cockpit was a driver in a black military uniform. Seeing someone appear, he reacted and raised his hand to press the red warning button on the center console, but was twisted by Shi Xiang. Li Baizhi immediately stared at the other person's eyes and followed closely. "You didn't see anything. Everything is normal." As soon as she finished speaking, the man's eyes were absent-minded for a moment. Seeing this, Shi Xiang let him go, and then he continued to stare at the front and control the front of the car, as if he didn't see the few people. This driver looked like an ordinary person without ability. Li Baiji's integration level became higher, and her ability was more familiar. She was able to achieve mental control effects on such ordinary people. I won't go with you. Shi Xiong sat down on the side. Call me after you have dealt with everyone inside. As quickly as possible. The main reason why Shi Xiong would go with them this time was that she needed her ability to transport the things inside. It would take a long time for her channel to open, so it was not suitable for participating in the battle. Several people had no objection. Li Baiji and Shi Xiong were waiting in the cockpit together. She could control the driver to help them open some settings in the vehicle. The cockpit was small, and the exit door could only be opened through the center console. Under Li Baiji's control, the driver took the initiative to open the cockpit door for them. The cockpit door was opened. There was a passage between the first carriage and the cockpit, and an explosion-proof door was installed at the back. Two men in black military uniforms were patrolling in the middle. When they found that the cockpit door was open, one of them immediately frowned. What happened? Why did it suddenly? Before he finished speaking, Fang Zhou used his speed to increase his speed and condensed a wind blade to cut his head at close range. She came out too suddenly, and the man didn't have time to resist. With a bang, his head fell to the ground. Blood gushed out, and his body remained standing without falling. The other person only reacted after his companion's head fell to the ground. He quickly raised his gun and shot at Fang Zhou. The big rat following behind Fang Zhou expanded his arms to block her, and after eating the bullet, he swung at the man in the direction of the bullet. Fang Zhou had learned something about it at the previous exchange meeting. The alien creature in the big rat's body could expand every part of his body. The expanded part was invulnerable to swords and guns, and had very terrible attack and defense capabilities. The opponent's bullet landed on his swollen arm and was quickly spit out, causing no damage. Seeing this, the man turned over to avoid his attack, and at the same time looked towards the cockpit, noticing the other two people besides Fang Zhou and Shuashu. After he saw clearly, the cockpit door was closed again under Li Baiji's control. Before he notified other companions, Fang Zhou condensed the wind blade and went towards his head. He felt the danger and turned his body around. The wind blade that was supposed to fall on his head was slashed on his arm, cutting off his arm. Ugh! The man groaned in pain, but did not stop dodging. He raised his hand and shook his arm. In less than a second, a new arm grew from his broken arm, and then said to the communication device, "Enemy attack." 4 people. Regenerative transcendent power? Fang Zhou's eyes lit up. Nereus had 1 reserve left. She wondered if this ability would be useful to her. At the same time, she noticed that this person had informed the people in other carriages of the enemy attack. It was easier to deal with them one by one than to rush it all at once. Fang Zhou did not hesitate and immediately deployed the sit-on-the-ground prison on this carriage, trapping everyone in the carriage they should be in. Compared to the large-scale sit-on-the-ground prison, this small-scale one could not put too much pressure on Fang Zhou. After deploying the sit-on-the-ground prison, she knew the distribution of people in this train. 1, 3, 6. Excluding the driver and the 2 people patrolling outside the first carriage, there were 6 people left on this train. 2 in the second carriage and 1 in the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth carriages. There was no one guarding the last carriage, but there was a life form in the carriage. The number of people was less than Fang Zhou had imagined, and the central government probably didn't expect an enemy attack at this time. Fang Zhou's sight returned to the man in front of him again, and he used the wind blades to cut multiple wounds on his body to test the direction of his ability. All those wounds were repaired in an instant, without omission. If it was the ability of regeneration, it would be difficult to kill him with a simple wound. He had to be beaten to pieces, or his transcendent power had to be exhausted. The latter took too much time, and Fang Zhou didn't have the patience. He glanced at the rat and said, "Beat him into a pulp." After speaking, she launched the maximum sonic attack. The strong sound waves rushed into his ears in an instant, and the man's eardrum was directly ruptured. After the rupture, it was instantly repaired by the body's regeneration ability, causing this process to repeat repeatedly within a few seconds, and his figure was hindered by such severe pain. What on earth is going on? The man stared at Fang Zhou, his mind almost overflowing with questions. In this short period of time, he noticed that the enemy in front of him used more than one ability, which made his brain stop thinking and just wanted to kill her immediately. Unfortunately, The current situation is that he is easily controlled by others. While he was unable to move, Fong Zhou used his speed to increase his approach and shot him in the head with his hand/gun. The bullet penetrated his head. Blood splattered, and a headshot would temporarily make people lose consciousness. Fong Zhou noticed that under such circumstances, his wounds were still repairing. However, compared with those minor injuries, the damage caused by a headshot was too great and the regeneration was slow. This looked like a spontaneous regenerative power. As long as there was a wound, it would automatically and quickly repair itself. It seemed that even a headshot would not kill him. This regenerative power was probably a level, and it would be extremely difficult to deal with it in the past. Fong Zhou had an idea in mind. The big rat on the side followed closely behind, and with his palm that expanded to occupy half of the carriage, he punched the man's head-exploded body into the wall of the train. Paw! With a sound. It was like a mosquito was killed with a slap, and blood flowed down the wall. The carriage was shaken violently because of this movement, and a groove was made on the extremely hard wall by him. The man's bones were broken, and he was almost crushed into meat paste. Don't let go, Fong Zhou said expressionlessly, and she did not stop the strong attack of sonic waves. Hearing Fong Zhou's order, Shuashu obediently did not move his palm away, and clearly felt that the flattened flesh under his palm was still struggling and wriggling to regenerate and repair. And the blood was like an endless stream, trickling down. This made him feel a chill rising from the bottom of his heart, and his scalp tingled. How did she come up with this method to deal with the regenerative transcendent in such a short time? It was indeed fast, and indeed cruel. In less than half a minute, he could not feel his hands wriggling. So many injuries were constantly repaired in 20 seconds, and the transcendent power was consumed like running water. He's not moving anymore. His heart has stopped beating, Shuashu said impatiently. He wanted to put his hand down immediately. Wait 10 more seconds. 10 seconds later, Shuashu immediately retracted his hand and stopped expanding. This regenerative transcendence slipped from the groove of the vehicle. His body was not repaired. He was dead. The arc separated Nereus from his body, and seeing the body, Nereus understood and approached, unfolded his umbrella, wrapped his body and swallowed it. Seeing this, Shuashu swallowed nervously, turned his head, and pretended not to see it. This woman is too scary. He is afraid of being silenced. After Nereus finished eating, its information changed. Alien, Nereus. Level, S temporary. Main ability storage, S level lightning 5 times. S level time rewind 5 times. A level weapon expansion 5 times. A level material construction 5 times. A level flesh/body regeneration 5 times. Looking at this situation, the spontaneous ability should have become an active skill after being eaten by Nereus. Fawn Arc is not sure whether this ability is useful to her, so she can only try it next time she is injured. Then, Fawn Arc used mimicry to transform herself into the appearance of the man whose head she had cut off at the beginning, and took off his communication equipment, and used his identity card to open the door of the first carriage. Chapter 78. This is a cargo train, and there are no seats in its carriages. Fong Zhou looked around and saw nothing but a pure white space. She tilted her head slightly in confusion and looked at Shuashu. The expression on his face was as confused as hers. He didn't know. What's going on? Why is there nothing? Fong Zhou turned on the communication equipment and said to Shixiang in the driver's seat, "There is no cargo in the first carriage." Shixiang was silent for a while and said, "Look back." Okay. Fong Zhou entered the first carriage and walked to the door connecting to the second carriage. There were 2 enemies behind this door, and she used the sitting position as a prison to trap them in the back. She turned her head to Shuashu and signaled him to go aside. Fong Zhou now looked exactly like the dead enemy. Shuashu could probably guess what she wanted to do, so he immediately hid in a blind spot. She used her ID card to open the carriage, and found that the door suddenly opened. The 2 guards here immediately raised their guns in her direction. After seeing that the person coming was a companion, they paused for a moment. Although they were confused, they slowly put down their guns. "Hey, what's going on?" one of them said. "We kept walking forward, but we couldn't get out." Their vigilance was temporarily relaxed for a moment, and it was at this moment of relaxation that Fong Zhou flashed forward, raised his hand, and aimed at their heads, and shot them one by one. Bang! 2 bodies fell to the ground without any reaction. She originally thought that the auxiliary equipment on Feishing might be cabbage for the Central Committee, But now it seems that not all people in the Central Committee can have it. It is not a mass product. After a while, seeing that the two people were dead, Shuashu came out from the dead corner of the carriage with a grin. He had never seen an enemy being solved so quickly. The current Fang Zhou was completely different from the first time he met her. Not only did she become stronger in terms of ability, but she was more fierce and unscrupulous when she attacked. If he was against the current Fang Zhou, he would never have been able to fight her back and forth. Different from what Shuashu thought. Fang Zhou at that time was restrained in order to hide itself. So she didn't think they were enemies to the death. Nor did she really want to kill them. But the situation is different now. The people in this carriage are absolute enemies. And their positions are different. For Yiji, the important thing may be the goods on the car. As long as they are taken. Whether to deal with them all is another matter. For her, no one in this car can be let go. Otherwise her coming to the paradise will enter the central site in advance. That's why she doesn't need to hold back and hide any abilities. The best strategy is to solve them quickly, so that all her attacks this time are fatal. Only the dead can't talk. Fang Zhou shook her numb palms. After only 3 shots, the recoil of the 2 guns made her feel uncomfortable. Using wind blades might make them notice in advance. This kind of rapid approach and using hot weapons to solve the problem is more suitable for this kind of surprise attack. Now there are only 3 people left. Fang Zhou squatted down, took out the identity cards of the 2 people, and used their identity cards to open the second car. Seeing the scene inside, Shuashu was stunned for a moment. There is still nothing inside. At this point, Fang Zhou was wondering if the other party knew that Yiji would take action. So he set up such a game to play with them. But these are only 2 carriages. And there are 5 more to come. Now that things have come to this, there is only one way to go. Fang Zhou did not communicate with Shixiang again. She passed the second carriage. Just like the personnel information she received when she was imprisoned. There was no one guarding the third carriage. Fang Zhou used the identity card of the person just now to try to open the door of the third carriage. Beep. Beep. Wrong identity. Wrong identity. Guards, please return to your own range. The whole train issued a shrill alarm, and all the lights above began to flash red warning lights, illuminating everything in sight into blood red. Fuck. What's going on? Isn't this it? Shuashu said, observing the surroundings vigilantly. He suddenly realized, why didn't those people behind come over? It stands to reason that their companions had informed them of the enemy attack at the beginning. So they should have dealt with all of them. Could this be her ability? Fang Zhou didn't have time to deal with Shuashu. She frowned and thought about it. Took out the identity card of another person in the previous carriage, and pointed it at the sensing area. Squeak. The alarm did not touch. But the door opened. It seems that one of the 2 people in the previous carriage should be here. And it was the other person who opened the carriage in front to let him go to his carriage. Dereliction of duty? This kind of transportation mission seems to be absolutely safe for them. They didn't think there would be an enemy attack. So they were so relaxed in it. The third carriage opened. And there was nothing like the first 2. She sighed, changed her mimicry, put away her gun, and the alarm system of the entire car was sounded. This method of using mimicry to paralyze the enemy and take advantage of the gap was no longer useful. There was only one enemy in the next 2 carriages, and they were not high-level transcendents, so they were easy to deal with. With the help of Arc Sound Wave and Wind Blade, and the assistance of Shuashu, it took less than 10 seconds to deal with these 2 enemies. The process was the same as the first 3 carriages, and there was still nothing in the 4th and 5th carriages. Shuashu seemed a little embarrassed. Could it be that we came at the wrong time? Didn't this car have time to put the transported goods on board? After opening the empty box 5 times in a row, Fang Zhou's expression was numb, and she couldn't help but say, it shouldn't be. There is only one person behind. She could still feel 2 life forms in her prison. One was in front of the 6th carriage, a guard who was similar to the previous ones. After getting rid of this person, there was only the last carriage left. The last life form was not in the corridor outside the carriage, but inside the carriage, which gave Fang Zhou a very different feeling. It didn't look like an alien creature or a human, so she could only call it a life form. Fang Zhou suspected that it was their target this time. After taking a breath, she opened the back door of the 5th carriage, and the explosion-proof steel door slowly opened. But there was no trace of anyone in the corridor connecting to the next carriage. This caused Fang Zhou to stop moving, and he did not move easily. and the air was in a stalemate. Fong Zhou sitting on the ground as prison was still on, and she could feel that there was another person here. But although sitting on the ground as prison could be fixed, it could not be so detailed, and she did not clear the specific location of the other party. Shuoxu did not know this. He walked in front of Fong Zhou, thinking that there was no one guarding here like in the third quarter. There is no one here. Before he finished speaking, his collar was pulled hard by Fong Zhou, and with a bang, the bullet hit Shuoxu's arm, and he screamed "Aw!" and was thrown aside. Fong Zhou gathered the wind and chopped at the position where the gun was just shot. She could feel the wind blade miss, and the slight wind flow change caused by the movement of objects in the air, which enabled her to save Shuoxu in time. The opponent's ability was about to be revealed, which was invisibility. Shuoxu was shot, and his expression was distorted with pain. His head immediately turned, and in sync with Fong Zhou's thinking, he realized the enemy's transcendent power. Without any hesitation, he slightly expanded all parts of his body, occupying half of the position here like a balloon to prevent the enemy hiding in the dark from shooting him again. The red alarm light on the top kept flashing, and Fong Zhou paid attention to the movement in every direction. He didn't know whether the opponent didn't move, or had been trained according to the transcendent power, and his movements were too light when he didn't attack. If it was the latter, Fong Zhou guessed that the opponent should be a woman. Her wind blade just now also made the enemy aware of her ability, causing the guard to be extremely cautious and not attack them again in a short time. Without a specific target, Fong Zhou's sonic attack could not be controlled to be released to only one person. Considering his teammates, Fong Zhou did not launch the sonic attack immediately. After the rat swelled up, it was fearless and began to bump around, trying to use this method to force the enemy out. This also caused the airflow to change. Fong Zhou lightly scolded, "Don't move." The opponent saw the opportunity and took advantage of this time to shoot 2 shots in a row in the direction of Fong Zhou. One shot brushed her arm and cut the wound, and the other shot was blocked by her temporary wind wall. The carriage is a confined space, and the airflow is not that strong. Fong Zhou can hardly build a large-scale wind wall, and can only resist a small area. Seeing this, Shuoxu did not dare to move. He realized that he had caused trouble for Fong Zhou. Fong Zhou asked the line python to temporarily repair this small wound, and did not care about Shuoxu anymore. He directly launched a sound wave attack towards this area. Shuoxu was not prepared, and the sound wave entered his body from his ears, destroying him wantonly, and stabbed him to the side. The enemy did not expect that Fong Zhou could use other abilities, and was even more defenseless, and it was difficult to control his body to move silently and make a sound. After Fong Zhou discovered it, he immediately used speed to strengthen his body and bent up, using the auxiliary equipment on his hand to grab the position where the opponent made a sound. She felt that her palm touched the object, and she pressed it with her backhand, smashing the opponent against the wall, and at the same time increased the sound wave attack, condensing multiple wind blades to cut towards the position of this person. Poochie! The sound of a knife cutting into flesh, blood spilling from this person onto the wall. With a target in mind, Fong Zhou focused the sound waves on one person, and the rat on the side felt that he had escaped death. The enemy was severely injured this time, and slowly lost his stealth state to reveal his real body. As Fong Zhou thought, it was a female guard with a light and slender figure. She slid down the wall, spitting blood from her mouth, staring at Fong Zhou. The stimulation of the sound waves made it difficult for her to move. "Who are you?" Art gathered the wind blade and gave her a quick death. Luckily, she was able to feel the distribution of people while sitting on the ground, and she noticed the crisis in advance. Otherwise it would be hard to say who would win with such a hidden ability. Unfortunately, Nereus's storage capacity has reached its limit, and Fong Zhou cannot control it to eat this person's body. She sighed with some regret and took off her identity card. There is a regeneration type transcendent at the front of the train and a stealth type transcendent at the rear. Although neither of them is S level, they are extremely difficult to deal with under normal circumstances. The ears of the rat were buzzing, and it took a while to get up from the ground. At this time, Fong Zhou had already opened the door of the 6th carriage. 5 empty boxes were opened. This time, they finally appeared in a blank carriage that was no longer empty. There was a huge transparent storage box in the middle, which contained a half-human-high stone. Finally, we have something. Shuoxu rubbed his ears and said with a grin. The red alarm light above was still flashing, so Fong Zhou couldn't see its color clearly. She only felt that it was transparent, and the outside was rugged. As Fang Zhou got a little closer, she felt some discomfort coming, which made her hold her breath. This stone is rich in strong radiation, like some kind of radiation source. Where did this thing come from? Why would the central government transport this kind of thing? Did Yeji know that they were transporting this kind of thing? What did they want this thing for? Fang Zhou's head was full of questions, and she couldn't care less about so many things. She couldn't stay with this thing for too long, so she could only pass it quickly and open the back door of this carriage to get away from it. It was not until she left the carriage that she rested her right hand on the wall and slowly found her breathing rhythm. She turned on the communication device and said to Shixiang, "There is something in the 6th carriage." "A stone." "Stone?" Shixiang's voice on the other side was a little puzzled. "Have you entered the 7th carriage? What's in it?" From her tone, Yiji's goal was pointed out. Their goal this time was not the stone, but most likely the life form in the last carriage, as Fang Zhou guessed. Fang Zhou tried to use the ID card of the guard in the 6th carriage to open the 7th carriage, and the alarm was sounded again. She continued to say to Shixiang, "The 7th carriage is unattended. The ID card does not match, and the door cannot be opened." After hearing what Fang Zhou said, Shixiang paused and said, "Wait for me to come over." After a while, Shixiang rushed over from the cab. Fang Zhou saw her stop and look at the stone for a while before she came out when she passed the 6th carriage. "What is that?" Seeing Shixiang coming, Shuoshu asked, pointing his chin at the stone. Shixiang also looked puzzled. "I don't know. I'll take that back with me later." As she said that, Shixiang opened the passage to the door of the 7th carriage. She was not sure if there would be any enemies inside, so she did not choose to be the first to step in. If she went in first, she might be a drag on them without extra self-defense. So she motioned Fang Zhou to go in first. "You go in first." Fang Zhou glanced at her and stepped in. The flashing red alarm lights finally disappeared after entering this carriage. She turned her head and looked around. Unlike the previous carriages, the last carriage was filled with various experimental equipment and instruments. Like a small laboratory, a vertical nutrient capsule was embedded on the right wall, and the interior was filled with blue liquid. What attracted the eye more was the life inside. It was a naked man, with long black hair floating like seaweed in the blue liquid. He curled up in the cabin with his eyes closed. Fang Zhou's sight swept from top to bottom. The skin color of his right arm to chest, neck, and lower limbs was slightly different. There were scars like sutures at the joints, as if they were made up of different bodies. The man opened his eyes when he noticed Fang Zhou's sight. Chapter 79. Fang Zhou met the man's eyes. He had a pair of red and black eyes, which showed confusion and curiosity about her, the intruder. The red eyes made her feel vaguely familiar. He leaned forward and stretched out his hand in Fang Zhou's direction, with his fingertips against the transparent wall, as if he wanted to touch her. Fang Zhou took a step back, and she saw a digital screen above the cabin with the word "1" written on it. She thought in her heart that judging from the environment of this carriage and his physical condition, this was most likely the central experimental subject. As for what the experiment was about, it was difficult to tell from the appearance. Shixiang followed her in, and her eyes fell directly on the experimental subject. Seeing another person coming, the experimental subject's eyes changed from curiosity to vigilance. He hugged his knees and curled up, retreating. The narrow space left him no way to retreat, so he had to stick to the bottom of the cabin and use his long black hair to cover half of his body. Fang Zhou took his behavior into his eyes. He had a certain degree of defensiveness and shame, not like a pure newborn. Spliced limbs, a single blood-red eye. These things made her have a bad guess. She turned her head and looked behind Shixiang. No one else came in except her. "Why didn't Shuoshu follow you in?" "I asked him to wait at the door." It seems that Shuoshu does not have the authority to know what is inside. It is strange that the boss one gave her such a high degree of trust and authority. Fang Zhou, is he the one we want to take away? Shixiang, yes. Find a way to get him down. Don't break the bulkhead. Fang Zhou went forward to check the situation of the upright nutrition cabin. As she approached, Fang Zhou noticed that the eyes of the experimental subject were looking in her direction through the floating hair. As she approached, Fang Zhou found that there was a black tube behind him, one end extending from the bottom of the cabin, and the other end inserted into the bones of the experimental subject's spine, connecting with him, like a chain tying a monster. After checking the situation, the entire cabin is embedded in the wall of the vehicle, and cannot be removed and taken away. The most convenient way is to break it and take the person away. But it is still unknown what the guy inside is. And the connection of his body is also a bit suspicious. Shi Xiang also said not to break the bulkhead. Fang Zhou thought for a while. How big can your passage be opened? And how much cargo can be transported? Shi Xiang seemed a little wary. Why are you asking this? She didn't trust Fang Zhou very much. And this question involving the specific scope of ability would not be answered by her. If you can't break the bulkhead and take the person away, then you can only take the whole car away. Ah? Shi Xiang was stunned for a moment. And then, he took a closer look and found that it was indeed impossible to dismantle the nutrition cabin alone. Unless he cut down the wall. The material of the suspension train is very special. And it is difficult to destroy it by ordinary means. This difficulty coefficient is not something that they can do. Shi Xiang's face was not good. The whole train is not possible. What about a single carriage? This can be done. But the body of the car is integrated. Do you have a way to separate it? Although the explosive device Shi Xiang brought can do damage, it was reserved for her to destroy the body at the end. The range is very large and cannot be precisely controlled. It should be possible. Fang Zhou said to the communication device, Baiji. Control the driver to stop the train. After you get rid of him, you should hurry to the last car. Got it. Sister Jojo. A brisk voice came from the other side. After a while, Fang Zhou could feel the train slowly coming to a stop. And a faint gunshot was heard in front. After getting rid of the driver, Li Baiji, who was at the head of the train, ran all the way to the outside of the last car to meet Shuashu, and said to the communication device on the way, Sister Jojo, this train will send a signal to the central headquarters after it stops. I found this after the driver stopped. We have to leave quickly. What? Shi Xiang, who could also hear what Li Baiji said, was horrified. It would probably take a few minutes for someone to come over. She looked at Fang Zhou fiercely. What are you going to do? Hurry up and solve it. Open a passage on top. Fang Zhou pointed to the top. Shi Xiang obeyed and opened a passage on the top. Fang Zhou jumped onto the passage using the wind direction and stood on the top of the train again. After driving for so long, the train was still in the dark underground passage. It seemed that the other party had specially built this underground route, but no one knew where it led from. Fang Zhou looked forward, estimated the width and height of the train, and raised his hand to draw a rough range in front. Keep your position and don't stray to other cars, she told the people using the communication equipment. Half a minute later, a black hole that was almost enough to swallow the train appeared at the front, and the terrifying suction force started to pull the entire train from the front. The people who stayed in the car didn't know what happened. They just felt the car suddenly move, and they fell backwards. Wow! A gust of wind blew, and they heard the sound of the car parts breaking, and the red lights that were still flashing inside suddenly went out. Suddenly, the train was cut off directly from the tail end of the sixth section, and the suspended train fell heavily on the road with a bang. Fuck! What is that? Shuashu was resting on the side because of his injury. He was frightened by the sudden change and swelled his body. He stopped Li Baiji and clung to it tightly. The section of the train was right in front of him. Fang Zhou closed the black hole, and there was only the last section of the train left. After doing this, Fang Zhou's face turned pale. The bigger the thing swallowed, the more power it needed. If the battle had not been over, she would not use it like this. After confirming that it was correct, she fell from above to the section and met with Shuashu and Li Baiji. The movement stopped. Shi Xiang came out from inside and saw the 6 missing carriages. Her expression was similar to Shuashu's. She didn't know the power of Fang Zhou, and unlike Shuashu and Li Baiji, she had known about Fang Zhou before. She was surprised that Fang Zhou quickly eliminated the guards on the train, but she didn't expect that he could do it to this extent. Who is she? Shi Xiang collected her expression and looked ahead. She didn't find the other missing carriages. The 6th carriage is gone too? There was a stone of unknown origin in that carriage. The central government would not take useless things and wanted to take them back together. It's not controlled well. It's enough to keep the last one, Fang Zhou said expressionlessly. She deliberately swallowed the 6th carriage into the black hole. She didn't know what the stone was, but she knew that this kind of radiation source was a great threat to her, and it couldn't be taken away no matter who got it. Forget it, Shi Xiang said. Their target was not anything else anyway. She jumped down from the carriage and landed on the ground. opening a passage under the carriage. The dark entrance slowly opened until the carriage could fall into it, and Shi Xiang jumped in with it. The black passage closed, leaving only the empty train passage waiting for its original owners to arrive. Chapter 80. The broken carriage brought Fang Zhou and several others into another space from Shi Xiang's passage, and Shi Xiang landed afterwards. The huge monster that fell from the sky hit the ground with a loud noise. Fang Zhou had a premonition, and used the wind to drag himself until the carriage landed on the ground. Shuashu fell on his buttocks, but fortunately his previous expansion had not been relieved, so this time it didn't hurt, compared with the first time Fang Zhou saw him. The clothes he was wearing were specially made for his ability, with great ductility, and there was no indecent situation due to the expansion. Li Baiji lay on Shuashu's huge belly, and used his body as a buffer. Fang Zhou glanced at the two of them. They seemed to have been bound together for a long time, and their relationship seemed to be good. Shuashu would protect Li Baiji when he had the spare energy, which saved her from worrying about it. Shi Xiang controlled his position very well, landing on an empty space. I don't know if this impact will affect the experimental subjects inside. Judging from the durability of this carriage, it should not have much impact. At most it will just be a collision. Fang Zhou walked down from the carriage and looked around. This is an empty warehouse. The shelves on the left and right sides are filled with some neatly arranged white and green storage boxes. The items inside cannot be seen clearly. In front is a huge glass window that can be seen from the inside. The movement inside did not alarm the people behind the glass window. The light outside is transparent, clean and bright. There are compartments arranged on the left and right. There is a transparent window above to see the situation inside. Fang Zhou observed calmly, and could see the compartment at the end. The entrance is a disinfection room. Production workers in protective clothing go in and out of it. This looks like a series of sterile production rooms. Fang Zhou's first reaction was, "Pharmaceutical factory?" She turned her head, and her eyes stopped at the small words on the white-green storage box packed in the warehouse. It said Light Pharmaceuticals, which confirmed that her idea was correct. Yishi's involvement is so wide-ranging? What is this place, and what does it produce? Fang Zhou asked casually. Some elderly health products, Shi Xiang replied, although she was still wary of Fang Zhou after this trip. She also understood that with her ability, her position in Yi, she would not be low in the future. So there was no need to hide these things. It is impossible for the startup funds of our members to come for nothing. We need to make up for it from other aspects. This makes sense. When she was outside the park, Li Baiji was very generous with her food, clothing and daily expenses. When she first explored the situation, she used resources to exchange. Not to mention that after entering the park, Li Baiji was able to allocate so many guns and auxiliary equipment in a short period of time. Yeji did not lack any member in terms of funds. It's good. She will probably not run around for points and auxiliary equipment in the future. With this pharmaceutical factory in front, Fang Zhou guessed that they must have more than one legal industry in the open. And Yeji's size is larger than she imagined. This is good news for her, but also bad news. The good news is that with such an organization as a backing, she can obtain enough information network. With its help, she can move freely under the sight of the central government and even enter the central government. The bad news is that if she solves the enemies of both sides in the future, it may become her new enemy. Let's go. Our destination is not here, Shi Xiang said, opening two passages on one side. This carriage took up too much space, so Shi Xiang could only choose to land here and wait for people to come over later. If it was somewhere else, it would probably damage the venue. Shuashu and Li Baiji went out from one passage, and she asked Fang Zhou to enter from another passage. Bye, Sister Jojo. See you later. Li Baiji waved to her before entering the passage. Bye, Fang Zhou replied, and followed Shi Xiang into the other side. Coming out of this passage, Fang Zhou and Shi Xiang entered a very long corridor, which was not in line with the overall technological environment in the park. There were lit candlesticks on the left and right sides of the corridor, which were used for lighting, resulting in a dim overall light. As Shi Xiang walked forward, Fang Zhou pretended to be curious and asked, "What on earth is that person? Artificial human? Clone? Or something else? I have to know something after coming here." "I don't know. I'm not a researcher in this field," Shi Xiang replied, "but he will most likely be our next partner." According to Shi Xiang's reply, it should be the first time for them to rob a transport. but it seems to be the norm for them to receive people from the central office at night. After walking forward for a while, Fong Zhou noticed the figure of Raikiri in front of him. In front of him stood a man with an unfamiliar face, wearing a neat suit, and his hair was meticulously groomed. He looked like an elite who came to discuss business, which was in sharp contrast to the messy Raikiri opposite. Shi Xiang, who was beside him, tensed up alertly when he saw the man. They moved a little closer, and Fong Zhou heard the conversation between the two. "Why doesn't Boss Wang see me? Is there something wrong with his body again?" The man spoke in a gentle tone and politely, which made it difficult for people to have a bad impression. "What reason does the big boss need to not want to see people?" Lei Chia said with a fake smile. Fong Zhou, who was familiar with him, could see obvious annoyance from it. "Do your job well. You are in this position, so don't come to the boss to cry for a little thing." Lei Chia, how can it be a small matter when it concerns the organization? The other party was not angry because of Lei Chia's tough attitude, but sighed with regret. "Forget it. I will come again in 2 days, and I hope that Boss Wang can see me by then." As soon as the man turned around, Raikiri's smile disappeared, and his brown eyes were so cold that they could freeze the air. When he saw Fong Zhou and Shi Xiang behind him, his expression was restrained. The man passed by Shi Xiang and Fong Zhou, stopped and greeted Shi Xiang. "Shi Xiang, did you just come back from the mission? Is this a new member?" Shi Xiang ignored him and walked straight forward. He didn't care, but instead showed a friendly smile to Fong Zhou. A stranger, like his voice, his appearance can be described as kind and non-aggressive. But in this organization where people don't necessarily use their own faces to live, this may not be his true appearance. Fong Zhou retracted his gaze and walked towards Lei Chia with Shi Xiang. The relationship between that person and Lei Chia and Shi Xiang did not seem like colleagues who could get along well. From the conversation between Lei Chia and him, his position was not low. Fong Zhou's first reaction was that there was a party struggle. As long as there were people, there would be fighting. However, she did not expect that an underground organization like Yi Ji would have such troubles. After that person left, Lei Chia observed her state and came to Fong Zhou and said, "It seems to end easily." Fong Zhou flicked his head away. "I guess so." "So perfunctory." Lei Chia said. "So where is the person?" "In the warehouse of the pharmaceutical factory. The moving objects are too big, so I can only land there. I came here to report this matter. What do you think of the boss?" When Shi Xiang mentioned this, Lei Chia's smile faded. "It's not appropriate now." Fong Zhou spread his hands. "Do I need to see him now? Come next time. Let's go. You can ask me if you have any questions." Lei Chia said that Fong Zhou helped them do a job, and after the end they failed to fulfill their promise, so they naturally had to make up for it in other ways. He knew how to appease people. Information is information. There is no difference between what comes from the boss and what comes from Lei Chia. Fong Zhou will not care about these. She and Lei Chia left from the elevator on the side. After entering the elevator, Fong Zhou asked directly, "Who is the person transported by the central government this time? Why did you kidnap him?" Shi Xiang didn't know what was going on, but Lei Chia might not know. If you have to say, it can be regarded as an abandoned experimental subject. Lei Chia said, "Those guys always like to do some weird experiments, such as letting alien creatures of different races mate, or stuffing multiple alien creatures into human bodies, or letting transcendents merge with alien creatures to test the durability of transcendence." Von Ark had seen these in the game forum before, so he was mentally prepared. Since it is an abandoned experimental subject, is it necessary to rob it? That's the problem. They seem to have picked him up again in the past 2 days and made a new attempt. If successful, the existence of that guy is very dangerous. Lei Chia's words also told Fong Zhou that there were spies of Yi Ji inside the center. "What do you mean? Let me think about how to answer you." Lei Chia pondered. "You are not a transcendent, so you don't quite understand the source of some transcendent powers. Let me give you a simple example. Your dead companion, the medium for releasing his power is his hands. He must release his power through his hands. If his hands are cut off, his power will no longer exist without this carrier. There are many transcendents like him. Eyes, limbs, torso, and even voice may all be carriers of power. When they have a way to cut these things off from their owners and retain their source of power, then..." Lei Chia stopped talking here, and Fong Zhou understood what he meant. The experimental subject was covered with traces of splicing, including the red eye that didn't fit in. Fong Zhou suddenly realized why she felt that the red eye was familiar the first time she looked into the eyes of the experimental subject. Those were Fei Xing's eyes.